Wang Shouyong lay limp and sprawled in the dirt. His hand still clutching a half-eaten kidney. Fresh blood oozed from his arm, soaking through his coarse clothes and staining them a vivid crimson. The prison cell was damp and dark, reeking of rot, with flickering candlelight casting shifting shadows against the grim walls. His breathing grew heavier, weighed down by the oppressive atmosphere. Memories slammed into his mind like a ruthless flood. Under the Tianqi Empire's rule, Sangzi village in Linshui County, Shizhou, once peaceful and serene, had become a gruesome feeding ground for demons. Of 312 villagers, all but 32 perished. Those survivors were locked away, caged like livestock awaiting slaughter. Wang Shouyong had grown up in the village as a wild child, orphaned young, and surviving on the charity of others. Only 16 years old, she never imagined that the entire village would plunge into darkness overnight. The demons unleashed merciless cruelty, imprisoning them in this dungeon, demanding 10 lives daily, in a savagery that chilled the soul. After enduring a whole month, Wang Shouyong watched as fellow prisoners dwindled day by day, the cold dread sinking into her heart like ice. Terror tore her apart, and she ultimately died terror-stricken in her dreams. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. A thin, bony hand gently patted her back. The voice was soft and trembling. Barely audible. Was it meant to comfort, or was it self-reassurance? Beside her stood Aunt Meng, the village's last remaining tailor shop owner, eyes swollen with sleepless red veins, the grief of losing her husband and only son soaked deep into her spirit. The villagers' faces, muddied and bloodied, looked numb, as if swallowed by endless despair. Only 15 minutes remained before the next selection. The cell fell into a deathly silence, broken only by faint sobbing and a suffocating heaviness in the air. Wang Shouyong clutched her chest as the burning pain gnawed relentlessly. She vomited into the muddy floor. Suddenly, a pale blue panel appeared in her vision like a ghostly apparition. Words softly formed. Acquirable traits: fish at ease white, Herculean strength white, keen insight white, iron teeth and copper jaw white, self-healing white. Acquisition method: consumption. As confusion swirled in her mind, a terrifying silhouette slowly ascended the stone steps outside. The prison's lone candlelight was instantly swallowed by shadow. Villagers bowed their heads in fear or stared wide-eyed at the monstrous figure, a giant catfish with shimmering black skin and enormous round eyes, walking upright like a man, drool dripping thick and sticky. Each time it pointed and called out a name, the chosen trembled, eyes squeezed shut, their fate sealed. In 3 days, the place would be empty. Today it was Wang Shouyong and Aunt Meng's turn. The villagers rose mechanically like lifeless corpses, forming a line to follow the demon. The memories of past futile resistance, torn apart live before their eyes, crushed the last trace of courage. Only resignation to death remained. But inside Wang Shouyong, that pale blue panel flickered to life. She understood that consumption meant devouring the enemy's power and life itself. As she stepped before the catfish, ready to greet death, a fierce resolve surged within her. Abandoned in her past life, reborn, now should she not fight back? Even if she died, it was worth the gamble. When the catfish swung its massive arm like a roaring tidal wave, smashing into her chest and belly, she felt herself torn apart, eyes nearly bursting, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from her mouth. Aunt Meng screamed and rushed forward, only to be flung aside by the catfish's palm, her fate unknown as she fell. The catfish sneered and roared, treating Wang Shouyong like a mere ant to be crushed at will, preparing to use her as a human shield. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the bloodbath about to unfold. But suddenly, Wang Shouyong let out a bitter laugh, blood-stained teeth bared, her voice unwavering. Then eat me. She lunged at the catfish, biting down on its rough, blackened arm. Sharp pain exploded through her, teeth shattering, blood flooding her mouth. But as she consumed, that familiar celestial melody rang out again in her ears. Ding! A panel suddenly appeared before Wang Shouyong's eyes. Before he could say a word, he felt the catfish slam his body hard onto the ground. Bang! A muffled thud echoed through the damp, cramped underground cell, sending dust swirling in the stale air. The gathered villagers looked up in unison, stunned to find no scene of carnage as they had expected. Wang Shouyong's chest compressed painfully upon impact. A metallic sweetness flooded his mouth, almost forcing him to cough up blood. Yet through the hoarseness, a harsh laugh escaped him. Blood dripped down his battered face, tracing a terrifying, mad grin. In the blurred vision clouded by blood, a faint blue panel silently unfurled, visible only to him. Stolen ability: strength of 9 bulls white. Strength of 9 bulls white. You possess strength comparable to 9 bulls. The catfish sensed something strange. Shock and fury erupted from its throat in a roar that shook the cell like an earthquake. Raising its huge fan-shaped palm to strike again, it suddenly felt its strength draining like a leaky water sack. No matter how it roared, it could not stop the loss. In stark contrast, Wang Shouyong's limbs throbbed as blood surged through his veins, power swelling in his bones like a tidal wave. Every muscle fiber flamed with heat. "You beast! What have you done?" The catfish screamed wildly, its massive hand crashing toward Wang Shouyong's forehead. Bang! Under everyone's watching eyes, the boy raised his hand and locked his fingers around the catfish's wrist like iron shackles. The world seemed to freeze. Even the catfish was stunned speechless. Wang Shouyong slowly lifted his blood-smeared face, still bleeding, but his eyes gleamed with cold ferocity. A chilling smile crossed his lips. "Huh, now it's my turn to eat you." Those absurd words made the catfish's heart suddenly tighten. It jerked its arm free but found the seemingly delicate fingers clamped down like steel pliers, bones snapping and pushing white shards into flesh, yet unshakable. The surge of raw power was the first time it tasted true subjugation. A howl of agony ripped through the catfish as searing pain tore through its arm nerves. Its once unchallenged strength vanished in an instant. "Damn you! Damn you! Damn you!" The catfish screamed madly, flailing its left arm wildly. Its blows rained down on Wang Shouyong, but had no effect. Wang Shouyong staggered forward one step, then leaned down fiercely, biting straight into the catfish's dark, scaled forearm. His fractured teeth sank into the flesh. With a brutal twist, he tore off a chunk of bloody meat. Hot blood flooded his mouth, and his Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed it down. Stolen ability. Iron teeth and bronze jaws white. Iron teeth and bronze jaws white. You possess teeth as sharp and strong as iron and bronze. "Ah, you beast, it'll kill you. It'll kill you." The catfish roared in pain, baring its sharp fangs threateningly. The flickering candlelight cast chilling shadows on its menacing teeth. Yet Wang Shouyong stood tall and unflinching like a demon unleashed, laughing loudly. "Shut up, shut up, shut up," I said. "I'm the one who's going to eat you." With a fierce shout, he grabbed the catfish's fangs. His muscles bulged like boulders under the power of 9-bull strength. Then, crack! The hard fang snapped cleanly with a crisp, piercing sound. Wang Shouyong's knuckles sank deep into the catfish's bloody mouth, spraying blood everywhere. Boom! The dungeon shook with a deafening roar, as if the very space had been shaken to its core. The villagers widened their eyes in shock as they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. There stood the young man, tall and upright, his mouth smeared with fresh blood. One hand gripped the catfish demon's arm, while the other clawed fiercely at its mouth, slamming it against the ground. The catfish demon, reduced to the helplessness of an ordinary fish, could barely resist as he pinned it down. Then, in the next instant, Wang Shouyong opened his mouth wide, bearing shattered teeth and fresh blood, and lunged directly at the demon's head. The catfish demon's eyes rolled wildly as if pleading no. Wang Shouyong bit down hard, then shook his head violently, tearing off a great chunk of flesh from its skull, revealing the pulsating pink meat beneath. A gut-wrenching, agonized howl rose from the demon, its body writhing in pain. The villagers were struck dumb, feeling as if caught in a surreal nightmare. The demon's twisting form bore a haunting resemblance to their comrades struggling under the monster's claws long ago. Bit by bit, memories from the past month flashed through their minds, merging into an eerie, frenzied glow. "Eat it," someone whispered quietly. After a few breaths of silence came a rustling murmur as the villagers involuntarily rose and began murmuring softly, almost as one voice. "Eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it." The words echoed and overlapped like a swarm of buzzing mosquitoes, repeating that one phrase over and over. But Wang Shouyong no longer heard any sound except the catfish demon before him. Almost forgetting the foul stench in his mouth, he opened his jaws again, tearing off another chunk of bloody flesh, chewing and swallowing it. Another bite, tearing, eating. Another where he sucked out the brain fluid, swallowing it down. One bite after another. Driven by a primal hunger beyond control, Wang Shouyong crouched low, ravenously tearing and devouring the demon's struggling cries. Gradually, half the catfish demon's head was gnawed bare, leaving only a skull as hard as steel. The demon no longer moved. Having died, its monstrous form reverted to its original state, a lifeless catfish corpse standing about a man's height. But Wang Shouyong resembled a starving jackal, pressing his whole body against it, devouring the creature's remains. Suddenly, bare feet appeared beside him. Wang Shouyong lifted his head, seeing a gaunt, pale face. Then more pairs of bare feet, stained with dark red stains, followed, accompanied by faces filled with fear, drawing closer. Someone had quietly opened the prison door. "Eat it." That voice reached Wang Shouyong, who was pushed through the dense crowd of villagers. Splurt, gulp, splurt, gulp. Already, he had absorbed various abilities: the fish-like swimming skills of the white fish, the keen eyesight of Mingcha Kaheo, and the miraculous self-healing power of Ziyu. After a moment, as he stared at the panel before him, Wang Shouyong gradually snapped out of his frenzy. Everyone's lost their minds, he thought, licking his lips and spitting out a piece of rotten flesh. He staggered to his feet, unsteady as he made his way toward the stairs leading out of the dungeon. Though the catfish demon's immense power had granted him bull-like strength, it hadn't given him an iron body. His simple self-healing talents weren't enough to restore him quickly to health. But he hadn't forgotten he wasn't alone. The catfish demon was just a forerunner, bringing food. Over a dozen other demons lurked in Sangzi village, waiting for their share when the catfish's offerings arrived. If he didn't escape soon, those demons would sense something and come searching, then luck would run out. A horde of demons swarming him at once would overwhelm any tiny abilities he possessed. Stop eating. Let's go. Wang Shouyong called weakly. His voice echoed through the dungeon. Heads lifted. Wang Shouyong saw mouths stuffed with fish meat, but faces drenched in tears. One by one, tear-streaked faces rose silently and followed him. With a deep sigh, Wang Shouyong led the surviving villagers and the unconscious Aunt Ming out of the dungeon. Outside, the moon hung bright and the stars were sparse. The farmland rolled gently under a peaceful sky, the distant village tranquil and calm. Just looking at this scene, Wang Shouyong could hardly believe 10+ man-eating demons hid within. Let's go quickly once they realize. It'll be over, he whispered, carrying Aunt Ming on his back. The villagers dared not speak, their breaths involuntarily slowing as they followed him almost in a run, heading rapidly away from Sangzi village. Only when the village disappeared from sight did they increase their pace, sprinting desperately, running for their lives alongside Wang Shouyong. Time passed, and the stars shifted across the sky. They fled for an unknown length of time until the starlight faded from the heavens. The east gradually brightened with a faint fish-belly white, soon torn apart by the orange glow of dawn. The survivors of Sangzi village finally stopped beside a clear stream, all gasping for breath, their throats burning like fire, hacking so violently it seemed as if their lungs would be expelled. They collapsed at the water's edge, scooping up the icy river water to drink and wash off the blood and dirt. The faces, marked by exhaustion from surviving the ordeal, slowly revealed their true features, yet their eyes shone with relief at still being alive. Their escape from the demon's clutches was all thanks to the thin, wiry boy leading them ahead. Irwa, if not for you, would all be lost. Someone in the crowd choked out. A middle-aged man staggered over to the boy and lowered his voice. Irwa, thank you. The boy's name was Wang Shouyong, but the village always called him Irwa. He crouched at the stream and wiped the blood and mud from his face with cupped hands, raising one hand to gesture. I just looked out for myself. No need to thank me. No sooner had he finished speaking than he felt dozens of burning gazes fixed on his back. The middle-aged man hesitated, then spoke quietly. Irwa, there's something I want to ask, but am not sure if I should. Without looking up, Wang Shouyong let the stream wash away the blood on his palms. His voice was calm. I probably know what you want to ask, but I can't explain it well. He stood up and held out his right hand into the morning light. The fingers were twisted in eerie ways, swollen and bluish purple, the joints dislocated at frightening angles. The man suddenly choked on his words, embarrassed as he lowered his head. I won't ask then. You're our lifesaver. It's wrong of me to pry. Sorry. It's fine. Wang Shouyong waved him off. After a brief pause, he added, the demon plague isn't over. Sangzi village is no longer safe. Do any of you have somewhere to go? Somewhere to go, the middle-aged man smiled bitterly, speechless for a moment. At that moment, a white-haired elder hobbled across the stream with the aid of a cane. Sangzi village belongs to Linshui County. Since the demon disaster has struck, we should report this to the county office. Report it? Wang Shouyong frowned. Will the county officials even take the demon plague seriously? They must, even if they don't want to. The old man slammed his cane down in anger. We lost 300 lives in our village. This cannot be buried in silence. If Linshui's officials shirk responsibility, we'll go to the Demon Extermination Bureau and beat the Taiping drum. 1 beat calls attention to blood deaths. 3 beats, and it's a case of utmost gravity. The Bureau will have to send troops to clear out the demons. Even the county magistrate won't escape punishment then. Someone nearby chimed in, their frustration barely contained. Honestly, Linshui's county office has failed us long ago. The demons ran rampant for a whole month, and they never noticed. As the floodgates opened, everyone spoke at once, grieving their lost loved ones, angrily condemning the officials' negligence. Pain and fury intertwined as tears streamed down, mingling with the river water. But at that moment, a glimmer sparked in Wang Shouyong's eyes. In his memories, the Demon Extermination Bureau gathered extraordinary beings capable of flight and teleportation, unstoppable in slaying demons. If he could tap into that extraordinary power, maybe he could begin a path of cultivation himself. With that thought, another important matter suddenly came to mind. Silently, he summoned an interface in his mind. He had entries like a fish in water white, Herculean strength white, keen insight white, iron teeth and bronze jaws white, and self-healing white. He had flipped through these entries countless times on his journey. At the bottom of the panel, a particularly eye-catching message stood out. Possess 5 white entries to synthesize 1 green entry. Obviously, the entries were tiered, white being the lowest, green above that, with presumably higher tiers beyond. However, he couldn't fathom exactly how much stronger the different colors made the entries. For now, with only a limited number of entries, he hesitated for a long time, reluctant to combine them. Maybe I need to find a chance to hunt down a lone demon? Wang Shouyong mused absent-mindedly. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the panel suddenly flashed, and a familiar system alert rang out sharply in his ear. Ding! Entry proximity detected. Wang Shouyong snapped his head up and looked behind the villagers. Entries available for plunder. Tracking the trail white, copper skin and iron bones white, favorable wind ear white, intimidation white, self-healing white. The bushes rustled, and a burly demon with a dog's head appeared with a sinister grin, slamming a massive bone club into the mud with a heavy thud. Who gave you permission to run off? You jerks. His voice was deep and carried a sickly sweet excitement. An absurd thought popped into Wang Shouyong's mind. Raw dog meat doesn't taste good at all. The demons. We definitely ran for a whole day and night. How could this be? The fleeing villagers turned around and spotted the creature immediately, their hearts shattered. For limbs looked human, but from the neck up was a huge black-skinned dog's head. Its glossy black fur framed two copper bell-like eyes that darted wildly. Clutched in its hand was a human thigh bone. The dog demon calmly pulled out a dripping human head from its lower back, took a huge bite like it was an apple. Blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with a thick stench. Its tongue swept the eyeballs clean, leaving the sockets pitch black and empty in an instant. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? The demon's cheerful smile suddenly turned cold and fierce. Can't run any further? Its sinister laughter sounded like a wailing ghost's lament. The villagers' legs slackened as if a 1,000-pound boulder pressed down on them, rendering them unable to take a single step. The most terrifying thing in the world was watching death close in, but being powerless to resist. Satisfied, the dog demon tossed the half-bitten head onto the ground and raised its hand suddenly. The flesh of its palm transformed into a black dog paw nearly a foot long, curling a clawed finger at the nearest person. Come here, and tell your dog master exactly how you managed to escape from that dungeon. As it finished speaking, the dog demon licked its lips and greedily scanned the crowd. He swiftly grabbed the man by the neck, lifting him up firmly. Ah! The immense force pressed into flesh and blood, almost snapping the man's spine alive. The man kicked wildly with his feet, but was completely powerless to resist. The demon dog excitedly turned its head, wanting to see the desperate expressions of this man's companions. But when it turned, it saw a scene that left it utterly confused. Many villagers, though trembling with fear and too paralyzed to flee, still fixed their gaze on the crowd. Following their line of sight, the demon saw a boy dressed in rough hemp clothing. His face was calm, but his body was covered in bloodstains, and the fingers on his right hand were broken, completely useless. Yet the boy took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The demon dog bared its sharp teeth in confusion and sniffed the air. Strange, there was no scent of the warriors, only the foul stench of that foolish fish. The demon dog casually dropped the villager, then advanced instead of retreating. So it's you, little pest, who set everyone free? This was unusually curious even for it. But Wang Shouyong said nothing. Holding his breath and steadying his mind, he walked calmly toward the demon. The dog demon's teeth trembled as it lowered its body slightly. Hey, I'm talking to you. Speak. Before the words finished, the demon suddenly stomped its foot and blasted forward like a cannonball, aiming to smash into Wang Shouyong. The greatest difference between demons and humans was their tough, resilient bodies. If this strike landed, it would likely shatter half of Wang Shouyong's body. In this desperate moment, Wang Shouyong gritted his teeth fiercely, a wild, desperate look flickering back onto his face. That's right. You bastard, die? As the words fell, Wang Shouyong planted his feet firmly in a horse stance, his waist suddenly solid and steady. With his arms wrapped around tightly, he charged straight at the dog demon without any attempt to dodge, as if determined to lock the creature completely within his embrace. Looking for death, the dog demon's eyes flashed with excitement, its mind focused on one thought: smashing this man's internal organs and devouring him alive. In the blink of an eye, the figure and the demon collided like two massive boulders crashing forcefully together. Boom. Splat. Blood sprayed wildly from Wang Shouyong's mouth, arching crimson through the air. Although he now possessed superhuman strength, his body still could not withstand a direct clash with the demon. Yet amidst the searing pain, he cracked a grin. This was exactly the one chance he had counted on the brute force to tightly restrain the demon. In the next moment, the two bodies tumbled like rolling stones, dragging a cloud of dust for over 10 meters down the sloping ground, finally crashing into a shallow stream with a thunderous splash. The icy water exploded upward, drenching the weeds on the riverbank. The instant the dog demon hit the water, it hadn't yet raised its head before a bloodied, open mouth lunged straight at its face. You reckless fool. The creature snarled confidently, believing its demon body too tough for human teeth to leave any marks. But then, rip! Excruciating pain flashed through its face. The demon distinctly heard the tearing of its skin, and blood instantly flooded its vision. Howl! Wang Shouyong's iron teeth matched with the strength of 9 bulls, turning his mouth into a ferocious weapon. He clung tightly around the demon, letting his chest and ribs creak and crack, never loosening even an inch. The dog demon tried to swing its fists to crush the youth's body, only to find its arms trapped immovably, as if locked in massive iron pincers. The immense pressure even made its bones ache faintly. The teenager's face flushed deep red, the sound of cracked bones echoing within his chest, yet he gritted his teeth and held on. Blood mingled with the stream water, turning the scene murky. Grr! Mortal, what have you done? Within the demon's blood-red vision, all it could see was that relentlessly chewing mouth. Glug! Wang Shouyong tilted his head back and swallowed the torn flesh and thick blood in one gulp. At the same time, cold words appeared in his awareness. Acquired skill, Intimidation White. Intimidation White. Your aura disrupts enemies, granting you the power to intimidate. Wiping the blood from his lips, he growled harshly, tastes awful. An oppressive aura instantly filled the stream area. For the first time, the dog demon felt something resembling fear toward Immortal, as if the intimidating energy it once used to dominate humans had now been turned against itself. I still have my demon body, as long as I reveal my true form. Rip! Another piece of flesh was torn away. Wang Shouyong breathed heavily, bloodshot eyes dull with exhaustion. He didn't bother to check what he had bitten this time, just chewed mindlessly and swallowed the thick blood again. Acquired skill, Iron Skin and Bone White. Iron Skin and Bone White. You possess a flesh and blood body as tough as bronze and iron. When Wang Shouyong caught sight of the prompt on the panel, an excited smile spread across his face. It felt as if a new power was surging from deep within his bones, reshaping his entire body, causing an unbearable tingling sensation. Leaning close to the dog demon's ear, he whispered with a chilling laugh, "You're finished." The dog demon lifted its canine head in terror, its monstrous form unable to hold on any longer. With a sudden pop, it shrank back into a black dog no taller than a person. The black dog cried out in a high-pitched voice, "You! What kind of monster are you?" Him, of course. Wang Shouyong lifted the black dog with one hand, licking his lips before opening his bloody jaws wide and sinking his teeth in fiercely, tearing off a chunk of flesh. He chewed it, crushed it, and swallowed it. Only then did he finish his sentence. A monster that devours demons. With that, Wang Shouyong slammed his only intact hand down, forcefully throwing the black dog deep into the creek. A loud splash sent water flying in all directions. Then he plunged his head underwater like a piranha, relentlessly ripping and gnawing at the dog's fragile flesh. The water around them stained bright red, spreading outward in a wide circle as bits of innards, fur, fat, and blood splattered with each violent bite. On the banks, the villagers watching the grisly scene surprisingly felt no fear. Instead, some rubbed their hollow stomachs and swallowed hard. He really knows how to eat, one whispered. How delicious, another replied. Time passed. The black dog demon stopped moving, and the stream within a dozen yards was stained a deep scarlet. Wang Shouyong lifted his head, his long hair soaked and dripping pinkish blood. Who wants some? He asked, holding up the half-eaten black dog for the stunned villagers to see. Bloody innards slipped from the torn belly, falling back into the water. After a while, a nervous villager found the courage to speak. My stomach's weak, is there anything cooked I can eat? Meanwhile, at the demon-slaying division in Linshui County, Shizhou Prefecture, a thunderous, furious voice rang out. A redstone table shattered with a crash. An angry figure swung open the division's heavy door and bellowed with rage. Ridiculous. Is the demon-slaying division in Jishan County nothing but a bunch of useless fools, letting a pack of barely intelligent demons slip into my county? It's truly laughable. His voice echoed across 2 streets outside the Linshui County government offices, no effort made to hide the fury. Useless trash. A whole village of innocent people were caught in the crossfire. Hundreds of lives lost because of these dirty affairs. A whole month passed before those incompetents even reported it to us. Oh, I'd tear those fools limb from limb if I could. His rage-filled shouts reverberated, drawing curious glances from pedestrians who whispered, "It's Lord Liao Yuanqing again, talking about regaining his official post." At nearly the same time, the crimson gates of Linshui, the county government swung open, and a hurried middle-aged man in dark blue official robes burst out, straightening his hat and grimacing as he lifted his waist sash. Sharp-eyed onlookers recognized him as the county magistrate, Gu Yanfu. "Your Excellency Liao, please lower your voice. Too many people around here, this isn't a place for shouting." Coldly, Liao Yuanqing jabbed a finger at Gu Yanfu's nose and sneered, "You're a good-for-nothing drunkard too. But once I regain my post, Lord Liao, please enough. If you keep this up, hundreds more will die." That seemed to snap Liao out of his fury momentarily. Spinning on his heel, he shouted toward the demon-slaying division, "Linshui's demon slayers from Qi level and above, below Ganxian level, heed my command. Head to Sangzi village immediately." At his command, more than 10 grim-faced figures rushed out of the division, falling in line behind Liao Yuanqing. Gu Yanfu looked on with a pained expression. Just a few barely conscious demons. Was that really necessary? Silence. Liao snapped. This is how I handle things. It's time Jishan County saw the true cost of their inability to control their demons, the slaughter left in their wake. With that, Liao vaulted into the air, the 10 warriors trailing him transformed into streaks of color that vanished toward the horizon along Evergreen Street in front of the county office. Gu Yinfu adjusted his hat again, his worried frown deepening. Lord Liao knows how to kill demons, but he doesn't know the ways of officialdom. His sigh sank into the wind with a note of helplessness. Sangzi Village, Shizhou. Several brilliant rainbows cut across the sky as a dozen figures descended like raindrops at the village entrance. Leading the group was Liao Yuanqing, the seal-bearer of Linshui County's exorcism department. The moment his toes touched the ground, his expression darkened. The air was thick with a pungent, sickly sweet bloodstain. Despite the midday sun, not a single dog bark or chicken crow broke the silence. The village felt dead quiet, as if shrouded in the depth of night. The officers behind him, clad in black uniforms, also furrowed their brows. A sinister cold aura churned within the village. Whispers broke the silence. The demons have been haunting us for over a month now. With more than 300 souls in Sangzi Village, we fear that before the sentence could finish, a sharp gleam flashed, and Liao Yuanqing had already drawn his sword. Suppressing the fury burning inside, he pointed the blade toward the entrance. Exorcism department, heed my command. Yes, the captains answered in unison. Search inch by inch. Every demon in Sangzi Village capture alive. Yes. At his order, like lightning they vanished into the village. Everyone knew Liao's insistence on capturing alive was born of his rage. He refused to let the demons die peacefully. Only by suffering worse than death could the grievances of the 300 restless souls of Sangzi Village be avenged. Suddenly, the village erupted with the deafening clash of fists and spells. Dilapidated tiled roofs collapsed with loud crashes. Liao Yuanqing had no time to look back. He slashed his finger with the tip of his sword. Crimson drops fell. Pressing his bloodied finger to his brow, the mark seared in, and divine energy coursed through him. His eyes snapped open, pupils glowing with a radiant golden light. To the northeast, the entire Sangzi village was shrouded in a towering mist of blood-red fog, the murderous aura so heavy it seemed to drip like liquid. Outside the village, another streak of the same bloody energy pierced his vision. A chill ran down Liao's spine. With a step, he vanished into a wisp of smoke. Moments later, he materialized before a half-hidden underground cellar, a dungeon where villagers had been imprisoned by demons. His senses were assaulted by a mix of blood and rot, foul smells that turned his stomach. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Demons, I will make you suffer worse than death." Sword in hand, trembling slightly, he descended the steps. Inside the dim cellar, the floor was stained a deep scarlet. Every footfall dragged sticky blood trails. The blood was there, but the villagers were nowhere to be found. Slowly, he scanned the room, dreading the brutal scene that might unfold. Then, in an instant, his pupils constricted sharply, a wave of shock rushing through his heart. The reality before his eyes was nothing like what he had imagined. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures darted down the stairs, the captain silently taking position behind him. A young captain bowed and clasped his fists. "Lord Liao, all the demons have been captured alive. No surviving villagers were found. Shall we return to the exorcism department for further orders?" Liao Yuanqing remained silent. The young captain tried again. "Lord Liao?" Shaking off his shock, Liao turned and ascended the steps with purpose. His voice rang out, clear and resolute. "Bring the demons here. I have questions for them." As the young captain brushed past, and Lord Liao finally stepped fully aside, the captain caught sight of the scene in the dungeon. Blood soaked into the muddy ground, dark red patches seeping through cracks into the earth. The walls, tables, and benches were streaked and splattered alike, with fresh, still wet blood dragging out chilling trails. Discarded, unrecognizable pieces of entrails lay scattered on the floor, glistening with dust clinging to their dampness. In the center of the blood pool, a dead catfish as tall as a man lay sprawled. Its monstrous form, once cunning and intelligent, now revealed its true nature in death, grotesque and pitiable. More horrifying was the grayish-white flesh, marked with clear bite marks. Flesh had been torn away bit by bit, as if someone had pinned it to the ground and savagely bitten it to death. The young captain's sharp eyes judged immediately. These bite marks were not from beasts, but teeth, human teeth. Who could do something like this? A chill ran through him, his whole body tensed. Remembering that Lord Liao had planned to interrogate this monster, he suddenly snapped to full alert and sprinted back up the stairs. Deep in the jungle, a brook babbled steadily. Damp firewood snapped and popped as flames caught, sending up a swirling gray smoke. Fat occasionally dripped and hissed on the fire. Wang Shouyong judged the moment was right, tore off a piece of blackened, crispy on the outside, tender and themittal dog meat, speared it on a twig, and handed it to a nearby villager already watering at the mouth. "Thanks, Irwa," the villager said, grabbing it and devouring the meat headlong. Everyone gathered around the campfire was eating heartily, not a soul complaining that there was no seasoning. The demon dog meat itself contained spiritual energy and was richly fragrant, making mouths water. Yet Wang Shouyong could not share in the joy. Before him, a faint blue panel visible only to him lit up with glaring words. Current method of consumption cannot loot the entry. In other words, once demon flesh was cooked, he could no longer obtain any entries. To loot them, he had to eat it raw. The thought of having to treat demons like sashimi in the future made him curse inwardly, rubbing his forehead before turning his attention back to another section of the panel. Owned entries. Like a fish in water white. Strength of 9 bulls white. Keen insight white. Iron teeth and bronze jaws white. Self-healing white too. Tracking and tracing white. Copper skin and iron bones white. Ears to the wind white. Intimidation white. 10 white entries owned. Can synthesize into 2 green entries. Among them, the double self-healing had accelerated the healing of his fractured ribs. Should he keep the white entries or try synthesizing? Ever bold, he decided to just go for it. With a thought, the panel popped up. Synthesize the following entries. Self-healing white, strength of 9 bulls white, keen insight white, tracking and tracing white, ears to the wind white. Please choose synthesis direction. Enhance entry, generate random entry. Enhance directly? Then he'll keep the useful ones. He exchanged strength of 9 bulls for another self-healing white and decisively chose enhance entry. Self-healing white enhancing. Ding. Enhancement successful. New entry acquired. Self-healing green. Current entries. Self-healing green. Like a fish in water white. Strength of 9 bulls white. Iron teeth and bronze jaws white. Copper skin and iron bones white. Intimidation white. A cool energy surged from his lower abdomen, flowing through his meridians and spreading through every limb and bone. The broken bone in his chest reset, searing pain fading quickly. The twisted finger on his right hand visibly snapped back into place, the ticklish numbness forcing a grin. Even old, hidden injuries inside his body were gently enveloped and swiftly repaired. With this recovery, plus strength of 9 bulls and copper skin and iron bones, isn't this basically superhuman? Fired up, he said boldly, if I have to eat raw, so be it, might as well call it seafood. Before the thought even finished, the panel flashed wildly again, flooding with countless entries. A cascading flood of text appeared. Large number of entries detected nearby. Available to loot. White entries 60. Wang Shouyong's eye twitched involuntarily. In the sky, a streak of red light shot like a meteor in broad daylight, accompanied by the villagers' shouted cries as it all fell to the ground together. They were the robe-wearing officers of the demon exorcism department. Before their toes even touched the earth, the villagers swarmed around them. Master, we are the villagers of Sangzi. Sangzi village has been overrun by demons. Please save us. Everyone spoke at once, pouring out the harrowing tales of their month-long flight and the horrific deaths of friends and family they had witnessed. Among the crowd, Wang Shouyong's gaze was calm and steady. Compared to the panicked faces around him, his serene demeanor was like a stark ink blot on a blank page, impossible to ignore. He noticed a large iron cage about 3 feet high being carried by 4 officers, inside which 12 demons were all sealed. Their skin had reverted to its true form, charms on their bodies glowing faintly. These were the very demonic souls he had sensed earlier when approaching. Liao Yuanqing, leading the group, waved his sleeve and a faint aura pushed back the crowd. His eyes settled directly on Wang Shouyong. Only this young man remained composed, naturally drawing his attention first. Are all of you from Sangzi village? Liao's voice was low but firm, silencing the murmurs instantly. Yes, sir. Master, you must act on our behalf. An elderly man with graying hair staggered forward and clung to his leg. Don't be hasty. Liao raised a hand, and with a gentle burst of qi, he gently pushed the old man back. The demons have been apprehended, and your grievances will be investigated later in Linshui County. I have only one question. Reports say a dog demon was tracking you. Did anyone see it? Before anyone could answer, his nostrils twitched and his expression sharpened. A flicker of his magic floated a piece of greasy meat from the crowd, the hot oil sizzling against an imaginary palm, yet all his focus was fixed. After a moment, his breath grew heavier. The flesh of an enlightened demon lasts only an hour after death. Following his finger, Wang Shouyong glimpsed a severed dog demon's head by the stream, its wide eyes frozen as if it had witnessed some terrible sight before dying. From the corner of his eye, Liao glanced at Wang again, bloodstains still fresh on his cloak, while visions of a blood-soaked dungeon overwhelmed his mind. That's enough. Liao suppressed his emotions and flicked his sleeve, dispelling the unsettling images. All further questions will be answered back at the Demon Exorcism Department. I require your full statements. He turned and commanded, take this dog meat back with you. Yes, sir. The officers responded in unison and quickly sealed the meat with talisman paper. Linshui County, Chongqing Street. News of Lord Liao's fury that morning had already spread through the tea houses and taverns. Now a dozen officers strode through the street, each carrying a ragged villager by both arms. Passers-by hurried to avoid them, but couldn't help peeking. Are those the survivors from Sangzi village? I heard the entire village was almost wiped out. It's strange that anyone's still alive. The gossip only died down once they entered the county office and were lost behind high walls. The villagers of Sangzi were temporarily settled in a servant's quarters, several rooms connected together with hard wooden beds lined up head to tail. The officers had everyone register their names and hometowns, then led them to the backyard to wash off grime and issued them coarse cloth clothing. By the time night fell, exhausted villagers finally laid down on the wooden planks. Today, at least, they could get some rest. Night fell over Sangzi village, and its weary villagers almost fell asleep the moment their heads touched the pillows. The sound of snoring rose and fell like waves, causing the wooden beds to tremble. Even Wang Shouyong finally drifted into a dream. Before him lay glossy braised fish and fragrant smoked dog meat, neatly set on plates steaming hot, juices running down the edges. He reached out, but his fingertips always fell just half an inch short. The two dishes seemed to grow legs and scampered further away until even their shadows vanished. At dawn, the song of orioles pierced through the quiet of the county town. A young officer in dark blue, demon-exorcising garb strode through the county office gates, his boots clicking sharply against the stone slabs. Without hesitation, he stormed into the servants' quarters and immediately called out 10 names. Zhang Tiniu, Hu Tudi, Zhang Shidan. His voice was cold and flat, devoid of any emotion. Those present, follow me. Lord Liao wants to question you. 10 villagers scrambled to their feet and, with quick steps, followed the officer through the corridor to the demon-exorcising office just next door. Inside, faces exchanged worried glances, hearts pounding in time with the footsteps. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn down, the officer returned and read out 10 more names. Li Hu, Xian Liqing. Meng Yu. Wang Shouyong saw Aunt Meng on the next bed turn pale, then stand dazed as she left with the others. Half an hour later, the familiar clicking of boots echoed again. The young officer's expression was still blank as he announced 9 names this time. Zhou Kong, Li Area, Zhao Pingon. When the group quietly filed out, only Wang Shouyong remained alone on the edge of the bed in the large servants' room. As the officer turned to leave, his gaze lingered on Wang Shouyong, his expression unreadable. Wang hurried to ask, "Sir, what about me? Why am I the only one left?" The officer was about to ignore him, but paused and softened his tone slightly. "You're Wang Erwa? That's me. Lord Liao will come to question you personally. Don't be nervous. Be honest with him." He emphasized those last words, as if both advising and warning. Then he turned and left with the 9 others, leaving Wang Shouyong stunned and alone, listening as footsteps faded away. What Wang didn't know was that at this very moment, a storm was brewing inside the demon-exorcising office. In the training yard, officers were practicing sword and spear drills when a breathless messenger dashed in. "Quick, to the main hall." The group halted, puzzled. "What's going on?" someone asked. "Still don't know?" Lord Liao is questioning the demon incident in Sangzi village. Demon incidents happen every year. What's so unusual? The messenger lowered his voice but couldn't hide his excitement. This time it's different. The whole village was trapped by demons. Within 1 month, 14 demons ate 300 people, only 32 survived. When we arrived, the whole village was encircled, but only 12 demons were caught. 14 minus 2? Did they escape? Guess someone. Maybe a mistaken kill? Another chimed in. No. The messenger swallowed hard, then revealed a chilling truth. Before our arrival, someone took matters into their own hands, ripping out demon entrails, tearing flesh, even drinking their blood, torturing those 2 demons to death, bite by bite. The training yard erupted in shocked whispers. The messenger's smile grew eerie. This person is hidden among the 32 survivors of Sangzi village. Many officers suspect he isn't human but a demon in disguise. Lord Liao has ordered the demon-suppressing stone to be prepared and will personally verify the truth. Now, many officers believe one of these villagers is a demon, and soon Lord Liao will take the stone to find out for himself. Bang! As the captain's words fell, a burst of noisy commotion erupted once again in the training ground. "What are we waiting for with all this noise? Move quickly!" someone shouted. The captains immediately surged toward the main hall, their steps chaotic, kicking up dust. The scene was even livelier than during the earlier drill. Just as they left the drill ground, they saw a grand procession approaching the main hall. Surrounded by a crowd was Liao Yuanqing, the chief of Linshui County's demon exorcising division. The elderly man walked briskly, holding a glowing stone nearly as large as a chest in one hand. Its cold white light was almost blinding. To his right, a middle-aged captain with a stern face gripped his sword hilt tightly, brows furrowed, silent but radiating vigilance with every breath. "That's Captain Hu Qingping," someone whispered in the crowd, then sneered. "TCH, so it was him who exposed this. No wonder Lord Liao came all the way himself." After recognizing Hu Qingping, the captains fell silent and watched him like spectators. Hu Qingping glanced around coldly, a chilling light in his eyes. The others quickly looked away. Still, muffled sneers ran through the crowd. What's he so proud of? Destined to be a captain his whole life. Hu Qingping remained silent, his hand tightening imperceptibly on the sword. Liao Yuanqing and his group soon vanished through the training grounds gate, heading straight for the janitor quarters. Dozens of captains followed like a tidal wave. Such a grand spectacle was rarely seen. Before long, they arrived at the janitor's small courtyard, low moss-covered walls, a weathered gate. Liao Yuanqing nodded, and a young captain beside him stepped forward, reaching to push the door open. In the next moment, the latch inside sprang open, and the captain's hand grasped at empty air. Stunned, he saw inside a young man standing calmly, calm eyes, steady breath, the janitor Wang Shouyong. So many of you? Wang Shouyong was also taken aback. He had heard the commotion outside but hadn't expected to open the door to a courtyard full of armored men. The young captain quickly withdrew his hand, cleared his throat, and called out loudly, "Lord Lia, chief of our demon exorcising division, has questions for you." Wang Shouyong nodded. Clutching the glowing stone, Liao Yuanqing stepped forward, leaning slightly, scanning the young man up and down. His tone was gentle but carried undeniable authority. "You were the one who saved the villagers from the demons?" Though phrased as a question, his voice was firm and resolute. Wang Shouyong instinctively straightened his back. "That's correct. A mere mortal like you, how did you manage to save them?" Liao pressed further. "I'm a commoner with the strength of an ox. The demons were caught off guard, and I struck them by surprise," Wang Shouyong replied steadily, hands at his sides. Low chuckles immediately rose from the crowd. The captains, many seasoned practitioners, looked on skeptically as if listening to nonsense. One captain, holding a refined steel staff, stepped forward and laughed loudly. "Kid, do you know that once demons awaken, their power can split mountains and their bodies turn as hard as bronze and iron? You are just a mere mortal, no matter how strong you are, huh?" The voice trailed off, but the tone was full of doubt. This wasn't a friendly visit. Wang Shouyong's heart instantly went on high alert. At the courtyard gate, the armored captain shook his shoulder plates, grinning as he stepped forward. Without hesitation, he strode past the silent Liao Yuanqing and held out a gleaming black steel staff. "Kid, wrestle with me. If you can snatch this staff from my hand, they'll believe you truly possess divine strength. If you fail, you're just lying." Before the captain finished speaking, Wang Shouyong glanced at Liao Yuanqing once, then casually reached out and grabbed the other end of the staff. In the next instant, an overwhelming force like a crashing mountain surged through the staff, slamming hard into the captain's palm. His face changed at once. Just as he was about to gather strength to strike back, the power suddenly doubled in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The steel staff cut a sleek black arc through the air. Almost no one saw the whole motion clearly before it landed firmly in Wang Shouyong's palm. Seizing the moment, he spun the staff fiercely to his side where no one stood. The staff's shadow sliced through the air, wind howling. The crowd of captains watching in the courtyard froze, still catching up with what had just happened. So fast. The challenger's face turned ashen. He struggled to say, "I'm not ready. You're dishonorable. This is an ambush." Wang Shouyong nodded lightly and shot Liao Yuanqing a glance. "Exactly, an ambush. I caught demons that way too." The provoking words left the captain speechless. But Wang Shouyong didn't stop. He took a deep breath. His arm muscles bulged, veins popping as his 10 fingers locked firmly on both sides of the staff. "Huh!" With a shout, the steel staff twisted and bent like a massive serpent writhing, curving into an exaggerated arc. Then, bang! The staff snapped with a thunderous crack. The broken ends were neat and cold, metal shards scattering. The courtyard fell completely silent, everyone gasping in shock. They had all claimed that the awakened demons could smash mountains and split rocks. Yet this mortal had displayed no less power than any demon. Clang! Wang Shouyong threw the broken staff down. His flushed face began to settle, breathing heavy, but his eyes never left Liao Yuanqing. He was certain this crude provocation wasn't the captain acting alone. Liao Yuanqing was behind it. Liao Yuanqing's dark pupils locked onto Wang Shouyong for a long moment before he sighed softly and shook his head. "Truly divinely strong. Then let's say it's an ambush on a demon. But the villagers say after you subdued demons, you ate them alive. Any truth to that?" Wang Shouyong's eyelid twitched as he immediately recalled the 12 demons the demon-slaying bureau had captured. Holding his breath, he answered quietly, "It's absolutely true. I'm not only as strong as an ox. I also like eating demons." A roar burst from the crowd. Many captains looked at him in disbelief. Captain Hu Changping stepped forward, hand on his sword hilt, flanking Liao Yuanqing with a comrade on each side. No rush." Liao Yuanqing raised his hand to silence the crowd, then took out a fist-sized stone from his pocket, glowing faintly, and held it out to Wang Shouyong. "This is called the demon sealing stone. It can detect any demon in the world. Place your hand on it. If a green light appears, it'll give you a chance. If it's red..." Without finishing the sentence, he just smiled without saying more, but the murderous intent filled the air. Wang Shouyong's chest rose and fell, but his expression grew calm. He was part of humanity, there was no doubt. After a moment's hesitation, he looked up and asked, "What chance do you mean?" Liao Yuanqing didn't answer. He simply moved the demon sealing stone closer, signaling to wait for the result. Wang Shouyong pursed his lips as a bold guess flared in his mind. He stretched out and pressed his palm onto the stone surface. The nearby captains leaned forward in unison. Some on the outer edge even climbed onto the walls to get a better view. A clear, bright green light surged from within the stone, bathing the courtyard entrance in an emerald glow. Hu Qingping's eyes flickered, for the first time loosening his grip from his sword hilt. The captains on the wall exchanged astonished looks. Haha, good, good, good. Interesting. Liao Yuanqing laughed loudly, pocketed the demon sealing stone, and turned away. Wang Shouyong stared blankly at his retreating figure, but his gaze remained fixed on the glowing stone. His mouth parted slightly, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Only when Liao Yuanqing's silhouette disappeared down the narrow path did his clear voice echo from outside the courtyard. Register at the roster hall tomorrow. You are appointed as an armed attendant under the demon-slaying bureau. Hu Qingping, take charge of this one. Outside the servants' quarters, a group of officers whispered among themselves. Wang Shouyong had long suspected that the so-called opportunity was to join the demon-slaying division and thus leap through the dragon gate like a carp. When he snapped out of his daze, the officers watching had already begun to drift away in small groups, dragging their long swords and shaking their heads. The excitement was over, so naturally, it was time to leave. Only Hu Qingping remained in the square, his face ice-cold as he stood with his hands behind his back before the young man. The demon sealing stone does more than detect demonic aura, it can also measure a normal person's aptitude. The faint translucent green glow just now meant your aptitude ranks at the top tier. Hu Qingping's tone was stiff, but every word was clear. If you do not wish to join the demon-slaying division, I can send you back to Sangzi village at your choice. Wang Shouyong took a deep breath and answered without hesitation. Of course, I want to join the demon-slaying division. Hu Qingping nodded. I am Hu Qingping. From tomorrow onwards, I will be your superior. After you register on the roster, I will take you out on your first demon hunt. For today, you are free to move around within the division. The boy's heart mirrored the jade-green glow of the demon-sealing stone, its warmth still pulsing in his palm. Suddenly, he whispered, is that demon-sealing stone from a demon's body? Hu Qingping raised an eyebrow, as if surprised he cared about that detail. All demon-sealing stones in the world come from the same demon. 100 years ago, human masters besieged the thousand-faced elusive shark and stripped hundreds of fragments from its body to make the stones we have now. The thousand-faced elusive shark, it's probably not dead, right? Wang Shouyong's eyes flickered. Not dead. Hu Qingping's expression remained unchanged. It has not appeared since that battle and is believed to be dormant in the nihility abyss. His tone shifted coldly as he added a warning. Lord Liao came from Yuanqing. The demon-sealing stone is his personal property. I advise you not to entertain any crooked ideas. Wang Shouyong swallowed hard and replied, understood. No one noticed that the moment the boy's palm touched the demon-sealing stone, a silent prompt entered his mind. Ding. Several lines appeared on his mental panel, making his mouth water. Detected approaching entry, eligible for plunder, illusory, divine gold. Hu Qingping turned to leave, but caught sight of Wang Shouyong instinctively licking his lips. By the way, sir, Wang Shouyong asked, what will be done with the 12 demons from Sangzi village? Hu Qingping showed a trace of impatience. With a tap of his toe, he slowly lifted off the ground. They're currently locked in demon prison. The civil officials are interrogating them. Execution is scheduled in 3 days at Chongqing Street. With that, he soared away on the wind. The boy watched the fading figure. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he swallowed again. Demon sealing stone. Demon prison. The demon-slaying division sure has a lot of treasures. The next day, the villagers of Sangzi received compensation money at the Linshui County office. After being treated by doctors and bandaged, they gradually returned home. Life must go on. Only Wang Shouyong remained behind at the demon-slaying division, parting ways with his fellow villagers. He inquired along the way, bypassing corridors and stone steps until, before the morning mist had lifted, he arrived at the registration hall to wait for his turn. The demon-slaying division covered a vast area, labyrinthine and confusing. It took him some effort to find this place. There were only a few people in the courtyard, with the occasional servant rushing by, their curious eyes falling on the lone young boy. Soon, a servant carrying a bucket of water approached and smiled, asking, brother, you're new here? The young man wore a servant's uniform and looked about 17 or 18 years old as he bore the bucket. Wang Shouyong nodded, but his mind kept replaying everything that had happened the day before, including the demon-sealing stone inscribed with golden runes and the demon prison filled with white runes. The sealing stone was likely Liao Yuanqing's personal treasure, so it wouldn't be easy to get hold of it anytime soon. But the wise demons awaiting execution in the prison were practically within reach. Since they were all marked for death, why not take advantage of the opportunity to snatch some runes off them first? At the thought, the tip of his tongue involuntarily curled at the corner of his lips. A nearby orderly caught sight of his strange expression and felt suspicious, but he could only shake his head and explain, the registry hall, doesn't open until afternoon. Waiting here this early won't help. Wang Shouyong snapped back to reality, surprised. The exorcism department is really that quiet? Shoo. The orderly's face changed suddenly as he lowered his voice. You dare criticize the exorcism department? Keep it down or the captains might hear, and we'll both get the cane. Wang Shouyong chuckled softly and wisely fell silent. Then he asked, what's your name, young man? Li Gue. Consider me your senior, the orderly said as he patted his chest. I've been an orderly here for 3 years already. He glanced around cautiously before leaning closer. As for your question, the exorcism department doesn't recruit every day. The registry hall is the easiest civil post, so they only bother to open it at noon. I see. Wang Shouyong nodded in understanding. Li Gue smirked teasingly and rubbed his fingers together. There are still 2 hours till noon. How about doing some odd jobs with me? It's a rare chance to get familiar early, just a little favor. Clearly, he was sizing Wang up as a prospective orderly. Wang Shouyong shrugged with a wry smile. Brother Li Gue, I just joined the department with no money to spare. Li Gue waved him off generously. That's nothing. You'll be getting your salary next month. When the money comes through, they'll have your back in the orderly business. Wang Shouyong laughed aloud and grabbed the bucket Li Gue handed him. They'll be counting on you from now on, brother Li Gue. Where to? Li Gue nodded approvingly, picking up another bucket. A few days ago, the captains caught a dozen demons. They've been interrogating them all day in the dungeon. Let's go wake them up and clean the cells so the captains don't come back to a mess. Demon dungeon? Wang Shouyong's eyes lit up and his chest tightened with excitement. The opportunity was practically handed to him. Li Gue misread his reaction as fear and reassured him. Don't worry. Those demons have all their powers sealed and are nailed down with soul-binding spikes, more helpless than ordinary humans. That's good. Wang Shouyong nodded quickly. Can we get close to them? I know that curious streak of yours. Li Gue winked. You're not supposed to touch them, but the captains aren't around. Who's going to stop you? They exchanged a knowing smile, the unspoken understanding passing between them. Joking and chatting, they quickly passed through the courtyard and corridor until they reached the demon dungeon. The thick stone walls exuded a chill, and 2 black-uniformed captains stood guard by the iron gate, leaning against the pillars and yawning. As soon as they saw the 2 carrying buckets approach, they snapped to attention, raising their spears. Stop! What are you doing? As the 2 were about to enter the prison cell, a long spear suddenly appeared, blocking their way. Li Gue bent slightly and smiled, saying, yesterday, the master ordered the prison to be cleaned, so we came early this morning. Oh, the spear was withdrawn, and the black-clad captain waved his hand. Go in. It was just a routine inquiry. Seeing nothing unusual about the 2, he relaxed. Wang Shouyong remained silent, but followed Li Gue into the prison with a slight smile. The captains of the Demon Extermination Department usually possess cultivation levels ranging from the Qi transformation stage to the Mystic Perception stage. As for the department chief, Lord Liao, he is an even stronger Mystic Suppression Realm expert. Therefore, you must be cautious and low-key inside the Demon Extermination Department and avoid angering the captains. Wang Shouyong obediently nodded and whispered, yes. As soon as they stepped into the prison cell, a strong stench of decay hit them. Li Gue skillfully took a towel from his pocket, wetted it with water from a bucket, and tied it around his face like a mask. The prison exuded a heavy, malevolent aura, but in Li Gui's opinion, the worst part was the unbearable foul smell. Next time you come, remember to bring a wet cloth to cover your mouth and nose, he advised mischievously, glancing at Wang Shouyong as if testing his reaction. When Li Gue first came to the prison, the overwhelming stench made his stomach churn and he ended up vomiting on the spot. However, he was somewhat surprised now. Wang Shouyong's expression was calm and composed, only his eyes shining brightly as he quickly descended the prison steps in large strides. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Li Gue asked, puzzled. He hesitated for a moment before hurrying to catch up. Wait for me. Wang Shouyong paid him no mind because his ears were already filled with a continuous series of beeping sounds. Beep. Detected entry of lexical item nearby. Beep. Detected entry of lexical item nearby. Beep. Detected entry of lexical item nearby. Loot lexical items. White lexical items 100. The prison before them was not just a demon jail, it was Wang Shouyong's personal hell. He stepped carefully down the slick stone stairs, and ahead lay a row of dim, cramped cells. Rusty iron bars were smeared with thick, dark red bloodstains. The flickering candlelight cast a sickly yellow glow on the dried blood crusts, like a dull layer of rust. Inside each cell, cat demons, leopard demons, raccoon demons, wolf demons, all forced to reveal their true forms, lay barely clinging to life on the cold floor. Each one's spine was brutally nailed down by a thick iron spike, like helpless prey pinned on a butcher's block. These cells hold demons at the opening wisdom realm, Li Gue whispered as he led the way. 1 floor below are the shape-shifting realm demons. 3 floors down is the perception realm. We caught over a dozen opening wisdom demons just a few days ago, and we'll interrogate them soon. So we have to clean the cells now to get rid of the stench. We can only move on this floor. The magic barriers block any deeper access without an officer's order. Wang Shouyong's breath quickened, his chest heaving violently, his eyes flashing with growing intensity. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Li Gui, tell Meccan these cell doors be opened? Yes, they can. Li Gui nodded toward the corridor's end. The keys hang right there. We have to get inside to clean. But as he spoke, his voice faltered. What do you intend to do? Wang Shouyong set down his bucket and strode to the corridor's far end. Against the mottled stone wall, rusty iron hooks held a jangling ring of keys, each etched with a cell number. He reached up and grabbed them. The keys clanged loudly. Hey, don't go making trouble, just looking's fine. Li Gui dropped his own bucket in alarm and hurried after him. Wang Shouyong inserted the nearest key into a cell lock. With a sharp click, it opened. He stepped inside. Shadows swallowed the shape of a wolf demon lying on the floor, its gray-black fur matted with blood, its torn spine still pinned beneath battered flesh by iron nails. Li Gui pressed against the doorframe, sweat beading on his forehead, voice trembling. Brother, seriously, I brought you here with good intentions. What are you doing? Li Gui, have you heard of the Sangzi village massacre? Wang Shouyong's voice was icy and low, as if carried from the depths of hell itself. Li Gui shuddered. Even the air seemed colder. Sangzi village? That was just days ago. Yes. Wang Shouyong knelt slowly, eyes locked on the wolf demon's gaping wounds. I am the only survivor of Sangzi village. Over 300 souls lost, less than a tenth remain. The demons devoured the people. The blood ran like rivers. Li Gui's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. His lips turned pale. And then? I'm going to make those demons taste that same pain. Wang Shouyong whispered like a grim verdict. He bent down and suddenly bit into the torn flesh of the wolf demon's back. Hot, coppery blood spattered everywhere. Oh whoa. The wolf demon snapped awake, its vertical pupils shrinking as it stared at the human, tearing chunks of flesh with a grisly crunch. The soundproof magic barrier trapped the agonized howls. They echoed only within the narrow cell. Ding entry acquired. Howl of the white moon. A weak mental attack accompanies your roar. Wang Shouyong bit harder, ripping off another chunk. Oh whoa. Ding entry acquired. Bloodthirsty white. Consuming flesh increases your healing rate. The metallic tang of blood filled the cold air. By the third bite, Li Gui could no longer contain himself. His voice cracked with fear. Brother Wang, please stop, I'm scared. Wang Shouyong swallowed the demon's blood in one gulp, his ferocity surging. He lifted his head and howled. Aoao. Moments later, he paced out of the dim prison cell, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. The flickering torchlight cast a crimson glow on his face, and his lingering expression made him look like a monster wearing human skin. Li Gui was terrified, frozen in place. Wang Shouyong licked his lips and slowly approached 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Brother Li Gui, Wang Shouyong called softly. Before he could finish, Li Gui's eyes rolled back and he collapsed with a thud, knocked out cold from fright. Wang Shouyong blinked in surprise. He had intended to warn him to keep quiet, but now it was no longer necessary. Dragging Li Gui to a corner to rest, he turned and headed to the next cell. Time passed quietly as the formation trapped the agonized screams of the demons inside the stone walls. 1 cell, 5 cells, 10 cells, 19 in total. After 15 minutes, Wang Shouyong rubbed his belly, burped loudly, and trudged to the last cell on this floor. Next to the cell lay the stairs leading down, but without the official pass, he couldn't go further yet. The last one. Better end it quickly. He wiped his mouth and pushed the door open. Inside was a giant, translucent leech, its body smeared with dirty blood and mud visible beneath the slick skin. Are you human or demon? A sharp voice suddenly came from the leech's throat. Guess. Wang Shouyong crouched down, not wanting to waste words, and bit down hard. Wait. I have a secret that can help you reach Ganxian. The leech cried out in panic. Clearly, the soundproof formation couldn't block out the chaos outside. Deet was terrified after witnessing the brutal scenes in the previous 19 cells. Ganxian? Wang Shouyong paused, intrigued. That's right. If you master Ida. It didn't finish speaking. Wang Shouyong tore off a chunk of its gelatinous flesh and swallowed, muttering, what's Ganxian anyway? At that moment, the tag digestion white appeared, giving him an incredible digestive power. He felt the meat in his stomach break down faster than ever before, transforming into a cool energy that washed through his limbs and bones. In the blink of an eye, old wounds healed completely, even muscle soreness vanished, and his strength surged dramatically. The leech writhed in pain, angrily demanding, you haven't cultivated at all? You don't know Ganxian? Wang Shouyong ignored it. His mind was focused on his status. Bloodthirsty white, gifted by the wolf demon, lets him accelerate recovery by consuming flesh and blood. Digestion white, from the leech, greatly enhances digestion efficiency. The 2 tags stacked, their combined effect was explosively powerful. Eyes shining as if head discovered a new world, he hunched down again. Second bite. Third bite. The leech's body was shredded into pieces. How dare you? Mere mortal, will devour you. The leech struggled desperately, its body stiffening in shock, losing its softness. It still turned its head toward Wang Shouyong, clinging to his arm with its mouth. Wang Shouyong casually slapped it away. Soft as if boneless, the new tag appeared, granting extraordinary flexibility. He flexed his wrist experimentally, shaking his head disappointed. Too bad I can't turn into a long bixing or a straw hat kid. He bent down once more, biting fiercely. More tags appeared, blood-sucking white, poison-proof white, and bamboo-splitting white. The leech was half dead now, its curses growing faint. Wang Shouyong glanced at his new abilities. Blood-sucking white enhances his ability to absorb blood. Poison-proof white, literal immunity to toxins. Bamboo-splitting white ignores bottlenecks before the Gentian realm. He narrowed his eyes in thought, and once again heard that strange but recurring term. Gentian realm. Wang Shouyong nodded with satisfaction and clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented explosive power surging through his body. Glancing down, he saw that the status panel showed the attribute strength of 9 bulls, no less than 6 times, while iron body and bronze skin and iron bones had accumulated to 12 entries. Aside from the inability to fly, he was nearly indistinguishable from the legendary Superman. If he faced that dog demon again at this moment, a single palm strike would probably crush its skull to pieces. After confirming his status, he closed the prison door and, before Li Gui could wake, carried a bucket of water and cleaned the floor of the cell one by one, washing away all the bloodstains and scraps of flesh until everything was spotless. When he finished, he walked down the corridor to the stone wall and hung the heavy bunch of keys back on the hook. Only then did he return to Li Gui's side. "Brotherly, wake up!" Wang Shouyong bent over and gently tapped Li Gui's cheek. Smack, smack. His palm was a little heavy, causing Li Gui's cheek to visibly swell and redden. "Wake up!" After a moment, Li Gui opened his eyes drowsily, and the instant his consciousness returned, his gaze met Wang Shouyong's. "Ah!" Li Gui let out a shrill, desperate scream. "Stop screaming, brotherly. It's me, Wang Shouyong," Wang said quietly. You're either a man or a ghost." Li Gui's voice trembled as he repeatedly shrank back. Wang Shouyong sighed. "Brotherly, there are no ghosts in this world, only demons and monsters." After several minutes of soothing words, Li Gui finally regained his composure from his terror, though a new wave of fear soon followed. He covered his head and wailed, "Brother Wang, we're doomed. I don't even know you. Why would you harm me? And how did my face get so swollen?" "That's got nothing to do with you. Probably you just slipped and hit it yourself," Wang said seriously. "I only took some blood and flesh from that demon to spare its life. Neither you nor I say a word, and no one will ever know." Li Gui's face remained pale, knowing this secret couldn't be kept forever. But for now he had no choice but to self-soothe, telling himself he was only careless, not directly involved. A flashback of Wang Shouyong lying on the wolf demon corpse devouring blood and flesh churned in his mind, making his stomach turn and forcing him to suppress a dry heave. "Ugh, since things have come to this, let's quickly clean up and leave." Li Gui shakily rose to his feet, supporting himself. "I already cleaned everything up. No traces will be left," Wang kindly reminded him. Li Gui's lips twitched stiffly. "Well, all right then." Supporting each other, the two walked toward the prison door. Li Gui silently vowed that if he could turn back time to that morning, he would never even exchange half a sentence with the youth before him, and would run as far away as possible. But just as they stepped outside, someone appeared in the distance. The man wore armor, his face cold as ice, and an oppressive killing aura radiated from him, chilling even from yards away. Li Gui looked up, instantly drained of all color, trembling uncontrollably like a sieve. "Brotherly, what's wrong?" Wang frowned, following his gaze to see who had arrived. "It's Captain Who. We're finished. Li Gui babbled incoherently. "Captain Who is the coldest and most merciless man. He's definitely come looking to punish us." Panic and fear overwhelmed him so completely that he lost all composure, failing to think about how anyone could have learned of what had just happened. A man appeared holding a long blade, his face chiseled as if carved by axe and knife, his posture upright, yet expressionless. Each step he took seemed precisely measured, and an aura of cold menace seemed to freeze the air around him. It was Hu Changping, the same man they had seen the day before at the government office. The moment Wang Shouyong saw him, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth, but Li Gui's eyes instantly reddened. Hu Changping strode up to them, his gaze icy. Li Gui's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground as if the sky above had been torn apart. "Where were you today when you were supposed to register on the roster?" His voice rang out like steel striking iron. "The roster hall wasn't open this morning, so I went to take a look at the demon prison," Wang Shouyong answered with a respectful bow. Hu Changping glanced at Li Gui sharply. "Did you cause any trouble?" Li Gui's face drained of color, and he did not dare speak a word. "No," Wang Shouyong replied with his usual smile. Hu Changping nodded, then pulled a black token from the pouch at his waist. Golden patterns spiraled across it, with the archaic character Sui etched sharply in the center. Next, he drew out a stack of matching garments, black with silver patterns, made of soft fabric. The token gleamed in the morning light, causing Li Gui's eyes to go wide. "Keep this token and your new attendant uniform safe." Join me today to exterminate demons. Return later to register on the roster. Wang Shouyong accepted it readily and changed on the spot. The clothing fit snugly, and the golden token hung at his waist. He looked as if he had been carved from a blade, his presence rising sharply. Brotherly, please keep my old clothes for me until I get them back later. Thank you. He handed the old robe to Li Gui. Li Gui took them numbly, watching the two disappear into the alley. After a long moment, he shakily leaned against a tree and muttered to himself, a martial external officer's attendant. He really is a martial external officer's attendant. Thinking back to how he had tried to ask for a favor, his face turned green as if about to cry. I'm done for. I actually asked him for a favor. In the depths of the forest, two black shadows swept like the wind. Hu Qingping's steps were steady, each landing at the point that required the least effort. He spoke calmly. A martial external officer's attendant is someone who operates under a commandant. One commandant can have up to 5 attendants. I'm a quiet person, so I only took you. Wang Shouyong glanced sideways, inwardly grumbling. He's definitely just cold on the outside, but also realized his luck wasn't great, ending up under this loner commandant. Where are we headed? Today, 3 commandants at the Guanchuan level are hunting demons, each with their attendants. Some minor demons will inevitably slip through. Your job is to intercept them and keep the civilians safe. Hu Changping spoke steadily, neither fast nor slow. Wang Shouyong's thoughts turned as he quietly smiled to himself. So the other commandants have all their attendants. If he went alone, it would look bad, so he hurried to find someone. The other commandant's attendants have all reached the refining body realm, with their major energy points all unblocked and immense strength. Hu Qingping paused. You are naturally strong, no worse than them. When we return to register, the exorcism department will teach you cultivation methods and help you step onto the path. This refining body realm is the initial stage of cultivation. At the body refinement stage, one absorbs precious elixirs to open the 72 major acupoints of the body. When this stage is perfected, one can split mountains with bare hands and lift massive cauldrons with ease. Wang Shouyong was momentarily taken aback. He looked down, clenched his fist, and the knuckles cracked like metal striking metal. A surging, powerful force coursed through his arm bones, yet he only silently nodded. The second stage is called the Qi transformation stage, Hu Chengping said, raising his hand toward the horizon, his voice rolling on the wind. At this level, you can draw magical energy from heaven and earth, transforming it into your own foundation. Once your acupoints are filled and energy flows endlessly, you can even stand unsupported in midair. To demonstrate, he suddenly stomped the ground, causing it to crack with a loud bang. Using the momentum, he kicked off and soared upward, his robes billowing. In the blink of an eye, he rose several dozen feet and glided forward through the air. Not to be outdone, Wang Shouyong pushed off with his toes, scattering stones. His figure shot forward like a released arrow, the roar of wind in his ears as he chased after Hu Qingping, barely keeping pace side by side. Hu Chengping glanced at him with a raised brow and praised, good leg power. But the Qi transformation stage harnesses the power of heaven and earth. It's no challenge to travel 1,000 miles in a day. For long-distance pursuit, Qi transformation is still superior. Wang Shouyong caught a glimpse of the phrase Wolf's 1,000-mile stride on his status panel and gave a faint smile without arguing. They landed, and Hu Chengping continued his explanation. Once you reach Qi transformation, you can be promoted to lieutenant colonel. Most lieutenant colonels in the Demon Extermination Division have already reached the perceptive profound stage, though some remain at Qi transformation. He paused, tracing a faint spiritual light with his fingertip. The perceptive profound stage is above Qi transformation. At that point, you can condense your magical power into droplets that permeate every limb and bone. There are no longer distinct acupoints. Your skin itself becomes a natural conduit, directly connected to heaven and earth. At perfection, every movement you make carries a might hundreds of times greater than that of Qi transformation. Wang Shouyong silently nodded, weighing his own strength. The 100 or so buffs granted by his status entries brought his power close to Qi transformation, but he still couldn't fly. If it came to a real fight, he might be at a slight disadvantage. Hu Changping added, beyond that are the Jinshuan, Enlightenment, and Heaven and Earth stages, but those are far in the future. No need to worry about them now. Hearing this, Wang Shouyong gathered his thoughts and suddenly remembered to ask the main question. What about the demons we are to exterminate this time? What realms have they achieved? Hu Changping raised his hand and listed. The demons' first 2 stages are the awareness and transformation stages. From the 3rd stage onward, their realms correspond to human cultivation levels. Our targets this mission are 2 perceptive profound grade demon lords and more than 10 minor awareness stage demons. Remember to coordinate with your comrade. Survival comes first. As he spoke, the 2 men had already arrived at their destination. Just ahead of the 2 stood a ruined Taoist temple, surrounded by crumbling walls overgrown with withered vines clinging to the decaying corners. Several crows perched on bare branches, emitting hoarse caws from time to time. Though it was broad daylight, the temple seemed shrouded in gloom. radiating a bone-chilling coldness. The mountain gate was long since broken, leaving only half the doorframe standing. Along the supporting beam beneath the eaves, a dozen or so blood-red characters for kill were slantingly carved, horrifying to behold. In front of the gate, 10 burly men stood in tight formation. They wore official robes identical to Wang Shouyong's, but their muscles were coiled like iron towers. Each guarded a position, eyes fixed unblinking on the surroundings. Suspended in midair, 2 black-clad officers hovered, golden embroidery gleaming sharply in the sunlight. Their long swords were crossed across their chests in vigilant stance. These were Sun Jiming and Tang Ying of the Demon Suppression Division. One had a pointed face and sharp features, the other a shiny bald head. Both had flunked last year's exams, yet here they were pretending to be leaders. As Hu Chengping approached, the two simultaneously snorted coldly. Sun Jiming sneered arrogantly. Hu Chengping, what are you even? If you had real skill, you'd have already been promoted to chief. Why come here to show off? Tang Ying added sarcastically. Don't forget, 3 years ago you fled in battle and caused dozens of brothers to die horribly. Before he finished, a sudden flash of cold steel streaked past Tang Ying's nose and shot straight into the sky, blindingly bright. A strand of hair on Tang Ying's forehead was cleanly sliced off and drifted downward. His entire body stiffened, cold sweat trickling from his temple down his nose. Wang Shouyong looked on stunned as Hu Chengping calmly sheathed his blade with slow, steady movements. One more word, Hu Chengping said flatly, eyes sharp as blades, and you'll be lying down back at the Demon Suppression Division today. Tang Ying glared furiously but was frozen on the spot by the threat in that sword's intent, unable to utter another word. Wang Shouyong's heart skipped. If that blade had been aimed at him, he might have lost his head in a blink. And the accusation of Hus desertion 3 years ago stirred deep suspicions. Could this officer really have such a dark past? Seeming to sense his thoughts, Hu Chengping shot a cold glare and snapped. Focus on surveillance. Focus on demon suppression. With that, he stepped down, silently lifted by an invisible force, floating straight above the temple. His magic surged like a flood. One hand gripping his sword, he unleashed a violent blade technique that blossomed into a vast light screen, blotting out the sky as it slashed downward with ruthless power. Where the blade struck, a hazy gray barrier suddenly appeared, mist-like but as solid as iron, clashing explosively against the dazzling sword light. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying's faces turned pale as they shouted in alarm, "No!" Almost simultaneously, a weary, hoarse voice echoed from deep within the temple. "Trash from the Demon Suppression Division. Don't disturb our tranquility." The voice was cold and eerie. In an instant, the gray shield swallowed the terrifying sword light whole, its surface churning violently like layers of fat rippling beneath pigskin. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying immediately retreated, hastily rallying their 10 subordinates and shifting dozens of feet with powerful magic. In the blink of an eye, only Hu Chengping and Wang Shouyong remained outside the temple. Sun Jiming bellowed in fury, "Fools! This demon excels at counterattacks, charging in recklessly just lets it turn your strength against you." Tang Ying shouted, "If you want to die, fine, but don't drag us down with you." Before their words finished, the gray barrier abruptly contracted, then with a piercing howl exploded outwards. Boom! The once wild blade of light now condensed into a solid sphere, bursting forth from the protective barrier and surging toward Hu Chengping. The glowing orb howled through the air, its aftershock roaring as it spread out. All the withered trees within 10 yards of the temple snapped at the waist under the fierce wind, sending wood chips flying like a torrential downpour. Wang Shouyong's heart pounded wildly as he reflexively raised his arm to shield his forehead. "No worries," Hu Chengping's calm voice whispered in his ear. Almost at the same moment, a clash of metal erupted right before Wang Shouyong. With a sharp shing, the long blade was drawn from its sheath with a piercing whistle that shattered the dust-filled air. Dozens of flashes of steel burst forth, intertwining into an impenetrable silver screen that resolutely blocked the raging attack. Earth and stone were flung aside, dust and debris soaring skyward as if the area had been bombarded. After several breaths, the dust settled. Wang Shouyong looked up and around, seeing the 3-yard square patch beneath his feet still intact, while beyond it lay a pit over 3 yards deep and more than 10 yards wide, blasted out by the force of the energy. A single strike with the power of a missile. "Is this Gentian realm?" he muttered, stunned. Hu Chengping lowered his blade slightly and corrected evenly, "Wrong. This is the peak of the Gentian realm." Suddenly, ding entry detected nearby, potential to loot entry. The system panel abruptly appeared. Before Wang Shouyong could read more, he shouted, "Here it comes." Hu Chengping glanced at him in surprise, then swung his blade again. The blade's arc blazed like a silver river shooting skyward, instantly bathing the surroundings in a pale white light. The next moment came a piercing scream. Aw! 10 yards away, blood spattered as a monster covered in tough gray armor staggered backward holding its face. Blood gushed wildly from between its fingers. Strapped across its back was a pale young woman's corpse. Her clothes were in tatters, arms stiffly encircling the monster's neck, twisted into a death knot, with her legs hanging limply. A demon carrying a corpse to form a ghost marriage. Hu Changping swept a glance, discerning the truth. It was a clam spirit demon. It had cut open the beautiful young woman's abdomen, hollowed out her organs, then stuffed in spirit herbs to carry the vengeful corpse. If it could reach a place of deep yin energy and fuse the corpse with the demon's essence, then infuse blood qi, it could forge a heavenly calamity undead puppet. The woman would then be resurrected to serve the demon husband forever. Cruel methods wielding terrifying power, giving the demon an ally of equal realm strength. Demon Exorcism Bureau, you shall die? The clam spirit demon roared, suddenly tossing the corpse aside and transforming into a column of gray light to escape into the sky. The corpse crashed heavily onto the ground, limbs twisted and flaccid like boneless flesh. Its abdomen was hollowed out, the blood-soaked void filled with dark red spirit grass. The pale face stared up at the sky as if sorrowfully pleading. Today you ruined my plans, but I will repay you in kind another day. The vengeful howl carried away on the wind to the horizon. Don't let it get away, Sun Jiming yelled, stomping and transforming into a blazing streak pursuing the demon. Tang Ying's face darkened, teleportation activated instantly, following closely behind. Two radiant lights tore through the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. Hu Changping furrowed his brow, a rare hesitation flickering through him before he turned to Wang Shouyong. There are still 10 more demons at the opening wisdom realm inside the temple. You and your comrades must coordinate well and eliminate every last one. After a brief pause, he added, "They'll be back soon." Before he could finish speaking, his sleeve billowed as his true energy surged explosively. In an instant, he transformed into a thick, fiery red streak like a blazing comet, hurtling along the path the demon had fled and vanishing beyond the horizon. Wang Shouyong gaped, mouth opening to call after him but unable to make a sound, watching helplessly as the crimson light faded away. The aftershocks of Hu Changping's departure had yet to subside. Rubble and dust still tumbled in the air. Moments later, the sky calmed, and outside the vast Taoist temple, only Wang Shouyong and 10 body cultivation officers remained. A cold wind moaned as it swept through the broken eaves. Though the sky was clear and bright, Wang Shouyong felt a chill run down his spine, an uneasy warning nagging at his heart. Something was wrong, very wrong. The 10 bodyguards behind him shivered simultaneously, suddenly alert. In unison, they commanded in low voices, "There are still demons inside the temple. 10 Ingji realm devils. Move quickly." Without hesitation, they surged forward, their feet striking the ground like 10 sharp arrows aimed at the temple gates. One brushed past Wang Shouyong, shoving him aside roughly with a sneer as if annoyed at being blocked, before disappearing into the shattered mountain gate. For these bodyguards, there were only 2 paths to promotion. One was to break through to the Huachi realm, pass the assessment, and use merit points to ascend to martial officer rank. The other was to accumulate vast amounts of merit to forcibly advance to a civil officer rank. Confronted with the Ingji realm demons, none would yield or hold back. They all rushed forward eagerly. With several leaps, the 10 figures dived under the crumbling eaves, vanishing into the darkened depths of the hall. The clash of battle erupted instantly, metal striking flesh, demon howls mingling with war cries, echoing through the ruins. Wang Shouyong instinctively vaulted several feet, leapt out of a deep pit, and hurried forward a few steps. At that moment, a familiar electronic chime suddenly rang in his ear. Ding entry detected nearby. Can loot entry, common entry 50. His feet froze, his entire body stiffening on the spot. A pale blue translucent screen silently unfolded before him, hovering, its cold glow making his face grow even paler. Around him, the temple battle roared on, but he felt detached, as if drawn away from reality, his mind filled only with an inexplicable, chilling sensation. He took 2 more mechanical steps forward, the display's words growing more dazzling, piercing his eyes like needles and gripping his heart. What exactly had gone wrong? Fixating on the message entry detected nearby, inspiration suddenly struck him, cutting through the gloom like lightning. When the demons appeared earlier, the panel had shown a similar alert. Wang Shouyong spun sharply to look at the corpse on the ground, already cold and lifeless. A spine-tingling chill crawled up from his feet to his skull. He stepped closer to the body without thinking, and the display trembled, updating. Ding entry detected nearby. Can loot entry, heavenly scapegoat purple, Yin-Yang infinity purple, Earthfall purple, 9 Yin constitution purple, Netherworld envoy purple. There is still 1 Ganyuan demon here. Who would have thought that after the captain left, there was still a Ganyuan level demon lying on the ground? The male and female demons, originally mistaken for dead bodies, were actually working together. One pretended to be a corpse while the other sent a signal. With a subtle phrase, "Lure the tiger away from the mountain," they drew the 3 captains away, leaving behind only 10 body refinement level warriors and Wang Shouyong, who had no cultivation at all. Ganyuan. A chill ran down Wang Shouyong's back as the image of Hu Chengping's sword slash flashed in his mind blade light, blotting out sky and sun, splitting mountains and cracking stones, swift as thunder, fierce as a missile strike. If a demon of the same level possessed such power, how could he possibly defend himself? At that thought, all hesitation vanished. He abruptly turned and darted toward the nearby woods. Pushing off the ground, the earth cracked beneath his feet, and he shot forward like a bullet. If that demon didn't pursue, he might actually escape with his life. But the next moment, a clear, crisp female voice whispered into his ear, "How did you find me, mere mortal?" The tone was like that of an 18-year-old girl, pleasant, yet full of curiosity. Wang Shouyong whipped his head around, only to see a pale gray face with jet-black eyes completely filling the Saketsa terrifying sight. It was the playing dead Ganyuan demon. Every hair on his body stood on end. He retreated violently, desperate to put distance between them. But within a breath, an icy arm reached out from behind and firmly grasped his shoulder before he could react. Bang! A force like a falling mountain slammed into his body, shaking his mind blank and sending his blood flowing backwards. Crack! The bones in his shoulder shattered, the ground beneath his feet burst open, and he was slammed hard into the dirt, his left shoulder completely crushed. That one strike from a Ganyuan-level demon was like heaven and earth collapsing. The female corpse murmured softly as she grabbed Wang Shouyong's arm, pulling him out of the pit like uprooting a radish. Surviving a strike from me? Strange. She clasped her palm over his neck, her nose nearly touching his skin as she sniffed lightly. The crushing grip nearly suffocated him. Any fleeting thoughts of tenderness were drowned out by blood and danger. You're obviously immortal with no trace of magic, not even a spiritual body. How did you survive? Strange, very strange. The corpse muttered to herself, tilting her head in curiosity while increasing the pressure bit by bit, seemingly calculating how much force it would take to break his neck. Wang Shouyong's eyes bulged, veins throbbing, but deep in his heart, a faint blue panel suddenly appeared. Current entries. Green entries 1, white entries 105. Can synthesize 21 green entries. Choose to synthesize. Under the crushing pressure between life and death, he gave up struggling. Without hesitation, he summoned the panel. If there was any chance of saving himself, it had to be through the system. A long stream of entries flashed past Wang Shouyong's eyes. He had already skimmed through these before and found no rare entries worth his attention. At that moment, the corpse demon's immense strength surged like a mountain flood, tightening the arms wrapped around his neck. Blood rushed violently to his head, and within just a few breaths, his face had swollen into a terrifying purplish red. Synthesize. Strengthening entry. Copper skin iron bones white strengthening in progress. Ding. Strengthening successful. New entry acquired. Steel reinforced bones green. The 4 characters steel reinforced bones appeared on the panel, and in the next instant, a fresh surge of power flowed from heaven and earth into his body. Wang Shouyong felt his skin harden instantly to the toughness of refined steel. His flesh seemed forged by molten iron, and his once fragile meridians knotted like chains. Copper skin iron bones had evolved into steel reinforced bones. The purplured hue rapidly faded from his skin, and the demon's bone-crushing strength was mostly absorbed by his enhanced flesh and blood. The corpse demon tilted her head, sensing something amiss, confusion filling her eyes. In one flash of lightning, Wang Shouyong did not hesitate and tapped strengthen once more. Strengthening entry. Strength of 9 bulls white strengthening in progress. Ding. Strengthening successful. New entry gained. Strength of 10 tigers green. Strength of 9 bulls had evolved into strength of 10 tigers. A roaring surge of vital energy burst forth, swelling his muscles wildly as his strength grew several times over. Panel prompt. 95 white entries remaining. Boom. He raised his fist and smashed fiercely into the corpse demon's elbow. Unprepared, the demon screamed in pain and instinctively loosened her grip. Wang Shouyong flipped to the ground, kicking up dust, his legs tensing with explosive force. In a flash, he was dozens of yards away, steady and ready. The demon looked down at her empty palm and muttered in confusion, "No magical fluctuations? What kind of technique is this?" There was still a chance. Wang Shouyong fixed his gaze on the panel and pressed on with strengthening. The panel characters cascaded like a waterfall. Strengthening entries. Howling Moon white, Bloodthirst white, Digestion white strength in progress. Ding. Strengthening success. Gained 19 green entries. Currently holding 22 green entries. Strike while the iron is hot. Strengthening entry. Strength of 10 tigers green strengthening in progress. Ding. Strengthening successful. New entry acquired. Strength of 100 bears blue. At that moment, the corpse demon's figure flashed, suddenly swooping before him. Her palm sliced through the air with a strange mix of sluggishness and speed, aiming straight for his throat, impossible to dodge. Synthesize. Wang Shouyong roared, every muscle inflating at once. Howling Moon white triggered perfectly, sending a mental shockwave into the demon's brain and briefly clouding her vision. His eyes blazed blood red, his focus fully immersed in the panel. Strengthening. Ding. Strengthening successful. Gained 4 blue entries. Current entries. Strength of 100 bears blue, howling moon blue, bloodthirst blue, digestion blue, steel reinforced bones green, momentum like a breaking bamboo green. Originally 1 green and 105 white entries, now concentrated into just 4 blue and 2 green. Demondiano. Each word he spat carried the mental shockwave of howling moon blue. The corpse's eyes rolled back, staggering as her mind buzzed. No time to lose. Wang Shouyong pounced fiercely, arms spreading wide like a giant eagle's wings, gripping the corpse's body tight. Strength of 100 bears blue erupted, his bones cracking audibly under the unprecedented force. The corpse demon's eyes snapped open, blood-red pupils blazing. Mortal beast, what do you think you're? Shut up, dinner on my plate. Wang Shouyong growled, cutting her off again with the howling moon mental strike. He bared his whitening teeth and bit hard into her icy neck. Hiss! A pale mist of cold rose from the wound. The piercing chill instantly whitened his lips, but he ignored it, swallowing the freezing blood and shattered flesh. Bloodthirst blue and digestion blue activated simultaneously. The demon's flesh transformed into boiling spiritual liquid, surging along his meridians to fill every limb and marrow. Fire and ice entwined as his old left shoulder injury healed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Entry looted. 9 body purple. The 9 body purple is an extraordinarily rare physique that cultivates using the energy of heaven and earth. By night, your powers double, but daylight brings weakness. I'll kill you. The female corpse screamed in a chilling howl, like iron claws scraping the eardrums. She thrashed wildly, her face twisted with madness and rage. Once, mortals were nothing but her prey, yet now this mere mortal dared to ambush her. Even tearing a chunk of flesh from her she could not tolerate it. Mortals were despicable and deserved death. She summoned all her strength, expecting to snap Wang Shouyong's arms instantly. But to her surprise, she could only lift her elbows gradually. Both their strength was evenly matched. Even stranger, a scorching heat suddenly rose within her, and the surrounding air seemed to turn molten, searing her deathly pale skin. Wang Shouyong exhaled a breath of frost, and cold frost immediately crystallized on her cheek. The female corpse shrieked sharply, "You possess the 9 body." Then, as if struck by thunder, she screamed in terror, "No. You stole my 9 body." Impossible. Wang Shouyong paid no heed. Tightening his grip, he pressed their 2 corpse-like bodies almost together like lovers. Seizing her moment of hesitation, he bent down and bit hard into her neck. Fierce and decisive, this was his only chance to turn the tide. Inside the female corpse's body were still 4 purple runes, hanging over him like the sword of Damocles. Any hesitation could mean death. Flesh tore apart as he bit down fiercely and swallowed. The system alert rang out. Rune acquired Yin Yang Infinity, purple. With the 9 body, you also possess the ultimate Yang heart. Practicing Yang cultivation methods now yields twice the results for half the effort. The female corpse howled to the sky, deathly energy surging in layers through her body. Her piercing scream exploded in Wang Shouyong's ears as her fingers suddenly curled back deeply, sinking into his shoulder blades. Even a flesh body at the spirit perception realm, as hard as fallen iron, was easily pierced. Agonizing pain shot through him. Yet he only pulled her closer. Fighting a great demon was a matter of seconds. The element of surprise was gone. Now it was a fight to the finish. Without hesitation, he bit her throat fiercely again. But before his teeth could close, intense dizziness struck his mind. The world spun and shrank into a miniature scene as his soul was violently pulled free. The 2 entwined bodies lay below, while his vision floated above them. The female corpse looked up and revealed a sinister smile to his soul. "The underworld reaper dares to come face me to claim souls." Wang Shouyong's body hair stood on end. Her blood-red mouth suddenly opened wide, the corners ripping to her ears, sharp teeth blossoming like a fully bloomed, vicious flower. It lunged at his body, as if to gnaw off half his head. At this desperate moment, Wang Shouyong shouted fiercely, "Monster! How dare you!" Almost as soon as the words fell, he felt a powerful suction from the body below. A dizzying sensation swept over him again, and his soul, once torn away, swiftly returned to his body with that single, fierce roar. The female corpse's eyes flickered with a shadow of hesitation. Her grim, pale face looked as if its soul had just been violently pulled out, staring blankly for barely half a breath. In that brief moment, Wang Shouyong suddenly threw his head back and shouted hoarsely, "Xiao Yu's mighty feet. Dai!" The roar pierced like a sharp spike, carrying the spiritual force granted by Xiao Yu, crashing wave after wave against the female corpse's sea of consciousness. A sinister wind burst and ghostly flames danced wildly. The air itself seemed torn to shreds. The corpse's brow throbbed violently, her black pupils scattering, and the slender fingers that had gripped Wang Shouyong's shoulder began to loosen. Seizing the opportunity, he bent down, his jaws snapping shut like fangs crack. amid the wet ripping of flesh, blood flooding his mouth. Entry acquired. Celestial Doom Lone Star Purple. Celestial Doom Lone Star Purple. A fate of great misfortune, destiny entwined with death. Those closest to you suffer the severest backlash. An invisible weight suddenly pressed down on his soul, like chains binding his body, cold and heavy. At the same time, a hint of clarity flashed in the corpse's pupils, as if the violent rage binding her was torn up by its roots. Even her withered joints seemed to lighten ever so slightly. Damn mortal, she cursed weakly, but her eyes were confused and lost. Without hesitation, Wang Shouyong roared again, "Beast!" His voice thundered, forcibly sending the corpse back into daze. Her hands weakened anew, her grip slackened. In an instant, he lowered his head again and bit fiercely for a second mouthful, tearing off a large chunk of crimson flesh. The strong metallic taste of rust flooded down his throat into his stomach. He lifted his eyes, blood dripping from his chin, but his gaze remained calm like watching a lamb about to be slaughtered. Entry acquired. Earthfall Purple. Earthfall Purple. Power of Earthfall dormant beneath the flesh, unleashing at the brink of death. With that, he absorbed 5 purple entries into himself. Wang Shouyong's heart settled with firm certainty this female corpse posed no further threat. It's over. His words were a soft sigh, barely audible, but they detonated like thunder inside the corpse's eardrums. Instinctively, she still tried to clutch at his shoulder and pull out his youthful soul. But within a few breaths, that familiar power withered away as if drained dry. She met Wang Shouyong's half-smiling gaze and felt all her blood ebbing away, a chill stabbing up from her feet to the crown of her head. The secret arts she had relied on so far suddenly felt like they had never existed. What exactly have you done? She stammered, voice trembling. Her body still retained the overwhelming strength to crush the remolding realm. Yet inside, she was hollow like a pierced clay jar, empty and hollow. It was the weakest memory from when she was born. Wang Shouyong reached out and grabbed her neck, in the very way she had once pinned him down. Thanks to the gifts of nature, he murmured. His knuckles pried open her last resistance, his right palm closing with ever-increasing force. Die. Crackbones shattered, blood mist exploded. The corpse's head rolled across the dirt, eyes wide with terror and unwillingness. Her grotesque body twitched several times before falling utterly still. The spirit beast at the since profound realm was thus severed, head and body parted. Wang Shouyong casually tossed the remains aside like a bag of rotten firewood. His trembling arms ached painfully. He took a deep breath, then exhaled heavily, the coppery stench of blood flooding his throat. Shaking his throbbing arm, he let out a heavy sigh and finally relaxed his entire body. His mind was stretched to its breaking point in an instant, and he could barely wait to collapse on the ground and rest immediately. That brutal fight had drained every ounce of his strength and willpower. Although Xiaoya was the biggest reason he won this battle, it came with a heavy backlash. The fiercer he used the soul impact, the faster his mental energy weakened. The moment his thoughts slipped even slightly, his scalp felt as if gripped by an iron hoop, his ears buzzed, and his vision blurred. Every inch of his body burned like it was repeatedly crushed by a blade. He fought back the rising dizziness and let out a low growl as he summoned his status panel. A dense list of text appeared before his eyes, like a ledger of battle rewards. Though the fight was brutal, it was an incredible gamble that paid off. Purple, Celestial Lone Star, Yin-Yang Infinity, Earthfall, 9 In Constitution, Netherworld Messenger. Blue, 100 Bear Strength, Xiaoya, Bloodthirsty, Digestive Aid. Green, Iron Bones, Momentum like breaking bamboo. 5 purple, for blue, 2 green. These glowing attributes intertwined, dazzling enough to almost sting his eyes. Once his wounds healed, these traits alone would forge him into a demon roaming the mortal world. Closing the panel, Wang Shouyong pushed himself up from the ground, dragging his body weighed down as if by a 1,000-pound boulder, staggering toward the ruined temple. 10 enlightened level demons were still locked inside, small in number, but concrete spoils of war he had no intention of letting go. But as soon as he started moving, a sharp whoosh came speeding from the temple's direction. A chill crept closer. He abruptly looked up and reached out, precisely catching the incoming projectile. It was a black iron arrow, the arrowhead just an inch from his brow. The fletching violently quivered between his fingers, but no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free from his grip. Wang Shouyong's expression turned cold as he traced the arrow's origin. In front of the temple gates, several imperial guards widened their eyes in surprise, clearly not expecting him to catch an arrow barehanded. You actually caught it? Pretty quick reflexes. One of them sheathed his longbow and drew a sharp sword from his waist, a mocking smile curling his lips. Shoulder to shoulder, they advanced toward Wang Shouyong. Too bad you haven't cultivated enough to truly harness the merits of an enlightened demon. How about handing her over to us instead? Those who have earned merit take the lead. The young recruit just joined the demon extermination department and doesn't yet understand its rules. How about this? The 10 awakened level demons at the temple count as your battle achievements. As for the corpse of this demon, it belongs to us. Consider it a good faith arrangement, what do you say? As the words fell, 10 officers silently stepped forward, forming a tight circle around Wang Shouyong. Their sword hilts lightly tapped their armor, perfectly sealing off every escape route, no more, no less, exactly 10. Wang Shouyong narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening, but a spark of surprise flickered in his mind. You at the body refinement realm? The 10 officers exchanged glances, then smirked with contempt. Exactly, the body refinement realm. I heard you have the strength of an ox, but did you really think raw power alone could stand against cultivators? You had the courage to solo fight awakened level demons before joining, which is rare, but once you fall into our hands, they won't last more than a few moves. You don't cultivate, so you're unaware of the techniques cultivators use. We don't entirely blame you. Soon enough, you'll understand. Onlookers chuckled, the atmosphere light yet tense. The 10 officers gripped their blades and drew their bows. Cold light flashed with their casual words, as if the very air cracked with invisible fractures. Wang Shouyong's expression turned strange. Did these people fail to notice he personally slew a Gentian demon just moments ago? He steeled himself and spoke coldly. You know full well you intend to harm a comrade, yet you still act? Does the demon extermination department have no punishments? At this, several officers stiffened, eyes darting evasively. Evidently, there were rules. But the one who released the first arrow remained calm, lowering his head to polish his long sword, its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Today's demon purge at the temple, he said slowly, evenly, saw 3 officers rushing hundreds of miles to strike the Gentian demon. Under Captains Sun Jiming and Tang Ying, 10 officers decisively cut down the leftover fiends. He twirled his blade lightly, voice softening. Unfortunately, Captain Hu Chengping's squad was taken hostage by demons. To avoid being controlled, we had no choice but to slay both the hostages and demons. It was unavoidable. Fortunately, we ultimately found the dying Gentian demon and finished it off together. His narrow eyes curved slightly, as if asking, does this explanation satisfy you? Those who had hesitated earlier suddenly brightened with excitement upon hearing this verdict. Wang Shouyong lowered his gaze, a sense of absurdity and mockery swelling in his chest. He muttered low enough for few to hear, the demon extermination department really is full of vermin. One officer's brow twitched. What did you say? I said. Wang Shouyong slowly raised his head, a bitter smile twisting his lips. You're a bunch of creatures worse than insects. A chill like a blade cut the air. The 10 officers' gazes bore into him, as if he were already a dead man walking. The archer's face darkened. He swung his sword down with a thunderous blow, his body like a wild stallion unleashed, kicking up dirt and rocks in a fierce storm of momentum. The other officers watched coldly, sneering as if this scene were nothing out of the ordinary. In just a few breaths, Wang Shouyong closed the distance to his follower until it was within arm's reach. The blade struck first, its cold edge cutting through the air like a trailing meteor, yet the sword itself fluttered like a leaf tossed by the wind, unpredictable and elusive. In the blink of an eye, the intersecting flashes of cold steel wove a dense net midair, accompanied by a roaring gale, descending from above to engulf Wang Shouyong. But Wang Shouyong clenched his fists tightly and stood unmoving, like a wooden stake driven into the ground, as if the next moment he would be crushed to dust by the blade net. Brother Zu's swordsmanship grows ever more fierce, truly a delight to behold, someone nearby chuckled. I thought this man had some secret technique, but turns out he's just paralyzed by fear, another mocked. Before their words finished, Wang Shouyong suddenly rooted himself in a horse stance, stomping his heel hard. Boom! Dust exploded and stones scattered. His long-held fist thrust out with a thunderous force. There was no fancy technique, just a direct punch rushing straight at the figure behind the sword's gleam. Bang! The air was instantly compressed with such force that a sharp sonic boom cracked like thunder close by. The follower wielding the blade paled. The fist grew so large so fast it filled his entire field of vision in a heartbeat. The next instant, the sword's edge seemed to strike an unbreakable iron wall, its gleam shattering bit by bit. You before fear could escape his lips, a deafening explosion detonated within a small space. Blood mist erupted, splintered blade fragments whistling out like shattered shooting stars in every direction. A headless corpse collapsed to its knees and slumped down. Ahead of the corpse, Wang Shouyong slowly withdrew his fist, casually wiping it on his sleeve. The remaining 9 lieutenants' followers barely had time to blink before the sudden bloodshed froze them. Their mocking smiles still faint on their lips, hot blood splattered their cheeks, chilling them to the bone. With a single punch, he had pulverized a follower at the cultivation body level outright. Wang Shouyong glanced over coldly. Lieutenant Sun Jiming and Lieutenant Tang Ying's 10 followers were taken hostage by the demons and met their fate under the demons' hands. Any objections? The chill of death plunged the 9 into an icy abyss. The air grew so still their own heartbeats sounded loud. Klangon lost grip on his long sword, the metal crashing to the ground like a clarion signal, shaking their very souls. This man is invincible. Run! Someone screamed. In an instant, Magic flooded their legs, and the followers scattered. Wang Shouyong's face remained expressionless. Crushing the earth beneath his feet again, he shot forward like a cannonball, chasing toward the east, the direction where the most had fled, 3 to be exact. Killer begets killer. This was his first time killing since his rebirth, yet he felt oddly calm, as if what he smashed was not a living person, but a mere chicken from the earth. If we kill them, how will the Demon Suppression Bureau explain this? What if some escape? Amidst the shifting figures, Wang Shouyong had already caught up with one of them, both suddenly speeding forward, nearly scraping the alley walls as they dashed. Just as he raised his fist, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. You can't blame everything on the demons, right? Whatever, better to kill first and ask questions later. In the next moment, Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow and thrust his fist downward. The follower opposite him only had time to widen his eyes. His chest felt hollowed out as panic instantly drowned out all reason. To him, that iron fist swinging down was like Mount Tai collapsing, its force roaring like thunder. Help! He cried hoarsely, his eyes fixed on the cold, hard face and bloodied knuckles. If he could do it over, he would never have provoked this humanoid beast. Who would have guessed that this man hadn't even begun cultivating, yet treated those at the body refining realm as nothing but grass? The shadow of the punch descended like a crushing weight, the air detonating as the fierce wind from the blow swept just above his forehead, twisting flesh and forcing him to instinctively shut his eyes. In a flash, only despair remained. My life is over. Yet after a few breaths, the world fell eerily silent. The raging fist wind suddenly ceased. The imagined crushing blow never landed. Around him, no sound stirred, as if the brutal assault had been a mere illusion. Let me go? A cold, low voice whispered near his ear, emotionless, yet with a faint trace of suppressed anger and regret. Terrified, the follower blinked and saw a figure suddenly standing behind Wang Shouyong, clad in black armor, tall and imposing, one hand resting on a blade, the other casually pressing down on Wang Shouyong's elbow. That single grip stopped the fist with the force to shatter mountains. Hu Qingping. Captain Hu. The follower's voice trembled like a survivor who had just been saved. Hu Qingping's gaze was steady and sharp, like a blade slicing between the two men, instantly cutting through all fear. He spoke calmly, but his words carried undeniable authority. Why did you strike a comrade? Wang Shouyong lowered his head, unclenching his fist, his lips moving. I. Hu Qingping raised a hand, shaking his head. With the other hand, he pointed to the follower with his sheathed blade, eyes flashing deadly intent. I'm not asking you. I'm asking him. His tone chilled the air. The follower trembled under that gaze, cold sweat streaming down his cheek, but he could only answer truthfully. The air froze once more, until finally only Hu Qingping's cold question echoed through the narrow alley. Why did you attack your own comrade? As Hu Qingping finished speaking, his followers' faces instantly drained of color. Two didn't, the man stammered, his voice trembling, weak and pathetic like a tattered cloth. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sharp sounds pierced the air as Sun Jiming and Tang Ying landed from above, shouting fiercely, Hu Qingping, how dare you lay a hand on my men? Hu Qingping turned his head, casting a cold glare. His sword sheath struck downward with the weight of a collapsing mountain. His followers raised their arms in a terrified attempt to block it. Crack. The sound of breaking bones snapped through the air. Their arms shattered instantly, and the man was slammed to his knees by the force, crying out in unbearable agony. Ah, Hu Qingping. Sun Jiming drew his blade in furious anger, a cold gleam flashing. But Hu Qingping had already secured his sword sheath and calmly patted Wang Shouyong's shoulder. It's over. Let's go. Wang Shouyong blinked in surprise, but followed closely behind. They retraced their steps without another glance back. As for the clam demon, Wang Shouyong didn't ask, but seeing Hu Qingping's composed demeanor, the answer was clear without words. Behind them, Sun Jiming and Tang Ying pressed their hands on their swords, radiating murderous intent, yet dared not strike. They could only watch as the two figures disappeared into the forest. Useless. Tang Ying sneered coldly, snapping his fingers to send several spirit threads flying in all directions, pulling back the fleeing body refinement level followers. Why did you attack him? Captain, you've got it wrong, we didn't. The man's protest was cut short by Tang Ying's icy stare, silencing him instantly. Tell me, why? Because after the captain left, only one perceptive level demon remained here. We were greedy and made a grave mistake. Please, sir, show mercy. At his words, all the followers knelt, faces ashen. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying exchanged a frown. Where is the perceptive level demon? Someone quickly pointed west toward a nearby temple. Over there. Following the direction, the two saw Hu Qingping and Wang Shouyong again. Wang Shouyong was gesturing toward a female corpse on the ground, while Hu Qingping shook his head before placing the body into a storage pouch. The two then strode away, ignoring the others disdainfully. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying's faces darkened like iron. 10 body refinement fighters, and they can't even handle an untrained mortal warrior? Sun Jiming scolded, his inner energy churning. Just then, suspicion dawned on him. He snapped coldly, Only 9 people. Where's Su Lin? The followers fell silent like ghosts. After a long, tense moment, one finally whispered, he was killed by Captain Huss' men. Following their gaze, the two saw a headless corpse on the ground. Though there was little blood, the kill had been instant and clean, no mess or struggle. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying's pupils contracted sharply, their hearts heavy. On the way back to the Demon Extermination Bureau, the urgency had faded. Hu Qingping and Wang Shouyong slipped through the trees as soft, whispering breezes brushed past them. Hu Qingping gave Wang Shouyong a pill, and immediately Wang's injuries began to stabilize rapidly. Though Hu didn't say it outright, Wang knew this pill must have been extremely valuable. Wang followed closely behind Hu, but his mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He still couldn't understand why Captain Hu cared for him so much. The two hurried along the gravel path, their footsteps echoing clearly in the quiet night. Suddenly, Hu asked casually, "You really like eating demons?" The unexpected question startled Wang. He turned his head and answered honestly, yes. He knew the wounds on the corpse could never have escaped Huss' notice. Besides, he had intended all along to maintain the image of a demon eater to earn future credits, so he admitted it straightforwardly. Hu didn't slow down. His tone was calm. "Tell me everything that happened after I left, don't leave anything out." Wang's heart skipped a beat as he quickly weighed his options. After a moment, he decided to trim the truth, leaving out most of the details of his battle with the Gongxian demon and only giving the outline. He recounted patiently after Hu and his 2 companions left. Wang found a dying Gongxian demon on the ground, barely clinging to life. The other followers had already gone into the temple to assist in exorcising demons. The saying "a starving camel is still bigger than a horse" was true. He struggled fiercely with the demon until he barely managed to kill it with a bite. Then the temple disciples rushed out to kill him and claim the credit, leading to the scene Hu had witnessed himself. In truth, less than a quarter hour had passed since Hu and the others left, and the situation had few twists. Hu pondered, then asked the critical question, "You haven't cultivated at all, so how did you kill a refining body-level follower?" The question hit the core. Wang opened his mouth, but couldn't come up with a plausible lie. He could say the demon drained its power as it died, but brutally shattering its head with one punch in front of witnesses that exceeded human limits. Refining body cultivators have powerful physiques, at least half of the 72 acupuncture points cleared, combined with mystical martial skills. No ordinary person could fake that. Before Wang could respond, Hu shook his head. "So you can't be an untrained mortal soldier. You're already in cultivation, and your refining body is complete." Wang was stunned. "Is that true?" Hu replied flatly, "It has to be. Otherwise, how do you explain killing a follower with a single punch?" Wang swallowed hard. "How did you figure it out?" Hu gave a cold glance. "I'm not interested in your secrets. Since you're willing to kill demons, your secret doesn't concern me. I just see you as an unseen-a-million cultivation prodigy. Besides, you belong to me now." His tone was icy, but Wang detected a faint warmth underneath. Huss' surface coldness masked a careful attentiveness. Hu went on, "But you can't hide your cultivation level from others. Captain Sun and Tang will report upward, and Lord Liao will notice. They'll want to verify if your body is truly refined. If you're exposed by the Jinshuan Realm's investigation, can you cover it up?" Wang scratched his head and answered honestly, "No." Then he asked, "Isn't being a genius enough of an excuse?" Hu shook his head. "No mortal genius can become steel-bodied and mountain-shaking strong without cultivating. If this leaks out, powerful clans will go mad. To uncover your secret, they do whatever it takes, even tearing out your heart and lungs. Think about the consequences of a mortal surpassing cultivation." Wang felt a chill. The world was darker than had imagined. Corruption stained the Demon Extermination Department, but the shadows of the Heavenly Awakening Empire were far worse. "So what should I do?" he asked hesitantly. Hu glanced at him, then looked away. "You have to truly cultivate to the peak of refining body and legitimize this. There are gradations even among cultivation levels. You're a prodigy. He's a failure. That's how others will accept it. The gap between genius and failure is bigger than you think. You only need to be a genius, not a freak. I can buy you some time, maybe 3 days, maybe less. Within that time, you must open all 72 acupuncture points in your body, at least 60, so people find it believable. 3 days to reach peak refining body. How is that even possible?" Wang blurted. Before he finished, Huss' expression turned serious. "I've seen it happen. So yes, it's possible." Wang was stunned and stopped in his tracks, instinctively asking, "Who?" Huss' steps faltered slightly, but he didn't turn around. His posture was upright and proud. "It was me." Wang gaped in disbelief. Back at the Demon Extermination Bureau, Wang Shouyong first spent the night resting quietly at Hu Changping's residence. At dawn, Hu Changping took Wang Xiongho's injuries had recovered about 70% of the registry hall. The long corridor was dim and deep, with small bronze bells hanging from the eaves tinkling softly in the morning breeze. Inside the hall, a young clerical officer with a clear and handsome face was in charge of registration. He glanced up calmly, but his eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly when he recognized Hu Changping leading the visitor. Name: Wang Shouyong. Place of origin: Sangzi Village, Linshui County, Shizhou. Following protocol, the young officer methodically asked about Wang's background, age, and proficiency with weapons. His tone remained flat throughout, but even Wang could detect a faint trace of coldness in his expression. After finishing the last entry, the officer put down his brush in the inkstone, then handed over a bundle wrapped in cloth. Captain who has already collected your clothing and badge. Remember to use the badge to claim your basic cultivation methods at the Techniques Hall, then select martial skills at the training grounds. His voice was official yet distant. If that's all, take care. Once outside the registry hall, the sunlight lengthened the eve's shadows. Wang Shouyong finally couldn't help but ask softly, Captain, who does he not get along well with others here? Hu Chengping paused and shot him a cold glance. I prefer solitude. There are too many distractions on the cultivation path, it's not good. Low emotional intelligence. Can't make friends. High emotional intelligence. Prefers solitude. Wang Shouyong thought wryly but only looked at him sympathetically and wisely kept silent. Hu Chengping's face remained expressionless as he shifted the topic. You're pressed for time. Don't get distracted. He'll exchange that Ganxian demon core for the corresponding precious medicines. Having plenty of them makes opening the major meridians much easier. Turning to the real matter, Wang Shouyong's expression stiffened. Entering a new cultivation stage requires absorbing precious medicines into the body. How exactly is that done? The medicines will come with instructions on how to decoct them. Drink the resulting tonic and then run your cultivation techniques. It will greatly improve results. Choosing medicines that fit well with your techniques can speed progress even further. Wang's eyebrows twitched. The virtual panel he had seen flickered in his mind. 9 Yin Physique Purple. Absorbs Yin energy from heaven and earth at night, doubling cultivation speed. Slightly weak during the daytime. Yin Yang Suprema Purple. Heart of ultimate Yang energy. Coexists with 9 Yin Physique, doubling effectiveness of Yang attribute techniques. Like a breaking bamboo green. Ignores bottlenecks before the Ganxian realm. Efficient digestion blue. Remarkable digestive ability. If aided by these precious medicines, he thought to himself, my cultivation speed might make everyone take notice. Their conversation ended as they reached the Techniques Hall. On the stone steps before the hall, an elderly clerical officer with graying hair rested in a chair, face deeply lined. Hu Chengping unusually softened his tone as he cupped his hands. Elder Shang, he wishes to select a cultivation method. The old man opened his cloudy yet sharp eyes and appraised Wang Shouyong. Then he raised a hand, badge. Wang presented it with both hands. Shang Yongyan traced the wood grain lightly with his fingertip. After a moment he looked up. Registered today? Exactly. Shang nodded and returned the badge. His voice was gentle but firm. There are 8,773 cultivation manuals on the first floor. You have 1 hour. Clenching the badge tightly, Wang followed Hu Chengping through the heavy bronze doors. Rows of dim yellow oil lamps stretched as far as the eye could see, and bookshelves rolled out like a forest, each bamboo scroll sealed with a paper charm. The only sound was the soft patter of cloth boots on stone. Hu Chengping stopped at the entrance. The first floor has no particularly good techniques. Just pick whatever you want. After a pause, Hu Chengping added, you have a strong physique, so you can choose some balanced and gentle cultivation methods. These types usually require slow, careful refinement by others, but since your vitality is naturally abundant, you can bypass most difficulties. Wang Shouyong nodded, half understanding, and stepped into the cultivation hall under the watchful eyes of Shang Yongyan and Hu Chengping. A dazzling white light struck his face, and his vision instantly blanked out. After 3 full breaths, the brightness faded, revealing dozens of 3-meter-high bookshelves standing neatly like troops in formation. Glazed lamps hung on the walls, inlaid with self-illuminating stones that cast soft white light on the floor. The stone tiles beneath his feet were fitted tightly, with iron hooks and silver markings indicating the shelf numbers and clear passageways. As he looked around, an old voice sounded in his ear. On the left side, the 20th column, 3rd row, those are all balanced and gentle cultivation methods. After the voice finished, there was silence. Wang Shouyong immediately recognized it as the gatekeeper Shang Yongyan's voice, clearly a secret hint due to his friendship with Hu Chengping. Otherwise, with thousands of volumes on every shelf, how could he pick the right ones in just an hour? Without hesitation, he hurried to the 20th column, 3rd row. Looking up, he found Springwood Method, with neatly stacked companion volumes like detailed explanation of spring wood, annotations on spring wood, and in-depth analysis of spring wood beside it. So, this haul not only contained cultivation techniques, but also later commentaries. He reached out and pulled out Springwood Method, flipping to the preface. This method belongs to the wood element. As an entry-level cultivation, it nourishes the body like spring wood, cultivating self and spirit. Wang Shouyong frowned slightly, closed the book, and grabbed another titled Freedom Body Refining Scripture. The preface also began. This method belongs to wood element, focusing on refining 72 major acupoints to lighten the body. Flipping through a few more, all started with the same phrase. This method belongs to wood element. He thought for a moment, then put the books back and stepped out from the bookshelf area. The so-called balanced and gentle techniques mainly belonged to wood element, which unfortunately didn't suit him. Judging by his own traits, he should choose either extreme yang or extreme yin methods. His 9 yin body naturally aligned with yin cultivation, while his ultimately balanced yin-yang nature gave him an affinity for yang techniques as well. Deciding this, he walked to the front row shelves on the first floor, randomly picking volumes, skimming prefaces, and returning them. One shelf after another, he inspected carefully, crossing 12 shelves and thumbing through dozens of books on the 12th shelf before stopping. Swallowing sun scripture. This method belongs to yang element, fierce and domineering. Practitioners excel at attack and progress by devouring precious medicines. However, cultivating requires avoiding impatience and lust. Those with restless minds risk damaging their meridians. Wang Shouyong's eyes brightened slightly as he clenched the book in his hand, not putting it back. He continued searching the rear shelves, picking up, flipping through, and setting down volumes with fluid ease. After browsing over 10 shelves and reviewing at least 100 volumes, he stopped again. The dry, aged paper smelled faintly of ink as he turned pages with his fingertips. The preface came into view. 9 yin true scripture. This method belongs to yin element. Those not of extreme yin constitution should practice cautiously. It leverages the yin energy of heaven and earth, allowing notable progress. However, cultivation fears yang energy. The meridians become extremely cold, like cuts of a cold blade. Only those with great perseverance should attempt this. I can't really become the 9 yin white bone claw, can I? He thought with a slight smirk, recalling another cultivation technique of the same name from a different world. Tucking the book under his arm, he moved on. Inside the Demon Extermination Bureau, the fading sunlight slanted into the courtyard at dusk, golden dust particles drifting in the warm glow. Tang Ying and Sun Jiming sat opposite each other, 2 old woven rattan chairs arranged on either side, their vine-like patterns barely visible in the dimness. Before them, 9 battle-worn warriors, grimy-faced and rigid as wooden stakes, lowered their heads. They were the sole survivors from that bloody massacre at the Taoist temple. So you're saying crush that guy's skull with just one punch? Tang Ying's voice was low and hoarse, sharp as cold iron scraping stone. He carefully wiped the glistening blade of his long knife with a pristine white handkerchief, every stroke punctuated by an unsettling rasp. The one who died was Su Lin, my personal retainer, Sun Jiming added quietly, leaning in as he filled in the details for his comrade. Tang Ying waved a hand impatiently. He could barely remember Su Lin's name, but the phrase one punch had exploded, stabbed at him like a jagged thorn. According to the 9 men, this was a mere mortal. Not even a cultivator had instantly crushed a seasoned body refinement stage warrior. How is that possible? Tang Ying sneered, his derision cutting like a blade over snow. A mere mortal kills a body refinement warrior? Do you take me for a fool? Before the words had fully left his mouth, a suffocating pressure of the Ganxian realm suddenly exploded outward. The force, tangible as a physical wave, slammed toward the 9 fighters. Fallen leaves spiraled briefly into the air, then dropped heavily. Boom. All 9 knees buckled, collapsing simultaneously, blood bursting from their throats in a coppery flood that rapidly soaked their tunics. Their bodies shivered uncontrollably. Lord Tang, the leader, Li Peng, Tang Ying's own bodyguard, pressed a trembling hand against the jagged stone ground, voice choked with sobs. We swear every word is true. If that man had any weakness, would we have abandoned the honor of slaying a Gangshuan-level demon? He struggled to raise his head, pale as death. That man is no mere mortals, he's a demon himself. Before he could finish, a slap like a thunderclap struck his cheek. Li Peng flew sideways, tumbling 4 or 5 times through the air before crashing hard onto the flagstones several paces away, a sickening crunch sounding from shattered bones. Tang Ying stepped forward, gripping the knife sheath, his voice icy with menace. Ridiculous. If you had even the slightest wits, why would you let that Ganxian demon escape and fall into Hushaxing's hands? Now you dare speak nonsense? Explain why a mere mortal could shatter your skulls with one blow. His anger flared, the sheath raised high. Tang brother. Sun Jiming, who had been silent until now, suddenly lifted his sleeve and pressed a steady palm over the rising blade. His tone was calm but unyielding. You don't believe it, but I do. A faint, unreadable smile flickered at his lips, as if he had just connected all the dots in his head. Tang Ying glared at him, as if he had lost his mind. How could such a thing exist in this world? A mere mortal's body can't do it. Sun Jiming shook his head with a soft sigh. But if aided by a certain treasure, why not? Tang Ying's brow twitched. You mean to say? Perhaps you are unaware. Sun Jiming spoke evenly but deliberately. Not long ago, Lord Liao led men beyond the county, capturing over a dozen demons and rescuing more than 30 villagers. According to their testimony, it was the same mortal alone who killed 2 sapient realm demons, saving their lives. For that feat, Lord Liao made an exception and recruited this person into the Demon Extermination Bureau. He raised his cup to take a sip, eyes calm, yet deeply inscrutable. Tell me, Brother Tang, doesn't this sound strange to you? Tang Ying knit his brows, pondering without a clue before shrugging. I can't figure it out. Just tell me straight. A flicker of contempt passed over Sun Ziming's gaze. Setting down the tea, his voice stayed steady but each word carried certainty. The key here is if this person truly has the strength to slay demons, why wait until so few villagers survive to strike? A whole month had passed. Could the demon's imprisonment really have been so strict and thorough? Sun Jiming clenched his teacup, his gaze sharp as a blade, his words firm and convincing. He stood by and watched his whole village get slaughtered, only fighting back desperately at the very last moment. Based on that alone, I'm confident in saying there's a demon hiding inside him. And not just any demon, one strong enough to let a human body withstand a warrior at the kick-condensing stage. He slammed down the cup and added, this creature must feed on flesh and blood. I remember clearly, he openly admitted in front of Lord Liao that he likes to eat demons. Which normal person would dare say that? It's obviously an excuse scared of letting his secret slip. His logic left no gaps. A confident smirk spread across Sun Ziming's lips. A simple villager randomly gains a demon through some fortune, but with the outbreak of the demon plague, the bloodshed awakens it. Using its power, he barely escapes with his life. Later, by absorbing the remnants of that Ganyuan demon, he suddenly gains the strength of a kick-condensing warrior. It all fits perfectly. The 9 kneeling figures huddled in the courtyard exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly brightening with hope. One recalled, right? When we left the temple, we saw him fiddling with that Ganyuan demon's corpse. We only shot an arrow at him, but he panicked like crazy probably, because he feared the demon inside would be exposed. Another chimed in, I always thought his moves had no real martial technique. I figured it was brute force overcoming skill. But now that I think about it, it's because he doesn't know any formal skills at all. That fits. Everything fits, someone murmured, clinging to this idea like a lifeline. The group buzzed with agreement, building on Sun Ziming's theory bit by bit. Even without proof, they had to bring this suspicion out into the open. Maybe it would save them some pain. Tang Ying wanted to argue, but the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. His heart trembled quietly as he muttered, could there really be a demon that boosts someone's strength so drastically? Proving it is simple, Sun Jiming stood tall and resolute. Go see the Ganyuan demon's corpse. If the flesh and blood are missing, it'll be obvious. Tang Ying's eyes brightened instantly, then he nodded. Good. I know the captain at the Shanggong Hall. Borrowing the corpse won't be a problem. He turned to the 9 kneeling men and ordered, go find Lord Liao. Tell him, son captain, and I want to confront Hu Shaxing face to face. Who captain? This concerns the Ganyuan demon. Please urge Lord Liao to bring him here. Yes. The 9 answered in unison like they'd been forgiven of some burden, stumbling as they rushed out of the courtyard. Tang Ying gave no further orders and hurried to follow Sun Ziming's lead. Outside the Gongfa Hall, Hu Changping stood with his hands clasped behind his back, posture straight and sharp like a spear. Shang Yongyan emerged from inside, raising an eyebrow as he first nodded respectfully to Hu Qingping, then shook his head in resignation. He got straight to the point. He chose them. 2 volumes of martial arts manuals. Hu Changping cupped his fist. Can the other volume be exchanged for merit points? I notice you hesitate, Master Shang. Is there something more? Shang Yongyan shook his head again. In the next instant, a flash of white light appeared as Wang Shouyong stepped out, holding 2 martial arts books respectfully in his arms, then handed them over to Shang Yongyan. After confirming the books, Shang recorded them in the registry, then gestured dismissively at Hu Qingping and sighed deeply. This is exactly why I hesitated. The vision of a Ganyuan stage expert is truly terrifying. Even before Shang Yongyan spoke, Hu Qingping's eyes had locked onto the lettering on the book spines and his heart sank. Why did you choose these 2 manuals, the Swallowing the Sun Sutra and the 9 Yin True Classic, the methods of Ultimate Yang and Ultimate Yin? Hu Qingping asked. In the dimly lit secret martial arts vault, flickering candlelight cast the shadows of the 2 men on the wall. Wang Shouyong had intended to make up a casual excuse, but when he met Hu Qingping's sharp, jet-black eyes, which plainly searched for the truth, any lie stuck painfully in his throat. I tested them both. These 2 cultivation techniques best suit my progress, Wang answered honestly. Just moments ago, he had flipped through the manuals casually, but the once mysterious and complex spells unfolded clearly in his mind, especially the entries for Ultimate Yang, Ultimate Yin, and the phrase unstoppable momentum that revealed their special effects. Hu Qingping pondered for a moment, seemingly unprepared for such straightforwardness. After a long silence, he finally said, suit yourself. Today I will have the merit points redeemed for your medicinal rewards delivered to your residence. Whether you break through all 72 orifices depends entirely on your fate. After all, these 2 were mere acquaintances. Helping cover for Wang was already an act of kindness. If Wang failed to break through, Hu himself would just return to his solitary life, only lamenting a promising talent lost. With that thought, the hopeful light in his eyes quickly faded, his expression softened, and he turned to leave. Wang Shouyong, relieved not to be pressed further, was about to follow when he caught a glimpse of a figure stealthily peeking from around a corner. Hu Qingping also paused. Li Gui, Wang called out. Startled, the man quickly darted forward and approached with a lowered voice, bowing respectfully. Captain Hu, Sir Wang. Seeing the swelling on Li Gui's face had gone down, Wang asked casually, "What's the matter?" Still a bit uneasy in the presence of the two officers, Li hurriedly replied, "Lord Liao has urgent business with Captain Hu and sent someone specially to fetch him." At the words, Hu Changping raised an eyebrow. After a brief thought, he clearly grasped the situation and turned to instruct Wang. "You go back to your place first. Ignore anyone who comes for me from now on. Focus on your breakthrough." With that, he strode off confidently. Once Hu's figure disappeared, Li Gui sighed deeply, shaking his head and whispering, "Captain Hu is going to be in trouble." Wang frowned. "What do you mean?" "Before fetching him, I overheard several captains saying Hu acts unilaterally, embezzling merit points meant for Ganxian cultivation. There are secrets involved, and multiple captains have lodged a joint complaint. That's what alerted Lord Liao." Wang's mind raced, suspecting Sun Jiming and Tang Ying were behind this. Old grudges mixed with new grievances, and Hu Qingping's already poor standing meant the pressure on him must be immense these days. Feeling the urgency, he said, "Brother Li Gui, where does the captain's residence lie? Could you take me there?" Li Gui quickly stepped aside from formalities, insisting, "Just call me Li Gui. They'll take you there right away, Lord Wang." The two moved through the demon suppression division, winding through corridors and twisting paths, crossing stone steps and bamboo groves. It wasn't long before they arrived at a cluster of courtyards. The houses stood close together in neat rows, varying in height and tightly packed. Each one had a number in front, marked using combinations of the characters Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, and Su. Wang Shouyong's mind stirred as he pulled a bronze badge from his waist. Su 23 was stamped clearly in two small lines on its surface. Li Gui glanced at it and casually explained, "These houses are for personal attendants. The badge number corresponds to the room." With that, he led Wang Shouyong through narrow, winding alleys, turning left and right, before stopping in front of a wooden door. The house was small, about the size of a typical rural cottage from Wang's previous life. Pushing the door open, everything inside came into view. Slightly left of center stood a simple hard wooden bed, beside which were two pairs of tables and chairs of differing heights arranged side by side. Against the wall was a built-in stove cluttered with stacked pots and bowls, and in the farthest corner sat an old large wooden chest, quietly resting. The wooden window was wide open, afternoon sunlight pouring in and illuminating the room so brightly that it was almost without shadows. "This is your place, Brother Wang." Li Gui lowered his voice and added, "If you ever need anything, just come find me in the attendant quarters." "Thanks," Wang Shouyong said, patting Li Gui on the shoulder. Li Gui's gaze lingered on the wooden chest for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his brow, but he asked nothing and quickly withdrew his eyes. "He'll be going now." With that, he shut the door behind him. Silence returned inside. Wang Shouyong walked over to the corner and peeled off a sheet of rice paper lying atop the chest. The ink was still fresh, with strokes wild and flowing, forming two bold characters: precious medicine. There was no signature, but Wang Shouyong knew only Hu Changping could have exchanged and delivered such a treasure to him so quickly. Does even the profound mystical realm have this kind of crazy efficiency? He muttered to himself. Lifting the chest lid, he found it packed tightly with multicolored Lingji herbs, so densely that they almost spilled over the edges. Resting on top was a small palm-sized booklet. Opening it, Wang saw detailed entries describing various herbs' effects, recommended combinations, and decoction steps, even specifying exact fire intensity and timing. "It takes a full hour to brew a single dose?" He frowned. "Where am I supposed to find so much time?" At the back of the booklet was a note in small print. "Natural precious medicines. After decoction, residual efficacy measured at 8 parts is premium grade. 5 parts is medium, 3 parts is low. Judging criteria are on the attached page." Wang Shouyong closed the booklet and tucked it under a table leg to steady it. Medicinal potency lost due to carelessness would be a waste, and he clicked his tongue in frustration. This was practically a crime against good medicine. Then an idea struck him, and he activated his interface. "Digestive Blue, you possess powerful digestive abilities. Maybe. I don't need to brew it, just eat it directly?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully. He moved the chest next to the bed, then took out 2 cultivation manuals he had chosen in the martial arts hall. Sitting down on the hard bed, he placed one book on each side and calmed his mind, breathing slowly. He opened the book on the left first. The Swallowing Sun Scripture. "Ancient practitioners had bodies like furnaces and hearts like the great sun. I have devoted my life to perfecting this method, seeking to revive the path of ancient cultivation and attain supreme enlightenment using the body as a furnace, refining endless precious medicines. At the deepest level, nothing is left unconsumed, nothing can resist being swallowed. The medicine flows without end. Cultivation never ceases. This is the swallowing sun." At this point, Wang Shouyong's eyelid twitched. For the first time, he seriously doubted his choice of technique. If it were really this godly, why would it gather dust on the first floor of the martial arts hall? The creator must be exaggerating. Suppressing the urge to scoff, he continued flipping through, jumping to the chapter titled Detailed Explanation. It featured diagrams of human acupoints and elaborate instructions on how to absorb the energy of heaven and earth into the body. In simple terms, the human body has 362 orifices, among which 72 major ones can absorb the energy of heaven and earth, while the rest cannot retain this energy. When the energy of heaven and earth enters these useless orifices, it passes straight through like a gust of wind, without any blockage. Only the 72 major orifices can truly contain and store this energy. The very first and most crucial orifice is located in the dantian, known as the gui orifice or return to one. For those without cultivation, the primary task is to first sense the energy of heaven and earth, then channel it into the gui orifice. Once this step is achieved, one has truly entered the path. The universe is boundless. Even a slight grasp of its energy elevates a mortal beyond the ordinary. At this moment, Wang Shouyong sat cross-legged, adopting a strange posture according to the diagrams in the Swallowing Sun Sutra. His body bent forward, head lowered with brows furrowed, thumbs pressing the middle fingers upward, as if welcoming a divine gift. He calmed his mind, clearing all distractions. The book stated, sitting quietly for the duration of an incense stick daily, those of superior aptitude can absorb the energy in one day. Medium aptitude takes 7 days. Lower aptitude requires 3 months. Without any aptitude, one would never feel the energy of heaven and earth in a lifetime. Inhale, exhale. As his breath slowed, the surrounding noise seemed to vanish, leaving only his heartbeat and breathing. Within a single breath, a peculiar sensation quietly evaded. A cool energy caressed his skin, flowing invisibly like water, eagerly squeezing into every pore. His body felt like parched earth after drought, greedily drinking the rainwater. These invisible droplets gathered like thousands of spirits, dancing and screaming as they rushed at incredible speed toward his major orifices. Thunk! As if raindrops had really fallen, his body suddenly trembled as if struck by a heavy object. Opening his eyes on the next breath, he slowly sat upright and placed his palms over his lower abdomen. The dantian seemed to blaze with fiery heat, yet brought an intense chill and soothing comfort. He glanced around, knowing there was nothing there physically, yet clearly sensing the vast flow of heaven and earth's energy, as if immersed in an endless ocean, able to grasp bundles of power with a mere reach. Have I entered the path? He was stunned, hastily flipping through the Swallowing Sun Sutra to compare aptitude descriptions. Even after looking 4 or 5 times, he couldn't find any aptitude defined as entering within one breath. Taking a deep breath, Wang Shouyong pulled up his skill panel. Heavenly Calamity Lone Star Purple, Yin Yang Limitless Purple, Earthfall Purple, Nine Body Purple, Netherworld Envoy Purple, 100 Bear Strength Blue, Moonhell Blue, Bloodthirsty Blue, Digestion A Blue, Steel Tendons and Iron Bones Green, Momentum like a Bamboo Break Green. His gaze locked on the last line. Momentum like a Bamboo Break Green. Ignored bottlenecks before the Jinchuan realm. These few words sent a chill of shock through him. So this ignoring bottlenecks feels like this, he murmured. Suddenly struck by a thought, he quietly turned his eyes toward the wooden box filled to the brim with precious elixirs. The precious elixir meant for exchanging demons in the profound realm should be enough to break through the 72 major apertures of the body refinement stage. He casually grabbed an unfamiliar herb, plucked a small leaf the size of a fingernail, and popped it into his mouth. The leaf was slightly bitter, and after a quick chew, he swallowed it. On his interface panel, the digestion blue trait suddenly glowed. You possess powerful digestive abilities. In the next moment, the piece of grass transformed into a scalding liquid that sliced down his throat like a blade, exploding violently in his abdomen. Compared to the gentle, obedient flow of the natural energy in the world, this herbal power felt like a caged lion unleashed, rampaging through his meridians. A chill ran down Wang Shouyong's spine, and he hurriedly settled cross-legged, adopting a meditative posture as if practicing the sun-swallowing classic. After entering cultivation, the first major aperture in his body, the unification aperture, had only barely formed a crack, just enough to draw in some worldly energy. To advance on the body refinement path, he needed to fully open the unification aperture, then carve out the second, third, and so on, all the way to the 72 apertures. Each aperture unlocked would increase his physical strength by a third. Once all 72 apertures were fully broken through, the body refinement stage would be complete. Different cultivation methods channel energy differently. The sun-swallowing classic was known for its overwhelming intensity. It put tremendous strain on the meridians during practice. Fortunately, with the digestion blue trait, Wang Shouyong was no longer an ordinary body. His innate constitution was second only to demons in robustness. He steadied his mind and used a faint trace of worldly energy to guide the herb's power toward his dantian. The raging heat gradually condensed inch by inch within his meridians at the unification aperture. A sudden tremor occurred, and the crack expanded sharply by half a point, growing from half a fingernail to a full fingernail in size. Foul-smelling, dark brown sweat oozed from his pores, a sign that impurities were being forced out. One leaf isn't enough. His eyes burned with determination as he shoved the entire herb into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Boom! An even greater medicinal force exploded inside him. Supported by the digestion blue, the herb rapidly decomposed into controllable energy in his abdomen, like a fiery torrent sweeping through every limb and bone. Wang Shouyong's face flushed red, his exhaled breath carrying a faint floral fragrance as he forcibly directed the surging strength toward the unification aperture. Boom, 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 thud, thud, thud. It felt as if drums were beating inside him so loudly that even outside the house, muffled thunder could be heard. The surging energy repeatedly washed over the aperture, which visibly widened, smoothed, and cleared. After a moment, he opened his eyes and licked his cracked lips, still feeling unsatisfied. Not enough yet, keep going. The second herb went down, the thunderous power growing stronger. Halfway through the third herb, the unification aperture was finally fully opened, reaching the size of a fist. Wang Shouyong's entire body felt like had been pulled from a filthy stagnant pool. Black, oily impurities clung to his skin, emitting a stench pungent enough to make one's nose recoil. For me, the hardest part of body refinement is definitely this awful stench, he muttered self-mockingly, but without changing his expression. Great achievers don't care about such trivial matters. There are still 71 apertures left. It's unreasonable to take 71 baths. Better to get it all done at once. His eyes blazing, Wang Shouyong reached into the box again and grabbed another handful of herbs. Meanwhile, at the Bureau for Exorcising Demons, piles of case files stacked like mountains. Liao Yuanqing sat hunched over his desk, reviewing documents, the brush scratching softly against the paper. After dipping his ink and finishing his writing, he wrote the words "handle accordingly" at the end of a file and pushed it aside. Only then did he look up. Before him stood three men: Sun Jiming, Tang Ying, and Hu Chengpinjich, wearing a different expression, standing silently for a long moment. A mere disturbance at Baiyun Taoist Temple has somehow entangled so many complications? Liao Yuanqing's tone was calm, but tinged with puzzlement. Sun Ziming's eyes flickered briefly as he stepped forward with a respectful bow. Sir, there are 3 issues in this matter that only you can clarify. Liao Yuanqing nodded for him to continue. Sun Jiming spoke clearly. First, Wang Qinsu, under Captain Hu's command, savagely attacked comrades, severing a man's head from his body. Such crimes warrant the death penalty. Second, Captain Hu privately claims credit for the exploits against the Ganxian demon, acting selfishly and flouting regulations. Third, Wang Qinsu, though merely human, managed to kill an opponent at the refining body stage, which raises suspicions of demon possession that demand thorough investigation. His words struck like thunder as he finished and stood at attention, unwavering and defiant in his gaze. Hu Changping furrowed his brows, about to respond, but Tang Ying interrupted coldly. Add to that Captain Hu drawing his sword against me and breaking both arms of Sun's subordinate. We want to address those now. Liao Yuanqing twitched his brow, then looked to Hu Chengping. Chengping, is there anything you wish to contest in their claims? Hu Chengping's face remained calm, though his voice was low and icy. First, 10 of the captain's men coveted my subordinate's achievements against demons and struck. First, Wang Qinsu only retaliated, resulting in 1 fatality. Second, the Ganxian demon was already near death, and Wang Qinsu finished it off at great risk, so how could he claim credit for himself? Third, Wang Qinsu's talent is extraordinary, whereas Zu's subordinate is only at the mid-refining body stage, naturally inferior. He paused, then glanced at Tang Ying and added mildly. As for the 2 incidents Captain Tang mentioned, I have no objection. Tang Ying's face darkened like iron, and he snapped, truth or lies? This is blatant nonsense. We ask you, sir, to judge fairly. Liao Yuanqing tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, mulling briefly before asking. If I recall correctly, Wang Qinsu only recently joined the Bureau for Exorcising Demons? Hu Chengping sighed inwardly. Hoping to delay, he was forced into the confrontation and answered, that is correct. If he has not undergone training, how could he kill a comrade at the refining body stage? Liao pressed further. Before the question ended, Sun Jiming stepped forward once again. Sir, this is precisely why I suspect he harbors a demon within. Liao Yuanqing raised his eyes, signaling him to explain. Sun's expression grew grave. Captain Tang and I examined the corpse of the Ganxian demon. It was covered in uniform, bite marks all inflicted by one person. What Hu calls fighting was actually cannibalism. The corpse was gnawed on like an animal, a horrifying sight. Humans don't starve, so why consume a corpse? It is chilling. Furthermore, how could a mere mortal possibly slay someone at the refining body stage? I cannot help but speculate that he harbors a demon that feeds on flesh and blood. At this point, his eyes flashed with righteous anger. Demons easily corrupt the mind. Perhaps this malevolence has tainted Wang Qinsu, causing him to slaughter his comrades. Hu Qingping's face suddenly changed, his tone sharp and cold. Captain Sun certainly knows how to spin a tale. Fabricating a demon out of thin air. What will you say if the investigation finds nothing? Sun Jiming did not look at Hu Qingping but instead cupped his hands and addressed Liao Yuanqing respectfully. I only speculate and cannot be certain, but the fact remains that Wang Qinsui harmed his colleagues and has never practiced cultivation. If he's not a demon, how else can we explain Captain Hu's claims? Before he finished speaking, the tension between him and Hu Qingping soared instantly. Their voices grew louder and colder, their eyes sharpening as if ready to draw swords right before Liao Yuanqing. Tang Ying stood nearby, arms crossed, a cold smirk playing on his lips, the atmosphere turning instantly hostile. Hu Qingping knew avoiding the issue was no longer possible. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, I privately taught him the cultivation methods before. Perhaps he has already begun body refinement. The moment he spoke, he caught the cold glint flashing in Sun Ziming's eyes. Even Tang Ying's gaze turned peculiarly sharp. Regret flooded Hu's heart. After all, Wang Shouyong had only received the secret teachings around noon that day, less than half a day ago. No matter how gifted, he had just barely started. Shouldn't have said that. Did you hear that, Lord Liao? Sun Jiming sneered. Never mind that captain who secretly passed on cultivation methods. He actually claims that fellow could kill others with just body refinement skills. Tang Ying feigned thoughtfulness as he tilted his head. When did Wang Qinsui join the Demon Extermination Division? Yesterday? The day before? I can't recall. Looks like not only is the man born with divine strength, but he's also a Ancient Millennium genius. I remember Captain who took 3 days to complete body refinement, right? What a shame such a talent stalled at the Gongxian realm for 3 years with no progress. The two men volleyed barbs back and forth, making Hu Qingping's face flush red with anger, his fists twitching with visible veins, yet he could not utter a single defense. He was never good with words and knew that if he argued further, he would have to immediately bring Wang Shouyong forward to prove it on the spot. Liao Yuanqing rubbed his temple impatiently and interrupted. You both have your own versions. I cannot decide. Summon Wang Qinsui and ask him in person. Wise decision, my lord. Sun Jiming smiled slyly, barely hiding the gleam in his eyes. Hu Qingping's breath hitched as he forced out. Wang Qinsui's injuries are too severe for him to walk. He must rest at home, or perhaps wait a few more days. Tang Ying shook his head. No. What if Captain Hu tipped him off, and he flees out of guilt? Better we go visit him together, verify everything in person, let the truth reveal itself. Hu Qingping opened his mouth to refuse, but saw Liao Yuanqing rise and decisively say, so be it. No more words. We go together. Hu's face darkened instantly, his chest felt crushed by a heavy weight. Hope drained like ash in his heart. At the same time, in room 22 of the 11th ward, dim charcoal embers glowed faintly inside. Kai Hong sat cross-legged, meditating. The world's life force inside him flowed slowly and gently like spring water. Thump! Like a heavy drumbeat. A sudden noise shattered his inner flow, and the energy within him immediately scattered. Kai Hong furrowed his brow, opened his eyes, and glanced at the plain wall beside him. His gaze passed over the hanging scroll with the characters Autumn Wind. His restless heart quieted somewhat. Calm like still water, drawing breath as if welcoming autumn wind, he whispered, closing his eyes again. Slowly, he gathered the faint spiritual energy, guiding it carefully along his meridians to the dantian. Thump! Another heavy boom. The energy dispersed cleanly once more. Outside the room, not only the dull thuds but also fragments of noisy chatter pierced his ears, stabbing at his concentration like needles, igniting irritation in his heart. Kai Hong ground his back molars, forcing out the distracting sounds. With great effort, he sank back into meditation. After 15 minutes, barely able to hold on to a thread of the world's energy, he gingerly guided it into his meridians. Thump! For the third time, the spiritual energy vanished into nothingness. The noisy clamor grew closer now, as if people were shouting and jostling back and forth, turning the calm inside the room into a storm. Damn it, this is outrageous. Kai Hong's anger finally exploded. He snapped his eyes open, glared fiercely, grabbed the old broom in the corner, slammed it on the table, and jumped up before charging out the door with the sweepstick in hand. Knock! Just as Kai Hong pushed open the door, that familiar sound came through again. At the same time, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a dozen angry eyes glaring straight at him. Kai Hong froze in the doorway, broom raised midair. The fury he had been about to release instantly chilled to the bone. Excuse me, everyone, what's going on here? He asked awkwardly. No one answered. They just lowered their gazes and continued whispering among themselves. Only then did Kai Hong notice that many around him were also holding brooms clearly. They too had been disturbed and unable to focus on their practice. He spotted his friend Zhuang when among the crowd and hurried over. Brother Zhuang, why are so many people gathered here? They all look like guards from the Su district. Zhuang Wen jabbed his broom handle into the ground and suppressed his anger as he said, Brother Kai, have you heard those sounds? like thunder booming again and again. Kai Hong's eyes widened. You heard it too? That noise is maddening, throws your spirit into chaos. Exactly, Zhuang Wen growled. We've all been so disturbed we can't concentrate. We followed the noise and found it was coming loudest from room number 23 in the Su district. Before he finished, another thundering bang shook the wooden house from deep inside. Kai Hong clenched his broom tighter, thinking of the many times the noise had scattered his energy. What are we waiting for? Let's knock on the door. He took a step forward, but Zhuang Wen grabbed his sleeve. Wait, smell first. Kai Hong looked around in confusion and realized no one was standing closer than 30 feet from the door. A suffocating stench hit his nostrils. Ugh, what is that horrible smell? His face turned pale, and he nearly retched. Zhuang Wen's expression was equally grim. That's why no one dares get closer. We suspect someone inside is squeezing out feces. The broom clattered to the ground. Kai Hong's mouth twitched as he forced himself to stay calm. You mean that pounding sound is coming from squeezing it out? What else could it be? Where else would that stench come from? Zhuang Wen said angrily. Kai Hong opened his mouth, but could not bring himself to speak. The topic only made him feel more nauseous. At that moment, a burly man could no longer hold back and stormed out, brandishing a wooden stick. Damn it, whatever he's doing in there, I'm dragging that brat out and giving him a beating. He held his breath, reached the door, and lifted his foot to kick itonly to suddenly find his legs bound by an overwhelming force, unable to move. What are you all gathering here for? A cold voice called from a distance. The crowd turned to see Liao Yuanqing approaching side by side with Officer's son, Tang, and who? It's Lord Liao. And Officer's son, Tang, and who? The crowd whispered in surprise. Liao Yuanqing furrowed his brow but had not yet spoken when Sun Jiming stepped forward and asked loudly, what's happening here? The four officers drew near and saw the crowd gathered outside room 23 in the Su district. Knock. The sound exploded again, sharp as thunder. As the officers stood still, their faces changed and an unbearable stench nearly struck them, stinging their lungs with every breath. Someone brave in the crowd pushed through and bowed in greeting. Honored gentlemen, please understand that we were all disturbed by the noises coming from room 23 in the Su building, making it impossible to focus on our cultivation. That's why we gathered together to investigate. What is the person inside that room doing? They ignore calls and knocks, but the stench keeps getting worse. It's absolutely intolerable. Someone shouted angrily. Please, noble sirs, speak up for us. Like a stone thrown into a pond, the remark stirred a wave of emotions. The crowd erupted in a clamorous chorus of complaints, shouting at the occupant for disturbing their peaceful training with endless grumbling. At the front of the crowd, Sun Jiming was about to speak when suddenly his brow twitched and his nostrils flared, as if detecting a strange smell. Next to him, Hu Qingping's expression shifted slightly, his eyes lighting up. Liao Yuanqing raised his hand and let a thread of his vital energy drift into his nose. The foul odor was pungent, but mingled with a faint herbal fragrance. His gaze sharpened in realization. Only Tang Ing listened to the accusations with interest, not sensing anything unusual. Hu Qingping quietly moved beside Liao Yuanqing and lowered his voice. Lord Liao, that room belongs to Prince Wang Qinsui. He visibly relaxed, as if a heavy burden had lifted. Liao Yuanqing looked at him intently, then waved to summon a flustered Sun Jiming. Captain Sun, what is your assessment of this matter? As soon as these words fell, the noisy crowd instantly fell silent, and all eyes turned towards Sun Jiming. He looked pale and reluctant to answer, but finally forced himself to speak. The occupant's vital energy is surging like thunder, with a faint precious herbal scent mixed in. He must be undergoing a breakthrough. The foul smell is the impurities forced out during this process. The crowd exchanged stunned glances, shocked. How can that be? A mere breakthrough. We've all gone through that. Why would it cause such loud noises, such frequency, and such a terrible stench? Low murmurs spread among them. Hu Changping snorted coldly and surveyed the group. Those of ordinary talent break only 1 or 2 meridians. The commotion is limited. But the violent surge inside that room, the drum-like pulse, it's clear he's breaking through several meridians at once. His body foundation must be exceptionally strong. He abruptly shifted tone and grabbed a junior attendant. Tell me honestly, how many times did those noises ring out? Before the attendant could answer, another boom sounded from inside, a muffled, thundering strike like an iron hammer on a drum. The attendant's face drained pale as he stammered, "2 don't know the exact count, sir. But since the 3rd quarter of noon, at first it was 1 sound every 15 minutes. Then the frequency increased sharply, drawing concern from you all." Hu Chengping glanced at Sun Jiming with a hint of mockery. The latter's face flushed red, echoing his earlier expression at the administrative office. Captain Sun, do you hear clearly now? The occupant Wang Qinsui has already attained the body-refining realm, not untrained as you claimed. Sun Jiming clenched his fists until his knuckles were white. Tang Ying, unable to bear the tension, interrupted. Even if he's cultivating, can he surpass Su Lin's years of hammer training? Maybe he's only at the initial stage of body refining. Hu Chengping chuckled lightly, saying nothing in reply. Liao Yuanqing narrowed his eyes and scanned the crowd, speaking for him. Even if it's only the initial stage, such a violent surge of vital energy is terrifying. When you reach perfection in body refining, was there ever such a spectacle? Tang Ying and Sun Jiming fell silent, their faces faltering. The crowd fell into stunned silence at those words. Suddenly, someone in the group murmured lowly, I once read in ancient text that when cultivators of old broke through a realm, their vitality surged to the skies, and it felt as if heaven and earth would crumble. Hu Changping caught sight of Sun Ziming's ashen face and felt a burst of satisfaction in his chest. He nearly threw his head back and laughed aloud, but forced himself to restrain the emotion, only curling his lips into a cold smile. It seems Captain Sun is no different from a frog at the bottom of a well. Because you finished last in last year's major exam, you assume others are mediocre like you? You don't realize that even within the same realm, there are ranks. When I broke through to enlightenment years ago, the disturbance I caused didn't compare one bit to Wang Qing's. That alone tells you all you need to know about his talent. As he spoke, his palm slammed on the sheath of the long sword at his waist with a sharp clap, each strike landing like a slap across Sun Ziming's face. Sun Jiming ground his teeth and forced out a retort, fine. Even if he truly is a prodigy fighting beyond his realm, how do you explain his devouring demons? Devouring demons? The words exploded through the air. The onlookers exchanged glances, goosebumps rising instantly on their arms. The man inside that room was reportedly capable of swallowing demons whole and alive. Many shivered involuntarily, casting wary looks toward the door. Liao Yuanqing furrowed his brow as if recalling some memory and quietly added, I remember Wang Qing himself once said he enjoys eating demons. The crowd erupted into chaos. It felt as if a cold wind had swept through their collars, and the temperature in the gathering dropped sharply. The attendant standing guard outside Wang Shouyong's door shuddered violently and quickly stepped away from beneath the eaves. Really? He actually likes eating demons? Someone in the group asked in a hushed, tense voice. Another person suddenly slapped their forehead, face pale as death. Have you all heard about the recent tragedy in Sangzi village? At those words, even more faces changed. They recalled the rumors someone who had risked their life to save villagers, single-handedly battling two demons and swallowing them, mouthful by mouthful, on the spot. So that's the one in that room who's breaking through. The shock spread like a plague, whispers rushing through the crowd in an instant. With a rustling sound, fear swelled in everyone's hearts. The crowd outside the house suddenly stepped back in unison, creating a wide clearing around Hut 23. Inside the room, Wang Shouyong sat cross-legged on the bed. Though he was not oblivious to the noise outside, he was too absorbed in the exhilaration of his sudden breakthrough in strength to pay it any mind. More than half of the precious medicine from the wooden box before him had already been consumed. Because it was taken without boiling, he absorbed roughly 30% more potency, which meant he had used countless extra spirit herbs in total. Half the box still remained, but his eyes were tightly shut, and his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment, not from hitting a cultivation bottleneck, but from a growing, absurd doubt. The chi of heaven and earth surged freely through the 72 major orifices within his body that had already been opened. Guided by him, the mighty medicinal force now surged to assault the final barrier, the 72nd orifice known as Heart Spring. A thunderous rumble exploded inside him, his face flushed crimson. Boom. The heart spring was finally penetrated by the last trace of medicinal power. All 72 orifices were now smooth and perfectly clear, with residual impurities instantly expelled. His flesh, blood, and bones were purified and renewed. He opened his eyes, the joints of his fingers cracked like firecrackers. A wave of power surged up from his internal organs, rivaling even his peak strength before opening any orifices. Wang Shouyong clenched his fist and stood, swaying a few steps as he roughly gauged his condition. His chi and physique had more than doubled. With time to adapt, he would soon master this newfound power completely. Yet the doubt between his brows remained. The path of opening orifices did not seem finished. The Sun Ri Jing and Jiao Injin Jing both stated that the human body had 362 orifices, but only 72 could hold the chi of heaven and earth. The others were too small to carry it. Now that all 72 orifices were opened, he clearly sensed the remainder seemingly breathing subtly, awaiting the medicinal powers knock. Was this an illusion? Or an error in the ancient texts? Faint yellow light slanted through the window. Half a day had passed since he began seclusion, and his spirit was exhausted. He decided to pause his training for now, reserving his questions for a face-to-face discussion with Hu Changping. If he went down the wrong path, it could ruin the rest of his cultivation life. He closed the wooden box and pushed it into a corner before rising to check the noise outside. The commotion hadn't ceased since noon, and curiosity gnawed at him, urging him to find out what was going on. The moment he pushed open the door, dozens of eyes fixed on him simultaneously. Wang Shouyong froze briefly, scanning the room before locking eyes with Hu Changping nearby, who forced a grim smile. You're out. We've been waiting here for you for almost half a day. That smile was far from genuine after such a long time. It looked almost sinister. Corporal Hu, stop smiling. It's not a good look on you, Wang Shouyong said, scratching his head. Hu Changping's smile stiffened. His fists clenched tightly, but his expression soon returned to its usual sternness. Wang Shouyong then turned his gaze to Liao Yuanqing, who stood smiling at his side, alongside two other detestable men, Sun Jiming and Tang Ying, lined up nearby. With this setup, even he wasn't slow enough to miss the hint Hu Qingping and Li Gui had dropped earlier. Raising his eyebrows, he strode steadily toward the group. Wait, Hu Chengping called out. Just stand there and chat with us casually. Liao Yuanqing waved his hand, quickly stopping Wang Shouyong from stepping forward, and spoke. Wang Shouyong lowered his eyes, glancing at his filthy clothes, almost crusted with dried blood, and awkwardly replied, all right. Liao Yuanqing softened his tone, trying to sound calm. Did you go with Captain Hu to Baiyun Taoist Temple to exorcise demons? Yes. Then why did you attack your comrades? They tried to kill me and steal the credit. I had to defend myself. Do you know the cultivation level of those who attacked you? No idea, and I don't care. And your own cultivation level? I just broke through to the peak of physical refinement realm, with all 72 acupoints fully opened. As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur erupted around them. The onlookers were shocked. After waiting half a day, they had already heard Wang Shouyong just joined the exorcism division yesterday, and Captain Hu only gave him the technique 2 days ago at most. To reach full physical refinement in a single day seemed unbelievable. Someone in the crowd whispered, physical refinement complete in 1 day, that's incredibly fast. Liao Yuanqing heard this and turned to Sun Jiming. Captain Sun, Captain Tang, did you hear that? The two named paled. After a long pause, Sun Jiming spoke hesitantly. I heard it, maybe I was mistaken. Wang Shouyong's breakthrough in just 1 day left no room for doubt. No one could blame a prodigy who went from mortal to full physical refinement in only 2 days. Any faction would value him greatly. Liao Yuanqing smiled warmly at Wang Shouyong. Get some good rest. I heard you were injured. Stay at your residence for a few days. Then he turned and hurriedly left, followed by Sun and Tang. Sir, about killing your comrade. The judgment will come in a few days. Are you in such a hurry? The 3 voices grew faint as they walked away. Others wanted to get a better look at this legend, but Hu Chengping's icy glare swept over them, causing their hearts to tighten, and they reluctantly dispersed. Hu Chengping approached Wang Shouyong. Your cultivation speed is even faster than I expected. Wang grinned, thanks to miraculous medicine. Hu Chengping raised his hand, about to pat his shoulder, but stopped himself. Rest and heal first. The trouble is over, so take it easy these days. He'll come back later. After all, you killed a comrade, and there may be punishment. Don't be resentful. With that, he strode away. Wang Shouyong exhaled deeply, went to his room, boiled water, and washed away the thick grime. The hot steam faded along with his exhaustion. 3 days later, news spread through Linshui County that a cultivation prodigy had emerged from the exorcism division. It was hard to say who first spread the word, only that someone's relative worked there and witnessed the breakthrough. The rumor snowballed rapidly. At noon, in a bustling eatery in Linshui County, a pot of aged wine, 2 plates of meat, and a plate of greens sat on the table. Young men and women sat opposite each other, happily eating. Most of the other diners kept their heads down, while a few tables spoke quietly. How old is that genius? Really refined his body in 1 day. 16, maybe 17 or 18. TSK, Linshui County hasn't produced a figure like this in years. I wonder how long he can stay at the Qi transformation realm. Hearing this, the girl next to them giggled, drawing looks from nearby tables. Miss, what's so funny? She didn't answer, but the boy opposite her cleared his throat softly. Sorry, we just remembered something amusing, not mocking anyone. The girl nodded but couldn't suppress her smile. The boy lost his appetite, grabbed his bag, and said, Waiter, the check. The two left the eatery. Situ Wenfeng tapped Situ Yun's forehead lightly. What are you laughing at? Eavesdropping is the worst when roaming the Jianghu. Situ Yun stuck out her tongue, still smiling brightly. It's just funny. Breaking physical refinement in 1 day here in this backwater, he's already a prodigy. Situ Wenfeng wanted to scold her again, but, recalling the conversation just now, couldn't help smiling knowingly. He shook his head and warned, this place isn't the capital. 1 day to refine your body is already rare. Don't forget why we're here. Stay low-key. Got it. We need to find what was his name? Liao Yuanqing. Call him Lord Liao when you meet him, and keep it quiet. Let him assign us under the most obscure captain. Situ Wenfeng tapped her head again. Remember, low-key. I know, you're so naggy. Their figures gradually disappeared down the end of Evergreen Street. Outside the Demon Exorcising Bureau, at the training grounds. With a deafening crack, the sturdy steelwood dummy shattered bit by bit under the force of the fists. Wood chips scattered in all directions, carrying a distinct, burnt smell. Wang Shouyong slowly withdrew his fist, took a deep breath, and settled the swirling energy of heaven and earth back into his dantian, causing his sleeves to billow slightly. His comrades around him immediately burst into cheers. Excellent. Brother Wang's martial skill is extraordinary. To unleash such power from just the basic Kaishan fist truly admirable. As expected of a prodigy who broke through the physical refinement realm in a single day, his martial skill advances by leaps and bounds. Seeing Brother Wang's pure and original Kaishan fist truly shames the rest of us. Wang Shouyong's face darkened slightly as his gaze swept over the crowd, and he could only offer a wry smile. Ever since that day, he secluded himself to break through and was watched by everyone. He had been warmly surrounded wherever he went, especially on the training grounds. Everyone's intentions were clear. Since his breakthrough seemed hopeless, they were cozying up early, hoping that if he ever became a company commander, at least he would be a useful contact. A no-cost, no-effort investment. Who wouldn't want that? He didn't want to be like Hu Qingping, the cold-faced loner. He believed in not striking those who smiled, so as long as it didn't interfere with his cultivation, he let them be. But now, being praised as having a pure and original Kaishan fist, his face wasn't thick enough to take it seriously. All he could do was force a smile and wave his hand. Everyone is joking. I really don't understand the true method of the basic Kaishan fist. I'm just forcing it with brute strength that shattered the target. No, Brother Wang. Do you know how tough steelwood dummies are? They can't be broken so easily. You're clearly being modest. I have some knowledge of the Kaishan fist. How about sparring with me after duty? Funny you say that. I also know a bit, maybe even better than you. What do you mean? If you don't believe me, let's have a match. In just a few words, the compliments instantly turned into a quarrel. Their sleeves flared as fists were about to fly. At that moment, a thunderous crash came again from the other side of the training ground. Another steelwood target was smashed apart, its fragments shooting out like bullets. Two of those pieces struck the two men on the head sharply, making a clanging sound and knocking them both to the ground. Who did that? The two men clutched their heads and struggled to get up, just as a comrade apologetically jogged over, repeatedly bowing. I don't know why, but my magic suddenly went out of control just now and accidentally injured you too. I sincerely apologize. Bad luck, the two muttered under their breath. As the apology died away, Wang Shouyong frowned. Such strange accidents had happened repeatedly in recent days. Anyone trying to get close to him inexplicably suffered setbacks. Mild cases of energy disruption, worse cases outright catastrophes. He silently brought up his status panel, where a purple trait blinked ominously. Doomed Lone Star Purple, a fatal unlucky fate, an omen of death. Misfortune surrounded him, and those closest to him risked suffering backlash. I have to find a chance to fuse this trait, or he'll truly become a complete walking curse, Wang Shouyong muttered to himself. But the other purple traits were all rare and valuable to him, so for now he was unwilling to combine them. Shaking his head, he was about to slip away quietly from the martial training ground while everyone was distracted, when suddenly a mocking laugh echoed from the entrance. What a bunch of suck-ups. This opening mountain fist is so rudimentary, yet you can't even master such a simple technique. And you actually praise him as a martial prodigy? Huh. The crowd stiffened, and all glanced toward the entrance. A young woman in a pale green long dress strolled in leisurely, but there was an unmistakable sharpness about her. This was Situ Yun. Her brother Situ Wenfeng was currently negotiating with Liao Yuanqing, so she had sneaked away. Having wandered through the Demon Exorcism Division and heard rumors of a Onatui breakthrough in physical training, she came to the training ground out of curiosity. The flattering scene before her eyes immediately drew her scornful judgment. Mere fame hunters fishing for praise. Known for her clear-cut sense of justice and fearless boldness, once she decided these people were all show without substance, she naturally disregarded any consequences. In her view, this backwater training ground wasn't worth fearing. Feeling many eyes on her, she calmly stepped to the front, a smile playing at her lips as she cocked her head slightly. Why are you all staring at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Kai Hong took a half step forward, a fake smile barely hiding his disdain. Miss, are you someone's family? This place trains with immense power. If anything happened to you, it wouldn't be good. You should just leave. Situ Yun studied the group for a moment, her brow lightly furrowed before laughing boldly. Did I hit a nerve? Feeling guilty? As for hurting Meha, you don't even have the ability. The crowd's faces reddened uncomfortably. Their blatant flattery was exposed by this young girl, who had the audacity to trample them all underfoot. Her gaze landed on Wang Shouyong. Without hesitation, she said bluntly, your opening mountain fist is a complete mess, yet you accept their praise so calmly? What vanity? Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow, but replied evenly, I've never said my opening mountain fist is good. Before he finished, a young attendant beside him stepped forward slightly, folding his arms with a sneer. Since Miss looks down on Brother Wang's skill, I assume you are very versed in opening mountain fist yourself. How about a sparring match? Situ Yun's eyes glinted as she looked him over. What level are you at? 65 openings in physical refining. A bit low, but that'll do. Let me see what you're really made of. They took their places in the center. The youth's sleeves billowed. With a stomp and a surge of energy, he threw a punch as if toppling mountains and splitting earth. This punch deserves the name Opening Mountain. The wind roared as his fist shot toward the girl's face. She remained calm, voicing a cool critique. Weak foundation, hollow form. Poor. Before she finished, her slender hand shot out like white jade, gently pressing on his fist. A rumble like thunder exploded as the youth's punch froze midair, unable to move an inch. Gasps sounded around. No one could see what technique she used, only that the punch was stopped as though it had hit an invisible wall. Wang Shouyong's eyes shone with a strange light. Raising her other hand, Situ Iyun imitated the youth's initial posture. With a tap of her toe, she burst forward. The energy of heaven and earth was drawn into her, and her fist roared like a crushing mountain, 100 times more powerful than before. Huh! Her fist smashed down like the sky itself was collapsing. The youth's courage shattered, still trembling from his thwarted punch, his face drained of color. That is not opening mountain fist. She ignored him, her punch descending to strike his head. The crowd was horrified. This punch was almost solid, far exceeding even second-level martial techniques in power. A single hit could severely injure or cripple a man. At that critical moment, a tall figure sprang into the arena. Wang Shouyong reached out with his left hand, grabbing the youth's shoulder and pulling him back, while his right arm swung out, raw force striking the oncoming fist. That's enough. Frowning, Wang shifted his stance and punched, his whole Buddhist power erupting like a dragon leaping from the sea, recklessly unleashing his force forward. Just in time. A cold flash sparked in Situ Yun's eyes. Originally, she had planned to pull back her fist at the moment her punch reached full force, so as not to seriously injure her opponent. But Wang Shouyong unexpectedly stepped forward to meet her. Since that was the case, she decided to show no mercy. Channeling her true energy into her fist, the strength suddenly surged by 30%. Wang Shouyong's pupils contracted sharply. Knowing there was no way to dodge, he braced himself and threw everything he had into this blow. He might not master the mountain-splitting fist, but when it came to brute strength, he was confident he was no weaker than anyone else. This punch was even better than mountain-splitting. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the duel grounds, dust and smoke billowing violently, instantly covering a radius of over 30 feet. Cracks splintered the stone tiles beneath their feet one after another. Spectators' faces paled in shock. Just a fist fight, yet such overwhelming power? These two were monsters. As the dust settled and vision cleared, Wang Shouyong still clutched his stunned lieutenant with his left hand. His right arm hung limp, sleeves torn into shreds by the impact, muscles twitching, blood seeping through. Opposite him, the young woman stood calmly with hands behind her back, her clothes spotless, expression indifferent like the thunderous blast had nothing to do with her. The stark contrast made Wang Shouyong smile wryly. He lowered his lieutenant and cupped his hands in respect. You're clearly not at the body refining stage. Your skill surpasses mine. I admire you. Sigh. Only then did the crowd realize. The surge of natural energy just now was unmistakably at the Qi transformation realm. Though defeated, Wang Shouyong had managed to hold his own against a Qi transformation expert in a single blown-out disgrace by any means. Everyone lamented over it. The girl gave a faint nod, but otherwise remained silent. Still with her hands behind her back, she turned and walked away, her posture cold and proud. As soon as she left, the crowd swarmed Wang Shouyong with murmurs. That woman's way too arrogant. She uses her power to bully others and still picks a fight with Brother Wang. Brother Wang even admitted defeat with a salute, and she didn't say a word back. A conceited girl with talent. I wonder what clan she belongs to. Does the Demon Extermination Office have a female officer like her? She looks unfamiliar, but quite pretty. If she really worked for the Extermination Office, she wouldn't be so low profile. Most likely she's an outsider. The voices overlapped in heated discussion. Wang Shouyong lightly shook his injured arm, but inside he was restless. The 100 Bears strength technique of blue, the steel muscle body skill of green, plus a perfected body refining stage, yet he only managed to draw even with that girl. He had thought these techniques would be enough to stand up to Qi transformation experts, but now he realized he was far from invincible. From now on, he would have to be more cautious. Outside the duel grounds, Situ Iyun strode steadily forward and turned down a corridor, quickly disappearing from sight. Just as she rounded the corner, her expression abruptly changed. Her pace quickened, but within 10 steps she suddenly dropped to the ground near a wall, curling in on herself with arms wrapped tight against her chest. Her right hand pressed desperately over her heart. It hurt so much, so unbearably pain that stole her breath away. Tears streamed down Situ Yun's cheeks in thick drops, large pearls falling onto her dress. Her eyes were bloodshot as she buried her face, sobbing silently. A close look revealed her right hand was already swollen terribly. The previous strike was far from a draw. Although Wang Shouyong's sleeve was torn, his terrifying physique had absorbed much of the force into the fabric, while her slender body took the full brutal impact. She had hurried away while forcing a calm expression, which to others seemed like disdain. Yet now, crouched alone in a quiet corridor, her whole body trembled with pain. Having grown up in comfort and luxury, Situ Iyun rarely fought seriously, so she had been confident when arriving in Linshui County, but from the very first battle, she had met an immovable opponent. A mere mountain brawler's punch packed the power of a mid-level Huaji practitioner. Normally, a body refinement realm cultivator could not contend with someone in Huaji, let alone one who considered herself a top talent from the capital. So what kind of monster was Wang Shouyong? The burning ache in her arm gnawed like ants beneath her skin, leaving her head dizzy. Trembling, she finally took out a tiny porcelain bottle and poured a crystal pill into her mouth. The bitter medicine swiftly dissolved, sending warmth down her throat. The swelling on her right hand visibly faded from purple to pale within minutes, the pain dulling to a mild soreness and numbness. Situyun took a deep breath and wiped away her tear stains. She smoothed her dampened temple hair and adjusted her sleeves. Her tear-streaked, swollen face instantly transformed back into the familiar cold and proud expression. She looked around cautiously and found no one nearby, relieving herself silently. Good. No one had caught her crying, or else her dignity would be ruined. Just as she was about to relax, a puzzled voice suddenly came from behind. Yoon, what are you doing here? Like a buzzing in her head, she spun around in alarm and saw two figures approaching at a slow pace. Leading was her elder brother, Situ Wenfeng, followed by the demoted Lord Liao Yuanqing of Linshui County. Situ Wenfeng frowned and spoke quietly. Didn't I tell you to wait outside the gate? Why did you come to the training ground? Feeling guilty, Yoon waved her hand nervously, afraid he had seen her crying in such a sorry state. Tu was just walking around. Walking around? Then why did you happen to end up at the training ground? Wenfeng's gaze sharpened, seeming to guess the truth. You didn't go looking for Wang Shouyong again, did you? How many times have I told you to keep a low profile during this trip? Caught and embarrassed, Situ Yun's cheeks flushed. She stammered, struggling to come up with an excuse. Just then, Liao Yuanqing raised his hand with a smile. No harm done. On the path of cultivation, all of you are exceptionally talented. Sparring now and then is normal. Besides, you'll be colleagues soon enough. Colleagues. Ian looked up, stunned. Liao Yuanqing nodded slightly and turned to the siblings. Isn't that the reason you came here? In that case, assigning you to Chengping's command makes the most sense. Upon hearing this, Situ Wenfeng immediately composed himself and bowed respectfully. That's perfect. Thank you, Lord Liao. My sister's mind is still immature. I'm afraid she will benefit from more exchanges with the talented individuals from the Linshui exorcism department. Speaking of that kid, he is certainly interesting. Both his behavior and innate talent remind me a lot of Chengping Thaw. If you put that talent in the capital, it probably wouldn't even rank. Liao Yuanqing reclined against the chair back, twirling his beard, his voice carrying a hint of casual amusement. As soon as he finished speaking, Situ Wenfeng seemed to be fired up by a sense of competition, proudly puffing out his chest. His eyes, usually drifting in taverns and gambling dens, now shone with a faint light. A restrained smile played at his lips, but he couldn't hide the deep-seated sense of superiority. To the scions of noble families from the capital, the so-called genius from Linshui County was nothing more than a promising local youth while he himself spent his days indulging in pleasures, yet at a young age had already perfected his chi transformation. Even his younger sister, who disliked cultivation and spent her time shopping with maids, firmly stood at the intermediate stage of chi transformation. With such a foundation, how could an outsider's child compare? Not at all, not at all, Lord Liao. You flatter me, said Sidukyun, first bowing to Liao Yuanqing, then instinctively replying, I do think Wang Shouyong truly is extraordinarily gifted, truly a rare talent. If he were in the capital. Halfway through her sentence, she noticed her elder brother's strange gaze like he was looking at some rare monster and she swallowed the rest of her words. Liao Yuanqing was briefly taken aback, then chuckled. I didn't expect the young lady of the Situ family to be so modest. While Situ Yun's forehead flushed slightly. Feeling the silent doubt from her brother, she lowered her head in silence. The atmosphere in the hall grew a bit still. Liao Yuanqing glanced at the sun outside and casually suggested, there's still time. If you're free, why don't you come with me to meet Chengping and that boy, get to know each other? Situ Yun was as if pricked by a needle, hurriedly waving her hand. Today is rather inconvenient. Tomorrow then, yes. We need some time to prepare. Liao Yuanqing stroked his beard and nodded. Very well, then get some rest today. Tomorrow morning I will take you to get acquainted. After a few more pleasantries, he stood up and quickly left to attend to official business. Only the siblings remained in the hall. Situ Wenfeng stood with his hands behind his back, eyes scanning his sister as if trying to see right through her. After a long moment, he blurted, something's off about you. That single sentence made Situ Yun turn and walk away sharply. What nonsense. I'm tired today, let's go back and rest early. The next day, at the Department of Demon Extermination. It's you. The moment Wang Shouyong stepped inside, he spotted the girl who had brushed past him at the training grounds the day before and couldn't help but exclaim. They had met only yesterday. Yet today he was told they would be working together in the same hall. He found it hard to hide his surprise. Lord Liao, what's going on here? He asked bluntly. Liao Yuanqing, who had just finished handling the main case, stroked his slightly curled, graying short beard. Being questioned so directly by the young man did not offend him at all. Instead, a smile of approval appeared. Such straightforwardness was exactly the kind of character he favored. As you see, he said calmly, from today on, Captain Huss' subordinates won't just include you alone. Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong glanced over the two newly arrived youths. One male, one female, both dressed in somewhat worn but neat combat attire, clearly newly reported for duty. Inwardly, he muttered, so this is the era of connections now? While he studied them, the young man in blue was also scrutinizing him and the girl. The young man's name was Situ Wenfeng. He carried himself humbly, but had sharp eyes that marked him as no ordinary scholar. Standing beside him was the girl, Situ Yun, who had acted somewhat unusually the day before. Remembering her abrupt departure only piqued Wang's curiosity further. I am Situ Wenfeng. The young man bowed slightly, his voice clear. This is my younger sister, Situ Yun. From now on, please take good care of her, Officer Wang. All right. Likewise, let's work well together. Wang returned the salute politely, though his gaze unconsciously lingered on Situ Yun. Cough, cough. Situ Wenfeng stepped forward slightly, shielding his sister's delicate frame. Officer Wang, my sister is naturally shy. Please don't stare at her so directly. Only then did Wang realize how improper his gaze must have seemed in this strict era of etiquette. He quickly lowered his eyes and offered a slight nod of apology. Seeing the introductions complete, Liao Yuanqing cleared his throat and steered the conversation back to business. The reason I've called you here today, besides getting acquainted, is to assign you an important mission. His gaze settled on Wang Shouyong. Wang looked up, confusion evident across his face. Liao's tone remained steady but heavy with gravity. A few days ago, over 10 demons escaped from Jishan County into Linshui County, slaughtering innocent people along the way. In Sangzi village alone, they killed more than 300. We executed the captured demons on Chongqing Street recently, but uncovered an important clue during interrogation. What clue? Wang frowned. That group fled from a place called Evil Blood Mountain. The interrogations revealed that 3 shape-shifting demons also escaped there and have now entered Linshui County, though none of them have been spotted yet. Liao paused, then added firmly, so far, there hasn't been a large-scale massacre. But if they appear, it will be catastrophic. Before he finished, everyone grasped the implication. Waiting for another bloodbath to occur before acting would be too late. We certainly can't let another tragedy like what happened in Sangzi village happen again, Wang said quietly, but with resolve. Exactly. Liao nodded. The 3 of you will head to Evil Blood Mountain. We have identified the old lair of those 3 demons. You must bring back anything tainted by their demonic aura, shreds of clothing, scales, even a single hair. With those traces as a guide, our department can use tracking methods to locate and eliminate them before they strike again. Remember, the stronger the aura, the more accurate the pursuit. As he spoke, Liao observed Wang's expression. The boy seemed composed, only furrowing his brow slightly in thought, showing no hint of sorrow or pity. This coldness startled the seasoned officer, but also strengthened his confidence that this mission would succeed. Having a lead makes things easier. I will carry out the orders, Wang said firmly. Beside him, Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun exchanged a quick glance, then without hesitation, clasped their hands respectfully, and said, such a minor matter is naturally no problem. We accept the mission. Their voices were crisp, eyes shining with excitement. This was their first official chance to earn merit since joining the Demon Extermination Department, and no matter what, they wanted to carry out the task flawlessly. After a brief pause, Situ Wenfeng looked up and asked, what about Captain Hu? Is he coming with us? Liao Yuanqing shook his head, his robe sleeve fluttering slightly. I still have urgent business to hand over to Captain Hu. This time, only you 2 will go. Rest assured, after the demon purge in Jishan County, it should no longer be dangerous. The only uncertainty is that the Jishan Extermination Department may have already eliminated the demon lair, so you might return empty-handed. At these words, the 3's doubts were dispelled. Taking the maps and contact information prepared by Liao Yuanqing, they bowed respectfully and withdrew from the affairs hall. Once their footsteps faded away, the large hall was left empty except for Liao Yuanqing. Yet instead of immediately handling the dossiers, he furrowed his brows deeply, as if pondering something weighing on his mind. After a long while, he murmured, Qingping. From the shadows, a tall figure silently stepped forward. Captain Hu Qingping, his face sharp and cold as a blade, his sword sheath firmly secured at his waist. Liao Yuanqing composed himself carefully and chose his words cautiously. What do you think of the Situ siblings? Hu Qingping shook his head. Talented youths of the capital, proud and ambitious. Their abilities are decent, but when it really counts, I'm afraid they'll stumble first. Liao Yuanqing nodded. I have examined their fate. They show signs of soaring dragons and dancing phoenixes, but entangled in hardships. Before reaching the Jinshuan realm, they are destined to face many setbacks. Hu Qingping was silent, sensing Liao Yuanqing had more to say. Sure enough, the other man asked next, then what about this young man? Hu Qingping's brow furrowed slightly. Both his aptitude and temperament are excellent, more decisive and experienced than the Situ siblings, but his nature is somewhat fierce. I also sense his heart is very detached. Liao Yuanqing stroked his beard and sighed softly. Exactly. When I mentioned the disaster at Sangzi village, the Situ siblings showed anger and resentment, but he remained unperturbed as if the tragedy meant nothing to him. Hu Chengping spoke gravely. I was once the same way, but now, as I slayed demons, my resolve has never wavered. Liao Yuanqing smiled faintly at this. That's why I say he's very much like you. I will help him if I can. But there is one more thing you must be warned about. His gaze turned cold. I looked upon his fate with divination and saw ominous energy swirling around him. Amid dense mists lurk savage spirits. His destiny is vast, but uncertain fortune and disaster entwined. I suspect he may hold a fate of great calamity. If one day he goes astray, he will bring ruin to others. Before Liao Yuanqing finished speaking, Hu Qingping was already gripping his sword and striding toward the door. Hu Qingping said coolly, "That is not my concern. I only know that right now, his heart is set on demon slaying, and his talent is extraordinary. That is enough." Liao Yuanqing opened his mouth to speak again. "I worry that he might affect you after 3 months. Then we will talk after 3 months. I will go to the capital come what may." With that, Hu Chengping pushed the door open and left, leaving Liao Yuanqing standing there, lost in thought. Although the distance between Linxian County and Jishan County was not great, the three traveled at the pace of those at the Qi transformation stage, walking steadily with frequent pauses. They followed the official road and cut through wild paths, taking a full day and night to cover the distance. As night fell, they found a ruined Taoist temple in the desolate mountains and decided to rest there, planning to enter Jishan County at dawn. Inside the temple, the flickering firelight revealed a clay statue of the Taoist ancestor on the altar, half its face shattered, with hollow eyes that seemed to coldly stare at them. Wang Shouyong and the Sitong siblings each chose a separate corner to sit. Wang Shouyong sat upright by the fire, closing his eyes in meditation as described in the Nine manual, but his brows remained furrowed, as if troubled by some inner doubt. Sitong Wenfeng appeared to be attentively adding firewood. Each crackle and spark shot from the logs. Through the firelight, he glanced casually at Wang Shouyong, casually touching the bracelet on his right wrist. "What kind of person does he seem to you?" he whispered to his sister as he activated a soundproofing array on the bracelet. The array rippled quietly, swallowing all sounds within a 3-zhang radius. Sitong Yun was momentarily taken aback. Memories of their sparring sessions flashed through her mind. She answered softly, "His talent is decent, but his mind is hard to read. Pretty average overall." Hearing this, Sitong Wenfeng let out a light breath and chuckled softly. "I thought you got along with him better than that." Realizing that despite her Qi transformation cultivation, she was no match for his fully realized body refining stage. Sitong Yun blushed faintly and said nothing. After the laughter died down, Sitong Wenfeng's expression turned serious. "Little sister, I don't care how you see him, but I know one thing. Listen carefully, is not someone we should get close to." "What?" Yun frowned. "A few days ago, I casually spoke with Lord Liao and learned that this Wang Shouyong is actually a survivor of the massacre at Sangzi village in Linxian County." At the word Sangzi village, Yun's eyes widened. "He went through that? You'd never guess it from looking at him." Wenfeng nodded. "Yes, all the villagers who raised him were slaughtered. Yet when others mention it, he remains expressionless. Either he has incredible cold calculation or an indifferent nature. Either way, keep your distance." Yun was silent for a moment, then said lightly, "That has nothing to do with me. You worry too much. Just remember, our mission is important. We want to stay long in Linxian County. Don't get too involved in anything." Wenfeng reminded her. "Got it. You're really annoying sometimes," Yun teased, though her eyes softened. Wenfeng smiled, pleased that she took the warning to heart, and said no more. The night passed without incident. At first light, the three set out again, crossing into Jishan County. Passing through a village, they saw farmers bent over their work, smoke curling gently from rooftops, a peaceful rural scene. They didn't stop, focusing on reaching the Evil Blood Mountain. The mountain paths grew more remote, villages scattered further apart, and the forest thickened and grew wilder. By sunset, they had fully entered a vast, deserted mountain range. The boundless wilderness was overgrown with weeds. The three hurried onward, glancing ahead to see a long range of dark red mountains stretching across the horizon. After another hour of brisk walking, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Looking up, the dense forest at the base appeared shadowy and foreboding, like a ferocious beast baring its fangs, silently waiting for intruders. This was Yishui Mountain. The entire range glowed blood red, its name truly fitting. No wonder the idle demons gather here. The sinister aura is suffocating, Situ Wenfeng remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, this place suits their taste perfectly, Situ Yun added in agreement. After traveling day and night, the Situ siblings felt invigorated upon arrival and became more talkative. Situ Wenfeng smiled as he looked around and said, "Judging from what we've seen, Jishan County seems well governed. The villagers are diligently at work. After the assessment in 3 months, I'm confident they'll receive a good evaluation." Assessment? Wang Shouyong caught the keyword, and was about to ask when out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure in the dense forest. A young man dressed in dark purple combat gear stepped forward. His square face was stern, and he carried a standard-issue long sword at his waist along with a badge etched with a single golden stripe, undoubtedly an officer of the Jishan County Demon Suppression Division. The youth's expression flickered with surprise, then alertness, as he placed a hand on his sword hilt. Seeing his uniform, Situ Wenfeng immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully. "Greetings, sir. We are dispatched by the Linshui County Demon Suppression Division." Before he could finish, a blade flashed. Boom. A fierce slash tore through the air, sending dust flying. Situ Wenfeng staggered back, his right sleeve shredded to tatters. Though uninjured, he looked disheveled. "Ahem, officer, why draw your sword against us?" The young officer's brows were sharp and cold. After missing his first strike, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. He advanced slowly, voice stern. "You claim to be from Linshui County's Demon Suppression Division? You're at Huaji rank and yet an officer?" Situ Wenfeng suppressed his anger and replied, "Sir, we really are officers assigned personally. This is our identity badge." Another flash of cold light cut through the air. This time, the blade's ferocity was even greater. "Ridiculous. Huaji rank officers can't be personal guards. Clearly demon spies." With a firm step, the officer moved like an arrow released from a bow. His long sword ignited a vast blue aura. The slashing energy surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Situ Iyun and Wang Shouyong as well. Wang Shouyong raised his arm, knocking aside a wave of blade force. His sleeve tore in the impact, alarm rushing through his mind. Situ Iyun called out urgently, "Sir, you must be mistaken." The officer's cold gaze swept over them, the blade striking again. Under the edge, a dark blue phantom took shape, roaring like a giant beast, claws flashing. Huaji rank martial skill. All three felt a tremor in their hearts. Almost simultaneously, the Situ siblings brushed their right wrists with their left hands, activating pale green magical arrays that lit up before them. Wang Shouyong shifted position and retreated swiftly. In the next moment, the beast-like blade force surged forward, tearing through earth and stone, sending grass and dust flying. Boom. The ground where the three stood split open with jagged fissures, revealing crimson rock beneath. The air filled with the scent of burning and iron blood. Such was the overwhelming power of a Hwaja-level martial strike. Even at the peak of the Qi transformation stage, you're no match for Medant Pushmi. Dust billowed as scattered spirit runes shattered midair, and Situ Wenfeng's furious roar echoed from within the broken formation. "So what if I'm pushing you?" The young captain's eyes turned icy cold, indifferent to right or wrong. He raised his long blade, which instantly gleamed with blue light. The energy of heaven and earth obeyed his command, coalescing into a deep blue phantom wave roaring behind his shoulder. Situ Wenfeng took a deep breath, his gaze growing utterly cold and hard. Reaching for his waist, a dark red storage pouch trembled slightly, and a 3-foot-long green blade slid into his palm. A storage pouch? Greed flashed in the young captain's eyes, and his blade's strikes intensified, each move cutting off Situ Wenfeng's escape routes. "I wanted to talk this through peacefully, but since you're merciless and strike to kill, don't blame me." Situ Wenfeng's voice was icy and grim. Suddenly, his figure blurred and vanished like a specter drifting through the dust. The young captain felt a chill down his arm as his blade struck empty air. Peak of Qi transformation. He suddenly sensed the surrounding elemental energy being devoured like by a great whale, all rushing into Situ Wenfeng's sword. Die. Killing intent exploded with wild sword energy. A towering sword stance, like a collapsing sky, swept up spiritual energy in all directions, sketching out a hunched old sword-wielding figure in the air. The old figure was neither sorrowful nor joyful, casually swinging his sword. A trace of cold sword energy silently cut through the air, instantly closing in on the captain. In a flash between life and death, the captain's long blade crossed over his chest, magical power surging through his body as defensive techniques activated simultaneously. Crack! His blade shattered from the heart of the sword energy. The protective aura shattered like paper. The leftover momentum, sharp and icy, slammed fiercely into his chest. Sung. Metal clashed. The captain's robe tore, revealing golden thread soft armor beneath. The sword energy broke through both blade and defense, finally exhausting itself against the armor. The captain's throat burned, blood sprayed out. He was thrown backward, but a blazing murderous fire lit up his eyes. "You're seeking death." His fierce shout echoed as he stomped the ground and leapt into the air. The deep blue phantom suddenly swelled into an endless tide, merging once more with the blade's intent. The tidal wave of blade energy descended with roaring wind, shaking the surroundings. Situ Wenfeng's eyes snapped wide. That last sword strike had exhausted his reserves. He was caught in the gap between old strength fading and new power yet to rise. Kneeling on one knee, barely able to raise his sword, his internal energy suddenly fell into chaos. His vital energy spiraled out of control, blood and chi instantly plummeted. He froze, unable to move, only able to watch the raging blade strike down on him. Iyun, run, he called hoarsely. But before the words left his mouth, darkness suddenly appeared in front of him. A broad figure blocked the attack. Such strong martial skill, why can't I ever learn it? The newcomer said with a trace of frustration. Clenching his fists, he advanced against the wind. It was Wang Shouyong, whose body refinement was complete. You're crazy. Using a physique-refined body to take on a chi transformation martial technique. Time was running out. Situ Wenfeng could only shout this warning. In the next breath, a devastating blade storm burst forth like a collapsing sky, surging directly toward the two of them. The sheer force of the blades felt as if they intended to slice the pair clean from head to toe. With a roar like thunder, the sword aura slammed just before Wang Shouyong. He clenched his fist suddenly, channeling power through his shoulder, and slammed his punch out fiercely. Boom! The impact blew out like a giant war drum or a dragon crashing to earth, sending dust and debris billowing in all directions. Amid the flying sand and stones, Situ Wenfeng was forced to squint sharply. Shards of rock scraped past his face, his vision swallowed by thick dust. His body staggered twice before he regained balance. Such overwhelming blade power clearly came from a master who had perfected energy control over decades, far beyond the strength of a mere physical cultivator at full completion. A dark thought sank in Situ Wenfeng's mind. I fear Wang Shouyong might. Big brother. A heart-wrenching shout suddenly pierced the chaos. Situ Iyun burst through the dust in an instant, appearing beside Situ Wenfeng with a concerned glance. Big brother, are you okay? I'm fine, but Wang Qin sure. Before he could finish, a faint but clear voice interrupted. I'm fine too. If you have any teleportation artifacts, use them quickly, or I won't be able to hold off the next strike. The two turned to look toward the voice. In the depths of dust and smoke, Wang Shouyong stood firm despite blood seeping through his sleeve on his right arm, his expression resolute. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? He barked with a frown. All right, Situ Iyun. He snapped back to focus, grabbed the others, and swiped 3 times across the bracelet on his right wrist. A pale yellow magic array ignited suddenly, enveloping all 3 of them. With a flash of light, their figures vanished immediately. Colonel of Jishan County hovered midair, panting, slashing 3 times in quick succession to sweep away the remaining dust clouds. The ground fell silent. The place was long abandoned. The wind howled and the forest stirred violently. The world seemed to shift abruptly. In just a few breaths, the trio had crossed countless territories and crashed heavily into a dense thicket. Coughing, Wang Shouyong was the first to steady himself, glancing sideways to see Situ Wenfeng staggering over to an ancient tree, then sitting down, face pale. Situ Iyun released Wang's hand, brows furrowed deeply, and hurriedly retrieved a delicate porcelain bottle. He fed a pill into Situ Wenfeng's mouth before tossing the bottle to Wang Shouyong. The siblings exchanged complicated looks as they watched him silently. Wang Shouyong took the vessel, which contained only a single smooth pill with no markings. Mimicking what had seen, he tossed his head back and swallowed it whole. As the pill dissolved, a wave of coolness spread rapidly through his meridians, rushing to his right arm. Within seconds, the numbness faded and feeling returned. Moments later, his fingers moved fluidly again, with only slight stiffness left in the joints. What kind of pill is this? Such a rapid effect? He clenched his fist experimentally, unable to hide his surprise. Situ Yun's thoughts tumbled as he whispered, it's a Wuhuan pill, very effective for healing internal injuries. Normally, it takes half an hour to work, but you. Before he could finish, Wang Shouyong suddenly recalled the digestion blue trait granting him extraordinary digestive power. No wonder the pill acted instantly. Not wanting to reveal his secret, he quickly changed the subject. That colonel showed extreme hostility toward us. Why would he try to kill us? Situ Wenfeng sat cross-legged and took a moment to recover his breath before answering gravely. This is suspicious. Jishan County should be cautious recently, yet they attacked outsiders brutally. That damn colonel knew we were from the Linshui County Exorcism Department and showed no mercy. There must be another reason. The 3 exchanged looks, now understanding that this hostility clearly targeted the Linshui Exorcism Department. Wang Shouyong pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered the assessment Situ Wenfeng mentioned earlier. He asked, I wanted to ask before, what is this assessment you mentioned? Could the anomalies in Jishan County be connected to it? At these words, the Situ siblings were momentarily taken aback. Situ Wenfeng frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, in 3 months, there will be the Triennial Demon Hunting Bureau inspection. The Imperial inspectors will visit various regions. Jishan County and Linshui County both belong to Shizhou, so they will likely be inspected together. If this is really about the inspection, that Jishan captain would never dare to act against us. After all, we fall under Linshui County's jurisdiction. If Lord Liao reports upward, Jishan County would only get into trouble. Hearing this, Wang Shouyong thought of the tragic situation in Sangzi village and asked, what if one county's performance is clearly worse than the other? Then the Imperial inspectors will report it truthfully. Situ Wenfeng replied straightforwardly. After returning to the capital, the inspectors reward merit and punish faults. Every inspection results in some officials being promoted and others demoted. Before he finished, he saw Wang Shouyong's expression suddenly darken. The Situ siblings, sharp-minded, quickly connected this with their private discussion last night about Sangzi village, linking the two matters almost immediately. They exchanged looks, both growing serious. If Sangzi village was deliberately neglected by Jishan County to create the illusion of well-handled affairs before the inspection, that would be extremely malicious. Though worried, Situ Wenfeng knew there was no solid evidence and comforted them. Jishan County probably wouldn't be so reckless as to trade lives for credit. Let's hope so. Wang Shouyong did not respond directly. In the previous life, vigilant law enforcement still left many dark corners. In this world of rampant force and lax rules, underhanded schemes would only multiply. Once we finish the task, we'll report back to Lord Liao immediately, Situ Yun interjected. He'll ensure we get justice. After a moment to catch their breath, the three felt the pulse of their healing pills stabilize their injuries, and they set off deeper into Malblood Mountain. This time their pace quickened and grew more cautious. The peak condensation stage captain had chased them from the mountain and might still be stalking unseen. They needed to find the dens of the three shape-shifting great demons quickly, retrieve the items tainted with demon chi, and leave. Entering the dense forest, the damp earth smelled sharp with rot and decaying leaves. The three followed the red marks on their map, climbing over rocky slopes and pushing through vines and thorns, stepping carefully on slippery, moss-covered stones. Along the way, they saw numerous hollowed-out, small demon nests. Dark brown bloodstains still marred the stone walls, with lingering oppressive energy hanging in the air. Situ Wenfeng whispered as they pressed on. Looks like Jishan County cleared Malblood Mountain thoroughly. But have they found the dens of those three shape-shifting great demons yet? Not finding them is normal, Situ Iyun answered clearly in her heart. Otherwise, Lord Liao wouldn't have sent just the three of us captains personally for this mission. That's true, Situ Wenfeng agreed, swinging his sword to clear the obstructing vines. Leading in front, Situ Wenfeng pushed aside a patch of grass, revealing a sudden open clearing ahead. He lowered his head and carefully examined the patterns drawn on the map, comparing them to the real surroundings. To his surprise, it perfectly matched the image of a demon lair, and a smile spread across his face. Situ Wenfeng chuckled lightly. This is the place. The first spot is the Blood Bowl Demon's den, easier to find than I thought. Wang Shouyong and Situ Iyun exchanged a glance, both exhaling in relief. They shifted their feet to follow him forward, but suddenly Situ Wenfeng stopped abruptly. He spun around, grabbed both their arms, and pulled them back into a grassy thicket barely waist-high. He pressed his right palm to the silver bracelet on his wrist. A flicker of spiritual light traced his fingertips, and a circular magic array materialized, enveloping the three of them. Soft ripples spread out as their forms and auras gradually blended into the surrounding grass and trees, making them almost invisible unless watched closely. Wang Shouyong whispered, "What's going on?" "Shoo, keep quiet." Situ Wenfeng lowered his voice. "This array muffles most sound, but not all movement." Then he raised his hand, pointing forward. "Look at the fire traces outside the lair." Following his finger, the other two peered through the grass. On the clearing before the cave entrance, blackened ash remained warm, the remains of a recently extinguished bonfire. Around it, dead branches and leaves had been cleared in a 2-meter square area. Two roughly squared stones sat by the fire, clearly used as seating stones. Situ Iyun frowned. "Someone stayed here overnight? This is Evil Blood Mountain. Even though the demons were wiped out, who would dare linger here?" Wang Shouyong recalled the officer they met earlier and guessed, could it have been that captain? A heavy silence fell over them. The captain, like Situ Wenfeng, was a master at the perfect stage of chi transformation, clad in well-defensive light armor and highly skilled in martial arts. If they fought desperately, the outcome would be uncertain. Situ Wenfeng frowned. "Let's hope not. Either way, we need to get inside and investigate first." If that captain wanted to turn back, he couldn't have done so this quickly. "Quick in, quick out," Wang Shouyong nodded. "Keep the array active, it's safer that way." Decision made, the three cautiously advanced, the magic array forming a faint transparent veil around them. From afar, they would appear as a vague, distorted blur drifting through the air. As they stepped into the cave entrance, a wave of blood stench hit them, making their expressions change instantly. "So strong," whispered Situ Wenfeng. The cave branched deep and dark. Every 3 meters, a pale blue luminescent stone was embedded in the rock walls, casting a cold glow that highlighted dark red stains. Deeper inside, the blood scent grew thick and viscous, clinging to their nostrils like glue. After 10 meters, impossible to shake off. Soft sobbing came faintly from the depths, like countless people crying out in darkness. The three quickened their pace, finally reaching the lowest hollow. The ground there dropped sharply, resembling a massive round pit. Going further meant falling in. Dozens of glowing stones surrounded the pit's edge, illuminating everything in its depths with eerie clarity. The trio froze on the spot. Wang Shouyong's mouth dropped open, his mind roaring in shock. Situ Wenfeng's breath grew uneven and his pupils constricted sharply. Situ Yun's eyes reddened, ready to leap down in fury, but was held back tightly by Situ Wenfeng's grip. At the bottom lay 12 boys and girls, arms and legs cleanly severed at the joints, their white bones piercing pale flesh, exposed in a macabre display. The oldest were no more than 10, the youngest around 6 or 7, all without exception doomed. Each child lay face up, eyes vacant and filled with pain, their open mouths stuffed with tangled debris, emitting hoarse, soundless screams. Cold drops occasionally fell from the cave's ceiling, splashing on their pale faces, as if someone deliberately left them struggling on the edge of life and death. The horrific scene bore down on the three, heavy breaths heaving their chests. Near the pit's edge, a pool of thick, dark gray blood lay still. The viscous liquid refused to flow, serene like a lake, but as dense as porridge. "Let go of me." Situ Yun spoke each word slowly, almost grinding his teeth as he said it to Situ Wenfeng. Situ Wenfeng didn't answer. His knuckles turned white from gripping tightly, his trembling hand clamped around his sister's arm like an iron vice. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Look carefully around you." Only then did Situ Yun manage to tear his gaze away from the dozen or so unconscious children and sweep it along the pit wall's gray-white stone etched with a cluster of strange, ancient magic circles, their lines dark and shimmering faintly. "I don't understand these arrays, but whoever set them up wouldn't leave people here unprotected. If you act recklessly, you'll just get us both killed," Situ Wenfeng warned through clenched teeth. Situ Yun's body continued to tremble uncontrollably, his feet frozen in place, eyes bloodshot. "Then what do you suggest we do?" he asked. A heavy silence fell between them. Reason told Situ Wenfeng they should turn back immediately to report to Lord Liao, but looking at these children, he feared many wouldn't survive the night. Since leaving the capital, had scarcely witnessed true bloodshed. Now his emotions were a chaotic mess, and their relationship remained strained. At that moment, Wang Shouyong's voice whispered softly from behind them, "Someone's coming." The siblings froze and glanced back. Wang Shouyong stared expressionlessly toward the tunnel entrance. Faint voices drifted from outside, casual tones accompanied by heavy footsteps steadily approaching. Situ Wenfeng grabbed both their arms and quietly pulled them out of the pit and back along the passage. The three pressed themselves against the stone wall, blending their forms with the shadows. The footsteps grew louder, then a sycophantic voice broke through in broken phrases. "You, sir, enjoy fresh ones. The day before yesterday, that Insha pool is almost full of grudges. Might as well wait a few more days, shouldn't matter now. Of course, if you can't wait, these dozen boys and girls will do for lunch. We'll fetch more tomorrow." "Haha, no problem. There's always plenty for the lowly. Actually, there were young women too, but the brothers always accidentally kill them, huh?" Thud, thud, thud. Two figures appeared at the tunnel's mouth. One was a young, handsome man with unfamiliar features, dressed in the purple and black uniform of the Ji County military commander, a long sword hanging at his waist. His face was plastered with obsequious smiles, nodding and bowing repeatedly. The other figure was twice the height of an average man, fat and bulky, weighing several hundred pounds at least. Black bristles covered his cheeks, layered flesh shaking with each heavy step that left deep craters in the soft earth. Steel needle-like black hair stood up on his thick arms. His all-black eyes scanned mercilessly, while a blackened pig snout twitched below. Two dark red tusks pressed against his nostrils, stained with what looked like dried blood, clearly a wild boar demon in transformed form. The Situ siblings held their breath. Situ Yun even covered his mouth, afraid he might cry out. Wang Shouyong silently watched the commander and the demon, a sour, indescribable feeling rising in his chest that made him want to vomit. Since arriving in this world, he had always regarded everything around him as a mere onlooker. The tragedy at Sangzi village, the havoc wreaked by demons. This world had its own way of operating, and he felt none of it truly concerned him. Even though he had been an orphan raised in Sangzi village and had just recently been assigned to the demon extermination department, he still saw himself as an outsider. Demons running rampant and death everywhere were nothing unusual, at least that's how he rationalized it. But now, a strange tightness gripped his chest, like a fiery lump blocking his airway. The flames roared and pressed between his lungs, forcing him to grit his teeth, as if opening his mouth would unleash a torrent of pent-up emotion. In the cold mountain cave, water seeped through the rocky walls, droplets falling silently. Wang Shouyong, Situ Wenfeng, and Situ Yun held their breaths, hiding behind the stone face. At that moment, two figures approached from a distance, passing right in front of them without noticing, heading straight toward the large pit. The flickering yellow torchlight revealed a young, handsome military officer from Jishan County, smiling slyly and lowering his gaze in flattery. Beside him stood a monstrous demon, shaped like a mound of flesh. The demon never spoke, its narrow vertical pupils indifferent, but betraying an unmistakable greed. You said there are young women? The demon's voice was like grinding boulders, low and rough. The young officer bent over hurriedly, speaking in a wheedling tone. Boss, you can have as many as you want. The Flesh Mountain demon raised a massive sharp claw and scratched near his groin a few times, grunting casually. I'm looking to blow off steam. Got any now? Right now? There are only some children left. The officer laughed nervously, his voice growing increasingly servile. Huff whatever. The demon grunted again, unconcerned. Use what you can, then he'll eat them. Huh. With that, the footsteps of man and demon faded down the corridor, disappearing into the depths of the cave. Their echoes trembled against the rock walls before being swallowed by darkness. Beside the stone wall, silence stretched long. After a while, Situ Wenfeng finally ground out two words between clenched teeth. Beasts. Situ Yun's eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched until knuckles cracked, nails digging into his palms. He muttered bitterly, are all the military officers of Jishan County such scum? The two brothers instinctively recalled the officer who had blocked their path at the foot of Evil Blood Mountain. The truth was now undeniable. Jishan County officers were in league with the demons. Anger surged, but Situ Wenfeng forced himself to stay calm. In a low voice he said, this is beyond what we can handle. We must return and report, expose the wickedness of Jishan County. He barely finished speaking before reaching out to pull the two others along. Situ Yun didn't move, eyes wild with red veins. If we fight now, do we even stand a chance? Situ Wenfeng was silent for a moment, then shook his head. One of them has perfected transformation, the other perfected energy. We don't have a single chance. That energy stage officer alone is formidable, but the demon's physical form is enough to overpower cultivators of our level, let alone facing both. He shifted his gaze worriedly to Wang Shouyong, who had remained silent until now, feeling a pang of concern. Wang Shouyong, don't act rashly. I know your constitution is exceptional, but even if you can withstand one strike from an energy stage foe, you want last 10 or 100. The only thing we can do is rush back to Linshui County and let Lord Liao decide. With no room for argument, Situ Wenfeng used his perfected energy to forcibly pull Wang Shouyong and Situ Yun along. They hurried back along their path, swiftly exiting the cave. Outside the cave, the air finally felt fresh. Situ Wenfeng saw that the two showed no resistance, and a heavy weight in his heart eased as he exhaled deeply in relief. It's best if you can see reason. He lowered his voice, speaking quickly. Acting recklessly could easily cost you your lives. We must return to Linshui County as fast as possible and call for reinforcements to wipe out the demons. He turned his head slightly and added, maybe it's still not too late. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his right hand and traced 3 strange motions on the bronze bracelet. Amid the crisp metallic scraping, a teleportation array about 3 meters wide beneath their feet lit up with faint golden patterns, the same one they had used earlier at the foot of Evil Blood Mountain. As the formation solidified, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirled around them, kicking up dust and gravel into small whirlpools around their ankles. Situ Wenfeng's face turned pale, lips pressed tight, silent. Both he and his sister understood well. Even if they set out immediately, it would still take several hours to reach Linshui County. Saying it's not too late was merely a comfort to themselves. The array hummed, the light threatening to overflow. At that moment, the silent Wang Shouyong suddenly stepped back 2 paces, leaving the edge of the formation. The siblings were stunned at once. Situ Wenfeng tensed and whispered urgently, what do you think you're doing? Wang Shouyong stood outside the array, his posture straight and face as calm as still water, yet his eyes were hauntingly deep, as if harboring countless unspeakable emotions. He looked at them in a steady voice, all the while stepping further away from the glowing circle. At first, I only wanted to survive, he said softly. A breeze at the cave entrance swept over the charred rock, tousling the stray hairs by his temples. Wang Shouyong's gaze darkened as he continued almost to himself. In these times, death is normal. I kept telling myself, since I'm here, I have to fight to live. Killing demons, leveling up, maybe someday becoming somebody important. Then somehow, I stumbled into joining the Demon Suppression Bureau. He gave a bitter laugh. Honestly, I still don't understand why some officers with good hearts lead ruined lives, while others rotten to the bone go unpunished. Why some treat human lives like grass. Why some collude with demons. Why that pig demon, disgusting as it is, can stand upright like a person. And most of all, why some people stand but have backs bent like dogs. The column of light from the array rose, enveloping the Situ siblings and reflecting in Wang Shouyong's pupils like flickering flames. But there's one thing I do understand. With that, he turned and began walking step by step into the darkness of the cave. Human life is something I can't pretend not to see. His words fading, his figure slowly disappeared into the blackness. The officer in the Huachi realm that Wang Shouyong encountered at the foot of Evil Blood Mountain made him realize one thing: even within the same cultivation stage, martial prowess can vary greatly. Situ Tu Wenfeng's shallow foundation and being brutalized by that officer held and rubbed against the ground like a chick didn't surprise Wang Shouyong at all. That officer from Jishan County had likely fought his way out from mountains of demon corpses and blood seas, while Situ Tu Wenfeng had mostly relied on connections to get his post, seeing little real combat. However, demons are entirely different from cultivators. Even after transforming, they still cannot fly or practice martial arts, yet they possess endless cunning tricks that render the martial realm meaningless against them. Because of this, whenever a fight broke out, Wang Shouyong would exploit the demons' carelessness to launch surprise attacks and steal the prized abilities they boasted about. This was the very reason he knew he could stay alive. He had ambushed countless times, and the skill of stealing abilities was always the biggest intelligence gap between him and the demons. Even demons at the Gongxian realm had fallen to him, let alone a pig demon in the Huachi realm. Thinking of this, he slowed his pace inside the cave and suppressed his breathing to nearly imperceptible levels, exhaling a chilling stillness. His Ninein body made his aura utterly silent, like a walking corpse, just as the Gongxian demon before the Taoist temple had been fooled by this deathly stillness to the point of missing 3 Gongxian officers. He tiptoed along the winding passage, soon returning to the edge of the huge pit. The familiar sycophantic voice drifted in again. The Insha pool is about to fill. Just 10 more batches of resentment energy are enough. Originally, I planned to ask you to come again in 2 days. By then, the Insha pool will surely help you break through the Gongxian stage. Oh, you think my timing is wrong? The pig demon's coarse voice echoed around the cave. No, not at all. The young officer quickly replied with a nervous smile. Wang Shouyong stayed hidden in shadow, back against the stone wall, looking down at the pit bottom. 1 person and 1 demon stood with their backs turned to him, the pig demon's short, thick neck and the young officer's unguarded back fully exposed in his sight. His urge to strike was almost overwhelming, but he forced himself to restrain it, pressing deeper into the darkness. If he could only strike once, it had to be the perfect hit. Like a coiled, venomous snake, he waited patiently in the shadows. The conversation below continued. After a moment, the pig demon casually picked up a nearby girl with 1 hand, while the other reached into his pants. Why are even the hands and feet missing? No movement isn't fun. The officer hesitated, whispering, they always resist and struggle. I find it upsetting and don't want to disturb you, sir, so? Enough, enough, bring complete ones tomorrow. Today will do. The pig demon waved impatiently, a cruel gleam flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly undid his waistband. At this moment, the demon's entire attention was on the captive in his hand. The young officer, seeing this, let out a breath of relief and turned his head aside. Although he personally captured over a dozen boys and girls, and even severed their limbs, scenes this gruesome were better left unseen whenever possible. Before he could fully turn his head away, the young commander suddenly sensed something amiss, a faint breeze coming from above. This was a sealed cave. Where could the wind be coming from? Instinctively, he turned back, only to see a pair of fingers suddenly thrust toward his pupils like razor-sharp blades, quickly enlarging before his eyes. He barely breathed out before a sharp tearing sound cut through the air like a punctured sack. The young commander clutched his eyes in agony and stumbled back several steps, simultaneously drawing his long blade and slashing forward with all his might. Ah, who's there? But before his blade could land, a blood-curdling roar erupted from the nearby boar demon, a sound so raw and fierce it ripped through the silence. The commander's vision instantly flooded with red. Forcing his eyes open through the haze, he saw a figure clinging to the boar demon's shoulder like a leech, biting down fiercely. Only then did the commander's blade arrive at the figure's original position, slicing through empty air and gouging a deep furrow in the ground. The boar demon howled in pain and fury, dropping the captured girl and throwing a heavy punch toward the attacker on its shoulder. But the figure had already torn a chunk of flesh away and landed nimbly on the ground. A sharp rush of displaced air filled the cave as the boar demon's punch smashed wildly into nothing, compressing the air but missing completely. Gurgling, thick blood and torn flesh filled Wang Shouyong's mouth as he swallowed it without hesitation, turning and sprinting toward the cave's exit. Rocks and earth exploded beneath his feet as he surged forward like a cannonball. You're tough, your flesh resilient. Your body has strong shock absorption against heavy blows. 1 strike done, escape immediately. Damn it, don't think you can run. The young commander's eyes blazed bright red, 1 eyeball dripping fresh blood, the other swollen and inflamed. When he was first ambushed, he instinctively tilted his head just enough to barely avoid losing both eyes completely, but he also caught a glimpse of the attacker's cultivation level. Only a body refinement stage. If it had been the chi refinement stage, the first strike's spiritual power would have penetrated his brain, killing him outright. So this person could only be body refinement. The boar demon was equally furious. Never before had it experienced something so humiliating as having a chunk of flesh torn from it. Chase him down. It roared, stomping the ground so heavily that stones shattered instantly. Its massive body blurred visibly as it accelerated toward the cave entrance. The demon and the figure ran, one leading, the other following closely behind Wang Shouyong. Hardly had he entered the cave passageway when a whooshing wind sounded behind him. Too late to react. His back was slammed by a tremendous force. Cough! Wang Shouyong expelled air harshly, but his eyes shone with a frightening brightness. Though the power of the blow was enormous, he sensed his flesh had softened it layer by layer, so that by the time it reached his internal organs, the force was negligible. Clearly, this was the benefit of the shock absorption ability he had gained from the boar demon. He didn't stop running. Instead, he used the momentum of the strike to launch himself several yards forward. Turning his head, he saw the demon's savage face looming behind him. "Beast, come catch me if you can." Wang Shouyong laughed loudly, but his eyes glanced calmly over his shoulder. There, the young commander with his face smeared in blood was gathering spiritual power beneath his feet, flying toward them at lightning speed. The cave was low and cramped, so the commander's flight was barely above ground. Seeing this, Wang Shouyong's heart sank. While running out, he mentally scrambled for a tactic. Cultivators at the Qi refinement stage could fly, but demons in their shape-shifting form could not. This was their biggest difference. Inside the cave, it was manageable. Outside, it would be hard to restrain the commander. Thoughts racing, Wang Shouyong kicked a rock forward like a cannonball. The commander flicked his blade through the air to shatter it effortlessly. "You brat, you won't get away." The commander cursed, closing in fiercely behind, though the deeper he chased, the more alarmed he became. Forget body refinement, the speed was faster than most at the Qi refinement stage, and this person had just suffered a blow from the boar demon. Who exactly was this man? Wang Shouyong dashed forward, while the pig demon transformed back into a mass of flesh. Its fist exploded with a boom as it slammed heavily against Wang's back. Thud! It felt as if all his internal organs were about to shift out of place. The air in Wang's lungs was violently expelled, yet strangely, he suffered no injury at all. With his reinforced resilience, like a body fortified with steel and sinew, had essentially become an incredibly tough punching bag. Hungry or what? Put some muscle into it. Wang laughed heartily as his eyes darted upward to the cracks spreading across the cave's stone walls. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Got it. The pig demon roared in furious disbelief as it chased Wang relentlessly. Though brutish, it understood the weight behind its own punches. Take the young officer behind it. For example, there's no way he could have taken 2 hits and been unharmed. But this guy up front had somehow withstood both blows without a scratch. Impossible. At the same time, Wang's taunts inflamed the pig demon's rage, causing its eyes to glow bright red. "They'll tear you apart, strip your muscles, crush your bones, and scatter your ashes," it bellowed. "Come on, beast." Despite the shouting, Wang's mind was sharp and calm. As he fled, he gradually slowed his pace. Can't run anymore. Just as his steps decelerated, a massive, menacing pig head suddenly appeared at his side, hissing ominously. The stench of blood and rot hit Wang like a wave, but he took a deep breath and thunderously raised his palm to brace himself. In the next instant, a fist the size of an iron cauldron shot upward like a meteor, striking Wang's abdomen with brutal force. Yet the punch was firmly blocked by Wang's palm. The pig demon's blow made Wang curl into a tight ball, his body hunching as if a comet slammed headlong into the cave's ceiling. Behind them, the young officer's pupils constricted and he shouted, "No!" Boom! The mountain seemed to tremble and the cave shook violently. Stone walls collapsed with a deafening roar as boulders rained down from above the pig demon, large and small alike, shattering on the ground. Dust filled the air, and like an arrow from a bow, a figure shot swiftly out of the debris. Wang spat blood, but felt like a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. Glancing back, he saw the pig demon struggling beneath the falling rocks, charging furiously forward. But behind those stones, the cave passage was already blocked by a collapsed wall of massive boulders, completely cutting off the pig demon and the officer inside Jishan County. That single strike had indeed caused a cataclysm, but a creature so wild and violent had no notion of strategy. Though it couldn't kill the officer, it had trapped him inside the cave, buying Wang precious time for an unknown fight with the beast. The pig demon let out a meaningless roar, its speed increasing once more, blood-red fury erupting from every pore like a rising crimson cloud. Wang moved straightforwardly, taking a single step and bursting out of the cave. Sweeping his arm, he flung the remaining campfire debris toward the demon. Such a distraction was minor. The pig demon blew a breath, scattering the flying fragments. But the ash cloud fouled its head and face. "They'll kill you," it snarled, slamming both fists to the ground as its body suddenly swelled. His tattered underwear and clothes were in shreds, and the pig demon's muscles swelled as if inflated. Red mist continuously rose, enveloping his massive body, and in a flash of lightning, he transformed back into his original form, a wild boar, standing nearly 10 meters tall. Wang Shouyong's eyes sharpened. This was the first time he had seen a demon revert to its true form with his own eyes. The beast took a single step, crushing the earth across a 30-meter radius. The next moment, a 1-meter-long tusk swept straight toward Wang Shouyong's waist. Any other colonel at the kick-condensing stage could have used cultivation techniques to block or evade it, but Wang Shouyong had no defensive magic at all. He could only grip the tusk with both hands, holding on for dear life. Roar! Die right here. The pig demon snarled, suddenly lowering its head and charging forward. It dragged Wang Shouyong through the forest with a thunderous crash of splintering trees, bursting out hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Wang's arms held tight to the tusk, his back smashing through countless branches, yet his killing intent only grew stronger. When fighting skilled martial arts colonels, he had to guard against every move, but against this brute demon, there was only one tactic: meet strength with strength. His leg muscles bulged fiercely as he stomped hard backward. The power of 100 bears exploded from his legs, veins bulged on his forehead. Ugh hi! His feet struck the ground like stone pillars, carving 2 deep furrows. Tens of thousands of newtons surged through his arms. The pig demon's fierce pupils flickered with shock. Within moments, man and beast froze on the edge of a cliff. Wang's face flushed red as he still clung tightly to the tusk, growling, "Get up!" His sleeves tore as he leaned back and hoisted the 10-meter-tall pig demon clean off the ground. With a firm step and a twist of his waist, the move flowed seamlessly. Boom! The air exploded with force. The pig demon flew backward like a meteorite strike, spinning wildly toward a nearby cliff. Crash! The mountain shook as rocks rained down. Without pause or breath, Wang Shouyong launched himself forward like a bullet, leaving a visible trail of dust, straight at the dazed demon. Die! A roaring moon howl power burst out, pounding the pig demon's mind into a thunderous silence, leaving it blank inside. At the same moment, dull pain spread through its left shoulder where flesh was missing. Wang Shouyong was already lying on it, biting down fiercely on the arm. How dare you! The pig demon bellowed, its enormous frame swiftly deflating like a punctured sack. It struck wildly with a fist toward Wang Shouyong. Before Wang could tear the flesh away, a heavy punch slammed him, loosening his grip. He crashed hard into the stone wall of the cliff. You mere mortal and body refining, nothing but food for me, and you still dare to eat me. Rising through the dust and stones, the pig demon shook off debris and transformed into a half-man, half-beast form. Its heavy footsteps thundered closer. Thud, thud, thud. The boar demon stopped, looking down at Wang Shouyong struggling on the cliffside, and let out a sinister laugh. Since you like to eat me so much, why not feast to your heart's content inside my belly? The low voice, thick with the scent of blood, squeezed out from between his fangs. As the words fell, a massive shadow fell overhead, and the boar demon's huge, pillar-like hand lunged toward Wang Shouyong. What it didn't notice was the faint, rusting smile curling at the corner of Wang Shouyong's bowed mouth. Thud, thud. 2 muffled sounds seemed to explode directly at the boar demon's chest. It felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized its heart, sending a sharp pain tightening within. The arm it had just swung froze midair like a jammed gear. Its murky, beastly eyes rapidly blurred as its massive body stiffened and hovered midair. Panting heavily, Wang Shouyong braced himself against the cliff and struggled to stand, staggering closer to that huge mound of flesh and blood. Reaching its side, he bent down and tore off a steaming chunk of meat, swallowing it whole while reciting the digestive blue incantation, his Adam's apple bobbing. Item acquired, Gluttony Green. Gluttony Green. When hungry, body functions greatly enhance. Fresh blood dripped from his fingertips as Wang Shouyong tore off another piece. Just as it neared his mouth, a sudden prickling sensation ran down his spine. He spun around and retreated dozens of steps in a flash. Whoosh! The sound of rushing air came at once. The boar demon had regained its senses and slammed a heavy fist down where Wang Shouyong had just stood, sending stones flying and gouging a pit nearly 10 feet deep into the ground. What kind of trick is this? The boar demon roared, spraying foul wind from its bloody maw. Scarlet, murderous energy churned around it, seeping into the ground and spreading. Grass and rocks hissed in burning corrosion, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. Wang Shouyong felt the world spin, a constant ringing in his ears. The boar demon in his sight blurred into multiple afterimages. He furrowed his brow, forcing himself to stay alert, and summoned his status panel. Nether Messenger Purple. You possess the ability to communicate with the netherworld, briefly severing an enemy's soul. The panel only displayed a few sparse lines of explanation, but kept silent on one thing after using Nether Messenger. The toll on one's mental state was this severe. Swaying unsteadily, Wang Shouyong shoved the bloodied flesh he had just ripped from the pig demon into his mouth, swallowing hard. The metallic, foul taste transformed instantly into a cool surge of energy that coursed through his meridians. That refreshing force rushed straight to his mind, instantly clearing the fogginess that had dulled his thoughts. The world around him snapped into sharp focus. In his ear, a faint, indifferent system prompt echoed in his mind. Looted entry, lustful green, lustful green. Note: When in a state of abstinence, your physical abilities are greatly enhanced. I don't understand why you're eating my flesh. A low, hoarse voice laced with anger erupted as the pig demon's aura surged wildly. Black mist corrosive enough to rot anything swirling around him. In an instant, he lunged forward and appeared right before Wang Shouyong. Where the black mist settled, grass and trees withered away. Eating meat like a demon will make you feel any better, huh? Before the words finished, the pig demon clasped Wang Shouyong's neck with one hand, lifting him high off the ground. Scarlet murderous aura crackled, seeping like poison into his flesh, eating at his blood and skin. But strangely, as the dark energy entered Wang Shouyong's body, it seemed to return to its source and quietly dissolved, instead fueling a rising power within him. The pig demon's heart skipped a beat, and the next moment, boom, a muffled thunder exploded inside Wang's body, shaking his surface aura violently. He slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his dark pupils churned complex emotions. So that's how it is. Sensing sudden danger, the pig demon forcefully threw him toward the cliff's edge. But midair, Wang Shouyong abruptly stabilized, one hand snapping back like a clamp, fingers digging deeply into the demon's thick wrist bone. The gap was no more than a breath, yet the strength intensified significantly. Even more terrifying, the surging dark energy around the pig demon seemed drawn by an invisible vortex, streaming endlessly into Wang's body. Trying to retract his power was futilely as if trying to hold water with cupped hands. The black mist slipped crazily through his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless thunder inside Wang worsened, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth churning violently. Each roar made the force in Wang's grasp heavier and more crushing. You're breaking through a realm. Impossible. The pig demon's voice trembled, panic finally surfacing. How can anyone break through now, especially at the body refinement stage? What kind of monster are you? Wang Shouyong ignored him. With a fierce tug of his arm, the pig demon staggered forward. What do you think you're doing? Sput. Like a cold dagger, Wang's palm pierced the pig demon's abdomen. Without the protecting dark aura, the black fur and flesh were fragile as wet paper. At once, the suction intensified, and evil energy poured out in thick streams from the wound. Feeling his foundational power being sucked dry, the pig demon's voice quivered as he screamed, "Let me go." Wang Shouyong barely lifted an eyebrow and said nothing. His arm plunged deeper, through flesh and bone, and in the next instant, he yanked a throbbing heart out from the demon's chest cavity. Thump, thump. Wang Shouyong fought back the nausea and bit down hard. Gulped the iron-sweet blood and flesh slid down his throat. His stomach churned violently, but he raised his hand and tore off another piece. Gulp. The second bite felt cold and sticky. Stolen skill, frenzy green. When consumed by extreme rage, bodily functions improve dramatically. Stolen skill, Een Ghost Body Green. You possess a rare Een Ghost body capable of controlling Een Ghosts. A mist of blood rose in the air as the pig demon let out a confused wheezing. The power inside it drained like a dam breaking, and the massive beast collapsed to its knees with a thunderous crash. Wang Shouyong casually tossed aside the half-eaten heart, turned, and strode back down the mountain path, his back still straight and proud. Boom. The huge corpse fell completely, stirring up a cloud of dust. The mountain path of Exu Mountain. Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun remained hidden within the formation, but rushed toward the mountaintop like swift shadows, grass and rocks blurring past on both sides. They never returned to the Exorcism Bureau. Situ Wenfeng knew that going back for reinforcements might be the wiser choice right now. But every time he thought of the bloodshed in that cave, of the cultivator who had thrown himself into the fray without hesitation, retreat became impossible. What a man who can't just stand by and watch, he muttered through clenched teeth as they dashed onward. Are we all just hypocrites pretending to be righteous? Once we rescue him, I'm going to give him a proper ribbing. His words dripped with resentment, but even more with self-loathing. Situ Iyun followed silently, lost in thought. After a long pause, she whispered, but he's no cold-hearted man, compared to us, who speak so nobly but only act to save ourselves. I feel ashamed. Situ Wenfeng fell silent at her words. Just yesterday, had judged Wang Shouyong as callous and untrustworthy. Now, faced with a warrior barely at body refinement fighting against a captain at the chi refinement stage and a powerful demon, he wondered, what kind of resolute will did this man have? Was he truly unafraid of death? The thought filled Situ Wenfeng with shame. After a moment, he said quietly, I was wrong yesterday. Maybe he doesn't care about our distance. When this is over, I owe him an apology. He was proud, but not ungrateful. During the brutal fight below Exu Mountain, near Jishan County, Wang Shouyong had blocked a lethal blow for him, remembered that kindness. Situ Iyun replied softly, once this is done, I just hope we can get through it safely. Suddenly, the air fell silent. The two broke into a sprint, energy roaring around them like thunder. Only one thought filled Situ Wenfeng's mind. Please hold on. They soon returned to the cave entrance. But the sight was grim. Earth and stone shattered, vegetation torn down, and the ground marred by deep, uneven scars as if crushed by some enormous force. Inside, the passage was blocked by massive boulders, clear signs of a fierce battle. The world was hushed. Only dust particles drifting from the dying embers betrayed the recent fight. Situ Ian clenched her fists and bit her lip tightly. Situ Wenfeng sighed wordlessly, judging by the scene. It seemed they would have to return to the exorcism bureau after all. But before he could say more, sudden noises echoed from deep inside the cave. The Sita siblings froze momentarily, then quickly summoned their magic and descended toward the cave entrance. The sound grew clearer. The mouth of the cave was pitch black, but deep inside, a huge boulder was being struck with tremendous force. The booming crashes came in rapid succession like distant thunder, shaking loose dust from the cave ceiling. Could Wang Shouyong be trapped inside, trying to rescue himself? Situ Wenfeng's eyes brightened with hope, his fear turning to excitement. Maybe it's not him. Brother, be careful. Situ Iyun remained cautious, grasping his elder brother's arm. He activated the bracelet talisman to cast a concealment array, and the two siblings instantly blended into the shadows. Not long after, the massive rock blocking the passage cracked with a faint creak, fine lines spiderwebbing across its surface. The Sita siblings pressed close against the wall, hands on their swords, mana surging within them but held in check. Bang! Stone debris scattered as the boulder shattered violently. A figure staggered out, covered in dust, half his face marked with blood, his left eye tightly shut, his expression grim as iron. It's him. Situ Iyun nearly cried out, biting his tongue to stay silent. They exchanged glances to confirm his identity, and their mana rose again. If it was Wang Shouyong trapped inside, then he must have been fighting desperately outside the cave against that shape-shifting demon in its transformed state. The odds were slim for someone at the body refinement realm to defeat one at the shape-shifting realm, and Yun's heart tightened with worry. Situ Wenfeng tapped his younger sibling's arm to signal calm. Thanks to their bracelet talismans, none at the Qi transformation realm could penetrate their disguise. Their best chance was to strike the moment he let his guard down. The captain's steps were heavy. 1, 2, 3. He pressed a hand to his injured eye, veins bulging at his temple. After about 10 paces, he stopped roughly 10 feet away from them, seemingly deep in thought. The siblings' hearts pounded wildly. This was their first assassination attempt, and sweat slicked their palms. A breath of wind. Suddenly, the captain took something from his pocket, a small porcelain vial. He poured a single pill into his mouth and swallowed it, his Adam's apple bobbing. Then he pulled out a little cloth bag and carefully rubbed a fine grayish powder along his sword blade's edge, until the chill gleaming steel was completely concealed. Satisfied, he shook his head and started walking toward the cave exit. The siblings quietly exhaled, watching his back like hawks, waiting for the perfect moment to draw their swords and strike as he passed. The distance closed. When he was less than 5 feet away, the captain suddenly chuckled low and dark, the sound cutting sharply through the silence. Ridiculous. That something like this could still happen. Before the words fully left his mouth, a streak of blade light flashed fiercely. He lunged forward and swung his sword down at Situ Wenfeng. The icy gleam tore through the darkness like lightning. Wenfeng's heart leapt in alarm. In a split second, he raised his sword to block, but there was no way his hurried defense could withstand the captain's full-strength strike. A flash of steel cut through the air, and blood shot upward like a geyser. Situ Wenfeng gave a desperate scream as he staggered backward, a gruesome slash extending from his left shoulder across to his right waist. Big brother. Situ Yun's startled cry was cut short as the captain suddenly appeared at her side. His right fist swirled with a dark red mist, as if squeezing the air around him into a tight ball, then slammed brutally into her lower abdomen. A fierce gust roared. The girl's slender body curled like a shrimp, her toes lifting off the ground before crashing down heavily. Only at that moment did the two hear the captain's slightly surprised voice. Huh, so it's just a little girl? Bang. The strange punch struck like a searing iron hammer, driving into flesh and bone. The chi power stored at Situ Yun's dantian instantly shattered, melting away like ice under a blazing sun, leaving her unable even to catch her breath. Situ Wenfeng's eyes were about to burst from anguish. He swung his sword to strike back, but suddenly felt his energy running wild, rushing uncontrollably into his meridian points. You poisoned me. His knees buckled, collapsing down as his throat heaved, spraying dark red blood onto the ground. Yeah, you all saw me coating the blade with poison just now. The captain sneered, wiping blood from his eye corner before grabbing Situ Iyun by the neck. He lightly sliced her arm with his long sword. Shriap the cloth tore and droplets of blood splattered. The captain tossed her aside like a ragged piece of cloth, landing her at Situ Wenfeng's feet. Cough, how did you find us? Situ Wenfeng tried to steady himself with his sword, but was too weak to stand, kneeling helplessly with despair written all over his face. The captain smirked, pointing to the nearby disturbed ground. You mean those footprints? The siblings looked over to see 2 messy lines of footprints stretching to the cliff's edge and abruptly ending. This careless oversight instantly drained the last hope from Situ Wenfeng's heart. If it had been a direct fight, defeat wasn't certain, but now there was no chance left to turn the tables. Now answer me. The captain stepped closer, the cold back of his blade pressing against Situ Wenfeng's neck as he bent down, his voice as cold as iron. Where is that little brat? Situ Wenfeng froze. Situ Yun on the ground lifted her head, pained and dazed. Humph, won't say. The captain's brows furrowed, and the blade drew a shallow cut along Situ Wenfeng's neck, blood dripping down its edge. But then, the trembling Situ Wenfeng suddenly calmed. He looked up, a faint smile of relief on his lips. The one you're talking about, he's the one who did this to your eyes, right? Looks like you still haven't found him. The captain was taken aback, then rage surged through him, veins throbbing on his forehead. You're asking for death. He suddenly raised his sword high and thrust fiercely into Situ Wenfeng's chest. No. Situ Yun's hoarse scream rang out. Before the sword's light could cut him down, Situ Wenfeng closed his eyes, preparing to die. So be it if he and his little sister died here. At least Wang Shouyong had escaped. Perhaps he could return to the exorcism division and avenge them. He only hoped the children trapped in the cave had already been rescued. His chaotic thoughts flooded like a breaking dam, time seeming to freeze. He bitterly wondered, if he hadn't spoken that one sentence, would he never have looked back? So this is how life is. A familiar voice exploded in his ear. Situ Wenfeng suddenly opened his eyes to see a figure stepping beside him. 5 fingers grasped the attacking sword, stopping its icy blade mere inches from his chest. Wang Shouyong turned his head, glancing at the gaping wound in Situ Wenfeng's chest, then at the distressed but dazed Situ Yun nearby, frowning. Why did you mess yourselves up like this? Sometimes surprises hit you out of nowhere, giving you absolutely no time to prepare. When that familiar face flashed by, Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun nearly exhaled in relief at the same time. But then, their hearts instantly clenched as they saw Wang Shouyong's tattered clothes and bloodstains. Run, he's at the Huachi stage. Situ Wenfeng shouted in panic, struggling to stand, but his legs shaking so hard, he collapsed with a thud. Situ Yun's eyes reddened. Just moments ago, she had thought her brother was doomed at the hands of that captain. Now with Wang Shouyong appearing like this, she feared he too would follow in her brother's footsteps. The siblings were overwhelmed with fear and confusion, not even considering where the shape-shifting demon might have gone at this moment. Wang Shouyong raised an eyebrow but ignored Situ Wenfeng. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the captain from Jishan County with a gentle smile. A Wakastage captain, why act as a lackey to a shapeshifter demon? His words sent a cold chill crawling down the captain's spine. He instinctively reached for his blade, but Wang Shouyong stopped it with a single finger, the sword frozen without a trace of movement. Boom! Wang Shouyong's arm trembled, unleashing a surge of raw power up the blade. The steel bent into a terrifying arc, and in just one breath, the blade shattered inch by inch. A deafening crack echoed as earth and rocks split beneath their feet, and Wang Shouyong vanished into a blur. What followed was a massive fist charged with a sharp, bloody stench, pounding straight toward the Jishan captain. Situ Yun's eyes reflected the raging fist wind, and she gasped instinctively. Kaishan fist. But this Kaishan fist was nothing like what she had seen on the training grounds. Just the swirling gale cut her cheek painfully. A chill ran through her. Is this really still at the cultivation stage? Is this really Kaishan fist? If her vision were sharper, she might have seen the style's weaknesses. This style is barely holding up on technique, relying solely on Wang Shouyong's brute strength. Before the fist wind could reach him, the captain's hair stood on end. Sensing mortal danger, he staggered back, screaming in terror. What kind of monster are you? Wang Shouyong didn't answer. In a single breath, he closed the gap, coiling his waist like a twisting dragon, and slammed out an iron fist. Bang! The cave shook, dust swirling violently. A spray of blood exploded, chunks of flesh splattered on the rocky walls, red, white, and yellow intertwined like a grotesque flower blooming in an instant. The pungent metallic stench filled the cave. The raging fist's whirlwind quickly cleared the dust. The Situ siblings widened their eyes at the sight before them. Wang Shouyong gripped the captain's shattered arm in one hand, while his right fist pierced deep into the abdomen, the fist's edge protruding out of the back. Between the captain's chest and belly, a huge gaping hole appeared, wide enough to see the stone wall behind it. Huff, huff. The captain's lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. The last flicker of life in his eyes slowly faded away. Wang Shouyong loosened his left hand from the captain's throat. The heavily armored body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, hitting the ground with a heavy thud, scattering dust and droplets of blood. He slowly withdrew his right fist, gave his wrist a slight shake, and the fresh blood splattered into dark red drops on the rock. Then, in a low voice, he said, without flight ability, a Kyrfining realm cultivator is no different from one who just focuses on body training. Not far away, the siblings Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun, covered in mud and pale-faced, stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Just one punch. Wang Shouyong, who was only at the body refining stage, had killed a captain from the refining realm. Such a terrifying sight had never been heard of, not even in the capital where geniuses gathered. In an instant, all the cultivation knowledge Wen Feng had accumulated over more than a decade was overturned, leaving his mind in chaos. Even the searing pain in his body was numbed by the shock. Wang Shouyong ignored the siblings' dazed expressions, bent down, and untied the storage pouch at the captain's waist. Before, he'd been too eager to find the antidote to thoroughly examine the contents. Now, with time on his hands, he probed into it with his spiritual power and dumped everything onto the ground. Scattered among the messy clothes, dried food, and fire strikers, his gaze flickered briefly before resting on a long knife and two small porcelain bottles. He casually picked up the long knife and flicked it with his fingers. The blade vibrated softly but lacked the solid, resounding quality of a finely made weapon. Wang Shouyong frowned slightly as the blade traced lightly across his forearm, leaving only a faint white mark without breaking the skin. He shook his head and put the knife back, thinking bitterly. The weapons of a refining captain are really nothing special, not even close to Hu Chengping's treasured blade that can withstand the demons of the Ganxian. Suppressing his disappointment, he picked up the two small porcelain bottles and stood in front of the Situ siblings, holding them out. Which of these is the antidote? Situ Wenfeng took one bottle mechanically, staring blankly, without any movement. Wang Shouyong frowned, voice low and impatient. Could this poison affect the mind as well? As if shaken awake by his words, Wenfeng swallowed hard, trembling as he pulled off the stopper and sniffed both bottles in turn. Finally, he poured out two jade green pills from one bottle. He swallowed one himself and passed the other to Wang Shouyong. Without a word, Wang Shouyong half knelt beside Situ Yun and gently fed the pill into her mouth. The pill melted immediately, bitterness spreading fast. The siblings exchanged a glance and each sat down cross-legged, circulating their spiritual energy to guide the medicine's power through their bodies. The cave fell silent once more, except for the flickering shadows cast by the torches on the stone walls. But even with their eyes closed and breath steady, the image of that single devastating punchmeat torn apart, iron armor shattered kept surging like a storm inside their minds. Seeing the two calm down into meditation, Wang Shouyong crouched back next to the heap of spoils. Except for that mediocre long knife, he pushed aside the inconsequential clothes and rations and continued examining the rest. Eventually, he found more than a dozen exquisitely bound volumes among the messy scrolls, the covers faintly threaded with gold. He leafed through them one by one, confirming their contents before a satisfied smile finally tugged at the corner of his mouth. Setting down the long knife, Wang Shouyong's eyes fixed once more on the books, flipping through each carefully only, now revealing the look of contentment he had been holding back. On the covers of these dozen or so small booklets were the names of various martial art styles, everything from body techniques to swordplay, fist methods, and body refining exercises. Styles like wind stride cloud walking, 13 wave cleaving blades, demon subduing fist, vegetal spirit body technique, and the twin birds flying illustration collection, 13 volumes laid out in a row. Wang Shouyong's eyes scanned the covers, his finger pausing on the twin birds flying book. His gaze hardened as he tucked the thin booklet into his chest with a resolute air. Something so dangerous must never spread. It was better kept hidden. Setting that one aside, the remaining 12 volumes were all Qi transformation level martial arts manuals. If these were at the Demon Subjugation Department in Linshui County, it would surely take a hefty amount of merit points to exchange for Thema tremendous haul indeed. No wonder the martial world said killing and looting was the fastest path to wealth. A single storage pouch held everything a Qi transformation rank captain owned. Continuing to search, besides the manuals, he found 9 small ceramic bottles with labels. The pills inside varied in quality, but he couldn't recognize them for now, so he skipped over them. There were also 22 spirit stones, 5 demon pills, and no other notable items. A soft cough sounded behind him. Wang Shouyong turned to see Situ Wenfeng had opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and a complicated emotion flickered in the other man's gaze like 1,000 words held back. He quietly said, "Sorry, we came back too late and almost burdened you." Wang stuffed the items back into the storage pouch, hooked it at his waist, and waved his hand calmly. "It's fine. If you hadn't held that captain down, it would have been harder for me to succeed." Despite his words, Situ Wenfeng lowered his head awkwardly. The two of them were both at the Qi transformation level, yet here they were becoming bait to distract the enemy. If they hadn't been poisoned earlier, that captain might never have subdued them. He smiled bitterly to himself, but said nothing more. "Right, understood." Wang Shouyong nodded perfunctorily, choosing not to press into the other's silent stubbornness. At that moment, Situ Yun slowly opened her eyes. Seeing both men safe snapped the last thread of her composure, and tears spilled down her cheeks in big drops. She sobbed quietly as she took pills from her storage pouch and swallowed them. Situ Wenfeng sighed inwardly. Their little sister had been spoiled and pampered in the capital, never having faced life and death hardships before. It was a miracle she had held out this long. Neither brother stopped her from letting out her emotions. When the crying lessened, Situ Wenfeng shook his head and changed the subject. What about that demon? Dead, Wang Shouyong answered casually. How did it die? He almost asked the real question, but the dryness in his throat stifled the words since the man in front of him had returned alive. What other fate could the demon have had? Someone at the body refinement level capable of killing a chi transformation captain could easily slay a form transformation demon. Situ Wenfeng fell silent, a chill creeping through his heart. This man was nothing short of a true monster. As the sun dipped below the western horizon, a lone figure slowly made his way along the winding path of Mount Yishui. Clad in a dark purple fitted outfit, fine golden threads gleamed faintly in the fading light along the seams. A waist plaque bore delicate gold inscriptions, flashing briefly as he moved, revealing the name Jishan County, Ji Chongwen. This man was none other than the county's military officer, the same purple-clad figure Wang Shouyong and his two companions had once encountered in the Yishui mountain range. In his left hand, he carried a jar of yellow wine. In his right, two glossy roasted chickens. At first, his step was calm and measured, but the higher he climbed, the deeper the frown on his brow grew, and his stride lost its ease. After a few more steps, Ji Chongwen swiftly tucked the wine and chickens into his storage pouch. His now free hand clenched tightly around the hilt of his long blade, knuckles whitening. Night fell swiftly in the forest. The sparse, fading orange light scattered thinly over thick fallen leaves. Every few paces, Ji Chongwen bent down to inspect the ground-broken twigs. Crushed decaying leaves silently warned him. No more than 2 or 3 had come this way. He made a mental note. Parting the underbrush carefully, he resumed his approach to the camp. Branches and leaves bent and rustled under his cautious hands. Soon enough, a cave came into view. Around its entrance, the foliage was battered and twisted, stones scattered and earth collapsed at a scene, as if a massive beast had charged through recklessly. Instinctively, Ji Changwen's hand gripped his dagger's handle tighter. His heart jumped as a grim thought crossed his mind. Channeling his magical power, his form melted into the shadows, almost becoming a whispering breeze as he slipped silently to the cave's depths. No sound dared escape. The moment he stepped inside, the heavy stench of blood hit him. The stone walls were smeared with viscous, foul-smelling entrails and clotted blood, yet there was no sign of human presence. Damn it! His face drained of color. Reckoning stealth was useless now. He unleashed his magic and sped down the tunnel, heading only deeper. Peering over the edge of a pit, his eyes met a grisly tangle of blackened flesh and scarlet blood. Dizziness swept over him. His face went ghostly pale. Where are they? Where are they? Ji Chongwen muttered feverishly. In the following agonizing minutes, he ransacked every stone, upturned every pile of broken branches, nearly overturning the entire cavern. But not a single living soul remained. The 12 boys and girls once trapped in the pit had vanished, along with the colleague who had come with them. Seeing the sticky, blood-red traces at the cave's entrance made his face grow even paler. The Insha pool's dark energy had now thinned from lack of fresh yin qi, which would normally trouble him, but he had no time for worries. Only one question remained in his mind. Who had dared to invade this place? With that thought, Ji Chongwen burst from the cave, following the chaotic trails of battle down the mountain. But the deeper he went, the colder his heart grew. When they reached the spot where the signs of the fight had faded, Ji Chongwen looked up sharply, his pupils contracting. The cliff's rocky face had been gouged with large, jagged gaps, stones scattered and dust not yet settled. Beneath the collapsed rock wall knelt a wild boar, nearly as tall as 2 men, its black mane matted and its 4 hooves pressed against the ground, head hanging low and utterly lifeless. The air around it was thick with the stench of blood. Over a dozen gray-backed rats, each about the size of a fist, clung to the carcass, tearing at muscles with sharp teeth and emitting shrill squeaks. The foul smell hit Ji Changwen's face like a shock. His complexion drained pale in an instant. Fighting dizziness, he hurried forward, his shoes stepping through a muddy pool of blood. The startled rats scattered wildly into the thicket. Just one glance made his stomach churn violently as if clenched because the boar's shoulder and chest were mangled, exposing bone beneath torn flesh. Most horrifying was the empty cavity where its heart should have been. In the adjacent pool of congealed blood lay the half-eaten heart, soaked in dark red liquid, yet still faintly warm. Ji Chongwen doubled over, retching. Before he could spit out his stomach's contents, a dry but firm hand silently pressed against his back and lightly patted him. At the same moment, a voice he knew all too well, one that haunted his nightmares, whispered close to his ear, low and clear. It was a person who bit. Ji Chongwen snapped his head sideways. Beside the cliff, without him noticing, stood a thin old man in black robes. His face was long and narrow, with white beard and hair, but his expression was calm. Ji Chongwen recognized him at once, and dread flooded his body. Official Officer Dian. His knees buckled and he dropped to his knees, bowing his head repeatedly. This matter has nothing to do with me. Shui Yuansong was responsible for guarding this place. Please, Your Honor, forgive me. His forehead struck the blood-stained stones again and again, quickly reddening with blood, yet he dared not use his magical power to protect himself. The old man in black did not even raise an eyebrow. He folded his hands behind his back and slowly paced around the boar's corpse, his wide sleeves swaying in the bloody, foul air. He muttered to himself as if puzzling over an insoluble riddle. A person eating a demon is a rare occurrence. Is there chi refining involved? No, it's clearly body refining. They forced out the beast's protective aura, yet still broke through it. Can mere body refining achieve that? Strange, the corpse bears not a trace of energy. Could it be demon cultivation? No, the martial style is upright and honorable. Yet why feed on blood and flesh? Odd, truly odd. He stroked his beard, frowning deeply but gaining no clarity. The biggest mystery lay right before his eyes. How could a minor cultivator, likely only in the body refining stage, slay a peak-level shape-shifting demon? After a moment of futile contemplation, the old man gave up. Shaking his white hair, he waved his hand, and the massive boar's body along with the bloodstains vanished without a trace. Then he strode away. His steps were few but covered several yards at once. In a blink, he disappeared into the depths of the forest. Not once did he glance at Ji Chongwon, who still trembled on the ground like a leaf in the wind. As the mountain wind rustled the leaves, the old man's voice drifted faintly back through the air. Gluttony ruins everything. Self-amputation tomorrow. Come to the Demon Removal Bureau to accept punishment. Ji Changwen's whole body stiffened. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. After a long moment, he bowed his head and squeezed out a reply. I humbly accept your order. Dusk had fallen over Linshui County. Outside the city gates, street vendors pushed carts, shouting to attract customers. Travelers and porters with heavy loads passed in endless streams. It was mealtime. Lanterns went up outside taverns along Evergreen Street. Smoke mingled with the scent of cooking, cheerful chatter and clinking cups ringing out, filling the city with a peaceful, lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a clatter sounded from a nearby eatery. A pair of bowls and chopsticks crashed to the ground, porcelain shattering into shards. The diners turned toward the noise and saw a young waiter frozen in place, his tray tilted, eyes staring dumbly toward the door. As if drawn by some unseen force, the roomful of patrons all slowly shifted their gaze outside. A sickening stench spread along Chongqing Street as three figures trudged heavily over the stone-paved road. Each of them had a rope tied around their waist, the ends connected to a makeshift wooden platform. On that platform lay 12 children side by side, limbs broken, faces ashen and lifeless. A closer look revealed exposed white bones where their flesh had rotted away, their tattered clothes unable to cover them. Their lips were blackened, their eyes vacant and glassy, showing the horrific cruelty they had endured. The foul smell came entirely from these children, a reminder of the unspeakable torment they'd suffered. Onlookers inside nearby restaurants, soldiers, merchants, and passers-by all involuntarily held their breath in shock. The bustling Chongqing Street fell eerily silent, save for the scraping sound of wood against stone. Meanwhile, all eyes fixed on the three grim-faced young men pulling the platform, no older than 16 or 17, the officials of the Demon Extermination Bureau. Some recognized the torn clothes and guessed their identity, though no one knew what had happened. Soon, a group of county officers arrived, their steps hurried. You're from the Demon Extermination Bureau? One asked. The lead figure, Wang Shouyong, nodded and bowed. Please, don't stop us. These 12 children are near death. We have no time to waste. The officers glanced nervously at the dark red stains marring Wang's clothes and quickly ordered their men to clear a path. One officer's eyes then caught the horrific, nearly gutted wound on Situ Wenfeng's chest, too brutal to believe. Situ stood silently, eyes bloodshot and burning with fierce rage beneath his calm exterior. What on earth had happened? Under the watchful gaze of the three youths, the officers scrambled to clear Chongqing Street, leading Wang and the others as their figures slowly disappeared around the corner. Only then did the street return to its usual noise and bustle. A full night passed. At dawn the next day, Wang Shouyong and the others met with Liao Yuanqing, who had just finished freshening up. They had delivered the 12 children to the infirmary and spent the night watching over them while tending their own wounds. Only after the children were out of danger and everything was settled did the three finally relax and drag their exhausted bodies to see Liao Yuanqing. In the Bureau's administrative office, after hearing their full report, Liao's expression was a mix of shock and doubt. Before him, the three were heavily bandaged, Situ Wenfeng by far the worst, his torso wrapped like a mummy to cover the nearly fatal gash. Yet despite the pain, anger lay beneath his face, barely restrained. You're saying the county captain of Jishan County was colluding with demons? And that you three together destroyed the shape-shifting demon and the corrupted captain, rescuing 12 survivors? Liao's whiskers trembled, as did his hand on the desk. If their story was true, this was a matter of utmost gravity. Under the Tianqi Emperor's reign, any alliance with demons was absolutely intolerable. Whenever such incidents occur, They are invariably catastrophic events marked by countless casualties, especially for a prestigious demon extermination division. Our statements are absolutely truthful. Wang Shouyong frowned deeply, clasped his hands, and spoke firmly and with conviction. Upon hearing this, the Situ siblings also clasped their hands, their expressions resolute without the slightest hesitation. Liao Yuanxing observed the three carefully and felt the last trace of doubt in his heart finally subside. Yet soon he noticed a flicker of hesitation on Situ Wenfeng's face. Frowning heavily, he asked in a low voice, "Situ Wenfeng, do you have something to say?" Situ Wenfeng hesitated briefly, as if weighing his words. After a reluctant moment, he gritted his teeth and responded in a somber tone, "Sir, the earlier statement was not entirely accurate." Liao Yuanxing instinctively relaxed, thinking, as I suspected, the matter may have been exaggerated. But what Situ Wenfeng said next shocked him so deeply, he almost tugged his beard off in disbelief. "It was not actually the three of us jointly slaying the demon," Situ Wenfeng said, eyes fixed ahead, voice steady and low. "The one who took action was only Wang Qinsui. He ambushed and killed that peak transformed demon first, then returned to rescue my sister and me, and killed that lieutenant of the Qi transformation realm in the process." A trace of guilt rose on his face as he added, "My sister and I lacked combat experience and were poisoned by the enemy's rare venom, making us almost useless. It was entirely Wang Qinsui who turned the tide." No sooner had he finished than Liao Yuanxing froze mid-nod, his pupils dilated, and his beard tugged painfully by his own hand. "You must be joking?" he exclaimed incredulously, slapping the table. "That was a peak transformed demon and a lieutenant of the Qi transformation realm." "Exactly so," Situ Wenfeng replied without flinching. "But Wang Shouyong is only at the body refining realm." Liao Yuanxing leaned over the table, his voice hoarse with shock. "No matter how clever the ambush, it's impossible for someone at that realm to slay a peak transformed demon and kill a Qi transformation lieutenant by himself." The Situ siblings exchanged glances, their faces full of helplessness and awkwardness. Situ Iyun sighed softly and took up the explanation. "If we hadn't witnessed it ourselves, we would not have believed it either. As for how it happened, you'll have to ask Wang Qinsui." All three turned their gaze simultaneously toward Wang Shouyong. He looked calm, his robes subtly settling as he nodded slightly. "Perhaps they just lack skill." "Lack skill?" The others all gasped as if hearing the most absurd comment in the world. Even with lacking skill, how could they lose to a newcomer who joined the Demon Extermination Division less than half a month ago? Yet Wang Shouyong offered no further explanation, so they exchanged uneasy smiles and shelved their doubts for now. Situ Wenfeng shook his head and changed the subject. "Lord Liao, may Linshui County intervene in this matter?" Liao Yuanxing folded his hands behind his back as he paced slowly, his sleeves swaying lightly, with a faint stirring of internal energy. His expression grew grave. "This must be reported to higher authorities, or we must wait for the Imperial Inspector to arrive in 3 months before exposing the truth." "Why wait?" Situ Iyun asked urgently. "By then, Jishan County would have erased all traces. They'll just claim no collusion with demons and evade responsibility." Liao Yuanxing pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "The Imperial Inspector has his own ways of investigation. Once we formally report it, he will not ignore it. But if Linshui acts rashly to interfere in Jishan's affairs, it would be seen as overstepping authority. They may retaliate by turning the accusations on us." "Such things actually happen?" Situ Wenfeng asked, surprised. A self-mocking smile curved Liao Yuanxing's lips. "Ever since I arrived in Linshui County, I've been cautious precisely because such intrigues are not uncommon within the Empire. If you're not constantly vigilant against schemers, you're bound to be stabbed in the back. Is there really no way to punish these wretched scoundrels?" "Way? There is," Liao Yuanxing answered in a low, steady voice. "First, we report it up the chain. Then we wait for the Imperial Inspector to conduct the county evaluations 3 months from now. That's the only viable plan." His tone was firm but calm. "We cannot yet be sure whether only a few officers have colluded with demons, or if the entire exorcism department of Jishan County is compromised. If we act now, they'll just sever their ties to save themselves, scapegoat someone, and the matter will be swept under the rug." Situ Wenfeng clenched his fists, veins bulging. "And after 3 months, they want sever ties to save themselves? By then, all evidence will be destroyed, and they'll just spin lies with impunity. That's a different matter." Liao Yuanxing's expression remained composed, his gaze steady. Situ Wenfeng froze. Wang Shouyong, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, as if grasping something. "At the county evaluations, the case will be brought to a higher level?" "Exactly." Liao Yuanxing nodded. "The Imperial Inspector himself will be on site. The demon collusion will become an indelible stain on Jishan County. The inspector will follow the trail and root out the entire exorcism department. If we pressure them now, they'll panic and cut ties prematurely, paying only a small price while muddying the waters. Afterwards, when things settle down, who will be held accountable?" Sichen Feng's breathing grew heavy, but he had no retort. Liao Yuanxing turned to look at the gilded plaque on the office wall that read "Sweep away all demons," his voice dropping to a whisper. That's why we must endure, pretend ignorance, and strike a deadly blow after 3 months. But Jishan County won't wrap things up early? Sichuan Wenfeng pressed on, unwilling to accept it. They can't. Liao Yuanxing said calmly. We still have 12 witnesses in our hands. Sichuan Wenfeng paused, finally falling silent. As head of the exorcism department, Liao Yuanxing thought farther and more cautiously. Yet he did not voice his deepest fear, that if the next 3 months saw renewed bloodshed and unrest in Jishan County, their neighboring Lin County might find it difficult to intervene, and darkness would replay unseen, with no outsiders like them to stop it. You've just been through a crisis, and it's natural to feel unsettled. But remember, this matter is not for you to handle. I have my own plans. He exhaled long, waved his hand. Leave now. I will question you again in detail another day. Sichuan Wenfeng opened his mouth to argue, but his sleeve was gently tugged. Turning, he saw Situ Yun give him a subtle look. He gritted his teeth and whispered, I'll take my leave. The three exited the office. Sichuan Wenfeng was still burning with anger, but held it back. After parting ways with the thoughtful Wang Shouyong, he frowned and questioned his sister. Why did you pull me aside? Situ Yun's eyes shone sharply as she said quietly, I was just thinking if someone from the capital intervened, could they help us bring Jishan County to justice ahead of time? Sichuan Wenfeng was taken aback, furrowing his brow uncertainly. You mean? Yes. Situ Yun nodded. Send a letter home. Ask our clan to send people to Lin County to lend us a hand. Sichuan Wenfeng first nodded, then shook his head again. I know what you're thinking, but the family won't intervene after all. It's just a dozen or so rural kids' lives, Situ Wenfeng said in a low voice, a trace of helplessness flashing across his face. From the Situ family's perspective, the lives of a handful of country children mattered far less than the official careers of the Situ siblings. This he understood all too well. He knew his younger brother's suggestion was basically to have the clan leverage its power to strong-arm the Jishan County Demon Suppression Office. But the siblings originally intended to quietly solve the trouble in Linshui County. If the political rivals in the capital caught wind of any abuse of authority, the resulting uproar would be far greater than the deaths of a mere dozen children. Thinking this over, the spark in his eyes dimmed once more. Big brother, how could you be so foolish at a critical moment? Situ In stood with his hands behind his back, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The people from the capital aren't here for Jishan County, but to repay a debt of gratitude for saved lives. With that, he turned to look toward the direction Wang Shouyong had left, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Situ Wenfeng was momentarily stunned. Our Situ family came to Linshui to thank Wang Qingsui for saving our lives, and incidentally discovered the demon trouble in Jishanthes is a merit, not a scandal. Situ Iyun grew more excited as he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Big brother, you nearly lost your life in Jishan. It's true we must keep a low profile, but debts of gratitude must be repaid openly and honorably. Besides, Wang Shouyong is a genius who can fight beyond an entire realm. Just for that, those arrogant prodigies in the capital will have to bow their heads. It's only natural for our family to win him over early. His cheeks flushed as if he already imagined the shock on the elders' faces when they met Wang Shouyong. Caught up in his brother's enthusiasm, Situ Wenfeng straightened, his eyes brightening again. Brilliant. Such a plan exists. He grabbed his brother's arm and hurried toward their residence. They'll write back to the capital immediately. Someone from home will be here within half a month. You'll definitely be stunned by Wang Shouyong's talent. Elsewhere, Wang Shouyong pushed open the wooden door of cabin number 23. After a night of fierce battle, he should have been exhausted, but he felt no sleepiness, lying back on the bed with limbs tingling from aches and pains, his eyes shining like stars in the night sky. Because an extraordinary transformation was happening inside him. He raised his hand and tapped the air lightly. A line of pale green characters appeared. Buffer green, Devourer green, Lustful green, Frenzy green, Insha body green. These were 5 new attributes taken from the pig demon. Wang Shouyong barely glanced at them before closing the panel to focus on deeper changes. He closed his eyes, sinking his mind inward. The sparse chi of heaven and earth outside surged into his meridians, branching off along the way, converging at a singular point, then vanishing in the heart spring gate. Afterwards, it flowed through all 72 major apertures in his body before dissipating. By normal standards, he should now have perfected the body refinement realm. Yet a confident curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. Outside the 72 major apertures, a faint gray aura quietly drifted, flickering inside his meridians. It avoided the already open main apertures and instead attacked new openings. These were 30 small but distinct apertures, narrower than the main ones, but still capable of holding spiritual energy. Wang Shouyong suddenly opened his eyes, his suspicions completely confirmed. It turned out the human body doesn't only have 72 main apertures, but also hides 290 apertures. Though narrow, they still could be developed and utilized. He exhaled gently, his fingertips trembling slightly. That pig demon certainly didn't expect its Insha aura could be harnessed by me. Thanks to it, I've uncovered this secret. It is well known that the human body contains 362 acupoints, but only 72 of these can be used by cultivators. These 72 yang acupoints support the entire practice of the body refining stage and serve as the sole reservoirs for storing the energy of heaven and earth, as well as the gateway to breakthrough into the qi transformation stage. In contrast, the remaining 290 yin acupoints are tightly sealed like a beehive. The energy of heaven and earth can only flow in and out in limited patterns. This is common knowledge throughout the cultivation world. However, Wang Shouyong was born as an exception to these common rules. The 9 yin body attribute he extracted from a demon's remains allowed him not only to attract the gentle energy of heaven and earth, but also to draw in the demonic yin aura. While the 72 yang acupoints channeled the heavenly energy, the 290 yin acupoints were connected through the yin demonic energy, mutually complementing each other to perfectly complete all 362 acupoints. This secret, it seemed, had never been recorded anywhere in the cultivation circles. Nowadays, cultivators dare only to break through the yang acupoints, while the yin acupoints remain tightly bound by flesh and blood, almost impossible to penetrate. I'm probably the only person in the world who has opened 30 of the yin acupoints, Wang Shouyong estimated quietly in his heart. With this in mind, he raised his hand and slapped his storage pouch at his waist. A buzzing sound rang out as 5 demon pills rolled onto the bed, their vivid colors bright and cleared, orange and green like a handful of scattered rainbow candies. The chilling aura oozing from the demon pills made his pores open wide, as if his previously sealed yin acupoints were awakening and quietly pulsating. Each one is filled with dense yin demonic energy. Unfortunately, when I killed that pig demon with a single slash, I forgot to search for more pills, he muttered, shaking his head. Then he picked up a green demon pill, gently holding it in his palm and closing his eyes to enter meditation. A spiritual interface appeared before his eyes. Yin demonic body green, 1 in 100, capable of controlling yin demonic energy. With a subtle thought, the yin demonic energy inside the demon pill churned like boiling water, suddenly surging violently into his meridians. A sharp, chilling pain spread rapidly, but he only furrowed his brow briefly before relaxing. The cold energy flowed orderly through his channels like obedient children. Pop! The 31st yin acupoint opened. The glow of the demon pill dimmed slightly, but he did not pause. He controlled the yin demonic energy to push onward. Pop! The 32nd yin acupoint. Pop! The 33rd yin acupoint. Pop! The 34th yin acupoint. The faint snapping sounds continued one after another, like a bamboo stalk being split segment by segment. The air filled with the crisp crackling of steady progress. On the interface, the entry momentum like a breakthrough bamboo green shimmered faintly before the mysterious profound realm. Ignore all bottlenecks. The 50th yin acupoint. The 60th yin acupoint. The 70th yin acupoint. When he reached the 75th yin acupoint, the yin demonic energy in his palm suddenly cut off. Uft! Wang Shouyong opened his eyes and saw the demon pill in his hand crumbling piece by piece. The once crystal clear, round pill had turned into gray-white fragments, falling through his fingers. 1 demon pill is enough to open 45 acupoints. Wang Shouyong frowned slightly. If that were the case, 5 demon pills wouldn't be enough to fully open his 290 meridian apertures. He shook his head slightly, then picked up the second fiery red demon pill. The scorching heat surged through his palm, burning straight to his bones. Boom! As his consciousness sank into meditation, the dark, sinister energy swirling inside the pill exploded like roaring flames, crashing into his meridians. Yet no matter how furious this dark energy was, against Wang Shouyong's combined yin sha and 9 yin body types, it could only turn into a tame lamb. With a casual tug of his will, the yin sha energy surged wildly along his meridians, and every joint and bone instantly softened. Pop! 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 The rapid explosions burst like continuous popcorn kernels, as his flesh dissolved and reformed under the immersion of yin sha, waves of power rolling endlessly reminiscent of when he first opened the 72 yang apertures. 80, 90, 100. Up to the 110th aperture, the fiery red demon pill finally burned out, all the yin sha energy completely consumed. Wang Shouyong licked his cracked lips without pause and raised his hand to grab the next blue demon pill. Pop! 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 This time, the yin sha entering his body flowed softly like a gentle rain, cooling yet no less sharp in opening his apertures. 120, 140, 165. When the blue light faded, the demon pill turned to powder. Exhaling deeply, his gaze fixed on the remaining 2 demon pills. Without hesitation, he used both hands, left palm tinged green, right palm black. In an instant, the 2 pills shattered, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming yin sha like a dam breaking. The energy clashed from his arms into his heart meridian, instantly filling every channel like an armored cavalry ready to charge. With a slight shift of thought, the Insha Legion stormed forward, fiercely attacking the remaining blocked apertures. Perhaps because he was refining 2 pills at once, this round of breakthroughs felt easier than before. Pop, 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 the crisp sounds flowed nonstop. 200th aperture, 230th, 260th. When the count reached 280, both palms suddenly emptied. The Insha source terminated pills reduced to dust, scattered by the slightest breeze. But Wang Shouyong didn't stop. With external sources cut off, he forced the residual Insha inside him to continue rampaging. Open for me. 285, 286, 287. When the 289th aperture tore open, the Insha was nearly depleted. He suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot and fierce, grinding his teeth white. Open for me. His voice fell, and his deadly will drove his meridians, conjuring a trickling stream of Insha again. Gathering all his remaining strength into a sharp spear, he fiercely stabbed at the 290th aperture, the last barrier, along his entire meridian network. Open. The Insha flashed like lightning through the void. Pop. The familiar crisp crackling rang in his ears. Wang Shouyong felt his whole body relax and collapsed onto the bed, his chest heaving violently. Amidst ragged breaths, a victorious smile finally spread across his face. 290 yin apertures fully opened, plus 72 yang apertures, 362 apertures in total, all completely connected. At this moment, he had become the strongest body refining stage in history, bridging ancient and modern, and unprecedented body refining cultivator with 362 meridian apertures. In the depths of his pupils, it was as if radiant stars were hidden. Unexplainably, a sudden thought arose. With 362 apertures at the chi transformation stage, what kind of new horizons awaited him beyond? Late at night, a small courtyard inside the exorcism department was still lit. The faint yellow light filtered through the paper window, clearly outlining everything inside the desk, silk paper, and the young figure bent over it, writing hastily. Situ Wenfeng unrolled fresh silk, picked up a wolf hair brush, took a deep breath, and neatly pinned the first line in the upper right corner. Respectfully submitted by Wenfeng, with my father's permission. Without pausing, he carefully recorded the journey he and his younger sister had taken, making every detail clear. His handwriting flickered in the candlelight. My sister and I have safely arrived in Linshui County. All is well, and we encountered no trouble along the way, so do not worry. We have met with Lord Liao and successfully joined Linshui's exorcism department. We were assigned under a Captain Xiaowei's command as attendants, exactly as father expected. In just a few hundred characters, he explained their arrival, reporting, and onboarding. In the corner of the room, Situ Yun stood with folded arms, urging him to speed up. Wenfeng quickened his pace and moved to the main point. Following your instructions, my sister and I started as attendants of the lowest rank. If all goes well, we should accumulate some credit before the evaluations of the 2 counties and the arrival of the Imperial Inspector. Father's plans are thorough, and I dared not be negligent. However, unexpected events still occurred. With a change in tone, he carefully detailed the mission at Mount Evilblood. 1. Lord Liao dispatched him, his sister, and another attendant, Wang Shouyong, together. 2. On the way, they were intercepted by a Captain Xiaowei from Jishan County, who had reached the Qi transformation stage. 3. The Jishan captain saw through their disguise and launched a poisonous ambush. The siblings were left powerless. 4. Wenfeng forced himself to protect his sister but was stabbed through the chest, nearly fatally wounded. He was now writing the letter with his injury. The candle flickered, and faint bloodstains began to seep onto the page. Wenfeng lifted his sleeve to stem the bleeding bandages and continued writing. At the critical moment, our companion Wang unexpectedly appeared. Though only at the body refinement stage, he unleashed a devastating thunderous attack that defeated the Qi transformation Captain Hedon. Afterwards, he retrieved the antidote, saving my sister and me, then ventured alone into the cave, killing the shape-shifting pig demon before returning. He crossed county lines to fight, yet showed no signs of exhaustion. I have never seen anyone ascend to body refinement in one day. Among all the talents in the capital, none match him. His morals are also upright and kind, hating evil with a righteous heart. He is truly someone extraordinary. Changing to a fresh sheet of silk, he wrote with solemnity. Therefore, I earnestly request that the family quickly send members here for 1, to repay this life-saving debt, for 2, to win his loyalty and bring him into the Sidhu family. As for the Jishan incident, it awaits father's decision. He dipped his brush in vermilion, ending with a formal signature. Other than this matter, all is well. Please do not worry. Situ Iin beside him nodded slightly and trimmed the candlewick. When people from the capital arrive and see your injury, big brother, they'll be furious beyond reason. Remember, don't take any herbal medicine to heal your wounds these days, or else you'll lose all credibility. I understand. Situ Wenfeng responded promptly, spreading out the silk papers on the table one by one, folding them carefully, and placing them into envelopes. then stacking them neatly. He raised 2 fingers to his lips and let out a low whistly, a sharp call piercing the still night. Moments later, the sound of flapping outside the window rose. Wenfeng pushed open the window to see a bird of prey swoop in like a hawk, its forehead adorned with bright red feathers, eyes clear and sharp, its plumage glossy and full. This was the Situ family's unique spirit pet, the broken wild goose hawk. Though its power only reached before the Enlightenment stage, it could fly from Linshui County to the capital within 2 days, a perfect messenger. Situ Wenfeng tied the letters onto the broken wild goose hawk's back, wrapping the cords several times to secure them, then gently patted the bird's head. The hawk spread its wings, soaring like an arrow shot into the night sky. Hopefully the family will send help soon. At the window, the 2 men silently wished together. 2 days later, Kyoto, the mansion of Situ, right general of Heavenly Chi Town. High walls and red tiles, buildings nestled against the hills, countless courtyards engraved with magical arrays and opulence that defied description. There was a saying among locals: if anyone happened to pick up something outside the Situ mansion's gate, they would never want for food or clothing again. Though exaggerated, it captured the Situ family's prestige perfectly. At noon, a black shadow dove from the sky and landed steadily on the mansion wall, the broken wild goose hawk. It stood still on the brickwork, silent and motionless, eyes like carved glass, seemingly waiting to be summoned. Inside the hall, 2 young men sat opposite each other at a table: Situ Ruiz and Situ Tianyuan. Black and white stones scattered across the go board, the tension thick with deadly intent. Second brother, still refusing to concede? I've calculated this game, I'm ahead by 1¼ stones. Stop dragging it out, Situ Tianyuan said lightly as he twirled a white stone between his fingers, a faint smile on his face. Oh, but when all the in-game stones were counted, you were half a stone behind me. How do you explain that? Situ Ruiz retorted, unwilling to yield. Both smiled, but their fingers clenched the stones tightly, neither willing to give ground. The board was locked in a fierce battle between 8 dragons, a complexity even they struggled to grasp fully. Tianyuan sneered. Second brother, why haven't you played yet? Afraid you'll lose badly? Watching but not speaking, Xianyuan, you're still too impatient. Ruiz tapped the board, calculating rapidly in his mind. After 15 minutes, he finally saw that he was behind. Looking up, he met Tianyuan's half smile. You figured it out, second brother? Ruiz's lips curled with disdain, but inside, a chill crept up. Was he about to lose again? Just then, a faint sharp whistle came from the courtyard wall. The broken wild goose hawk. What's happened? Ruiz's eyes brightened. He stood up immediately, his palm brushing the board casually. Tianyuan, you finished the game. He'll be right back. Before finishing, he hurried out of the hall. Situ Tianyuan chuckled and shook his head. When he glanced at the board again, his expression stiffened. The corner of the board was stamped with a large palm print, the lattice of lines broken, and the stones crushed to powder. Moments later, a fierce shout rang from outside the hall. Cowardly wretch, don't run. Within moments, half of the Situ residents had heard Situ Tianyuan's furious roar. Inside the corridors, the steward organizing the ledgers by lantern light and the servants rushing about to feed the horses all looked up briefly, then just shook their heads at each other. The third young master and the second young master are at it again. Though they talked, their hands never stopped working. Such scenes were nothing new to them. Situ Tianyuan stormed up to the main gate, his boots nearly sparking on the bluestone steps, only to be stopped cold by the sight. Before him, Situ Ruiz was leaning against the doorframe. A gray-feathered, broken-winged hawk perched calmly on his left hand, while his right hand held a thick stack of silk papers, his expression grave. You spineless wretch, you. Tianyuan's angry words were cut off as Situ Ruiz raised a finger to his lips. Shoo! A letter from Situ Wenfeng. He shook the papers lightly. This broken-winged hawk just landed on the gate. Tianyuan's curse was forcibly silenced. He blinked, the fury draining from his face, replaced by a flicker of confusion. He glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then leaned in to whisper, that bastard was supposed to be off at Lin. What's the county again? Earning merit? With his pride, why would he send a letter? What does it say? Linshui County, Ruiz replied flatly. I haven't read it yet. Let's keep this quiet for now and examine it back inside. The two quietly returned to Ruiz's courtyard, closing the door behind them and lighting an oil lamp brighter. They spread the letter open, a dense stack of small, precise characters written in neat Kaishu script. After a long moment, the papers were folded back up. They exchanged glances, both catching a sneer in the other's eyes. Tianyuan scoffed. That Situ Wenfeng must be mad. Always bragging about being a genius, but to boast of slashing forms and chi transformations at the Linshui, a border beyond absurd. It's a joke he can even say that. Saving lives and peerless talent are just fronts, Ruiz sneered. The real point is to try and get reinforcements from the capital. Tianyuan nodded. Everyone knows they're just junior escorts for the minor exorcist captain there. Praised like gods in the capital, but at the county office they're ordered around and can't stand it, so they spin these lies. Ruiz crumpled the entire pile of silk papers and slammed them onto the floor, pressing his boot down on them. This letter must never fall into the wrong hands. If the third patriarch knows those two ungrateful brats are suffering, he'll intervene. Tianyuan frowned. But what if someone in the capital asks about the letter when they return? Simple, Ruai smiled coldly. From the capital to Linshui County is thousands of miles. It's common for a broken-winged hawk to encounter trouble en route. Even if we roast this one and leave not a bone behind, how would he know if the letter was delivered? Before the words had fully left his mouth, the hawk suddenly fluttered its wings and chirped sharply. A cold gleam flashed in Ruiz's eyes as he summoned his power to restrain the bird midair. In the next instant, its head seemed crushed by an invisible hand, bloodied feathers silently scattering. At the same moment, a small magic array lit up beneath his feet, swallowing every sound in the courtyard as if plunging it into a silent execution ground. Ruiz casually flicked the lifeless body aside, landing it with a soft slap by his boot. This way, no one will ever know this hawk existed. Situ Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh heartily, repeatedly pointing at Situ Ruiz with his finger. Second brother, do you know what I admire most about you? It's this: you wouldn't even spare your own junior clansman. Situ Ruiz smiled and nodded, mutual respect. But Situ Tianyuan shook his head. That alone is far from enough. Oh, then in your opinion, what else should we do? Tianyuan turned and paced to the window. Second brother, do you remember that beggar boy I took under my wing in the capital? Talented despite a tragic background, but ruthless. Ruiz arched an eyebrow teasingly. You mean the one whose own sister is already in your hands, who doesn't suspect a thing and still sees you as his savior? Exactly him. Tianyuan's eyes flickered. How about secretly sending him to Linshui County to covertly sabotage Situ Wenfeng's plans? While he might not be able to kill Situ Wenfeng or Situ Yun, taking out that loyal retainer mentioned in his letter would be effortless. Once that country boy really dies, when Wenfeng returns to the capital, it won't look good if he drags the corpse around crying that the Situ family failed to nurture talent. Ruiz narrowed his eyes into slits. That little beggar has only just mastered the basic stage. Tianyuan, aren't you worried that country boy might be a rare gem? Oh, Tianyuan countered. Second brother, do you really believe someone can kill with just physical training alone after breaking through the gas stage? Of course not. Haha, then that's all we need. That day, the setting sun blazed like blood as a thin figure with a knapsack hurriedly stepped out beyond the gates of the capital, kicking up dust along the long street with every step. A few days later, as the capital beggar boy set foot on the official road to Linshui County, life inside the demon exorcism department there, especially for Wang Shouyong, proved far more dull than expected. Since the battle at Evil Blood Mountain, everything felt mute as if a mute button had been pressed. Hu Changping stopped taking him on missions, and there was no follow-up to the Evil Blood Mountain incident. Liao Yuanqing ordered that Wang Shouyong and the Situ siblings each heal separately and not leave unless necessary. So his days narrowed to a simple, repetitive cycle. Train his martial arts, then finally go away to eat and drink. Train again, then drag the Situ siblings out for food and drink. Train yet again, then seek out Hu Changping if he couldn't find him, then back to Li Gui to eat and drink. After several days, aside from accumulating some fat, he bitterly confirmed a long-ignored truth: his martial talent was terrible. The martial training ground was bathed in harsh, pale afternoon light. Wang Shouyong closed the worn and dog-eared volume of the 13-wave saber's head brought back from Evil Blood Mountain, tucking it close. Taking a deep breath, he spread his feet slightly, gripped the long saber at his waist with all 5 fingers, and fixed his gaze on the wooden dummy engraved with formation symbols ahead. In an instant, his mind went still as water. Coldness seeped up from his feet, the air temperature plummeted, and murderous intent solidified like a tangible force. Huh! A wisp of white mist escaped between his lips. In his eyes, the wooden dummy transformed into the dog-faced sergeant from Evil Blood Mountain, blood splattering. The scenes of children's corpses in the cave flooding his vision, the dry cracked lips of the trapped boy, watching the dripping rock wall, in hopeless despair, all overlapping with that snarling pig's face in his mind. They must die? A flash of white light. Swoosh, the saber was drawn like thunder. Boom, the blade wove a net of light, instantly enveloping the wooden dummy. A moment later, the wooden dummy exploded into countless fragments, wooden chips raining down. Dust swirled as the onlookers sucked in cold breaths. Wang Shouyong's expression was cold and distant as he sheathed his saber. A rough breath escaped silently as a faint sigh passed from his lips. Brother Wang's swordsmanship is truly impressive. This martial technique exudes a deadly aura, and its power is no joke. Even that wooden dummy, designed to withstand a full strike from someone at the chi refining stage, couldn't stand a blow from you. TSK, 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 the blade flashes so dazzlingly it must be the effect of the technique itself. Brother Wang, you're just too strong. If I were that wooden dummy, I'm afraid I wouldn't last through a single strike. What single strike? Just watching you draw your blade is enough to make my legs go weak, haha. A chorus of flattering voices echoed across the training ground. Surrounded by the crowd, Wang Shouyong, simply nodded lightly and sheathed his greatsword with a trace of helplessness curling at the corners of his mouth. Only he knew the truth. If practiced to its peak, the 13-wave slash should conjure the illusion of a towering ocean wave, like the blade technique of that battalion commander from Jishan, county-blade movements like a tidal surge. Yet just now, when he unleashed those 13 strikes, not even a shadow of that illusion appeared. The wooden dummy, which could endure a full strike from someone at the chi refining stage, was shattered only by his wildly increased brute force. The blade's speed came simply because he swung it fast, its weight, because his strength had grown. The true essence of the martial way still lay far beyond his reach. Thinking this, the frustration in his heart was far greater than the admiration others saw. This technique is even harder to master than breaking through the next realm, he murmured with a sigh, offering a few casual words before bidding farewell to the acquaintances around him. He turned and strode away from the training ground. In recent days, he had come to see the other side of the demon extermination division. It was filled with sycophants and ladder climbers, while those genuinely dedicated to cultivation were few and far between. Many had mediocre talent and had been stuck at the body refining stage for years, hoping to hitch a ride up by attaching themselves to a promising colleague. Wang Shouyong had just completed body refining and recently saved 12 children in Jishan County, an impressive achievement. Outsiders were convinced he was destined for great things, and praise came flooding down on him like a tide. He weaved through corridors and shrugged off the noisy shadows trailing after him, winding through twists and turns until he reached a secluded courtyard. Hanging crookedly over the gate was a wooden plaque carved with the characters Situ, the residence of the Situ siblings. "I'm coming in," he said as he pushed open the door. Dappled tree shadows covered the courtyard. Situ Wenfeng and his sister were quietly talking inside. Seeing Wang Shouyong enter didn't surprise them. He moved straight to the seat opposite Wenfeng, grabbed the teacup before him, and took a long sip. The spirit tea was hot yet refreshing, with a faint herbal fragrance sliding smoothly down his throat. The energy of heaven and earth within him stirred, ready to surge through his acupuncture points only for him to forcibly suppress it. "Good tea," he remarked, setting down the cup. In recent days, he often came here to share food and drink, and had long noticed how extravagant the siblings were with their diet. Using spirit tea that helps cultivation as everyday tea, and eating spirit food infused with heavenly energy. No wonder they both aged so young, yet had reached the chi refining stage. As for where these spirit items came from, though curious, he wisely didn't ask. Situ Wenfeng smiled and said, "Since you've completed body refining, this spirit tea is just normal drink for you. It's fine as a daily treat. But if you want to truly cultivate, you'll still need precious medicinal elixirs. Practicing the Huaji realm cultivation requires a tremendous amount of precious elixirs. This stage involves completely merging the energy of heaven and earth into one's acupoints, and besides natural cultivation, it demands extensive use of potent medicines to temper and strengthen those acupoints." Situ Iyun raised his hand, and a set of celadone tea cups from his Chinkuan bracelet gently landed on the table one by one. His movements were steady and precise as he poured the tea, releasing a faint, lingering aroma. In this way, he added, "Your entire Bodis acupoints can truly resonate with the energy of heaven and earth." Wang Shouyong nodded slightly, but his gaze drifted toward a wisp of tea steam rising from the table as he sighed. "I understand, but what troubles me now isn't breaking through to the next realm. It's..." He stopped himself midway, hesitating. The Situ siblings both raised their eyebrows in curiosity. "What is it?" They both looked to him at the same time. Wang Shouyong's face showed a hint of embarrassment. "I'm ashamed to say this, but although my cultivation speed is decent, I've never found the proper path in martial techniques. Even the most basic physical refinement martial skills feel like climbing a steep mountain to me. Do either of you have any tips?" The siblings exchanged a surprised glance. Situ Wenfeng muttered, "Is that even possible? Isn't martial technique something you just learn?" Seeing Wang Shouyong's downcast expression, he quickly stopped himself and cleared his throat. "Well, it's not unheard of. Cultivation aptitude and martial comprehension don't always match. I've encountered cases where a person's martial potential was weaker, but it didn't stop them altogether." Wang Shouyong felt even more discouraged but quietly smiled, sensing they were trying to be considerate. Situ Yun, however, composed his expression and spoke seriously. "Still, once you reach the Huaji realm, lacking a reliable martial technique will hold you back. How about this? What style of martial art do you want to practice? We can guide you in person probably a lot faster than you figuring it out on your own." "Exactly." Situ Wenfeng nodded, waving his fan gently in agreement. In a remote place like Lin Shui County, it's normal to have limited exposure. We grew up in the imperial capital from a young age, so maybe we can help fill in the gaps. With that, he stood and stepped into the courtyard. Snapping his fingers, a faint golden aura spread outward as a small defensive formation suddenly appeared with a low rumble. "Come on, I'll set up the defense. Shouyong, give it your all." Wang Shouyong hesitated. "Won't I hurt you?" Situ Wenfeng laughed heartily, closing his fan and tapping his palm. It's just basic physical refinement martial skills. Don't forget, I'm already solidly at the Huaji realm. If I got ambushed on Evil Blood Mountain, that was carelessness on my part. No way I'm losing here at home. Strike with confidence. Wang Shouyong opened his mouth to say, my physical refinement skill isn't quite the same, but swallowed his words and nodded. He stepped into the open yard, feet planted solidly, as the energy of heaven and earth slowly coursed through his meridians into his right arm. He gripped the hilt tightly, palms sweating lightly, his gaze sharpening with sudden intensity. Watch carefully, both of you. Drawing his long blade, a cold glint flashed. This blade technique is called 13 wave-cleaving blades. Each strike is stronger than the last. Situ Wenfeng raised an eyebrow and motioned for his sister to step back, calmly sitting down himself. Tapping his bracelet lightly, a humming sound rose as mysterious patterns shimmered beneath his feet. A faint blue light screen formed about a yard in front of him, resembling a mirror of water. Situ Yun stood with folded arms beside him, glancing at the light screen and shaking his head slightly. Big Brother's use of the golden white jade bracelet to inscribe the formation is a bit crafty. With this setup, there's really no need to worry about safety. The golden white jade bangle they brought from the Situ family was a small protective tool. Although it didn't have an overwhelmingly powerful formation within, it was a top-tier magical treasure at the Qi transformation stage. Let alone the body refinement stage. Even Situ Yun himself might not be able to break through this formation. Since that was the case, they no longer needed to worry about their eldest brother's safety and could fully focus on observing the flaws in Wang Shouyong's swordsmanship. Situ Wenfeng shared the same thought. Sitting steadily on a stone bench in the corner of the small courtyard, he held a celadone tea cup, lightly lifted the cover to skim off the tea foam, and calmly sipped it. Shouyong, make your move, he said with a calm voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shouyong's long knife flickered in his hand, suddenly releasing several dazzling sword lights shooting up into the sky. The pale white sword intent surged through the small courtyard like a tidal wave, and an icy, killing aura slammed toward them. Yet the light screen remained perfectly still. Situ Wenfeng didn't even raise his eyelids. He just took another sip of tea and softly praised, good tea. Situ Yun rolled his eyes at his elder brother's pretense of profundity. In the blink of an eye, the first sword light neared the faint blue light barrier. The blade struck the barrier without any sound or impact and quietly vanished. Situ Wenfeng smiled and commented, though fierce, the sword stance is strong outside but weak inside. The control over the qi between heaven and earth is too loose. The second and third sword lights followed in quick succession, striking the same spot yet again swallowed by the light screen. Instead, Wang Shouyong's long knife emitted sharp, mournful cries, quivering violently as if it might shatter at any moment. If you use the qi between heaven and earth properly, the blade will be protected, not damaged like this. Shouyong, you wield your sword too rigidly, said Situ Wenfeng in a calm tone. Before he finished speaking, the fourth, fifth, and sixth sword lights cut like lightning. Wang Shouyong planted his feet firmly, charging to the barrier's edge. The blade's white glow surged wildly, as if it were forcibly slicing the very air into fragments. Seventh strike. Boom. For the first time, a faint ripple appeared in the center of the light screen. Situ Wenfeng's eyelid twitched, and his teacup suddenly clinked as it dropped back on the table. Eighth strike. Boom. Ninth strike. Boom. 10th strike. Boom. Each strike grew heavier than the last. Wang Shouyong's muscles bulged, his veins throbbed wildly as he raised the long knife high and fiercely chopped downward. A powerful gust scattered dust and debris everywhere. A surge of anxiety rose in Situ Wenfeng's chest. He was about to stand, but forced himself to hold onto the armrest, maintaining his senior's composure. Break open for me. Wang Shouyong shouted violently, delivering an 11th strike on the same spot. Boom. Crack. The light screen cracked, the crack no larger than a grain of rice, but it quickly spread like a white spiderweb. 12th strike. The long knife cut down with a ripping whistle through the air. Crack, crack. The spiderweb pattern spread rapidly to absorb the great force, soon covering the entire pale blue light screen, which had been previously translucent but now glowed pure white. Flash. Wang Shouyong suddenly shouted, his fingers clamping down on the long blade like steel pincers. The thick hilt groaned under his grip, the soft wood crushed by his powerful fingers as if it were tofu, deeply embedding his 10 fingertips. With a sudden heave, he swung up again, striking the 13th blow in a row. The blade's light swelled fiercely, a piercing whistle ripping through the air. Break for Minnow. How is this possible? Across from him, Situ Wenfeng, seated rigidly on a stone chair, finally snapped to full awareness. He gasped in shock, leaping up as if struck by a slingshot and retreating several steps. Boundless magical energy burst forth from his body, surging swiftly into the pale blue barrier before him, forcibly mending the white cracks that had spread across it. Boom. A thunderous explosion shattered the quiet, the courtyard's earthen walls trembling as bricks and tiles fell, dust billowing into the air. The primordial energies of heaven and earth were violently stirred, swirling into chaotic currents that whipped leaves and debris into a frenzy. Even caught off guard, Situ Yun's black hair was blown wild by the gale. Stunned, he stood frozen where he was, expression locked in deep contemplation, as if a puppet caught in a raging sandstorm. From the very first strike to the 13th, Wang Shouyong's blade descended like an avalanche, crashing into a tidal wave, unyielding and overwhelming but still unable to pierce the shimmering barrier. Cough, cough. Slowly, amidst the dust, faint coughs emerged. Situ Yun abruptly regained his senses, quickly raising his hand to summon a breeze, dispersing the haze. Urgently he asked, "Are you all right?" As the dust settled, the two figures came into view. The first revealed was the man with the sword. Wang Shouyong's chest heaved violently, his torn long shirt hanging in ragged strips. Sweat and blood stained his skin, his tousled hair draped over his shoulders, breath ragged between suppressed coughs. The long sword that had fought alongside him for many years now lay in shattered fragments, only a bare hilt remaining, dangling from his fingers. Cough, cough still couldn't break it. He stared at the broken hilt, then looked up at his opponent with a wry smile. "Brother Situ, your skill is truly superior." By now, the dust had cleared enough to reveal Situ Wenfeng fully. His expression was calm, robes motionless as if no wind stirred them, the pale blue barrier still standing solid before him. Though cracked all over as if on the verge of collapse, it firmly resisted all 13 fierce strikes. Not a single blow managed to tear through. Situ Yun exhaled heavily, hand on his chest, half in relief and half in complaint. "You really scared me. With all that noise, I thought something serious had happened." Situ Wenfeng replied coolly, "With this golden white jade bracelet, what harm could come?" Situ Yun nodded at that, smiling bitterly. "I was sure it would be fine. I just didn't expect the spectacle to be so terrifying. Now I see that this defensive formation is indeed powerful. Not even such a relentless series of strikes could pierce it." He then stepped back toward the stone table. But Situ Wenfeng sat down silently without saying another word. Wang Shouyong threw the remaining hilt onto the ground with a dull clang and joined them at the table. He smiled wryly and self-deprecated. "Martial technique truly is a challenge. Brother Situ, if you only judge by that showdown, you might think I'd completely mastered this 13-wave opening blades technique. But whenever I try to follow the instructions and channel my energy, it just doesn't click. I mimic the forms, but I never grasp the true essence of the martial path." Situ Wenfeng raised an eyebrow, his tone calm, yet guiding. "Exactly as you say. Your blade style was fierce, but its resonance with the energy of heaven and earth was almost non-existent. Martial arts hinge on harnessing the momentum of nature, moving primordial energy along specific trajectories. In those 13 strikes, I didn't sense any true martial spirit at all." A flicker of hope sparked in Wang Shouyong's eyes. He asked cautiously, "Then, Brother Situ, what do you think I should do to correct it?" Unexpectedly, Situ and Wenfeng fell silent after hearing this. After a long pause, he finally replied, I don't really know. From what I can tell, the blade technique is already quite impressive. You probably just need to practice diligently." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shouyong turned to the girl with a smile and asked, "What about you, Yun? What do you think?" I also feel, Brother Wang. Your swordsmanship is very powerful and impressive." Situ and Ian hesitated briefly, but spoke honestly about her thoughts. Receiving such restrained responses from both of them, Wang Shouyong showed no disappointment. He clearly understood these siblings were gifted but only in their early teens, hardly experts of martial arts. To fully unravel his doubts, he would likely have to consult a more experienced master, someone like Hu Qingping. Thinking this way, he put aside his questions for the moment and chatted casually with the siblings. The sun sank slowly as their conversation lasted a good half hour. When parting, Wang Shouyong clasped his fist in farewell and stepped out of the courtyard. He never noticed that Situ and Wenfeng's face sported a faint, elusive, strange expression as the older man watched his departing back. A breeze swept through, rustling bamboo leaves, and the once bustling courtyard fell silent instantly. "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" Situ and Iyun spoke softly. She had noticed since earlier that her brother was quieter than usual, seemingly troubled by some unspeakable secret. Situ and Wenfeng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he lifted his hand and gently tapped the golden white jade bracelet on his wrist. A faint blue light shimmered as an invisible barrier silently expanded, enveloping them both. Only after confirming the formation was intact did he say, "At the refining body stage, to push blade momentum to this level, little sister, don't you find it surprising?" Situ and Ian looked at the light barrier and smiled slightly. "I am surprised, but he never actually broke the formation, so it's not enough to unsettle you this much." In her heart she understood. This defensive formation could only be shaken by someone who had perfected chi transformation. Given Wang Shouyong's still raw sword style and body refinement level, what had achieved was already close to the limit. Even so, she detected the faint bitterness hiding behind her brother's smile. "Little sister, do you really think he couldn't break through the formation?" Situ and Wenfeng's voice grew low. Situ and Iyun froze and instinctively looked at the light barrier. But the formation is flawless, and you're completely unharmed. Before she finished, she saw Situan Wenfeng slowly raise his right arm. At the wide sleeve's edge was a slit so fine it was barely noticeable, like insect damage, yet undoubtedly real. Situan Iyun opened her mouth in shock, an indescribable tremor rising in her chest. Did Brother Wang cut that? But the formation? Situan Wenfeng shook his head slightly. No. In fact, his final strike did breach the formation. As the night wind picked up, chilling the girl's heart, an ominous feeling spread within her. Then why? Because his blade broke. Situan Wenfeng spoke deliberately, his voice almost swallowed by the wind. Following her brother's gaze downward, Situan Iyun saw a dozen snow-white blade fragments scattered across the stone floor. Their edges still keen with residual sharpness as if the last strike carried unfinished power. Had his sword not broken at that final moment of his last strike, it might have been my defensive formation that shattered now instead. He thought he had failed to break through the defensive array, but actually, he didn't. He did break, only his strength was too great, his sword strikes too fierce, and his blade too brittle. The shattered edge scattered sharp, gleaming shards like countless cold sparks drifting to the ground. With the final crisp snap, his defeat was sealed. The sword broke, he lost, but the one truly defeated was me, watching all this unfold. Situ Iyun stood frozen on the spot, like a carved wooden statue. Situ Wenfeng narrowed his eyes, feeling as if a heavy stone pressed down on his chest. A rare confusion flickered in his pupils. Since leaving the capital and entering Linshui County, all his old ideas about the cultivation world had been unraveling, dismantled and reshaped by an unknown young boy. Little sister, did you know? That blade, if it had held on just a moment longer, would have completely shattered the formation. As those words sank in, an involuntary dreadful image surfaced in Situ Wenfeng's mind inside the bloody blood cave. Wang Shouyong's punch smashing a Chihua realm colonel, flesh and blood flying apart. Yet his expression remained calm and indifferent, as if reaching this level of physical refinement naturally demanded such strength. Just as when he failed to break the array before, there was only a trace of regretful calm. In this world, there truly exists such a formidable refining body cultivator. The Situ siblings fell into a long silence, waves of shock and awe crashing deep within their hearts. At Cockcrow, Linshui County office, a clerk carrying hot tea tiptoed quietly into the main hall, catching sight of two men sitting upright sternly on either side of the desk. Linshui County Magistrate Gu Yanfu and Liao Yuanqing, head of the demon-suppressing division. The clerk murmured to himself, something big must be happening today, set down the cup, and hurriedly slipped away. Gu Yanfu adjusted his slightly askew official hat and lowered his voice. Lord Liao, are you really certain those three demons are still hiding somewhere in Linshui? Liao Yuanqing's brow furrowed deeply. I had my doubts from the start about the Sangzi village incident. Only a dozen or so awakened demons managed to stay hidden nearly a month before being exposed. Hasn't your honor ever wondered why? Gu Yanfu forced a smile. A humble official would not dare speculate. Without solid proof, Lord Liao, prudence demands discretion. You must remember there are ears everywhere. Rest assured, Lord Gu, Liao snorted coldly. If any rumor leaks out, you'll hear from me first. Gu Yanfu's forced smile faltered. Lord Liao, you jest. Liao Yuanqing replied. You are diligent and cautious, adept at navigating court politics. I am but a common man. I trust you would never allow such gossip to spread in Linshui. Yes, yes. Gu Yanfu nodded repeatedly. Please, Lord Liao, speak freely. This official will keep all sealed lips. Good. Liao raised a hand, his gaze steady. Why am I certain those three demons remain in the county? 3 reasons. Listen carefully, Lord Gu. First, Jishan County likely colluded with the demons. They deliberately cleared out the bloody mountain to release over a dozen awakened demons into Linshui, providing cover to carry out the Sangzi village massacre. The mastermind is probably in Jishan. Second, why would Jishan play such a game? It's not just for a few hundred lives. I suspect it's to influence the upcoming evaluation of our 2 counties. In recent years, turmoil grips the capital. The demon general guarding the northwest has vanished, leaving the crucial post at Naho Abyss vacant. The young emperor seeks to appoint a new general. The court is rife with vacancies and countless casualties. I was demoted here, but someone in Jishan may be trying to leverage this chaos to climb to power in the capital. If I use the upcoming assessment as a means to return to Kyoto, I would become a thorn in their side. Third, with the county evaluations imminent, this is the perfect chance to smear me with dirt. Lord Gu, do you agree with this? Gu Yanfu grew increasingly alarmed as he listened, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his lips trembling as he replied in a quavering voice. What Lord Liao says carries some truth. I would not dare to speculate recklessly. Liao Yuanqing furrowed his brow and interrupted sternly. We are equals. There's no need for you to call yourself a subordinate. Yais, Lord Liao is right. Gu Yanfu hastily corrected himself, his voice weak. Liao Yuanqing sighed lightly and continued. I have a third hypothesis. The three shape-shifting demons who escaped from Evil Blood Mountain are very likely hiding in Linshui County, waiting for the right moment to disrupt the situation. Gu Yinfu asked cautiously, what kind of moment? How can I be certain? Liao Yuanqing raised his hand to quiet the question, slowing his speech. Perhaps precisely during the evaluation between the two counties. Yes, that makes sense. Gu wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. So, this matter requires Lord Gus' effort. Liao's expression turned serious. Originally, I sent some men to Jishan County to investigate connections to the demon bloodline, but an accident occurred, so Jishan is off limits for now. If Lord Gu could pay close attention to any unusual activity in Linshui County, you might uncover some clues. His gaze sharpened. If humans cannot hide completely, I do not believe those three shapeshifters could vanish without a trace. Does Lord Gu have any leads? Leads, where would there be so many? Gu Yanfu began to reply with a forced smile, but suddenly his expression froze, as if recalling something important. A gleam flashed in Liao Yuanqing's eyes. Gu Yanfu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, then spoke slowly. Now that you mention it, something strange really has happened recently in Linshui County. On the 23rd of the Earth Dog month, the small room was dimly lit. Wang Shouyong's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened with a sharp exhale. The 362 acupoints throughout his body seemed to breathe, opening and closing intermittently before settling back into calm. He rose from the meditation mat, stretching his limbs, the joints crackling sharply. Beside him, the empty wooden box still faintly smelled of herbs, though the medicine inside had long been consumed. In recent days, besides eating, drinking, and training, he had taken precious pills daily. Using the power of the digestive elixir skill, he had refined all the medicinal energy into his foundation. Unfortunately, the benefits at this chi refinement stage were not as obvious as when he had focused on body refinement. Perhaps I have not truly entered the chi refinement realm yet. Is it because I haven't taken enough medicine, or because I have too many acupoints? The thought flashed by and vanished. He shook his arms and turned to open the door. Just as his fingertips touched the latch, the door panel trembled slightly, as if struck by something. Opening the door revealed a night breeze carrying the rustle of leaves and two pairs of eyes watching him with barely concealed amusement. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying leaned against a nearby tree, idly toying with nameplates on their waists. Tang Ying lifted his hand, and a rolled scroll traced an arc through the air, gently landing in Wang Shouyong's palm. What's this? Read for yourself. Lord Liao assigned it. Today we're investigating the Huang Mansion in Linshui County, Tang Ying replied lazily. Wang raised an eyebrow and unfurled the scroll, skimming its contents. It detailed the background and purpose of their mission. The Huang Mansion was a major wealthy merchant estate in Linshui County. Its family had prospered over 3 generations, building a considerable fortune. Many of the county's restaurants and taverns were owned by the Huang family. Pawn shops, casinos, and tailor shops. The Huang family was wealthy and influential, with business interests spanning far and wide. Known as the richest clan in the region, the Huang residence was always bustling, with guests' invitation cards would pile up on the desks, and the grand main gate was flung open to all visitors, who were welcomed with a cup of hot tea and warm greetings. But just a month ago, the Huang residence abruptly shut its doors. The shops still glowed with lights, and the accounting books showed money flowing in as usual, yet anyone who sent a summons to visit was refused with a single explanation: the master is indisposed and not receiving guests. In the normally tranquil county of Linshui, such a minor disturbance barely raised an eyebrow at most, a few whispered conversations in tea houses. However, when Liao Yuanqing mentioned the matter during a casual chat with Gu Yanfu, the latter remarked, if we're talking about strange occurrences in the entire county, this is by far the most unusual. This made Wang Shouyong suddenly recall the 3 shape-shifting demons that had once fled from Evil Blood Mountain. Besides you, there are 2 attendants from Captain Hu's men. You have half an hour to reach the Huang residence, or you'll have to report to Lord Liao that you're neglecting your duties, Sun Jiming said evenly, leaving no room for argument. Before his words even died away, the shadows beneath the tree had emptied, leaving only a cold laugh drifting in the air. Folding up the scroll, Wang Shouyong sighed quietly, thinking, holding a chicken feather as an order, then turned and hurried toward the residence of the Sidhu siblings. Half an hour later, in front of the Huang mansion's gate, the 3 had rushed all the way and finally arrived. 2 stone beasts stood guard at the entrance, lion heads with tiger bodies, baring their fangs glaring down at visitors. The 3-meter-high vermilion gate bore the characters Huang residence in gilded nails, exuding an imposing, frosty authority. The wide avenue could fit 4 or 5 horse-drawn carriages side by side, but no guards were in sight, nor were there many pedestrians, a stark contrast to the mansion's grand reputation. The gate is deserted. Very strange, Situ Wenfeng murmured, frowning as she lowered her voice. Captain Hu's men have gone in already. Let's stay alert as well, Situ Yi said, rubbing the silver-gray bracelet on her right wrist, her vigilance evident. Dong dong dong. Wang Shouyong lifted the bronze knocker and rapped on the door. The heavy metallic sound echoed through the empty alley. After a moment, the door cracked open just enough to reveal an old face etched with deep wrinkles, eyes cloudy but fixed unblinkingly on them. "Who is it?" came a hoarse, gravelly voice. "Exorcism department business. Calling on the Huang residence," Wang Shouyong said, raising the bronze badge hanging from his waist. The old man's eyes flickered with a complex emotion at the sight of the official insignia. He muttered, "Wait a moment," then shut the heavy door. Footsteps dragged away, then returned. The door opened again, this time to reveal a young man with sharp, cold features. "Please come inside. I am Wang Shouyong. 2 captains have already visited and are being hosted by my grandfather, the head of the household," he said flatly, though his tone carried a slight stiffness. The 4 proceeded along a bluestone path. Wang Shouyong observed quietly. Despite the large estate, few servants were visible, no laughter of maids, no busy stewards running about, only the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind. "The head of the household is Huang Qiao?" he asked softly. "Exactly." Huang Shouyong nodded without diverting his gaze. "Grandfather suddenly fell ill some time ago. That's why we are refusing all visitors. Today he is forcing himself to receive you. Please forgive any discourtesies." His words were polite, but his expression was indifferent, even sharp. Wang Shouyong exchanged a look with the Situ siblings. They all silently questioned. How could this man show such attitude before the exorcism department? Ahead, the high walls and gray-tiled eaves glistened coldly under the afternoon sun. After passing the front hall and walking over 100 steps, they entered the main hall. Dim shadows flickered under the low lights. To one side stood Captains Sun Jiming and Tang Ying. In the central seat sat the elderly Huang Qiao, his long beard white as snow, face waxen and pale, draped in a simple long gown that seemed barely enough to support his frail frame. To his right stood a servant in gray robes, eyes lowered, breathing barely audible. Wang Shouyong was about to bow in greeting when a soft ding sounded in his Iris system. Notification long missed now suddenly appeared. Entry detected nearby. It seemed every oddity had its explanation. Wang Shouyong once believed the most valuable feature of the panel was the evolution of its entries, granting him superhuman abilities. But now, as the panel suddenly appeared before his eyes without warning, he realized his powers extended far beyond that. It could even steal entries. A line of dark green characters followed. Innate perfection green, conceal breath green, master mimic green, cold-blooded green, food storage green. Each word gleamed sharply like a dagger, reminding him that danger might be hiding right before him. He stepped into the main hall of the Huang residence side by side with the Situ siblings. The room was brightly lit. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying cast only casual glances their way before turning away as if nothing was happening. "You promised half an hour, yet you wouldn't even start a minute early," Sun Jiming sneered, his voice hoarse. Wang Shouyong said nothing, standing still as he secretly studied the 2 strangers inside. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying could not possibly be demons. So then who among the elderly man and the servant was the disguised one? The elderly man's aura was faint, his forehead darkened, but he carried the calm posture of a wealthy merchant. Was clearly Huang Qiao, head of the Huang family depicted in the scroll, with no visible flaws. The gray-clad servant kept his hands hidden in his sleeves, brows low, face plain and quiet, standing beside Huang Qiao without arousing suspicion. Both seemed too normal. Coupled with the panel's display of the disguising entries Master Mimic and Conceal Breath, the 2 became especially suspicious. Wang Shouyong withdrew his gaze just as Tang Ying softly hummed. "We've carefully questioned the Huang household already, well within the promised half hour. No abnormalities were found. You may leave now." Her voice was cold and hard. Situ Yun frowned slightly and said, "Half an hour? Including travel time. When exactly did you 2 captains arrive? How could you have finished the investigation so quickly? Are you questioning me?" Tang Ying's eyes turned icy. Situ Yun immediately lowered his head. "No, not at all." Sun Jiming snorted nearby. "So you mean to say that the 2 of us captains teamed up just to fool the 3 of you attendants?" Situ Yun opened his mouth, but could offer no reply. Sun Jiming continued, "We've investigated more cases and killed more demons than you've ever seen. Don't think you're impressive just because you've slaughtered a few lesser demons. This matter is settled. This is the captain's judgment, not something you attendants can overrule. Besides," he shrugged, "what's even worth investigating here?" With that, he and Tang Ying rose, not bothering to glance at Huang Qiao, and headed toward the door. As they exited, Sun Ziming's voice drifted back into the hall. "I will report your deliberate delay today to Lord Liao. You'd better watch out." Wang Shouyong frowned and immediately followed, stepping in front of Sun Jiming. "Captain Sun, please wait." What else does Attendant Wang want to say?" Sun Jiming smiled slyly. Suppressing his emotions, Wang Shouyong said, "Lord Liao attaches great importance to this matter. I have also found many suspicious signs. I earnestly request Captain Sun to investigate more thoroughly." "Using Lord Liao to pressure me?" Sun Ziming's expression darkened. "You think that because you've refined your body for just 1 day and earned some achievements, You'll soon be promoted to captain and equal me. So you think captain isn't a big deal, right? Before he finished speaking, his hand lightly touched the long knife at his waist. I never thought that. Get lost. As the words fell, Sun Jiming stepped forward without even drawing his long blade from its sheath. In an instant, he appeared right before Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong's pupils contracted sharply, and his body instinctively recoiled backward. Bang! The scabbard struck his chest and abdomen like a fist, a force so immense it flipped his vision upside down. Before he even hit the ground, the brown-black scabbard came crashing down again, blocking every possible retreat from above. You only need to remember one thing: so long as you don't become a battalion commander, I will keep you underfoot every day. Don't think Hu Chengping will always be there to protect you, Sun Jiming said coldly. Wang Shouyong raised his arms to shield his head. The next moment, both arms were slammed as if struck by a giant hammer. His bones screamed under the crushing pressure, far worse than the vicious boar demon he had faced before. The ground exploded beneath him as his feet were pressed deeply into the blue bricks. The scabbard, however, seemed to land casually, settling firmly on his arm. Sun Jiming's face remained expressionless, his fingers lightly brushing the sword's hilt, while inwardly waves of suspicion churned. A normal cultivator at the body refining stage would suffer crushed bones from this attack, yet he was completely unharmed. This was definitely strange. Wang Shouyong lifted his head, a naked murderous intent appearing in his eyes for the first time. So you're a Ganyuan realm cultivator, Commander Sun. Each word resonated with force. His biceps bulged like constricting pythons as he gripped the scabbard tightly, his face flushing crimson, veins bulging at his temples. Get up. Rage mode. Green when furious beyond reason. Bodily functions surge exponentially. Boom. The blue bricks in front shattered into pieces, a fierce wind blasting outward. Sun Jiming's complexion shifted slightly, as if a raging beast weighed down on his blade, causing it to tremble faintly. In the blink of an eye, Wang Shouyong sprang off the ground, landing heavily. His left arm locked fiercely onto the scabbard, his right fist gathered power. 2 solid steps shattered the stones beneath him as his punch swept towards Sun Jiming like a cannonball. Shadows cloaked his face, swallowed by wrath. Impudent. Tang Ying's cold shout rang out as she vanished like lightning, her fingers closing to form a blade that struck like thunder against Wang Shouyong's back. But Wang Shouyong ignored her completely, pressing forward with his punch, confronting Tang Ying with his back as if determined to perish together. Sun Jiming sneered, ready to counterattack, but caught a strange expression flicker across Wang's face in the corner of his eye, an electric moment of insight. Enough. He twitched the corner of his mouth and rotated his foot lightly, seemingly stepping effortlessly beyond the range of the incoming blows. With a backward swipe, the scabbard turned horizontally to block Tang Ying's palm strike. Wang's brutal punch missed, tearing the air with a dull blast. Sun and Tang passed each other in a blur, their scabbard's force clashing with the chi from the palm attack, dismantling each other inch by inch until both dissolved silently. Sun Jiming stepped to the side, grabbing Tang Ying's arm and whispering, "Don't be rash. This kid's cunning, deliberately pushing us to strike hard so he can use it as proof later. Watch out for traps." Tang Ying paused, glancing at Wang Shouyong. A hint of regret passed over his flushed face, and realization dawned on her. Her expression darkened. "You've been plotting against us?" If Lord Liao found out they had severely injured his close guard during their mission, the unlucky ones would be them. Wang Shouyong exhaled a long breath, his voice still icy cold. Not a chance. At that moment, Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun rushed out of the hall. Their eyes widened at the destruction. 2 battalion commanders striking down the Lord's personal guard. "So, Severalido, you really reckon the demonic suppression laws mean nothing?" They placed a hand on the right wrist bracelet. Cold light flickered in Sun and Tang's eyes. Sun Jiming responded harshly. "Those 3 guards are truly Hu Chengping's dogs, even picking up his lawlessness. But I have no interest in pretending any longer. Today's deeds will be fully accounted for in time." He glanced over their faces one by one, as if etching them into his memory, then turned and walked away without looking back. Sun Jiming shrugged off his sleeves and left. The Situan siblings gathered around Wang Shouyong, carefully checking if he had been injured. "It's you again. You took a blow from the sensory profound realm without so much as a scratch. Don't go heathen like that next time," Situan Wenfeng said, still shaken. Wang Shouyong didn't fully grasp how terrifying the sensory profound realm was, but the siblings clearly did. If Captain Sun hadn't just lightly humiliated Wang without seriously attacking, anyone else would have had their bones shattered by that palm strike. "I didn't expect him to strike so suddenly. Seems he still remembers our last little clash." Wang nodded. "You've offended him before?" "Something like that," Wang evaded, then turned his gaze toward the back of the hall. In the shadows, the head of the Huang family sat motionless, like a silent stone statue beside his gray-clad servant. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Inside, the hall was cold as a tomb. Lowering his eyelids slightly, Wang stepped back into the hall. Passing the Situan siblings, he mouthed quietly, "Get ready." "Ready for what?" Situan Wenfeng paused, confused, watching as Wang walked up to the Huang family head. Huang master, we accidentally damaged the floor tiles at the entrance. My apologies. Huang's face was ashen, his furrowed brow darkened, and his half-closed cloudy eyes betrayed no emotion. He replied flatly, no matter. Someone will come to fix it later. Are you sure it's no trouble? I said it's fine. Wang lowered his eyes further, voice quiet. Master Huang, you may not care, but the Exorcism Bureau won't damage others' property without cause. Please have this young man accompany me to assess the repair costs so we can settle compensation. Huang finally raised his eyes and stared at him for a long moment. His dry lips twitched slightly. Is it necessary? Huang bowed slightly. Once compensation is agreed, I will return to the Bureau immediately and send payment. We won't bother you any longer. After a long silence, Huang nodded. Asai, go with him. At the order, the gray-clad servant Asai finally looked up, a respectful expression softening his wooden face. Yes, master. He bent at the waist and followed Wang with careful, nearly silent footsteps. As the two stepped out of the hall, a faint, mosquito-like breath drew Wang's attention back, but Huang had already closed his mouth, silent again. Asai, how many years have you worked for the Huang family? Sir, I was raised in the Huang family since childhood. I am 35 this year. And Master Huang is how old? 96, sir. No wonder his health isn't so good lately. That's quite an age. Yes. Within a dozen steps, Wang's cheerful stream of questions met Asai's honest, simple answers. Throughout their conversation, there was no hint of demonic presence, only the plain, dutiful tone of a loyal servant. After several breaths, the two of them finally reached the entrance of the main hall. Suddenly, Asai noticed that Wang Shouyong's footsteps faltered slightly, then quickly returned to normal. Sir? He asked hesitantly. Wang Shouyong's smile deepened as he raised a hand to greet the Siddiq siblings. Nothing to worry about. Take a careful look around this area. Here and there, some parts are damaged. Calculate how much silver compensation is needed. Upon hearing this, Asai immediately bent down and began inspecting the blue bricks inch by inch underneath the eaves. The Siddiq siblings exchanged a glance and followed close behind Wang Shouyong. Just as Siddiq one was about to ask something, Wang Shouyong raised a finger to signal silence, then leaned in close to whisper a few words into their ears. Their expressions briefly froze, but they quickly composed themselves and fell silent. Thus, outside the main hall, only Asai's footsteps could be heard pacing back and forth. After a moment, he stopped in front of the three. Reporting to you, sir, Asai began clearly. A total of 75 sky blue bricks and 36 night gray bricks are damaged. In addition, the soil needs refilling, and some seedlings must be purchased. Altogether, it amounts to about 300 taels of silver. Oh, 300 taels. Wang Shouyong's smile was warm as he casually rested a hand on Asai's shoulder, his tone mocking. What if I wanted to pay with something else instead? Asai furrowed his brow. What kind of thing? The youth leaned closer, his voice dropping so low only the two of them could hear. Then, let's settle it with your life. Suddenly, it felt as though a mountain was pressing down on Asai's shoulders. He tried to move away, but found himself frozen. At that moment, a faint buzzing sound reached his ears, and a cold dread filled his heart. Looking up, he saw a blue light spreading out everywhere. It was a silent magic formation. Outside the formation, Siddiq Wen's face was expressionless. Rip! A flash of white light surged, and pain erupted along Asai's nerves. It felt like his flesh was being torn apart as he screamed in agony, yet his body remained pinned down by the boy's hand. The youth's 5 fingers had silently pierced through Asai's scapula like 5 sharp steel nails. Asai looked up to see Wang Shouyong's mouth holding a bloodied ear, smiling with a bloodthirsty grin. Your flesh tastes awful. He then tilted his head back, chewing, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed the ear. Clutching his mutilated ear, Asai's face was pale as death. Sir, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Wang Shouyong licked the corner of his lips, smiling ambiguously. You mean the misunderstanding that you are a demon in disguise? As those words fell, the terror in Asai's eyes quickly turned icy cold. How did you find out? You tell me. The next moment. Boom. The entries seamless green, concealed green, master imitator green, cold-blooded green, and food storing green have all been seized. Seamless green, when you stay still, your presence drops dramatically. Wang Shouyong's fist smashed straight through the panel prompt and crashed fiercely into the top of Asai's head. Boom. Inside the silent formation, it was as if a muffled thunder had detonated, the shockwave sending shards of blue bricks scattering. Yet on his fist, Wang only felt a rebound as hard as iron. His left hand, locked on Asai's shoulder, was also pushed back by a layer of blue-green armor plating. In the blink of an eye, Asai's body burst to twice human height. Half his face lost its human shape, transforming into scaled lizard armor. Golden vertical pupils glinted with a cold, deadly light. His entire frame rapidly swelled into a spiked suit of armor. A massive tail, broad as a giant tree trunk, swept across the ground with a sharp swish. 2 powerful blue legs planted firmly, claws capable of tearing rocks. You're just a cultivation body realm. Who gave you the courage? His voice was hoarse, like a cold serpent flicking out its tongue. Before the words finished, the massive blue-green tail suddenly lashed out, striking down like a heavy hammer. In just half a breath its spiked whiptail enough to crush a head to paste. But Wang Shouyong raised his head calmly. Who told you a cultivation body realm can't kill a transformation realm? Bang! Another muffled blast rang out. Dust leapt up, blue bricks shattered and flew. He reached out and gripped the giant tail with precision. His 10 fingers, like steel needles, pierced deeply into the armor plating. Force flowed through him as the shell cracked with brittle snaps. The power was forcibly restrained like a dam blocking a flood. Buffer green. Your flesh is tough. You have extreme cushioning against heavy blows. The information flashed briefly. Wang remained perfectly still. The heavy strike was completely absorbed. The hems of his clothes didn't even flutter. Swoosh. Blood gushed wildly. Wang clenched his fingers and tore off a huge chunk of armored flesh with sheer force. Agonizing pain pressed down like a mountain. The demon stiffened abruptly, losing balance and retreat. Its roar was hoarse and broken. Ah, how dare you! He'll kill you. As it lifted its head and bellowed, a flash of white light silently darted to the back of its skull. Situ Wenfeng gripped his sword firmly, his eyes icy and deep like a frozen pool. His blade wove into a deadly net and fell sharply. Fush! The demon's back shell was sliced into a mangled mess, blood and flesh spraying. The sword tip tore through muscle and bone, scattering large fragments. Almost simultaneously, Situ Yun's long sword stabbed upward like lightning, piercing the demon's abdomen. Immense spiritual power poured in. In a single breath, its organs were reduced to mush. Blood spurted high, cold and metallic, blooming a grotesque symphony in the air. Yu. The demon staggered backward. Only now did creeping fear fill its vertical pupils. The silent formation clung close, the outside world still utterly quiet. For the first time, it smelled the unmistakable scent of death. Every pore on its body seemed to open and close like a warning. Run, run, run. Its vertical pupils twitched spasmodically as its claws flailed wildly, trying both to drive away Situ Wenfeng, who strolled calmly in the air, and to shred Situ Yun standing before it. The first claw swiped, but only caught air. Situ Wenfeng's figure moved like a dry leaf drifting in the breeze, elusive and untouchable. The sharp claw only grazed his sleeve. The second claw swung out, suddenly spraying blood. Situ Yun's long sword vibrated intensely, the blade reflecting a pale gray phantom of an old man. The phantom raised a finger, and in the next instant, the crimson claw sliced clean off with a pft. The third claw finally connected with flesh, but immediately after, a near-bestial roar burst from the youth's throat. Xiaoya blew, mental shock. The demon's mind went blank in an instant. Wang Shouyong stood his ground without retreat, crossing his arms to block the remaining claw. With a surge of strength, he absorbed the blow completely. Then, he opened his mouth like a beast and bit down hard. Tearing flesh splattered. Another bite followed, the sound of cracking bone clear and sharp. Ah! The demon howled in agony as its left leg was cleaved by Situ Yun's sword swing. Bang! The massive body collapsed heavily to its knees. Power drained from its body like sand slipping through fingers. For the first time, it felt despair. Was today the day it would die? It lifted its head and saw the youth swallow a chunk of flesh and bone whole, then release his claws, wiping his mouth and revealing a cruel, bloodied smile. Thanks for the meal. Now die? Boom. A fist rapidly filled the demon's entire field of vision. No. Bones shattered as the fist punched through its skull. Its eyes burst instantly, red and white fluid gushing from the empty sockets. At the same time, Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun's twin swords sliced forward and backward into the demon's neck and throat, their blades crossing as the head came clean off. The corpse crashed onto the green bricks, shattering more than a dozen stones into powder. Black hair fluttered as the brother and sister flicked their swords back in unison, blood tracing vivid red arcs on the ground. Then, standing tall and composed, they sheathed their swords like two elegant swordsmen. Acquired attributes. Breath suppression green. Fully conceals one's aura below the chi transformation realm. Master of disguise green. Can freely change appearance, automatically adjusting posture, and perfectly mimicking target habits. Cold-blooded green. Like a cold-blooded animal, injuries do not diminish combat ability. Food storage green. Special stomach pouch capable of long-term food storage. A faint green glow flickered on the status panel. Wang Shouyong glanced at it a few times before putting it away. Still gripping the demon's massive head with his fist, he frowned and pulled out his hand hard, thick red and white blood splattering again. Lowering his gaze to his blood-soaked body, then looking up at the Situ siblings' clean clothes, he finally frowned deeply. We all fought the demon together. Why are you two so spotless? Situ Wenfeng twitched the corner of his eye and raised a finger to Wang Shouyong's mouth. We don't have the habit of eating demons. The demon had died. Situ Wenfeng touched the golden white jade bracelet, and the silent formation instantly dissolved into countless blue light particles, drifting like stardust through the dimly lit hall. Finally, we didn't give the demon a chance to make a sound. He sighed softly, putting the bracelet away. But Brother Wang, how did you know he was a demon? With our eyes, we didn't detect a single flaw, Situyun said, gripping her longsword, curiosity written all over her face. Wang Shouyong only smiled faintly and shook his head. Just a gut feeling. Of course, he wouldn't reveal that he secretly possessed a panel that could mark the presence of demons nearby in real time. After leading Asai out of the hall earlier, only the Situ siblings and Asai remained. Yet the marker hadn't disappeared. Asai's true identity was becoming clearer. Suddenly, a trembling, hoarse voice broke the silence in the hall. Mamisters, did you kill the demon? The three turned toward the sound, spotting the once relieved Huang Qiao. Instead of gratitude, his face twitched with wrinkles, his pupils trembling with fear. He tried to rise, but his legs gave way, and he collapsed back into his chair. His shaking finger pointed at the corpse on the ground, quivering uncontrollably in a mix of terror and rage. You killed it. It's over. Completely over. Wang Shouyong frowned and tried to soothe him. Master Huang, I know you were threatened by the demon before, but now you've seen it. We've eliminated it. You have nothing to worry about. What do you know? Huang Qiao interrupted bitterly. There's more than one demon in the Huang estate. If the other two great demons find out, everyone will die? Situ Wenfeng frowned and stepped forward to speak, but behind him came a sharp clatter. The three turned to see the young man Huang Xingting, who had guided them inside earlier, staring at the shattered mess of thick tea spilled at his feet. Great-grandfather. Huang Xingting rushed over, ignoring the mess. Are you okay? How did it die? He dropped to his knees, clutching Huang Qiao's legs, his eyes red-rimmed. Xingting, hide quickly. Don't worry about me. Before the other two great demons find out, get into the escape tunnel and don't come out. Huang Qiao urged urgently. I won't go? What's the point of living alone? Huang Xingting's tears fell uncontrollably as he clung tightly to Huang Qiao's robe, refusing to let go despite the elder's push. You're going to give me a heart attack. Foolish, foolish. Huang Qiao slapped his own thigh, his face pale with anxiety. Nearby, Wang Shouyong and the Situ siblings exchanged looks, watching this tragedy unfold like a scene from a stage play. Situ Wenfeng strode boldly into the hall and laughed loudly. Master Huang, why be so pessimistic? You saw just now, the three of us working together have already slain this demon. Even if there are two more, I believe they will meet the same fate at our hands. There's no need to mourn. Just wait for those two demons to return and watch how we deal with them. Thinking his words would calm the Huang family's fears, he was surprised when Huang Xingting suddenly sprang up and swung a fist directly at him. His punch was weak and limp. Situ Wenfeng easily dodged to the side and casually caught Huang Xingting's fist. What are you doing? He demanded with a frown. But Huang Xingting's face was full of bitterness, tears streaming down his cheeks. It's all your fault. We only needed to offer 10 more people to the demons, and they would have left. Now we're all going to die? Hearing this, Situ Wenfeng's eyes turned cold in an instant. What did you say? You're in league with demons? No wonder the Huang family has been so quiet all along, so that's the reason. The scattered oddities in his mind suddenly connected into a clear thread. His anger flared up, and his hand gripped the sword's hilt. A flash of cold light came from beside him. Wang Shouyong leapt forward and pressed down on his sword just as he was about to draw it. Don't act rashly. Let them finish speaking first. Huang Qiao's face was ashen, lips muttering. It's no use. No use. We're all going to die? Wang Shouyong cut straight to the point. Master Huang, tell us what's really going on? We've slaughtered that demon like livestock. Why are you still so afraid? Weren't the other two demons at the shape transformation stage? Huang Qiao trembled all over, but forced himself to look up. Who told you they were only shape transforming? The three men exchanged glances, a terrifying possibility dawning on them. You mean, they're at the essence perception stage? Essence perception demons. Huang Qiao's voice quivered. They knew the moment you set foot in the Huang estate. Once they dealt with the two captains, it would be your turn next. We would all be dead. What did you say? Situ stepped forward angrily and grabbed Huang Qiao by the collar. Huang Qiao gave a bitter smile and fell silent. For something this serious, why didn't you say anything sooner? We should call for backup from the Exorcism Bureau. Nonsense. Huang Xingting interrupted fiercely. From the moment you entered the Huang mansion, our lives have been in the grasp of those demons. If the two essence perception captains were still alive, maybe we could have been saved. But now you. He clenched his teeth and stopped. Situ Wenfeng vanished in a flash, returning moments later with a grim face. As expected, there is an illusion surrounding the Huang estate. Without a guide, ordinary people can't get out. Silence fell over the hall. Wang Shouyong took a deep breath, thinking, we thought the plan to ambush the demons was clever, but it turned out we were trapped like frogs in a well. And what about the released Sun Jiming and Tang Ying? What fate awaits them? At the street corner, Sun Jiming and Tang Ying walked side by side, hands resting on their sword hilts as they slowly headed toward the Exorcism Bureau. Tang Ying sneered. That Wang Shouyong is so brash, daring to block us. Sunbro. Next time we meet Sunbro? Sun Jiming was lost in thought, only responding when called out to. What were you just thinking about? Wondering why Wang Shouyong stopped us, Sun frowned. I have a feeling he sensed something. Isn't it obvious? He just dislikes how casually we handle things, Tang Ying said with a dismissive sneer. No, I need to think more. Tang Ying shook his head. Then why didn't you ask him directly before? I didn't like his attitude. Planned to teach him a lesson first but didn't expect he was tough. Exactly. Next time, find a chance and give him a good beating when no one else is around. Sun Jiming pictured that scene and a smile crept to his lips, pushing aside his doubts for the moment. Just as he was about to speak again, he caught a glimpse of something at the alley ahead and paused. Tang Ying followed his gaze. At the alley entrance stood a beautiful woman with her clothes half undone, her pale skin striking under the dim light. Seeing the two men, she hurriedly clutched her clothes and ducked inside. They exchanged a knowing look. Then both loosened their collars and changed direction, stepping toward the empty alley. In the narrow alley, she moved with delicate steps, breaking into a hurried trot. Anyone passing by would first notice the pair of elegant white embroidered shoes, then follow upward to see her slender, supple waist, a hint of pure white revealed beneath her slightly open collar, and finally rest on her flushed, alarmed face, her big round eyes full of bewilderment. Suddenly, the two embroidered shoes stumbled against each other in her quick steps. The girl gasped softly and lost her balance, falling forward. Watch out. Before the words finished, a strong gust of wind swept by. A pair of sturdy hands caught her slender waist just in time, steadying her firmly. Her soft body pressed against a solid arm, and her panicked, deer-like eyes met Tang Ying's calm, yet sharp gaze. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. At that instant, Sun Jiming's outstretched hand brushed against her black hair, missing its mark. Thump! Thump! Tang Ying's chest pounded hard twice. D-Day. The girl was slick with fragrant sweat, strands of hair clinging to the side of her face. She pressed one hand tightly against her chest, though a few glimpses of spring still slipped out. A faint floral scent drifted into Tang Ying's nose. He looked down and caught sight of the patch of white, feeling momentarily stunned. Why are you running so urgently, miss? His voice dropped low as he pulled his arm closer. The two were so near they could feel each other's heartbeat. The warmth of her breath brushed against Tang Ying's ear, sending a tingling sensation trickling down his neck and limbs, weakening his stance. Trust me, he whispered. If you have troubles, just tell me, I'll see to it. The woman seemed stunned by his sudden closeness and choked back a soft sob. Day. Nearby, Sun Jiming caught the familiar scent lingering in the air. His brow furrowed. Though he couldn't place where he had smelled it before, he instinctively reached out to pull Tang Ying back. Brother Tang, wait. Day. The woman suddenly lifted her head, flushed with a mix of shyness and sorrow. She abruptly let go of her chest, pressing her body against Tang Ying's, revealing a generous sweep of skin along with the patch of white in his embrace. Tang Ying turned smoothly, wrapping her protectively in his arms, pivoting lightly to evade Sun Jiming's grasp. Her eyes held a warm springtime tenderness as her fingertips traced the pale gold embroidery on his officer's uniform, drawing herself close once more. In just 2 or 3 breaths, their movements flowed seamlessly, too fast for Sun Jiming to react. Stunned, by the time he regained composure, they had already moved into a corner of the wall. He began. Then, silently, a splash of blood blossomed in midair and fell. Like raindrops. Drip drip. A sound, like raindrops falling into a pond, echoed softly in Sun Jiming's ear like a single drop hitting the ground. He looked up in bewilderment, raised his hand to his face, and felt something warm and moist. Glancing down, he saw a small, sharp spot of bright red on his fingertip blood. But he hadn't been hurt. Where had the blood come from? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he snapped his head around to look at Tang Ying and the woman clinging tightly to him. What met his eyes was the woman's strange expression, part crying, part smiling, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her head buried at Tang Ying's neck, and the corners of her mouth curling in satisfaction. Che, the woman whispered softly for the 5th time. She relaxed her clenched teeth, flicked out a slender tongue, licking the bright red from her lips with enjoyment. Still holding Tang Ying's waist, she turned slightly towards Sun Jiming and said gently, "It really is delicious." Suddenly, a dull, tearing sound like flesh being ripped exploded, blood and bits of tissue splattered out. The woman swayed slightly, one hand slowly withdrawing from Tang Ying's abdomen, palm cupping a still faintly beating heart. With a casual push, Tang Ying collapsed like a lifeless puppet. Her red lips parted, revealing sharp rows of teeth. She brought the heart to her mouth, biting down with a crisp crack as the fresh flesh tore apart. Her throat moved, gulfaf, the heart was swallowed. Sun Jiming's pupils shrank abruptly, and he vanished in an instant. The next moment, a blade of light sliced through the narrow alley like a lightning strike. What sort of demon dares ambush us? You're looking for death, he shouted fiercely. The blade strike was thunderous. The woman had just swallowed part of the heart and hadn't reacted before the fierce sword light arrived in front of her. Ah, such a sharp knife. She stammered haltingly like a child learning to speak, but moved decisively, fingers flicking lightly. Clang! The blade rang like a metal gong, the brilliant sword light shattering instantly into a shower of sparks, stones flying everywhere. Amid the fading light, a pale hand suddenly sprang out and grabbed Sun Ziming's throat. Delicious. Now you're mine to eat too. Sun Ziming jumped back, the surroundings blurring as he retreated, but the pale hand followed relentlessly, closing in like a shadow. How dare you? His eyes turned blood-red as he swung his blade in rage once more. This slash was fueled by all his strength. His profound sword technique condensed into a roaring white tiger in midair. Martial art 10 directions tiger slash. The white tiger phantom roared forward. The woman's palm was stopped, and an irritated flicker crossed her face. She abruptly withdrew her hand. Then the same childish but awkward voice sounded again. Ugh, don't like big rocks. You take it. As the words fell, a chill raced down Sun Ziming's spine. His hair stood on end instantly. Behind him, a cold, hard hand pressed against the back of his head without him noticing when it had appeared. You are going to die. The word struck like a death sentence. Boom. Sun Ziming felt as if his skull had been crushed by a hammer, stars swirling wildly before his eyes, the world spinning and blurring. As his consciousness plummeted into darkness, the last thing burning in his heart was an icy, bone-deep chill. They were 2 Shanshan guardians. Meanwhile, at the Huang residence, in a wing room on the west side, a large group followed the head of the Huangxiao family, gathering densely in front of a great tree. Thick branches and leaves blocked out the moonlight, casting the damp ground in cold shadow. Huangxiao hurried forward, feeling along the side of the wing room's door for a moment before pressing hard on an inconspicuous blue brick with his knuckles. With a muffled rumble, dust billowed up from a crack in the ground. Slowly, a dark, narrow passage reeking of old rot split open about 5 steps to the left of the tree. Huangqiao's face was already pale from blood loss, but now under the faint glow it looked almost gray and ghostly. He turned back to glance at the 20 or so people behind him, led by the young Huang Xingting. The once mighty Huang family was now down to these battered remnants, and a bitter pain welled up in his chest. Earlier, when the 3 officers of the Demon Suppression Bureau had joined forces to slay the shape-shifting demon, everyone had remained powerless. Huangxiao had then proposed a last, desperate solution to hide in the secret passage. Success was uncertain, but there was no other way out. He alone knew this tunnel, created years ago as a contingency for the Huang family's downfall. Now it was their only shield against the demons. Huangxiao ordered Huang Xingting to gather all remaining clan members, not even missing maids or old servants. Including himself, only 25 Huang family members remained, all brought here. Whether they could evade the demon's search was left to fate. Huangxiao lowered his head and counted them one by one, his brow growing ever tighter. Situ Wenyun stood nearby, snorting coldly with a dark expression. Since learning that the Huang family had long paid tribute to the demons, he hadn't spoken a word. Situ also spoke softly to advise, given the situation, this may truly be the only way to survive. I'd rather be eaten by demons than trade other lives for my own survival, Situ Wenyun said quietly, each word sharp with contempt. Shameful and despicable. Situ Ian opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately fell silent. They had come from the capital, viewing demons as mortal enemies. Yet in Linshui County, the people were often tormented by demons, only seeking a slim chance to live. Right and wrong were blurred, their hearts were still mortal. Few could face demons hidden like cultivators. Situ Ian sighed quietly and turned to find Wang Shouyong, who stood with furrowed brows, deep in thought. Big brother Wang, what are you thinking about? Nothing much. I just feel something's off. What's off? In what way? Wang Shouyong pondered briefly. Those 3 demons came from Evil Blood Mountain and hid within the Huang family. Why would they burn every bridge with such recklessness? If they wanted to stay long-term, wouldn't it make more sense to keep a low profile? Situ Wenyun frowned as he heard this. Demons are demons hungry, they just eat. There's no cunning scheme. But the demon disguised as a servant is very sly. It knows how to monitor Huangxiao closely, knows how to disguise itself, and even fooled 2 militia captains. Pausing for a moment, Wang Shouyong grew increasingly puzzled by certain details. It was clear this was no work of low-level demons. Their careful concealment, yet brazen acts of cannibalism suggested something else was at play. Perhaps, just like the cavalry officer colluding with demons on Mount Evil Blood, there was a hidden reason behind these 3 monsters' actions, and certain individuals pulling the strings. At that thought, a sudden memory flashed before him, a scene from the cave in Mount Evil Blood. That Insha pool is nearly full with lingering resentment. If you could wait a few more days, it won't make much difference. The young cavalry officer's sycophantic smile flashed like lightning in the darkness. Insha pool. After the group killed the pig demon and fought the transforming cavalry officer that day, time was short. They managed to rescue only 12 children before hastily retreating, fearing an encounter with the highly skilled officer again. No one tended to the Insha pool, which was supposed to be filled with the children's resentment to nourish the pig demon's cultivation. Now with the pig demon dead, that pool remained intact, usable by other demons. The thought struck like a bolt. Wang Shouyong looked up, grabbed the nearby long knife, and in 3 quick steps blocked Huang Qiao as he was about to enter the tunnel. Master Huang, wait. I have some questions and hope you'll answer truthfully. Huang Qiao froze briefly, then bowed slightly. Please, officer, go ahead. How were the clanspeople sent to be eaten by the demons? At the word clanspeople, guilt flickered across Huang Qiao's face. They were delivered by Huang Xingtong. How often? How many at a time? About every 6 or 7 days, sometimes more, sometimes fewer, roughly 11 or 12 each time. Oh, Wang Shouyong frowned, then turned to Huang Xingtong. You personally delivered them? Huang Xingtong's expression darkened. Angrily he spat. Yes, so? Your demon extermination squad should be eradicating demons. That's your responsibility. We're the victims of this demon plague, and now you question me. Wang Shouyong's brow tightened in distaste for this young man. Understandable to be fearful when detained, but to still excuse himself after the demons were slain was familiar behavior from his past life. Just one question. Did you see those 3 demons eating people with your own eyes? Huang Xingtong, thinking he would be held accountable, flushed bright red and fell silent. In the next instant, Wang Shouyong moved swiftly, gripping Huang Xingtong's throat with 5 fingers, hoisting him off the ground like a rooster, then slammed him down hard with a heavy crash as stone chips scattered. Xingtong, Huang Qiao cried out, stepping forward, but was stopped by the Situ siblings. Situ Wenfeng drew his sword, holding it across his chest, voice cold. 1 step forward and you'll die. The sharp blade forced the crowd back. Having faced life and death, the siblings trusted Wang Shouyong more than the Huang family, who might be in league with demons. On the ground, Huang Xingtong flailed with purple face. Wang Shouyong held him by the neck with one hand, calm but menacing. You don't have to answer, but I won't hesitate to hand you over to the demons. Seems like you don't consider that collusion anyway. Fear finally cracked Huang Xingtong's temper. Stammering, he said, He'll tell you. Wang Shouyong released him and stood. Huang Xingtong coughed violently, voice hoarse. I didn't see the demons eating anyone myself. The 3 demons just told me to deliver the clan's people every few days to the 3rd guest room on the east side. The next day, those people were gone. His voice shook. If they weren't eaten, then what else could it be? Wang Shouyong nodded faintly. I never said they weren't eaten. With that, he turned and strode away. The Situ siblings exchanged doubtful looks, about to speak when Wang Shouyong's voice carried from a distance. Take the Huang family into the tunnel. I have some things to confirm. As his words faded, Wang Shouyong's figure had already disappeared from view. A cultivator at the physical refinement stage could slay demons at the shaping transformation stage, which was already an extraordinary achievement for an ordinary person. Even geniuses like the Situ siblings from the capital would be impressed. But for Wang Shouyong, who had mastered the 362 acupoints throughout his body and wielded the strange powers granted by his attributes, crossing boundaries to fight had become almost routine. At the entrance of the Taoist temple, he easily grasped the truth. There were levels of strength even within the perception revelation stage. Hu Qingping could completely overpower Sun Jiming and Tang Ying, not just a matter of martial cultivation superiority, but a profound gap in innate talent. Wang Shouyong had once risked everything to launch a surprise attack, and by a stroke of luck managed to kill a lone perception revelation female corpse demon, but that was sheer fortune. Stealing a second one at the same time was impossible. Sun Jiming, at the lowest layer of perception revelation, could cut the air so sharply with a single strike that Wang Shouyong struggled for breath. He could easily envision the terrifying monsters that would appear if those 2 perception revelation demons were to finish off Sun Jiming and Tang Ying. Thus, today's situation was almost a death trap for a physical refinement cultivator like him. I still have to break into the Qi transformation stage, Wang Shouyong muttered quietly to himself. He paused, then turned east, stopping before the door of the 3rd guest room. Only then did the tension on his face relax slightly. He exhaled deeply, a slow, rattling breath as every pore and fiber trembled. From inside, some unseen force was calling to him, and his 362 acupoints felt like parched earth, desperately craving the imminent downpour of nourishing rain. He had guessed correctly. The Insha energy required for demon cultivation was essentially the same key to breakthrough that he needed. On his attribute panel, the entries Insha body green and 9 body purple flickered incessantly, like an urgent summons. He pushed the door open. A blinding white light burst forth, briefly dizzying his senses as the ground vanished beneath him, then slammed him down heavily. When he opened his eyes, the old wooden furniture and bed had disappeared, replaced by a blood-red landscape. The sky above seemed soaked in blood, the earth beneath soft but dark red and translucent like sand soaked with fresh gore. Silence stretched for hundreds of meters, without a single tree or sign of life. Raising his gaze, he saw a thin, cicadawing-like membrane surrounding the area some 500 meters around, forming a dome enormous, transparent prison. In the exact center of this cage, about 30 feet away, a row of wooden racks pierced the air, standing upright like stakes. Each held a withered corpse nailed to it. Wang Shouyong stepped forward, his shoes sinking slightly into the soft red earth, producing faint creaking sounds. He scanned each body in turn, some with eyes wide open in frozen terror, others defiant in death with anger still burning, and some blank-faced, as if all feeling had drained before passing. A faint smell of decay drifted on the breeze. His expression remained calm, but an uneasy restlessness churned in his chest and abdomen. One after another, countless rack-bound corpses fell behind him as he walked. Only upon reaching the very last stake, now nearly within arm's length, did Wang Shouyong arrive at the end of the road. Wang Shouyong lifted his head expressionlessly and saw a colossal Buddha statue, seated high on a platform, legs crossed, fingers holding a flower, a faint smile gracing its face as it looked down upon the countless wooden frames below. Those frames were densely packed, each one pointed toward the Buddha's face like wooden spears aimed at the serene features above. Wang Shouyong glanced back and suddenly recalled the sneering lieutenant in the bloodthirsty mountain cave, the disgusting sycophantic smile leaking from between his teeth. Now, that expression slowly merged with the Buddha's calm smile. Though their faces were not alike, the nauseating aura was identical. He felt his stomach churn. That Sha pool is almost filled with accumulated resentment, so those three demons' goal was simply to feed you? He stared directly at the Buddha statue, whispering as if only to himself. The echo faded into silence with no answer, and he curled his lips into a sardonic smile. Wang Shouyong approached the Buddha, settled cross-legged before it, placed his hand on the cold stone surface, and slowly closed his eyes. Almost instantly, every acupuncture point in his body seemed ignited, sending joyous signals racing through him. A tremendous, unparalleled power surged from his palm, cold and fierce, but tamed the moment it touched his meridians, rushing wildly through his limbs and bones. The Gue acupoint trembled first, attempting to reject this unnatural Sha energy. Perhaps the force was too overwhelming, for in the blink of an eye, it filled the entire point. Pop! A soft sound near his ear, as if a blindfold was lifted, unveiling a brand new world bursting open. The flow of air, the trail of dust, even the distant vital energies of heaven and earth sharpened into nearly piercing clarity. Raising his hand, he knew that with just a little more effort, he could lift off the ground. This was the power of Qi transformation. He suppressed the impulse to try it, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes again, letting the tidal wave of energy continue spreading. The second, third, and fourth acupoints broke open like bamboo under an axe. The torrent of extreme Yin and Sha forces surged through his body, tearing flesh and bruising bone, instantly remolding every inch of him. Stronger, stronger, stronger. His acupoints rapidly filled. His body was like parched earth struck by a flood, first cracking, then swept clean, ultimately expanding into a network of wide riverbeds as the pool swelled. The faint vital energy of heaven and earth was weak and fragile compared to this massive Sha flood, instantly scattered and absorbed. The channels connected seamlessly, forming a new meridian network. On his cultivation panel, a status flashed. Breakthrough momentum green. Ignore bottlenecks before the Ganxian realm. Ordinary people cultivate with heavenly energy and stop at 72 acupoints. For Wang Shouyong, who forged his body through demon arts aiming for 362 acupoints, this was only 1/5 of the journey. Minutes slipped by as the energy roared on, carrying with it countless intrusive thoughts, wails, sobs, bitterness, layers of hateful voices flooding his ears. At that moment, he felt as if he were trapped in Azura's hell, facing a relentless onslaught of malicious thoughts from the masses before him. Help me, save me. I don't want to die. Why me? Damn it, damn it. It hurts so much, let me die? Father, mother, I'm so scared. Wang Shouyong seemed to hear the anguished cries of the Huang family members before their deaths. Those voices mingled chaotically in his mind, confusing yet unbearably clear. Strange faces emerged, distorted and hideous. Their pain so intense it was as if they wanted to tear Wang Shouyong's flesh apart. They opened bloodied mouths, howling and devouring each other, saliva and blood dripping everywhere. Countless hands reached out and grasped Wang Shouyong's body, clutching at him like a last desperate lifeline, trying to pull strips of flesh from him. The Buddha statue leaned forward, its smiling face close to Wang Shouyong's. Its eyes were narrowed in a smile, but from its mouth came 2 intestines. The statue's delicate finger twitched, tugging gently. The ends of those intestines were tied to Wang Shouyong himself. In a daze, Wang Shouyong seemed to open his eyes, feeling the world tilt wildly. The Buddha's nose smiled, its eyes chewed, its features twisted and shattered. Faintly, he felt himself drifting upwards, looking down to see his own body torn apart into fragments of bloodied flesh by countless hands. The Huang family members, their clothes torn, crouched on the ground devouring the pieces. Yet amid all this madness, Wang Shouyong was unnervingly calm and clear-headed. He knew lucidly that he was breaking through his limits, fighting countless dark thoughts. It was time to open his eyes. Wang Shouyong whispered softly. Then he summoned his panel. Boom. The panel appeared, bathing his face in pale blue light. The whole world shattered like broken glass, exploding into countless fragments. The distorted Buddha statue cracked. Endless hands shattered. The intestines broke apart. The faces of the Huang family splintered. Heaven and earth fractured. Wang Shouyong opened his eyes. He was still seated calmly before the Buddha statue, his palms resting quietly on it. The world was silent. Behind him stood hundreds of towering wooden frames. Above him stretched a sky, filled with crimson clouds. Below lay a dark red glowing ground. Before him remained that nauseating Buddha statue. The panel floated silently in front of him, like a faithful yet silent soldier. The only change was that the energy from the Buddha statue had completely vanished. In his palm was nothing but coldness, no movement at all. Wang Shouyong raised his head and saw the Buddha's face covered in cracks, its smiling mouth shattered, utterly expressionless. He clenched his fist lightly, felt around, then twisted the corner of his mouth into a faint smirk. So this is transforming chi? Almost half of the meridians in his body were filled roughly mid-level transformation. It didn't seem all that different. Saying that, Wang Shouyong stood up. The next second, a rumbling came from the ground. He looked down in shock. A deep pit had appeared where his foot landed, stones and earth exploding outward as his foot sank into the soil. He pulled his leg free and braced his hands on the Buddha statue. With a strong pull, another rumble rang out overhead. Wang Shouyong turned in surprise to see the solid Buddha's leg crushed into a lump. The statue toppled toward him with a thunderous crash. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his head. In the next moment, the statue crashed like a catastrophic beast's blow, exploding with a deafening roar straight into the distance's thin barrier. Boom. The Buddha smashed into the membrane far away, shattering into countless fragments. Wang Shouyong stared in stunned disbelief, his mind spinning. The gap between mid-level qi transformation and the completion of body refinement was astonishingly huge. If that was true, then regular qi transformation and ordinary spiritual sensing must be worlds apart. He had just broken through, a moment that should have filled him with confidence, but now only a trace of self-doubt swirled in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he settled cross-legged and carefully exhaled the faint glow at his fingertips, summoning the status panel. A pale blue screen unfurled with a soft swishing sound, dense streams of text cascading like a waterfall. Tiansha Guxing purple. Your fate bears the mark of great misfortune. Inyang Wuji purple. Though you possess the nine body, your heart is also of supreme yang. Diyun purple. Within your flesh lies a force as crushing as a falling meteorite. After a long time, he began to sort through it all. With the great battle looming, he had to find a way to push his power further. Scanning the entries, their numbers and origins quickly became clear. 1. Purple entries. 5 total, all from the female corpse at the Taoist temple. 2. Blue entries. For total, all fused and upgraded during his fierce fight with the Taoist temple female corpse. 3. Green entries. A dozen in total, some leftovers, other spoils from the bloodthirsty boar demon and Huang family's Asai. His gaze instinctively flicked to the first Tiansha Guxing entry, his brow tightening slightly. Tiansha Guxing purple. Your fate is marked by great calamity, a terminal fate. Misfortune will surround everything around you. Those closest to you are more likely to suffer backlash. As he pondered these words carefully, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps the constant unexpected setbacks during recent missions were caused by this. Like an unremovable passive skill, Tiansha Guxing quietly influenced his destiny from the shadows. Should he try to merge it away? He hesitated. Fusion required all 5 entries of the same color, but the other 4 purples were all valuable. Inyang Wuji granted him innate mastery of supreme yang cultivation techniques. Diyun, still untested, might well save his life in a desperate fight. The 9 body complemented the green Insha body entry, enabling today's qi transformation. The Netherworld Messenger could extract enemy souls, stacking with the blue Howling Moon to brutally enhance spirit attacks. After weighing everything, he could only shake his head reluctantly. He would wait to find new purple entries in the future to erase this calamity star. Only 4 blue entries existed, but each was crucial and untouchable. Once back at the Demon Suppression Bureau, he'd have to find a way to break into the second level of the demon prison where nearly all the imprisoned shape-shifting demons were held. At this thought, he gathered himself, pushing future plans aside to focus on the present. The choice now was actually quite simple. His fingers swiped lightly, rearranging the blue light. Current entries: purple 5, blue 4, green 12. Choose to merge 10 green entries. Proposed merge list: reinforced body green, cushioning green, gluttony green, lust green, frenzy green, food storage green, stealth green, cold blood green, innate nature green, unstoppable force green. choose to randomly merge or enhance entries. Becoming stronger always requires sacrifices, and Wang Shouyong understood this truth clearly. His once invincible iron muscles and steel bones had been his greatest asset below the Huaji Qi transformation realm. Almost no one could break through his body. But as soon as he advanced into the Huaji realm, he realized his body had undergone a radical transformation. His bones felt newly reforged, muscle fibers tightened and pulsed with explosive power, and half-empty acupoints seemed like ravenous beasts, starving and eager to devour more Insha energy. He now fully comprehended that the difference between lower and higher Huaji realms was like heaven and earth. Iron muscles and steel bones were merely standard issue here, and clinging to them no longer made sense. Then, he turned his attention to the remaining green-tier runes, voracious, lustful, and rampage. Each had unique effects, briefly unleashing potential in flesh and blood when hungry, abstinent, or enraged. But since entering the Huaji realm, his techniques relied more on Insha energy than brute force. Rather than maintaining these modest boosts, it would be better to take a risk and fuse a blue-tier rune. As for unstoppable momentum, which helped him break through bottlenecks in the perceptive realm, he was now mid-Huaji. Simply accumulating Insha energy was enough to perfect his power, making that rune less useful. After weighing his options, he shook his head and let out a soft sigh. With a thought, he cast aside the buffer rune and the 5 other green runes. Please choose synthesis direction. Enhance rune, generate random rune. He first selected enhance rune. Enhancing. Ding. Enhancement successful. Gain new rune. Buffer blue. The pale green glow wrapping buffer faded quietly, replaced by a deep blue radiance. Wang Shouyong clenched his fist, the joints lightly clicking. Though he felt no immediate change, a newfound steadiness and calm settled within him. Enhance again. His gaze landed on the remaining 5. Voracious green, lustful green, rampage green, cold-blooded green, unstoppable momentum green. Please choose synthesis direction. Enhance rune, generate random rune. He hesitated for a moment, then finally shifted his thoughts to generate random rune. Cautious by nature, he had never dared try this option before. But now, no matter how he enhanced the green runes, the improvement to his battle power was limited, so he might as well take a gamble. Taking a deep breath, he confirmed. Generating random rune. 5 green lights appeared on the panel, resonating with the Insha energy in the air, slowly weaving together and spinning into a vortex. With each breath, the whirlpool accelerated abruptly, the glow twisting into a mass that shifted from bright emerald to dark blue like a newborn blue crystal core, absorbing all the green light. At the center of the blue radiance, blurred characters emerged. Ding! Enhancement successful. Gain new rune. Better to shatter than bow blue. Better to shatter than bow blue. Fierce battle is your nature. The heavier your wounds, the stronger you become. You grow more fearless the more you fight. Now, most of the runes on the panel had disappeared, leaving it simple and clean. A dim underground chamber. The narrow stone room was cold and damp. A single flickering torch cast a faint light on the lead of the Huang family, whose face looked ashen and lifeless. He slumped tiredly against the wall, his gaze sweeping over the last few direct members of the Huang clan around him, each wearing expressions of worry and numbness, stripped of their former pride. The collateral relatives had long since fallen victim to demons, and their survival until now depended solely on this hidden tunnel. A heavy, suffocating silence weighed on everyone. Even breathing was restrained, as they all hoped this refuge would remain undetected by the demons. On the other side, the Situ siblings pressed close against the wall. Situ Iyun whispered, "What exactly did Brother Wang go to do? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Situ Wen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't know either, but I believe he has a plan. We just have to pray he shows up before the demons do. Or else." Before he could finish, a harsh voice cut in. "What useless plan?" The siblings turned sharply to see Huang Xingting, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes glowing with resentment in the shadows. "He must have found a way out and run off alone, leaving us here as bait." His words stirred unrest. All eyes immediately locked on Huang Xingting. Situ Yun's face darkened as he gripped the sword at his waist. "Nonsense. Brother Wang wouldn't do that. Our exorcism division didn't raise cowards." Huang Xingting sneered. "No cowards, huh? Then why did those 2 Gongxian officers hurry away? They must have sensed the demons nearby and abandoned you to save themselves. As for Wang Shouyong, if he truly wanted to save us, why didn't he see through the demon's disguise? Clearly he was pretending not to notice, afraid to stir up trouble. It was your reckless friend who acted too fast and fell right into the trap." "Xingting, stop this nonsense." The Huang family head snapped, voice low and firm. "If you shout like this, what if it attracts the demons?" Xingting lowered his voice but gritted his teeth. "I'm just speaking the truth. What else do you have to explain it?" Whispers echoed through the narrow tunnel as many recalled Wang Shouyong's uneasy questioning of Huang Xingting not long ago. Doubts began to creep in. The tension skyrocketed. In the next instant, a figure moved like a shadow. Bang! A fist exploded against Huang Xingting's face. He screamed and staggered back several steps before collapsing to the ground, blood spurting from his nose. Situwen stood firm, voice cold as a blade. That punch is to shut you up. Don't think I'm afraid to kill you. If it weren't for fear your blood scent would attract the demons, I'd have beheaded you already. Wang Shouyong painfully raised his head and shouted, you want to kill us to keep us quiet, but why don't you think about leading us to a way out? That companion of yours has probably already escaped. Instead of waiting here to die, why not help us find a way together? Yeah, someone immediately chimed in. That officer acts strangely and left in such a hurry. Maybe he really found a way out. Are we really just going to wait here to die? What if those demons find us? They're powerful Xiangshuan monsters. They'll definitely find us. Waiting here means waiting to die? Two don't want to die? Already trapped in a desperate situation, these words stirred unrest among the group, the room filling with rising noise and anxiety. The Siddha siblings exchanged a glance, seeing murderous intent mirrored in each other's eyes. Both gripped the hilts of their long swords at their waists. Just as the tension reached its peak, a stern, aged voice cut through the clamor. Enough? Silence. In the corner, Huang Qiao slowly stood up with the support of a young man beside him, his gaunt face flushed with anger. Do you even realize who's protecting you now? Shameless fools. His voice was hoarse, but every word struck like a hammer. I have wandered half my life, so how could I have produced a bunch of idiots like you? With demons approaching, you lose your heads like this, utterly foolish. Dragging his heavy footsteps, he marched to the center of the group, slamming his cane down with a thud that made everyone shudder. If you think you can find a way out of the Huang estate, then get out immediately. Huang Qiao pointed toward the passage. Anyone who wants to leave, don't hold back. His commanding gaze swept across the room, causing everyone to lower their heads and avert their eyes. Taking a deep breath, Huang Qiao staggered toward Huang Xingting, then slammed his cane down with a heavy bang. Weren't you the one who wanted to leave? Then why are you still standing here? Go, go. The cane struck again and again. Huang Xingting scrambled backward, covering his head. Great-grandfather. Don't call me that. Huang Qiao barked. I only ask one thing, are you going or not? I am not leaving. Huang Xingting covered his face, his voice barely audible. Louder. Am not leaving, great-grandfather. Then shut up. Who told you to spread baseless rumors? Huang Xingting's face reddened, but he dared not speak further. Huang Qiao then turned, scanning the remaining Huang family survivors solemnly. Hiding in the tunnels was my idea. Whoever disagrees, go out now. But if you get caught by the demons, even if they rip out your organs and devour your flesh, you better keep this place secret. If you can do that, then go. He paused, adding, those two demons have gone far, but by my count, they should be coming back soon. As his words faded, the spacious room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of labored breathing. Once he confirmed no one moved, Huang Qiao slammed his cane on the floor again, then slowly took 2 steps toward the Siddha siblings and dropped to his knees. Startled, the Siddha siblings released their grip on their swords, one on each side steadying his arms. Huang Qiao's trembling hands quietly rested on their arms, firmly separating their hands from their sword hilts, silently putting distance between their wielded blades and their bodies. Master Huang, there's no need for such formality. Huang Qiao still wore a face full of shame, bowing his head as he apologized repeatedly. I'm truly sorry to both of you for dragging you into this. You're still so young, with bright futures ahead of you. Satusi Wenfeng raised his hand to interrupt, his voice calm but resolute. Exorcising demons is the very duty of our demon suppression division. Besides, he paused mid-sentence, his gaze sweeping over the group. Actually, the brute's guess wasn't entirely off. Perhaps our companion has already found a way out. His words stunned even Huang Qiao for a moment. Satusi Wenfeng then smiled faintly and added, but you don't know him. Even if he did find an escape, he would definitely come back to rescue us. Satusi Iyun, rousing her spirit, took up her brother's thought. That's right. If he really found a way to survive, he'd come back to get us first. He'd send us back to the Demon Suppression Division to report, while staying behind to protect everyone. That's just the kind of person he is, unafraid of death, and values life above all else. The brother and sister's words fell with conviction, inspiring an unspoken trust in their eyes. Huang Qiao looked at those determined gazes, feeling somewhat dazed, and whispered, is that really true? Of course it is, they said in unison. Satusi Wenfeng then added, we've already set up a protective formation here to block our scent. It should shield us from the demon's detection. That's good, that's good. Huang Qiao's fingers trembled slightly. He slowly turned to face his people, inhaled deeply, and raised his voice. You've all heard. I am willing to trust the 2 young officers from the Demon Suppression Division. Who among you will stay with me here in the tunnels for now? Suddenly, the tunnel fell silent. Moments later, some no longer avoided Huang Qiao's gaze. Some bit their lips, but lifted their heads. And in others, faint glimmers of hope appeared in their eyes. It's far too risky to go out now. Let's all hide together, maybe the demons really won't find us. Perhaps those 2 guards have already killed the demons. Or maybe the Demon Suppression Division is on its way to save us. Maybe the guards will even arrive before the demons. Soft murmurs rose and fell, the earlier doubt, fear, and panic gradually giving way to fragile smiles and a long-lost hope. At last, the Huang family seemed united, ready to face the pitch-black darkness hand in hand, waiting for the dawn. Satusi's sister and brother finally exhaled, tension easing from their shoulders. Wenfeng thought, perhaps Wang Shouyong really has found that path to survival. But just as hope began to take root, a childlike voice suddenly fell from above, soft yet cruelly joyful. Ah, the guards are dead. Boom. A deafening crash shredded the air as the tunnel ceiling collapsed instantly. Blinding sunlight poured in along with a gust of wind. Everyone looked up to see a girl in a teal dress, tilting her head curiously at the crowd, gently biting one finger with her delicate hand. In her other hand, she nonchalantly held a massive chunk of earth and rock, hundreds of times her size, raised high above her head as though it were mere straw. Floating beside her was a demon, its limbs and features all made of stone, silently holding one of the guards whose fate was uncertain. Under the sunlight, dust and smoke filled the air, and chunks of earth and stone fell like raindrops. The crowd looked up, faces blank and frozen. The moment the two demons burst out of the ground, despair slithered across everyone's faces like a venomous snake, quickly devouring the fear already nestling in their hearts. No one expected the demons to appear so abruptly and silently, as if they were curiously lifting a lid. They simply flipped the earth itself over. One moment, a faint glimmer of hope lingered in everyone's minds. The next, the last lid was raised halfway, fully exposing them to the gaze of the two enigmatic demons. Hope shattered into hopelessness, the stark contrast leaving everyone rooted to the spot, with only one thought in their minds. It's over. Everything is over. The woman wearing a teal long dress, a flower demon, held the entire flipped piece of earth in her palm, gently placing it down like a shard nearby, forming a small mound. Strangely, as the stone settled, not a speck of dust was stirred. If someone looked closely, they would notice the tiny tendrils bundled in her palm quietly retracting, sliding back beneath her skin like flower stamens drawing in silk threads. Having done this, she turned her gaze back to the crowd, tilting her head slightly. Her voice was soft but sent a chill through everyone's hearts. There's one more. Where is it? In response, a staggering sword light shot up from below toward the sky. The flower demon's eyebrows didn't twitch. Her expression remained calm. She extended two fingers slowly, almost teasingly, until the sword light was right before her, then pinched lightly. Flash! The sharp sword light shattered beneath her fingertips, fragments raining down like scattered stars. At the same moment, Situ Yun's dark long sword in hand crumbled into dust. His figure appeared midair, blood spurting from his throat as he fell like a shooting star crashing to earth. Immediately after, a second sword light exploded behind the flower demon. Situ Yun charged again, sword flashing wildly as the chi of heaven and earth surged fiercely at the blade. In the next instant, it condensed into a pinpoint and stabbed hard toward the back of the flower demon's head. Just as the sword tip approached, a gray-black hand quietly reached out like a thick shield, blocking behind her. The flower demon's tone remained indifferent. Big rock, be gentle, don't break it. It's all good stuff, nutrients. The sword light collided with the giant hand, and met the same fate, shattered into twinkling sparks. Situ Yun's vision went dark. A rough voice responded, I know. Before she could withdraw, another hand appeared. Two palms closed in unison, instantly gripping her torso. Got you. Blood spurted from her mouth. Looking up, she saw a massive black stone pressed before her, its surface forming a blurred human face. The expression was hollow yet fixed, like a predator eyeing a lamb ready to be slaughtered. Strangely, Situ Yun caught a trace of disappointment on that stony face. Just chi transformation. Let her go? A furious roar exploded like thunder, echoing throughout the Huang residence. The sky darkened slightly. Both the stone demon and the flower demon were startled and looked up just now. Situ Wenfeng, who had been knocked down by the flower demon, now hung high overhead, his face pale as iron, gripping a broken sword horizontally. In an instant, a violent surge of natural energy swirled around the broken sword like a tornado. Anyone skilled in divining chi flow would see countless streams of energy converging into a blazing vortex. Ah, that sword, it's dangerous, the flower demon said calmly, though her tone was indifferent. The next moment, a faint breeze brushed past the two demons. The wind was light, like a gentle spring breeze, but it cut a line of cold light before them. The sword's radiance was beyond the realm of chi transformation. Just as the two demons registered this thought, the blade silently pierced their bodies. It was as soft as the breeze, yet more decisive than thunder. The flower demon raised her hand, 5 fingers instantly severed. Her broken palm fell. Her dress tore apart, flesh mixed with petals, the red, pink, and white sprayed in a strange rain midair. The stone demon looked up just in time to see his own head roll away. The shiny black stone crumbled and fell like dead branches on a decayed tree. Losing support, his hands released, and shards of stone rained to the ground. Situ Iyun appeared like drifting smoke, catching his elder brother as he fell from the sky. Big brother. Situ Wenfeng's face was bloodless. Blood trickled from his 7 orifices, but his eyes blazed with determination. He coughed up fresh blood and croaked with excitement. I landed the strike. This was the ultimate sword technique he could wield as a consummate practitioner of the Qi transformation stage. Anyone in the imperial capital who witnessed this would immediately utter Situ the legendary strongest sword technique inherited by the right general of the nation, usually only mastered upon reaching the profound perception stage. To grasp it prematurely required talent, and risking one's life tapping the mysteries of heaven and earth with a Qi transformation level body was like letting a storm flood a quiet brook. After the sword strike, his meridians were riddled with wounds. Yet he had no choice. Against a demon of profound perception level, he had only 2 swords. One to test, one to decide life or death. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. The second strike hit its mark. Within moments, his internal energy was exhausted, and the broken sword slipped from his fingers. He collapsed weakly into his sister's embrace. Moments later, the 2 demons crashed heavily to the ground, their fate uncertain. Situ Ian stared at the ruined bodies beneath, fear and rage swirling in his heart, but his hand was faintly grasped by his brother. This sword strike is done. You're safe now. Take these 2 demons to the demon control office. Situ Wenfeng's voice was weak and leaking breath, yet still proud. A heavy stone fell from Situ Yun's heart. Seeing his brother barely clinging to life, a new wave of anxiety rushed over him. He hurriedly pulled out a small porcelain bottle. Big brother, open your mouth. Before he finished, a slender hand suddenly snatched the bottle away. Situ Iyun froze and looked up to find the flower demon blinking at him with a puzzled gaze. This sword can still be used. Let me try once. In an instant, Situ Iyun felt a chill run down her spine, a coldness rising swiftly from her feet to the back of her head, making every hair stand on end. As for Situ Wenfeng, he stood stunned with his mouth agape, a coldness racing down his throat like ice stabbing into his lungs. Impossible. Suddenly, Situ Wenfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Without hesitation, Situ Iyun slapped her jade bracelet glowing with golden light, and the faint image of an old man appeared in midair. Flash. The old man's lips parted as if he had spoken the word, and he pointed forward, his finger forming the shape of a sword. A flood of sword energy surged forth, sweeping through the air like a violent storm. This sword isn't as strong as before, the flower demon stammered. In the next moment, the torrential sword storm pierced through her body, ripping through limbs and bones. Her shattered form floated helplessly amid the sword rain. Situ Iyun thrust her sword again, and a faint phoenix-shaped spirit appeared in the air, the sound of sword blades singing like a phoenix's cry as it attacked the flower demon. Situ Iyun didn't understand how the flower demon had reappeared before them unharmed, but now she had no choice but to fight with everything she had for a slim chance at survival. The sword rain continued relentlessly for 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, the old man's spirit withdrew his finger, and both his image and the phoenix slowly dissolved amid the swirling dust. On the ground lay the flower demon's broken, battered body, looking as if she were already dead. However, to Situ Yun's despair, a faint, stumbling clear voice sounded behind her after a few moments. You really are weak. Horrified, Situ Yun turned to see the flower demon unharmed, hovering above, looking down with a bitter expression full of disappointment. Dizziness overwhelmed Situ Yun. What on earth was going on? The next instant, that familiar touch returned as a pair of giant stony hands seized her body. Unlike before, this time the stone demon grabbed both her and Situ Wenfeng, one in each hand. Strangely, the moment the stone palms touched her, her inner magic dissipated like ice melting under the blazing sun until it vanished completely. Where's the other one? The stone demon asked roughly, lifting both of them closer. Its dark stone eyes stared coldly at the pair. The Situ siblings' faces went ashen. Everything before them far exceeded their ability to comprehend. For the Huang clan members watching from below, the scene was even more hopeless. They couldn't understand the complex battle, but it was clear that the 2 killable disciples were now in the demon's grip, and the stone demon only needed to squeeze lightly to crush their lives out. The situation was utterly hopeless. Forget it, Big Stone. Let's go to the human treasure realm first. The flower demon landed on the ground, glanced at the gathered Huang clan members, and nodded with satisfaction. She pressed her hand onto the ground. After a moment, a loud sound echoed throughout the Huang mansion. Amid the shocked and despairing looks of the family, the earth around where they stood suddenly cracked open. Numerous blossoms and branches pushed upward, splitting a clear patch of land about 10 meters across. Help! Don't kill me! Where are they taking us? The Huang family members screamed in terror, but the flower demon ignored them all. With her own power, she lifted the entire chunk of earth above her head and swiftly carried it across more than half of the Huang residence. Soil tumbled down from the sky, stones scattered everywhere, and a massive shadow darkened the crowd below. Only now did the Huang family truly understand how the flower demon had ripped open the tunnel's dome. All at once the scene before them was exactly the same as before. Despair seeped into every family member's chest like a poisonous fog. Huang Xingting cried himself hoarse, tears mixed with dust. Huang Qiao's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, closing his eyes, resigned to death. Two military officers, one lay unconscious, his fate unknown. The other had vanished, almost certainly captured by the demon. The two attendants from the Demon Extermination Bureau tried every measure but were powerless, like children playing at war. Another attendant had hidden away somewhere, too afraid even to make a sound. Every last hope of survival in everyone's hearts crumbled, leaving only the thought of waiting to die. The earth trembled again. The flower demon, still holding the massive soil in her hands, suddenly appeared before the eastern guest quarters of the Huang mansion. The crowd looked up and recognized it as the door to the third guest room on the east side. Huang Xingting's tear-streaked face froze, as the memory of Wang Shouyong's instruction flashed through his mind. Take the clan members to the third guest room on the east side. That same thought crossed the minds of many family members at once. Between their cries and fears, every expression briefly turned blank. The flower demon paid no attention to these small details. She gently landed and smoothed her skirt, a satisfied smile playing at her lips. Become my nourishment. Before she could finish speaking, she spread her arms wide. Countless flower-bud-shaped tendrils suddenly shot out, instantly ensnaring every Huang family member. The Sitong siblings held by the stone demon, as well as the unconscious Sun Jiming, were all suspended behind the tendrils, struggling in vain. Big Stone, open the door. The flower demon chuckled softly. The stone demon stepped forward and skillfully pushed open the door. Beyond it lay a pitch-black formation, like a pool of ink swallowing the entire guest room. The eye could not penetrate it at all. The stone demon stepped fearlessly into the darkness. A beam of white light flickered, and then his figure was swallowed up in an instant, as if he had never even existed. The flower demon was about to follow. Then, in the next moment, boom, the stone demon was blasted backwards like he had been struck by a giant hammer, flying past the flower demon's shoulder amid flying stones and swirling dust. He rolled dozens of times on the ground before crashing hard into a deep pit. His chest bore a hollowed-out hole, spiderweb cracks spreading over his body, the punch mark deep enough to see bone. The usually dull stone face now showed nothing but confusion and terror. A death-like silence fell before the guest room. Those dangling were frozen in place. The Sitong siblings lifted their heads and held their breath. A bold and strange guess surfaced quietly in their minds, making their hearts pound and their tongues go numb. Impossible. Sitong Wenfeng swallowed hard and whispered. Steps came from the darkness. A faint voice echoed at the door. Didn't your mother ever tell you to knock before entering a room? From the pitch black, a tall, slender figure slowly became visible. His youthful face raised an eyebrow, lips curled into a smile. Or does the stone demon have no parents? The moment he finished speaking, Wang Shouyong immediately knew he had said the wrong thing. After all, he was just as much an orphan with no one to rely on in this world. His words carried a trace of self-mockery. As a bitter smile barely touched his lips, he turned his gaze to the nearby flower demon with delicate features, a heavy doubt rising deep in his heart. The official records of the Demon Suppression Bureau clearly stated that only 3 transformed demons, blood ox demon, stone demon, and illusion lizard demon, were known to lurk in Linshui County. There was never any mention of a flower demon. The flower demon seemed to notice his stare as well, slowly raising her eyes to meet his. Her crystal-clear eyes should have been gentle, yet they radiated a coldness, with a hint of suspicion. You're a transformed chi being? Why can't I smell your chi? Before her question could even finish, a rapidly approaching iron fist suddenly filled her vision. Boom. The blue bricks beneath Wang Shouyong's feet shattered into fragments, dust billowing as a foot-deep crater instantly appeared. In a blur, he was already in front of the flower demon, his fist enveloped in a dense, sinister energy like a bolt of thunder crashing down. Are you a demon? Why are you attacking me? The flower demon's voice still echoed in his ears. Enough with the nonsense, Wang Shouyong said coldly, his eyes sharp as blades, his punch merciless. Thud. The dull sound of his fist breaking through flesh was like a punctured water balloon bursting, spraying blood everywhere. The flower demon's chest and abdomen were blasted open, Wang Shouyong's arm buried halfway inside. Blood droplets arced darkly in the moonlight. Through the hollowed hole, he even saw the struggling stone demon behind her, unable to rise in time. The flower-like body was shattered by the blow, blood seeping from all her orifices. She bowed her head blankly, staring at the dark hole in her chest, still full of confusion in her eyes. Transformed chi realm? Petals and stamens, drained of spiritual power, fell lifelessly. The others, bound by vines, crashed to the ground with dull thuds, staring up in stunned silence. One punch had slain a demon at the sensory profound realm? The Huang family stood frozen in shock, speechless. But beside them, The Scythian siblings showed no relief, in the contrary. Their expressions darkened suddenly as they shouted urgently, "Watch out, she." Before the warning could finish, a pale, jade-like hand suddenly shot out from behind Wang Shouyong, aiming straight for the back of his head. A faint floral fragrance curled around his nose, like a tide of spring flowers blooming by the riverside, subtle, almost imperceptible until that moment. Suddenly, a chill exploded at the back of Wang Shouyong's neck. Danger. He instinctively tilted his head to the side. Boom. A mountain-shaking force slammed into his shoulder blade, and his whole body flew backward like a broken sack, smashing through roofs and walls as a whirlwind tore through the rubble. The ground rumbled loudly, dust columns shooting into the night sky. But the flower demon, who just succeeded in the sneak attack, showed no victorious smile, only blinking in confusion, looking down at her still warm palm. She clearly felt an invisible countershock emerging from the man's body, canceling and absorbing her strike. 10 out of 10 power, almost halved. To outsiders, it looked like she had landed a powerful blow, but no one knew that the impact was greatly weakened. Amid the swirling dust, only Wang Shouyong could see the faint blue panel light up, a single entry flashing. Buffer blue. Flesh toughness greatly reduces impact damage. Gritting his teeth, he rubbed his shoulder and staggered out of the deep pit. On the surface, his body swayed as if badly wounded and near death. In reality, the buffer had reduced the punch's damage to mere bruises and pain. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Wang Shouyong swayed upright, looked up, and grinned in a way no one could quite read. At that moment, the panel flickered again. Detected nearby entries, available for acquisition. Illusory flower purple. Absorb purple. Photosynthesis purple. Weak willow purple. Incomplete purple. Illusory flower purple. Can set a target so that when receiving a fatal blow, an illusion substitute takes the damage. Can also designate a companion to trigger a water moon illusion, greatly reducing damage. Absorb purple. Living beings are nutrients. Can be consumed to strengthen oneself. Photosynthesis purple. Can survive without food or water under sunlight. Weak willow purple. Innately weak constitution. Requires large nutrient absorption. Incomplete purple. One of the 6 senses is missing. The realm is flawed and needs repair. Wang Shouyong's gaze locked tightly on illusory flower. No wonder the flower demon did not dodge or evade that fatal strike earlier. Though he felt it clearly, it was as if he had struck nothing. Thinking of such a powerful entry, his eyes flared with intensity, and he instinctively licked his lips. Shouyong, be careful. Her illusions are strong. Don't fall for them. Situ Wenfeng warned weakly. Wang Shouyong smiled and nodded but said nothing, staring fixedly at the flower demon. Is this your power? Your death has come. With that, he shot forward like a cannonball, leaping into the air to land above the flower demon's head. His fist, like an iron hammer wrapped in dark energy, slammed fiercely into the demon's crown. In an instant, the world seemed to become a hell of torment. Monstrous giants dived down. Countless anguished human faces howled in the chilling wind, all converging on the flower demon. Whether you're human or demon, you'll become my nutrients. The flower demon lifted her head, murderous light flashing. Scores of petal-like stamen rose behind her, sharp and spiked, emitting the same dark red energy to meet Wang Shouyong's assault. Everyone felt like 2 great beasts clashed in the sky, the heavy, deadly aura stifling their breath. As the 2 dark red energies clashed at a critical point, one suddenly vanished. The next moment, a roar filled with strange fluctuations exploded. Die! Howl of the moon, activate! The shockwave hit the flower demon's mind instantly blank, her pupils dilated and unfocused. Wang Shouyong descended like a shadow, absorbing the energy. With a flash, he shifted position, arms suddenly wrapping tightly around the flower demon, like a devoted couple, but he was the fearsome suitor, and she a dazed maiden. His mouth opened wide and bit fiercely into the maiden's neck. In an instant, the flower demon suddenly became clear-headed, a trace of disbelief flashing across her face. Almost immediately, a sharp pain surged through her neck. With a ripping sound, juices splattered everywhere, filling the air with an overwhelming floral fragrance. When she bit down, instead of the usual metallic scent of blood and flesh, a strong floral aroma filled her senses. Get away! She screamed sharply and abruptly. Her palm slammed heavily onto Wang Shouyong's chest, and dozens of flower stamen lashes whipped toward his head, chest, and abdomen like whips. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed. With a mouthful of floral-scented flesh and blood, Wang Shouyong displayed a fierce, twisted grin midair. He swallowed deeply. The next moment, the stamen whips struck his body one after another, creating afterimages in the sky. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, mingling the rich floral fragrance with the metallic scent of blood in an explosive burst. Brother Wang Shouyong, Situyi Yun and Situyi Wenfeng lay on the ground, their eyes bloodshot and agonized. Yet their bodies felt empty and numb. They sensed no trace of natural energy, and could do nothing but helplessly watch this brutal scene unfold. Countless blood droplets rained down. The Huang family's members looked on with despair and numbness. Witnessing this, many in their eyes lost all hope. The head of the Huang Xiao family sighed deeply in despair and turned away, unwilling to see any more. However, as dozens of stamens fell, the flower demon suddenly felt something was off. A strange emptiness swept over her body as if something crucial inside her had suddenly vanished, leaving a hollow void. The stamens continually lashed her, but the sensation felt unreal, eerie. She raised her head and saw Wang Shouyong's pale, faint smile floating in midair. Her eyes went blurry. Then, without warning, a hand silently reached out from behind her, gripping her neck, while the other hand gently caressed down her pale skin with almost tender strokes. The flower demon felt as if she had plunged into an icy cellar. Goosebumps rose, and coldness flooded her veins. She tried to turn around, but the chill at her back stayed glued to her, and cold breath brushed her ear. "Since meeting you, my luck seems to have improved," the voice whispered, as if speaking sweet nothings right beside her. Words appeared on a panel. Entry seized, mirror flower, water moon, Zibing. Cold fingers climbed up to the flower demon's chest. 5 sharp claws like swords tore into her pale skin, parting flesh and piercing deep into her chest until the whole hand disappeared inside. At that moment, the flower demon caught a familiar, delicate fragrance. She looked up. The spot where the stamens had been striking was now empty. The attacks missed completely, the dozens of whip-like stamens aimlessly searching the air for their enemy. Everyone looked up in astonishment, dumbfounded by how the situation had completely reversed. An unprecedented pain bloomed across the flower demon's chest, causing her whole body to tremble with agony, her face twisting in torment. "A big stone," the flower demon cried out in sharp pain. The next instant, the stone demon appeared behind Wang Shouyong with a savage expression, 2 massive palms enveloped in sinister energy landing heavily. The stone demon's chest still bore the nearly pierced wounds, but now this strike was a desperate, all-out attack with the force of a mountain-crushing tidal wave. "Die!" A rough roar thundered through the Huang mansion. Wang Shouyong didn't even glance back. His eyes shone with a wild, almost manic intensity. He repeatedly plunged his palm inside the flower demon's body, twisting and stirring. Just as the stone demon was about to strike him, Wang seemed to grasp something. His palm suddenly pulled out of the flower demon's body, dripping with blood and fluid. The flower demon's flesh tore apart, and it fell from the air in agony, while the scent of flowers intensified around the battlefield. The next moment, the stone demon's massive palms slammed mercilessly onto Wang Shouyong's waist, pinning him like one would swat a mosquito. The stone demon roared furiously, full of rage. Wang spat blood, his face contorted in pain and rage as he looked back at the stone demon. Thanks to his evasive buffer, the stone demon's blow was almost half nullified. Yet his injuries worsened. Something seemed to be growing inside his flesh and blood. A fierce battle spirit erupted uncontrollably from his mind. His blood roared and churned violently in unrest. "I'd rather shatter like jade than live in shame," he muttered fiercely. A new power seemed to surge forth from the void itself, filling every fiber of Wang's flesh and bone. His already exceptional Insha transformation chi, far beyond ordinary physical refinement, now fused with this new force. His power swelled to earth-shaking levels. Wang's eyes turned crimson as he let out a low, furious roar. The stone demon felt as if a colossal dragon writhed between his palms, his normally unstoppable strength nearly overwhelmed by this beast's might. "Die!" Enraged, the stone demon unleashed the full might of the Ganxian demon's power, the volatile Insha aura boiling out wildly. In an instant, rock and earth around them trembled for hundreds of yards. Countless stones lifted and clung to the stone demon's palms, quickly engulfing Wang Shouyong's figure and forming a massive spherical stone. Thuds echoed as chunks of stone crashed into the floating sphere, compacts and filling its gaps. The sphere spun, resembling a small planet suspended in the air. Blood seeped and pooled within the solidifying stone, creating a grisly, gore-soaked spectacle. The Huang clan members looked up at the floating giant rock, their hope draining away like water spilled from the stones alongside the blood. Was he dead? The flower demon relaxed slightly at the sight and struggled to rise, her stamen weakly reaching toward the nearest Huang clansman. She was utterly exhausted and desperate for nourishment to heal her wounds. As for Wang Shouyong, no longer posed any threat. But then, in the next instant, everyone present seemed to hear a heavy, muffled sound. Thump! It echoed like a heartbeat or a drumbeat, thunderous and deafening. Thump! The heartbeat grew stronger, shaking the stone sphere so violently that the stone demon's arms trembled, his face twisted in shock. "Impossible!" The stone demon roared in alarm. Cracks suddenly spiderwebbed across the giant stone, revealing an ominous aura that made hearts race. Crack! The stone shattered wildly as a hand burst forth, shattering rock shards everywhere. It steadily grasped the stone demon's arm. The air exploded with the stone demon's deafening howl, and everyone watched in stunned silence as the floating planet abruptly shattered along with the stone demon's severed arm. Breath caught. The stone demon sensed a Pyrrha, great demon of equal realm, slowly opening its eyes before him. The flower demon, holding a Huang clansman, suddenly narrowed her pupils. Moments later, the earth and stones exploded as Wang Shouyong emerged from the rubble. His figure was frail and blood-soaked, seeming like he might collapse and die at any second, but his aura was unprecedentedly formidable, radiating immense pressure. On his status panel appeared the Earthfall title, glowing with a deep purple light. Blood dripped down as Wang Shouyong raised his hands. In each hand, he grasped two completely different objects. His left held a jagged chunk of gray-black stone, torn off forcefully, its edges still oozing thick blood. His right cupped a crystal core that shimmered with a faint green glow and exuded a fragrant aroma. The onlookers saw the young man trembling all over, yet without hesitation, he opened his mouth, biting down on both the stone and the crystal core together. Blood mixed with stone fragments crunching painfully between his teeth. Only after chewing and swallowing them both did he lift his pale face and raise a hand toward the flower demon and stone demon in front of him, weak but provocatively curling his finger. He had acquired the titles Gravitational Pull of Giant Stone Purple and Photosynthesis Purple. Gravitational Pull of Giant Stone Purple allows control over stone objects within a certain range. Come and meet your death. Just 4 cold words, like a freezing wave crashing down. Whether crawling demons or stone fiends half suspended in the air, all felt an icy shock coursing down their spines. Though he was only at the chi refining stage, a deadly pressure suddenly shattered their minds. Wang Shouyong's eyes flickered with a faint cold light. Above him floated a panel shimmering with titles. Earthfall, better to shatter than to yield, illusory reflection, each displayed side by side. This combination of offensive and defensive powers made even him uncertain just how strong he had become at this moment. In the next instant, the ground shook violently. The flower demon's eyes filled with terror as the earth beneath her fractured violently. Countless gray-black stones surged from all directions as if drawn by invisible hands, assembling instantly into a platform barely big enough to stand on. The stones continued gathering, encasing her limbs rapidly, transforming into heavy locks that bound her tightly. "Big Stone, what are you doing?" The flower demon screamed, her voice distorted by fear. She suddenly looked up and was met with an even more horrifying sight. Wang Shouyong's bloodied hand firmly gripped the massive stone head of the stone demon. The stone demon trembled all over, desperately using its one remaining hand to pry at Wang's fingers, but the rough rock-like flesh stretched taut under those seemingly frail yet unyielding fingers. Each time Wang's knuckles tightened, the stone demon's body quaked correspondingly. Meanwhile, Wang's other hand curled slightly in the air toward the flower demon, as if controlling the life and death of the stone locks binding her feet. A rapid flash of realization struck the flower demon's mind, moments from losing her crystal core to the instant the stone demon's head was crushed, the pieces suddenly fit together. Pale-faced, she screamed with a shrill voice, "It's you." Fear shattered all her mental defenses. She finally understood. There was someone in the world who could consume the blood and flesh of demons, snatch their innate gifts, and make them their own. Just a bite out of her body had stripped her of the illusory realm's illusions and support. After breaking off a piece of the stone demon's body, this person could immediately manipulate stone itself, an impossibility, defying all reason. Devoid of her crystal core, she collapsed as if her roots were torn out, her spiritual power drained completely. The stones that once shattered with a light touch had now become heavy shackles blocking all life. Under the irresistible gravitational pull, the two demons were slowly dragged before Wang Shouyong, unable to move. At that moment, the panel appeared again, and Wang weakly raised his eyes to look at the flower demon. Entries available for plunder: Absorb Purple, Willow Breeze Purple, Incomplete Purple. Information about the flower demon flashed instantly before his eyes, a purple aura flickering over her delicate figure. Wang Shouyong raised his eyes and glanced at the giant stone monster beside him. Entries available for plunder: Rock Solid Purple, Heart of Stone Purple, Spirits of Heaven and Earth Purple, Incomplete Purple. Rock Solid Purple, body as solid as rock, nearly invulnerable. Heart of Stone Purple, calm and steadfast, immune to mental attacks. Spirits of Heaven and Earth Purple, favored by fate, cultivates with ease. Incomplete Purple, missing one of the 6 senses, cultivation incomplete. Why are they all missing one of the 6 senses? He gasped weakly, furrowing his brow. No sooner had the words left his mouth than both flower and stone demons trembled violently, their pupils shrinking, clearly struck by the accuracy of his observation. But Wang Shouyong didn't intend to wait for an answer. He knew well that no one could explain such a thing. At this moment, his power surged like never before, even as his body teetered on the brink of collapse. Life and death intertwined, like 2 opposing torrents tearing him apart. If he couldn't end the fight soon, He might perish before slaying these beasts. He swept his gaze around, clenched his fist, and the earth thundered beneath him. Countless stones rose violently from the ground, forming an immense wall that sealed off the view between him and the nearby Huang clan members and the Sidhu siblings. The stone barrier rising in an instant, Wang Shouyong stepped forward, gripping the flower demon's wrist soft, as if boneless, and pulled her close. Her face, delicate and pitiful like Lin Dais, seemed ghostly pale in the dark night. But he showed no mercy. He bit down hard on her slender neck. The flower demon screamed in agony, her legs going weak from the pain, her vine-like hair wildly thrashing, but unable to break free from his grip. Blood, hot and sweet, mingled with floral fragrance, spreading through the air. Wang Shouyong swallowed deeply. Entries already plundered. Absorb purple, willow breeze purple, incomplete purple. A cool energy washed through him like an icy spring flooding his organs, swiftly sealing the cracks in his meridians. His status panel flashed blue with bloodlust digestion. He could actually feel the violent earthfall energy ravaging inside him recede like a tide. His near-death condition was about to lift. His brow lifted, and instantly he grabbed the stone demon, pulling it forward. His fingertips sank into its rocky flesh, tearing chunks of stone away to chew and crush between his teeth. Fragments scattered, sparks flew from his teeth. "I'll kill you," the stone demon roared, still unaware of what was being lost within. Entries already plundered. Rock-solid purple, heart of stone purple, spirits of heaven and earth purple, incomplete purple. As the last stone fragment slid down his throat, a surge of cool energy burst forth, rapidly healing his flesh and meridians. The earthfall power churned and dissipated again. The stone demon felt the grip on its head loosen, and it violently swung a punch. But before the fist landed, Wang Shouyong's palm suddenly emitted a terrifying suction force. The demon's eyes widened in horror as its life force was sucked out in a raging torrent, flowing down the boy's arm. "What are you doing? Let me go?" Its stone fist struck his chest weakly, powerless. Wang Shouyong's expression remained cold, as if deaf to the desperate screams. The life energy surging within him moistened his lips, intoxicating him. He closed his eyes to savor the rush, while his other arm wrapped around the flower demon's slender waist. Stone-like chains rose from his fingers, binding her tightly. "Absorb," he commanded in his mind. The flower demon shrieked as petals fell like snow, her sweet blood and bright red floral sap staining his clothes. Two torrents of roaring life force converged in his lower abdomen, spinning in a vortex that swept through his limbs and bones, repairing every hidden wound and fractured bone. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Time slipped away. Eventually, the stone demon in his left hand quieted first. Its life force dwindled from a raging river to a trickling stream, then to threads before vanishing without a trace. Later, a faint pleading whisper reached his ears from the flower demon. "Master, spare me, I'll do anything. Please let me go, I beg you." Her voice grew fainter and fainter, until it disappeared altogether. The surging life force in his right hand also settled had completely consumed the flower demon's last spark of life. Bang! The corpses of the two demons crashed to the ground from above, creating two deep craters. Wang Shouyong opened his eyes, feeling as if a fierce, burning wind had suddenly filled his chest. His vitality surged like never before. That message still echoed in his mind. Absorb. Living beings are your nourishment. You may draw on their essence to strengthen yourself. The sensation was nothing like ordinary cultivation progress. It was as if someone had reforged his very flesh at the foundation. Blood roared through his veins. His cells pulsed rhythmically, each beat bringing renewed vigor. His thoughts lightened, and as soon as one idea formed, 100 others spread out in his mind. He could clearly feel himself full, and though his realm hadn't advanced even a bit, he now held complete confidence in his future cultivation. The interface appeared again, with two incomplete purple fragments still prominent. One incomplete fragment meant missing one of 6 slots. 2 fragments meant missing 2 slots. If he lost any more, he might lose his ability fully. The thought made the corner of his mouth twitch involuntarily, so he closed the interface for the moment. The 2 sensory demon spirits had contributed 10 purple-level attributes, so he would have to carefully sift through them later, fusing unsuitable ones like doomed solitary star to rid himself of persistent bad luck. But right now, his focus was on the Huang family members on the ground and the unknown fate of Sun Jiming. Wang Shouyong raised his hand, and the stone wall blocking their view shattered with a roar, chunks flying apart as sunlight poured in. The Huang family cowered in the shadows, trembling at the noise. When they looked up, their eyes fell upon him hovering calmly midair. A collective gulp echoed. Everyone exchanged glances, some wanted to cheer, some to ask questions, but though countless emotions churned, not a single person dared speak first, fearful another demon might suddenly strike from the shadows and tear away their hope again. Wang Shouyong's gaze swept over their dust-covered faces, their anxiety mirroring those of the villagers from Sangzi village the day he passed through. He took a deep breath, voice ringing clear and strong. "Today, The Demon Extermination Department investigated the Huang Mansion matter. 1 transformed demon, 2 sensory demons, 3 demons, in total all, have been slain. He repeated the last 3 words thrice, his voice echoing above the estate. The onlookers stared at his youthful face, tears streaming down, as if waking from a dream. Thank you, Demon Extermination Department. Huang Qiao shakily stood. Then his knees buckled, and he knelt heavily, tears pouring down his face. Huang Xingting supported him, pale and speechless, lips trembling without a word. When Huang Qiao steadied himself, he suddenly raised a hand and delivered a sharp slap across Huang Xingting's face, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. Then the thin but weighty fingers pressed repeatedly against Huang Xingting's forehead before turning to strike him again. Huang Xingting didn't resist. His swollen cheeks testified to the blows as he knelt deeply, striking his head repeatedly against the ground, as if trying to bury all his earlier bitterness and resentment in the dirt. Only when Huang Qiao's heartfelt thanks quieted did the Huang clan awaken from their nightmare. Huge tears streamed down their faces as their chaotic cries drowned out the courtyard's echoes. Amid the wailing, the gathered voices raised shouts of praise and gratitude. Thank the Demon Extermination Bureau. Everyone's heads hit the ground repeatedly, some even bleeding, as if trying to knock out all the fear they had built up over time. Each thud grew harder than the last. The Sita siblings watched this scene and finally breathed a long sigh of relief. They exchanged knowing glances and smiled without words. Situ Yun's eyes welled with tears, but her expression was lighter than ever before. Situ Wenfeng shook his head slightly and murmured softly. I thought his genius had peaked with body refinement and breaking form. But to enter the Qi transformation realm in a single day and then cut through 2 layers of spiritual senses, this is truly. His words faltered as a pang of bitterness welled up in his chest, whether from the relief of surviving disaster or from witnessing such a miraculous display. The lump in his throat made it hard to speak. What Kyoto geniuses? What spiritual sensed sword techniques? What demons and monsters? Under that man's fists, all of it seemed trivial and insignificant. He shattered the barriers of realms with ease. The chasm between Qi transformation and spiritual realms was crossed in a single step. What he thought was his lead slipped away in an instant, leaving him only able to watch that distant figure vanish beyond reach. How could such a person exist in this world? Situ Wenfeng struggled to his feet, sitting cross-legged and looking up at the slowly descending figure in the sky. A strong impulse rose up in his heart. Without thinking, he called out loudly, Shouyong, come with us to Kyoto. Only Kyoto can give you the stage to fully display your talents. Only Kyoto. Before he finished, the unseen 100,000 talent had already landed before him, eyes narrowed as if looking at a fool. Got hit in the head by demons? The urgent matter, of course, is to return to the Demon Extermination Bureau. Situ Wenfeng was stunned and about to argue when Wang Shouyong slapped the back of his head hard. Don't talk nonsense. There are still plenty of loose ends with the Huang Mansion. He counted off on his fingers one by one. Your injuries need treatment. The casualty count and accountability at the Huang Mansion must be settled. Master Huang, and Huang Xingting won't get away. The demon realm hidden in the annex room is the real problem, with many secrets behind it. Also, that shapeshifting blood ox demon in the files hasn't been found. Wang Shouyong paused, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at the unconscious Captain Sun on the ground. And that useless piece of trash, who knows what he's been through since leaving the Huang Mansion, or where Tanging is gone. Once we get back, he'll ask Officer Liao to have him removed. He shook his head and summed up. In short, there are too many questions. First, we report to Officer Liao. Watching Wang Shouyong calmly clear up the matters one by one, seemingly untouched by the shock of cutting through spiritual senses with Qi refinement, Situ Wenfeng finally came back to himself and laughed. Riley really was still the same person. Later, he saw Wang Shouyong walk away with his back turned, hair lifted slightly by the golden sunlight, as if a faint halo of light crowned his silhouette. A quiet voice came from behind. As for Kyoto, we'll go there someday. Bureau of Demon Extermination, Hall of Meritorious Deeds. As the month drew to a close, the number of figures inside the hall instantly doubled. Almost all were captains with waist badges engraved with multiple golden stripes. Tired of the hassle of reporting achievements repeatedly, everyone preferred to accumulate their merits throughout the month and submit them all at once at month's end. So familiar faces gathered here together. Captain Fong, long time no see. Did your merits reach first class this month? Not quite there yet. But Captain Yang, you're looking especially cheerful. Must have made quite some gains, right? Oh, not really. Just enough merits saved up to finally exchange for a new skill manual. Brother Kong, how much did you manage to save up this month? Haha, judging by him. Probably used all his merits to buy some spiritual liquor again. Laughter and chatter echoed through the hall. Whether diligent or lazy, coming to redeem merits at months and always lifted everyone's spirits. The captain responsible for registration rested his chin on his hand, yawning as he slowly collected ledger books and storage pouches one by one, counting and recording them, then ordering the demon corpses to be resealed and returned to the warehouse. Moments later, He grabbed his brush and wrote the last few characters. Next. Just as the next captain stepped forward, a faint but pungent stench of blood drifted in from outside. Noses twitched, and the chatter suddenly grew quiet. Along with the smell came a chilling, powerful presence growing nearer. Footsteps approached from outside, and all eyes turned to see who had arrived. The man wore the captain's uniform of the Bureau of Demon Extermination, his waist badge bearing the character Dong, adorned with 7 golden stripes. His clothes were threadbare, dust and blood smeared together, and his boots soaked dark red. Looking up, his face bore stubble and bloodshot eyes, burning with an unstoppable killing intent. That's Dong Qishan's actually back. I heard he spent 3 months alone tracking that elusive Ganxian demon. Now that he's come to the Hall of Merits, he must have brought the demon back. Today's top achievement is probably his. Whispers of admiration spread, written plainly on every face. No one could fully grasp the hardships of hunting alone for 3 months, but Dong Qishan's disheveled appearance spoke volumes. As he stepped in, the crowd instinctively cleared a path, and the atmosphere in the hall immediately grew heavy with solemnity. Confirm merits. Dong Qishan's voice was hoarse, but carried undeniable authority. Then he placed a storage pouch on the table, standing tall and steady. Captain Shanggong swallowed hard and reached out to take the storage pouch, opening it carefully. The instant it was unsealed, a strong stench of blood both fresh and rotten burst forth, causing the onlookers to instinctively cover their mouths and noses, their brows knitting in disgust. The captain's throat tightened, his voice trembling slightly as he said, This is a Ganyuan demon at full maturity, or is it too?" Before he finished speaking, the pouch's opening suddenly loosened, and a massive, Morathanium-sized lump of unidentifiable flesh and blood crashed heavily onto the floor. Blood splattered everywhere, the mass mashed into a grotesque, pulpy mess, reeking faintly of decay from being left too long. Dong Qishan stepped forward 2 paces, his face shadowed with stubble and streaked with fresh blood. His eyes were weary as he declared, "Just one. The 3 months of tracking it wore me down. I hit it harder than I should have, but it's definitely Ganyuan." The captain swallowed again, and several comrades nearby did the same. He bent down and pulled a wooden measuring stick from beneath the platform. The stick, about half the height of a man, was carved with intricate patterns along its spine. As he held it close to the bloody mass, the stick suddenly radiated a golden glow. Dark blood energy surged violently between the marks, instantly illuminating the entire Shanggong Hall. The captain announced loudly, "This demon is a fully mature Ganyuan, overflowing with evil deeds. This merits a top-tier merit award." A rumble spread through the hall, followed by whispers and excited murmurs. This artifact was the good-evil scale, specially designed to measure a demon's cultivation realm and life, as well as the weight of their sins. An enlightened realm demon glows green, a shape-shifting realm red, and a Ganyuan realm displays gold. If they were innocent in life, the blood energy would not appear, but the more heinous the crimes, the more blood energy showed. If the sins were monstrous, it would fill the scale completely. Now, with golden brilliance blazing and blood energy surging skyward, it was clear this ancient demon was not only a full Ganyuan, but also a mass murderer. Such a cunning fiend who hid well was rarely seen by ordinary people, let alone killed in battle. The Exorcism Division had not recorded such an achievement in a long while. Truly worthy of Captain Dong. Captain Dong really is extraordinary. Wasn't he only mid-Ganyuan level? To slay this old demon, remarkable indeed. Praises and flattery echoed throughout. Yet Dong Qishan's expression remained blank. He only raised his hand with an empty wave, as if wanting to say something. Then, his nostrils flared and his gaze turned toward the hall's entrance. At that moment, more captains caught an odd scent on the breeze, something floral mingled with heavy bloodstains, blending into an indescribably sharp and pungent odor. The smell spread rapidly, filling the entire hall in just a few breaths. As heavy footsteps drew near, a scarlet blood aura appeared outside the door, and a damp chill settled in the air. Many instinctively placed a hand on their sword hilts. A demon? Moments later, 3 stumbling yet upright young figures entered the hall, no older than 16 or 17. All 3 wore tired expressions. The lead youth's clothing was torn, his body smeared with blood. Both his fists were cracked and covered in dried blood scabs, and his face was streaked with blood. His calm eyes swept across the crowd with a trace of exhaustion beneath the surface. Even those captains with lower cultivation felt a chill run down their spines, as if their blood was freezing like being stared down by a mature Ganyuan demon itself. The atmosphere turned cold the moment the 3 of them stepped into the Shanggong Hall. It wasn't because of their youthful faces, but the icy sharpness in the eyes of the one leading the way, which chilled the already damp stone chamber even further. Soon, attention shifted from his gaze to the embroidered patches on their sleeves indicating they were personal attendants of the captains. Several captains exchanged glances, their brows involuntarily furrowing. Personal attendants of the captains? Whose subordinates are they? Coming to redeem merit points at month's end too? Whispered murmurs spread through the hall. The broken silence triggered a few muffled laughs. There were many rumors about Shanggong Hall within the Demon Extermination Bureau, along with unspoken but tacitly accepted rules. Personal attendants rarely showed up at the end of the month. The reason was simply no matter how many missions a personal attendant completed, their recorded merit was painfully sparse throughout the year. Even if they accumulated small accomplishments all month, it amounted to just the lowest ranks, while the captains claimed the majority. Under these circumstances, personal attendants naturally preferred to avoid the month-end periods when captains gathered. Over time, this became an unspoken understanding inside the bureau. Situ followed closely behind Wang Shouyong, quickly picking up on the sneers curling at the corners of the onlookers' mouths, and whispered quietly, "What are they laughing at?" Wang Shouyong cast a glance across the hall, noticing a narrow space had been cleared through the crowd, then stepped forward. "Ignore them. Let's go register first." But after just a couple steps, an invisible force surged from beneath his feet like a wall of air, halting him completely. The crowd parted as a black-clad captain approached slowly, his smile cold and not reaching his eyes. "What brings you here?" "Registering our merits, naturally." "What's wrong with that?" Wang Shouyong raised his eyebrows. At his words, the surrounding laughter grew louder. Several captains' eyes cut like knives, their glances loaded with ambiguous scrutiny. Some compared the three's faces and seemed to recognize something, pursing their lips and shaking their heads. Amid the increasing laughter, the corridor that had been cleared was deliberately closed off by the captains, completely blocking their way. "Nothing much, just that we're already in line." The black-clad captain raised a brow. "You step in like this and want to register? Do you not respect us?" Wang Shouyong met his gaze for a moment, then nodded with a sigh of understanding. "I see. I was reckless. I didn't realize everyone was already queued." He turned and led Situ and his sister toward the back of the line. But just as they took a step, a faint yet sharp sneer rang out behind them. Personal attendants under Captain Hu, just like him still clueless about the rules. The voice was calm but dripping with sarcasm. Hearing it, Wang Shouyong halted in his tracks. When the black-robed captain saw Wang Shouyong stop, he raised an eyebrow and sneered coldly. "What's the matter? Do you think I'm wrong?" Wang Shouyong slightly tilted his head, half smiling as he turned around. Only then did he fully realize. In this world, there is always unexpected malice, blunt, sudden, and repulsive, catching you off guard and leaving you disgusted beyond words. The captains waiting in line at the Shanggong Hall reacted differently. Some only now understood, others had long seen through the identities of the two men, folding their arms and waiting for the spectacle. Amidst the various expressions, the barely concealed hostility was the most glaring. Wang Shouyong studied the black-robed captain calmly and said, "If you are just accusing us of cutting in line, I can accept that. Orderly lining up is common sense. But suddenly pulling Captain Hu into Thisto, you have a grudge against him?" The black-robed captain let out a cold snort, revealing sharp, white teeth. "What nonsense. I have no quarrel with Captain Hu. But if he never taught you the rules of the Demon Exorcism Department, I'd be more than happy to do so." He raised a hand and pointed to the ground. "Of course, if you want to crawl past me, I won't stop you." Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward again, the sole of his boot striking the stone floor with a crisp sound. A pressure arising from the Ganyuan realm radiated out, making the air feel heavy and oppressive. The smile on Wang Shouyong's face faded gradually. Suddenly, he realized he no longer wanted to wait in line. With the thought, his feet naturally moved toward the registration desk. In the next moment, a fierce murderous aura nearly solidifying into a blood mist burst forth from his body like a beast just awakened, its blood-red eyes opening wide. Accompanied by a deafening roar, his figure vanished from where he stood and reappeared directly in front of the black-robed captain, shoulder charging fiercely. The black-robed captain obviously didn't expect Wang Shouyong to attack first. Frozen for a split second, he quickly sneered, "Looking for death?" His internal powers surged wildly. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, sidestepped, gathered strength, and with only 30 of his power, rammed shoulder to shoulder. "Get lost." Boom. The two forces collided, a gale sweeping through the entire Shanggong Hall. The captains all felt their eardrums ring and their clothes billow violently. The next moment, as if struck by a giant cannon, a figure flew backward, heavily crashing into the protective magic formation inside the hall. Looking closely, it was the black-robed captain. The formation's glowing runes trembled, rippling outward layer by layer. Accompanied by a muffled phut sound, the black-robed captain coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes vacantly only felt as if a mountain had struck him, his bones almost crushed. His mind went blank, and he hadn't even had the chance to fight back before being flung away. In a mere instant, the outcome was decided. The black-robed captain slid slowly along the formation and collapsed to the ground, struggling weakly. The Shanggong Hall instantly fell silent. All eyes turned sharply to the figure whose clothes were torn and who was at the Huai realm. Yet he calmly dusted off his soiled garments, breathing evenly as if nothing had happened. "If I hadn't been beaten by Captain Hu before, I wouldn't mind giving you a thrashing on his behalf today." As Wang Shouyong's words fell, the entire Shanggong Hall fell completely silent. Many captains stood with their mouths agape, but the sudden shock left them unable to speak. A mere chi transformation realm attendant had defeated a guardian captain from the perception illumination realm with a single strike. This scene upended years of their cultivated understanding, as if a muffled thunderclap had exploded deep within their hearts, leaving only echoing reverberations. The captains crowded in the aisle grew utterly silent, forced to watch helplessly as the three walked side by side toward the registration desk. Wang Shouyong's expression remained calm as astonished glances swept over him. He stood firm and said in a low, concise voice, "Register our merits." The captain in charge of registration felt a tightening in his chest under Wang's composed demeanor and instinctively swallowed hard. At that moment, Wang suddenly sensed a gaze fixed on him. He turned to meet Dong Qixin's eyes. Both men wore weary yet composed expressions. After a brief exchange, Wang averted his gaze, did not know this man, and was more focused on quickly reporting their achievements so he could return to update Liao Yuanqing on the situation at the Huang residence. Still stunned, the registration captain watched as Situ Wenfeng reached into his sleeve and placed a dusty gray pouch on the table with a sharp slap. "Thank you." The sound startled the registration captain awake. He nervously opened the pouch. Unlike Dong Qixin's earlier bloodstained bag that emitted a pungent stench, this one immediately released a strong floral fragrance mixed with the scent of damp earth. With a rustle, the pouch tilted, spilling glossy black stones onto the floor. Among them was a wildly menacing exotic flower, its petals bright red and twisted thorns sharp as blades. Stones? Flowers? The surrounding captains craned their necks and froze in disbelief upon closer inspection. What does this mean? Can you just pick any plants and stones to exchange for merits? Someone murmured doubtfully. Not necessarily ordinary, another pondered. These stones faintly glow, and that flower has its own divine aura. They might be spirit stones or precious flowers, but can those really be exchanged here at Shanggong Hall? Whispers of skepticism grew louder, with many glaring suspiciously at Wang Shouyong and his companions. Some even sneered, "This is Shanggong Hall, not some dumping ground for stray rubbish." The mockery cut through the hall like invisible needles to the ears. Yet Wang Shouyong remained unfazed, staring straight ahead, as if the room contained nothing but passing air. The registration captain cleared his throat awkwardly and forced himself to speak. "Young gentleman, perhaps you are new to the Demon Extermination Division and unfamiliar with the rules. This place is where you register your merits from slaying demons." "I understand. Thank you for handling the registration," Wang Shouyong interrupted calmly. Behind him, Situ Wenfeng added, "We have further reports for Lord Liao later. Please register promptly." The captain of the merit hall sighed helplessly. "Don't you understand? This place is for registering demons and monsters. Ordinary treasures or medicinal items cannot be recorded here to exchange for merits." Wang Shouyong frowned but spoke steadily and firmly. "I know you are doing your duty, but these aren't treasures or spirit stones. They are the corpses of 2 stone demons and flower demons. Just register them as such." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into loud laughter. "Does he think we're fools? These spirit stones and flowers show no sign of life, no spiritual aura. How could they be demon corpses? Besides, every demon corpse left behind a lingering evil chi, a trace of living spirit, and an aura of cultivation. These 2 pieces of stone and flower just make us laugh." "Aha!" The jeering echoed again and again, ringing painfully in the ears of the 3 men. Wang Shouyong's expression remained calm, but Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun's faces flushed red as they shot angry glares at the crowd. Situ Yun couldn't help but shout back, "These are demons. We saw them with our own eyes. How can this be fake?" The laughter grew louder and more contemptuous. Even the merit hall captain couldn't suppress a chuckle. He pulled out a measuring stick, the right and wrong ruler, and said, "You claim these are demon corpses, but this ruler can test authenticity. If they're true demons, radiant light will shine forth, and you'll see instantly." Situ Wenfeng frowned and urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Test it. Do you think we'd risk cheating with something else?" The captain shook his head and sneered, as if pitying them. "I'm afraid there won't be any light, and you'll lose face. Go ahead and test it." Situ Wenfeng bit his lip, eyes blazing. The captain said no more and placed the ruler near the stones. "I told you." His words were cut off halfway as all the captain's smirks froze instantly. A dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth, spreading over everyone's faces like a sunset. The laughter died abruptly. On the right and wrong ruler, blood-red evil energy surged rapidly. Half, 3/4, 5/8, then finally settled. Gold and crimson intertwined, and all the captains held their breath, dazzled and entranced. After a long moment, one captain muttered, perceiving the initial profound realm, full of accumulated evil, "This can be rated a first-class merit." Situ Wenfeng sneered coldly, his voice slicing through the silence. "Speak up. What merit?" First-class merit." Boom. The merit hall was thrown into uproar. "Perceiving profound merits. Is this true?" First-class merits can be directly exchanged for a perceiving profound cultivation manual. Are they from Captain Hu's squad? Could Captain Hu have slain the demons for them? Impossible. Captain Hu hasn't been in the exorcism department recently. I heard these three were taken away by Captain Sun Jiming and Tang Ying. Then it must be Captain Sun. The crowd's speculation thundered like a storm. Situ Iyun narrowed his eyes and loudly declared, Wang Shouyong personally accompanied the exorcism department and personally slew two perceiving profound demons. No one else was involved. What did you say? The merit hall captain suddenly looked up in shock, speechless. There's another perceiving profound one. Situ Yun's words struck like a thunderclap into still water, instantly sending ripples scattering in all directions. Inside the Shanggong Hall, every eye fixed simultaneously on the massive flower, standing as tall as a grown man. The captain gripped his moral scale tightly, fingertips trembling slightly as he pressed the ruler against the pedal. A burst of golden light flared brighter than before. The blood-red aura of evil seemed almost alive as it surged along the scale markings, swiftly climbing to 5/6 full. Another Ganxian. Another sign of accumulated evil deeds. Another top-grade achievement. Murmurs broke out one after another. All the captains were dumbfounded. In just a brief moment, Wang Shouyong, the newly promoted Chihua attendant, had already delivered 2 Ganxian demon corpses, both Ganxian, both top grade. If it were only one, people could chalk it up to luck or a surprise attack, but the second one made any notion of coincidence fall flat. Is the registration complete? Wang Shouyong's voice was steady, devoid of any emotion. It's done. The captain seemed to wake from a daze. Wang Shouyong cupped his fists, but neither explained nor sought praise, stepping directly toward the door. The Situ siblings followed closely behind. Sunlight stretched their long shadows across the stone floor, like pilgrims walking a corridor of light. Only once they had left did the heavy scent of blood finally begin to fade. The hall remained deathly silent. After a long pause, someone muttered, not long ago, he was still refining his body. Now suddenly he's Chihua. Their words seemed to cool the air by several degrees. Demon Exorcism Office. Hu Chengping landed lightly and pushed the door open. Liao Yuanqing, buried in paperwork, looked up. You're back. How did it go? Hu Chengping saluted casually, then silently tossed a jade scroll onto the desk. The dull thud echoed against the wooden surface. Liao Yuanqing picked up the scroll, catching the dark look in Hu's brow, already sensing the outcome. So it's true? He untied the cord, channeling his magic, and a series of still images appeared suspended in midair. The evil blood mountain stood intact, its forest lush. The people of Jishan County bustled noisily with uninterrupted music and festivities, everything normal to the point of seeming deliberate. The aftermath at Evil Blood Mountain was thoroughly handled, no traces detected by divination. There's not a trace of demon activity anywhere in Jishan County, Hu Qingping reported softly. Liao Yuanqing sighed lightly. I was prepared for this. Sending you was just an extra safeguard. It makes sense that you'd find nothing. But I'm not as open-minded as you, sir. Hu Qingping shook his head. Liao Yuanqing moved to the window, gazing long at the two characters' integrity and justice on the wall, murmuring to himself, since coming to Linshui County, my mind has grown calm. In my past official career, I acted recklessly too often. Now I realize sometimes only the hand of power can restore peace to the realm. Hearing this, Hu Qingping furrowed his brow slightly. Liao Yuanqing turned his head calmly and looked steadily into Hu Qingping's eyes. In a low voice, he said, so after you go to the capital, never be as reckless and straightforward as I was back then. Life is full of twists and turns. You must leave yourself some room to maneuver. Only then can you turn back and clean up the dirty business hidden in the shadows with ease and confidence. But sir, Hu Qingping scratched his head, I don't quite understand what you mean right now. What does this have to do with the affairs in Jishan County? Of course it's related. Liao glanced out the window, slowing his voice. These past few days, I've been turning it over and over in my mind, and I can't shake this unease. Since the battle at Evil Blood Mountain, Jishan County has been strangely silent. I'm afraid there's more going on behind the scenes than just collusion with demons. He paused, furrowing his brow involuntarily. But their true intentions remain opaque to me. If we can't find even the smallest clue back in Linshui County, the truth will sink like a stone in the deep sea, lost forever. Sending that boy and the two children from the Situ family to Evil Blood Mountain may have just been a false alarm that scared the snakes, letting deeper dangers slip by unnoticed. Hu Qingping, normally simple-minded, pondered this while staring at Liao's thoughtful expression, yet still couldn't grasp the source of the unease. He shook his head and said plainly, I don't get all these twists and turns. If Lord Liao wants me to kill demons, just tell me when. I'm ready to draw my blade at any time. Liao Yuanqing smiled wryly and changed the subject. Speaking of which, your 3 followers I assigned to investigate a strange case in Linshui County should be returning soon. Oh, Hu Qingping raised an eyebrow. Just those 3? Of course not. I also had Sun Jiming and Tang Ying leading another team secretly. Before Liao could finish, faint footsteps sounded outside. Hu Chengping turned toward the door. In the next instant, with a surge of spiritual power, Liao flicked his sleeve and the heavy hall doors suddenly burst open. Standing under the eaves outside were three figures. At the front was Wang Shouyong, his body stained with blood, clothes torn. His raised hand froze midair, clearly about to knock. Liao Yuanqing and Hu Qingping exchanged glances, each catching a flicker of shock in the other's eyes. What happened? Liao asked impulsively. Under the dim light, Wang Shouyong's entire left arm was dried with blood, the skin flayed and curling from his knuckles. His appearance was pitiful. Hu Chengping narrowed his eyes to look closer and, before Wang spoke, suddenly asked, "You have broken into qi?" Liao Yuanqing's eyes widened sharply. In the next moments, orders flew fast from the affairs hall. Several squads of officers rushed to the Huang residence, while more hurried to the clinic to treat the barely breathing Sun Jiming. A storm, seismic in force, spread visibly through the demon suppression department. Yet inside the hall, the air felt as if an invisible hand had clenched it tight, freezing everything. Rough and urgent voices rose in waves. "How did you break into qi? You were still just refining your body before." "What? Two of those three demons were Ganxian? Only having broken into qi, how could you kill Ganxian? Try that on me. Unheard of. Are you joking with us, old man? You haven't even mastered your martial arts properly, and you fought demons barehanded? This is qi refinement? I've roamed the Jianghu for decades. Today I've truly seen something new." All the doubt and astonishment stemmed from Wang Shouyong's account. After he laid bare the details of the Huang household incident, everyone fell silent. The Situ siblings added fragments how they were captured and rescued, making it all the more vivid, yet also stranger than fiction. Liao Yuanqing stood frozen on the spot. Hu Qingping remained silent, but stared at Wang Shouyong, an indescribable light flickering deep in his eyes. How could a Kistage cultivator have slain two Gangshuan-level demons? More baffling still, he had skipped past the early qi stage and stepped into the mid-level, unleashing punches like mountains and strikes like thunder without learning any martial techniques. Rather than calling him a prodigy, it was more fitting to say, "He truly is a monster," Liao Yuanqing murmured. It took more than half an hour before Liao Yuanqing finally composed himself, pushing aside all the shock and disbelief that conflicted with his understanding. He took a deep breath and looked up to meet Wang Shouyong's face. So young, it almost seemed unnatural calm, steady, yet carrying an undeniable weight of authority. Forcing down the turmoil in his heart, Liao Yuanqing's voice was low but urgent. "You just said the demons created a sealed realm and sent everyone in the Huang mansion inside to be refined?" Amid the flood of information over the past half hour, the only detail that truly gripped him was this most crucial matter. "Exactly." Situ Wenfeng smoothly continued without hesitation, though a furrow formed between his brows as he struggled to recall the name of the sealed realm. "The demons call that realm." Liao Yuanqing and Hu Qingping exchanged looks, both harboring a bad premonition. "Rinbao Riam, that's what the demons call that sealed realm." Situ Yun added. "What did you say?" Liao Yuanqing sprang to his feet, eyes flashing like lightning. In his fury, a burst of energy shot from his body, scattering the case files on the desk into wild disarray. Then he slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "Go to Huang Mansion immediately." Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Liao Yuanqing dashed out of the office. At the same time, a powerful, irresistible force of true qi swept up Wang Shouyong, Situ Wenfeng, Situ Yun, and Hu Changping, carrying them through the air. As they flew swiftly, the wind roared past, and the ground rushed rapidly behind them. The three hadn't even managed a startled cry before Hu Changping followed closely, caught up and swept away by Liao Yuanqing's force. "Lord Liao, what exactly is this Rinbao realm? Why such an extreme reaction?" Situ Wenfeng couldn't help but shout. "We'll talk once we reach the Huang mansion. If it really is the Rinbao realm, something terrible has happened." Liao Yuanqing's voice was grave, no more than a few words. Their speed in the Jinshuan realm was beyond normal comparison. What would have taken half an hour was now less than a short instant's time before the five of them landed in front of Huang Mansion. "Lord Liao." The gate captain recognized Liao Yuanqing immediately and cupped his fists in salute. The Huang Mansion was several times busier than it had been that morning. Captains went in and out, occasionally leading the Huang family members in questioning or carrying sealed items in and out. The Huang family members recognized Wang Shouyong and bowed respectfully around him, but neither he nor Liao Yuanqing responded, following Wang Shouyong's lead straight toward the east wing. Before the east wing, a chilling line of blades gleamed. Several dozen captains stood in 2 rows. Liao Yuanqing's gaze swept over them like a blade cutting through the night. One captain stepped forward to report, "Lord Liao, we entered and investigated the sealed realm. We found over 300 Huang family corpses inside, though not all have been registered yet. The number of missing is still unknown. Let's go in and see for ourselves." Liao Yuanqing decided swiftly, striding forward. They stepped into the wing. A flash of white light changed their vision drastically. Above pressed a blood-red sky. The dark scarlet earth seemed soaked in blood. As they landed, a strange crimson hue tinted their faces. Even in this eerie realm, captains searched around and cataloged belongings. It really is the Rinbao realm. Liao Yuanqing stared at the alien scene, his voice trembling slightly, knuckles whitened from gripping tightly. Sir, what's the explanation for this Rinbao realm? Situ Wenfeng followed closely, asking. Liao Yuanqing exhaled slowly, each word heavy like a drumbeat. The so-called Rinbao realm is a place where mortal lives are sacrificed to nurture demon beliefs feeding on resentment, drinking in dark energy, using flesh and blood as vessels, souls as offerings. When this is perfected, countless demon resentments can be hatched, transforming living beings into demons. Liao Yuanqing paused, his tone darkening. 500 years ago, a great demon appeared, forging the human treasure realm. Wherever it went, it razed cities and wiped out entire populations, leaving devastation in its wake. He slowed his voice, each word heavy as iron. That demon used this realm to slaughter mortals and build its power. Along the way, it forcibly awakened countless demons with cursed intent, turning millions of lives into agonized consciousness. In just one battle, the human race lost a century's worth of fortune. We believe the method to forge the human treasure realm had been lost forever, yet now it has reappeared. This is a calamitous upheaval. At these words, Wang Shouyong, Hu Changping, and Situ Wenfeng finally understood why everyone had rushed so urgently to the Huang estate. The human treasure realm crafted by that flower demon harbored such terrifying danger. Liao Yuanqing's gaze grew colder. Certain demons are lurking behind Jishan County. His declaration was resolute, brimming with murderous intent. Hu Chengping's expression tightened as he instinctively rested a hand on the long sword at his waist. The neighboring Linshui County already showed signs of an emerging human treasure realm, so the deeper suspicion around Jishan County hinted at even greater darkness hidden there. Is there any way to destroy this human treasure realm? Wang Shouyong asked anxiously. There is a way, Liao Yuanqing said gravely. Every human treasure realm has a formation core, bound by a suppressing artifact. Destroy that artifact, and you break the realm. Unfortunately, anyone below the Jinchuan level can hardly manage this. Why not? Hu Qingping pressed. Enough with the whys. Without entering the Ganyuan realm, you can't grasp the mysteries of heaven and earth. But even upon entering Ganyuan, it's like a mayfly staring at the sky. Only those at Jinchuan or higher, combined with certain methods, can break the formation core. Liao spoke calmly. Do you have confidence, sir? Situ Wenfeng hurried to ask. Maybe, but we have to try first. Liao Yuanqing frowned slightly, not making empty promises. Our primary task now is to locate the formation core. If I can't destroy it, we'll have to seal off this place and report to the capital, but a long wait invites complications. As long as the core remains, I won't find peace. Everyone nodded and followed. As they moved, Liao added, the formation core is actually not hard to find. It's where the Insha energy is strongest. Even if buried deep underground, that aura can't be fully hidden. He scanned the surroundings, but showed a flicker of doubt. Strangely, since entering this realm, I haven't sensed any unusually dense Insha. Could it be concealed by demon magic? Hu Qingping speculated. Unlikely. I just swept with my Kai-sensing technique. If a Ganyuan-level demon hit it, it shouldn't escape my eyes. Liao shook his head, voice firm. Hu Changping nodded thoughtfully. During their discussion, none noticed Wang Shouyong's subtle unease, pressed his lips tightly, and quietly averted his gaze. The object emitting the strongest Insha in this human treasure realm was probably that Buddha statue. Earlier, as he entered, Wang had clearly seen that the resentful energy of the Huang family members' dead spirits converged there. If that was true, it meant the Insha within the formation core had already been absorbed by himself. Could this cause problems? He reassured himself silently, probably not. After all, Lord Liao said the formation could only be broken by someone at Jinchuan. It couldn't be that easy. Before the thought finished, a patrol captain came running from a distance and snapped to attention before the group, his voice urgent. Lord Liao, we found something strange. The others exchanged looks, and Liao Yuanqing immediately commanded, let's go, lead the way. Guided by the captain, the five hurried forward, arriving quickly in front of the strange object. All eyes sharpened on the object, but Wang Shouyong quietly looked away without a sound. In the dark red soil stood a massive Buddha statue, buried upside down. Half of its face was tilted and sunk into the earth, revealing only a faintly smiling mouth corner and a single eye, while its cracked limbs lay exposed. Scattered around the statue were shattered fragments, like bones torn apart by great force, sinister and jarringly out of place. At first glance, Liao Yuanqing's expression darkened sharply. No doubt about it, this is the Array's eye. But I can't detect any trace of malevolent energy. It's truly bizarre. Hu Changping still held to his original theory. Could it be that a demon or spirit cast some concealment spell? Liao Yuanqing nodded gravely. Highly likely. For it to hide from my sensing, there must be a powerful master present here, someone at least on my level. Situ Wenfeng took a deep breath and stared at the half-buried Buddha face. His voice was low and heavy. Indeed, it's the Array's eye. Half hidden, yet smiling no matter how you look at it. It reeks of deadly energy. Situ Iyun shivered at the cracked statue's eerie aura, looking up anxiously. Lord Liao, is there any way to destroy it? Only one way to find out. Liao Yuanqing murmured after a pause, then nodded. Step back, everyone. If the malevolent energy is truly sealed inside, it could lash out when broken. No one dared to hesitate. They quickly withdrew in unison. Hu Qingping grabbed Wang Shouyong and swept him backward dozens of paces before setting him down. Wang Shouyong whispered uncertainly, maybe, there's no more evil energy inside after all. Do you understand this? Or does Lord Liao? Hu Qingping snapped. You're only at the Qi transformation stage, focus on yourself first. Embarrassed, Wang Shouyong fell silent and averted his gaze. Once everyone was in position, Hu Qingping swept his long blade across the ground. Instantly, glowing rune patterns lit up, forming a luminous barrier between them and the Buddha statue. Liao Yuanqing stepped forward again, pressing his palm against the Buddha's head. An icy chill seeped from deep fissures, like pressing against iron frozen for 1,000 years. The group held their breath, bracing for the worst. In the next moment, even through the barrier, they clearly felt a fierce gale erupt. A crushing pressure descended like the sky itself collapsing, spreading instantly across the entire Renbao realm. Large chunks of earth and stone shattered under the weight and were ground to dust. Far off, dozens of armed officers inside the realm looked up, stunned beyond words. Lord Liao has struck? That aura. Is that the legendary power of Zhenxian? Those closest to Liao Yuanqing, Wang Shouyong, and the rest were gasping for breath, shaken to their core. Once so approachable, Liao had already sent a terrifying signal just by gathering his energy. Wang recalled his past battles with the Ganxian demons and shuddered inwardly. Those two monsters only barely brushed the threshold of profound martial mysteries. If Liao unleashed his full strength, could he not turn them instantly to dust with a single palm strike? Amid swirling dust and sand, Liao Yuanqing slowly opened his eyes. His magic surged like a broken dam, rushing forth from his palm into the statue. Array eye break. Liao Yuanqing roared wrathfully. In the next instant, the already cracked Buddha statue twisted and contorted as if gripped by an enormous hand, its unknown material body writhing like a tangled rope. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the statue shattered into countless fragments, stone dust whipped up by a fierce wind scattering like heavy rain, striking the surrounding walls with sharp, crackling sounds. Liao Yuanqing suddenly stepped back several paces, his expression tense as if facing a deadly enemy. Hu Changping narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing at his waist as his long blade slid from its sheath. Wang Shouyong's eye twitched sharply, fixed on the swirling dust. After a few breaths, Ling Shui realm fell into complete silence, only the sound of falling rubble and drifting dust echoing faintly. After a while, the broken Buddha collapsed into a heap, dust hanging quietly in the air like mist. The group of officers felt as if their throats had been squeezed. No one dared to speak. Moments later, footsteps approached, boots crunching over rubble with creaking echoes. The might of Lord Liao's palm strike is truly terrifying. Lord Liao remains vigorous even in old age. His realm is profound, truly extraordinary. The officers gathered, flattering him with one comment after another. But soon they noticed Liao Yuanqing's already furrowed brow deepening further, like an iron chain tightening. Strange, why is there not even a trace of Yinsha energy? Hu Qingping snapped back to reality and returned with Wang Shouyong and two others, stopping beside Liao Yuanqing. Lord Liao, was it successful? It seems so. I think it worked. Liao Yuanqing's voice was absent-minded, his gaze drifting over the ruins. But where did the Yinsha energy go? I've never seen a true Ling Shui realm before. Could the records be wrong? Maybe there really isn't a formation eye? Seeing him almost doubting everything, Wang Shouyong couldn't help but speak up. Perhaps the formation eye was destroyed long ago? Liao Yuanqing shook his head immediately. Impossible. Within Lin Shui County, who else could have such skill except me? Then how do you explain the absence of Yinsha energy? Wang Shouyong pressed. This Liao Yuanqing murmured thoughtfully. Wang Shouyong added patiently. Maybe the demons never had time to nurture the Yinsha energy enough to form the eye. The Ling Shui realm never fully developed. At this, Liao Yuanqing reluctantly nodded. That's the only explanation. You've been here before. Was what you saw then any different from now? Wang Shouyong licked his dry lips, replying, no, I didn't perceive any Yinsha energy either. Then that settles it. Liao Yuanqing stroked his beard and sighed. Nurturing the Yinsha formation eye is difficult if it never fully formed. That makes sense. At those words, everyone finally relaxed. Wang Shouyong secretly breathed easier, putting away his worry. The secret that he could cultivate using Yinsha energy must never be revealed. If the people behind Jishan County found out, or if demons captured him, he would have no escape. Throughout human history, no one else has opened or transformed their qi through Yinsha energy. It's his one unique secret. The fewer who know, the better. So whether or not the Ling Shui realm in Lin Shui County truly has a formation eye, it's better left buried in dust forever. But he also thought, if Lin Shui County has a Ling Shui realm, Wouldn't Jishan County have one too? And if the Insha energy there is stronger? Thinking of this, Wang Shouyong felt a stirring excitement growing within him. For Wang Shouyong now, the most crucial energy for advancing his cultivation wasn't the natural qi of heaven and earth, but the sinister yin energy that demons rely on for training. A flash of insight struck him immediately. Jishan County, buried with countless restless souls, held enough lingering yin energy to fuel his breakthrough to the Ganyuan realm. But no matter how thick the vengeful yin energy, it wasn't something he could just pick up like trash off the street. He needed to find a legitimate, yet swift way to access it. Recalling how closely his power was tied to his status panel, Wang Shouyong soon remembered the 2 Ganyuan demon merits he held. Using them to gain entry to the demon prison seemed like a safe bet. With the Huang family case wrapped up and the Rinbao realm sealed off, Wang returned to the demon extermination office. After changing into clean clothes, he walked straight into the affairs hall and made his request without beating around the bush. You want to enter the demon prison? Liao Yuanqing put down his pen, raising his eyebrows. And you want to trade your 2 new Ganyuan demon merits for it? What's this about? Wang Shouyong looked serious. Lord Liao, I haven't tasted demon flesh and blood in a long time. I do miss the flavor. Liao Yuanqing burst out laughing. Do you really think I'm that gullible? Would I fall for that? Wang scratched his head, ready to explain, but Liao waved him off. It's just a prison visit. You don't need merits to exchange. They'll write you a pass, take it, and handle it yourself. Wang was stunned. Really? If I say yes, then yes. Do you know who you're talking to? Liao gave him a stern look. Yes, the demon extermination office's seal means more than gold. Wang hurriedly nodded. Liao took up his brush and swiftly wrote 2 characters on a sheet of rice paper. Let pass. He stamped it, folded it, and handed it over. Take this and show it at the prison gate. Cradling the pass like a precious treasure, Wang turned to leave but heard Liao's calm voice behind him. Training with demon flesh is one thing, but your body is full of yin energy that won't escape the sharp heat. Afterward, pick up a copy of the Xian gathering method from the cultivation hall. Calm your aura well. Though spoken lightly, his words struck Wang like a cool autumn breeze. He took a deep breath and bowed solemnly. Thank you, Lord Liao. After a pause, he winked and grinned. Since you understand, I'd also like to borrow that demon-suppressing stone of yours for a taste. Liao's face turned deadly serious. Wielding his magic, he barked, get out. The door slammed open with a boom, and a force gently but firmly ushered Wang outside. Hanging midair, he shook his head helplessly. Really stingy. Clutching the pass, Wang didn't linger. He hurried straight to the demon prison entrance, where Li Gui stood, still trembling with residual fear. Seeing Wang, Li's expression changed as painful memories flickered behind his eyes. Lord Wang, what are you doing here? Just taking a look around, Wang answered coolly, heading directly for the prison gate. Stop. Demon Prisano unauthorized entry. 2 armed guards, unfamiliar with him, crossed their spears to block his way. Li Gui was about to explain that Wang was a newly appointed close aide of Lord Wang, when Wang quietly produced the pass and handed it over. The 2 commanders exchanged glances, then reached out to take the note. After reading the handwriting, their eyes widened in surprise. Official Liao's own handwriting. Li Gui froze in place, watching as the 2 usually arrogant commanders suddenly retracted their spears and bowed respectfully. Please, step inside. Thank you. Wang Shouyong carefully folded the note and slipped it into his pocket. There was no deadline written on it. Perhaps it would come in handy later. He turned toward Li Gui. You take care of your tasks. I have business to attend to inside first. Ah, okay. Li Gui shivered at the sight of Wang licking his lips, inexplicably feeling a chill deep in his stomach. Before he could say more, Wang strode boldly into the demon prison, leaving Li Gui shivering alone in the wind. A wave of foul stench hit him, as familiar and unsettling as mildew on old clothes. Wang Shouyong paid no mind, his steps swift as the wind. Passing each cell, he peered inside. The first, the second, the third. He finished the entire first floor before retreating with a look of disappointment. No new demons had been added to the first floor in days. Most prisoners had vanished without a trace, clearly executed once their secrets were extracted. The few left were either ones whose powers he had already consumed or those of no value at all. The leech demon who once contributed the unstoppable momentum power was still alive, shivering in the shadows and shrinking away at his approach. Wang Shouyong gave it only a cursory glance, lacking even the slightest interest to stop. He made his way straight to the stairs leading down to the second floor. The staircase was dark and deep, with magical formations glowing coldly above it. He tried using his badge several times, but to no avail. Suddenly, Li Gui's warning from his first visit echoed in his mind. There's a magic formation blocking the way to the next floor. You need a commander's hand token to proceed. Chuckling to himself, Wang patted his forehead and headed back to the entrance. He called over a commander. Could you do me a favor and open the magic formation? He'll be quick. His tone was polite. Not at all, not at all. You're handling official business for Master Liao. How could it be a trouble? The power of the note made the commander extremely deferential. The commander took out his badge and touched the formation. The light melted away like snow under the blazing sun. There. This formation will remain open for 1 hour. If you need more time, just call me. Much appreciated. Wang Shouyong clasped his hands in thanks. Just as he stepped down 2 stairs, he suddenly thought of something and called back. By the way, brother, are there formations on the 3rd underground floor too? Do those also require a commander's token? The commander hesitated, frowning. Yes, but the 3rd floor holds powerful Genjue realm demons. Though their yin and sha energies are sealed, their bodies remain impervious to normal qi transformations. Are you truly going? Wang Shouyong said nothing more, pulling out Liao Yuanqing's note once again. Thank you in advance. The characters were bold and imposing. Seeing this, the captain could only smile wryly and shake his head. He led Wang Shouyong all the way down to the entrance of the 3rd level. Without even glancing at the dark, abyss-like depth below, he touched the formation array with his badge, instantly dispelling the barrier. The formation on the 3rd level was even quicker to dissolve, lasting only half an hour. Remember, no matter whether you finish your task within that half hour or not, you must return quickly, the captain warned seriously. The Xian demon was no ordinary transformed demon both in intelligence and realm. It was a veteran devil. Half an hour was more than enough time for them to accomplish many things. Hearing this, Wang Shouyong became serious, nodding respectfully. I will follow your instructions carefully. Seeing his earnest expression, the captain let out a sigh of relief. After a few more reminders, he left the demon prison. Once the captain was gone, Wang Shouyong opened his panel. His heart began pounding rapidly as countless entries refreshed on the screen like a cascading waterfall. Ding. Entry detected nearby. Ding. Entry detected nearby. Ding. Entry detected nearby. Lootable entries. 8,080 blue entries. Wang Shouyong felt like a poor boy suddenly surrounded by piles of gold and silver treasure. He salivated instinctively, licking his lips in anticipation. He was about to get rich. The 2nd level of the demon prison held 16 transformed demons in total. Wang Shouyong strode purposefully to the 1st cell and opened the door. Inside lay a severely battered fox demon. Upon seeing him enter, she weakly lifted her eyes but soon lowered them again. I want talk. We, Qingxiu Mountain. What are you doing? A sharp, disbelieving scream came from the fox demon inside the cell. Let me go? Don't. You can't do that there. The other demons in the adjacent cells, hearing the fox demon's agonized cries, couldn't help but look toward her door. But separated by thick walls, they had no idea what exactly was happening inside. Just hearing those heart-wrenching screams made them shiver. Could the magic exorcism department have added new tortures? Such pain and despair forced the fox demon's cries. The demons trembled. After a moment, a figure appeared slowly down the corridor, a youthful, tall silhouette. He leisurely took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. TSK. The stench of fox musk is so strong. The demon's pupils contracted in fear upon hearing this. The young figure turned his head toward the 2nd cell, licking his lips slowly. He's not human, murmured one demon, a chill running through their body. Don't worry, I'm in a hurry. You'll be next soon enough. SHSHH. Moments later, screams echoed from the cell's, agonized howls and pleas for mercy as though the demons inside were enduring the cruelest torment in the world. Heaven have mercy. These demons, raised on devouring mortals as mere snacks, never imagined a day would come when they themselves would be hunted and consumed bitten piece by piece like livestock, their flesh torn and eaten alive. Survival of the fittest was the harshest truth among demons. But when did humans start eating demons? And in such brutal, savage fashion? This shattered the very understanding of these terrified demons. In that brief quarter of an hour, the demon prison was shrouded in an indescribable aura of terror, sinking into the deepest panic it had known since the inmates were first confined. Time dragged on, and finally, from the last cell on the 2nd underground floor, a stifled wail broke out, piercing and desperate. Please. Wang Shouyong stepped slowly out of the cell, his eyes blazing like fire, blood staining the corners of his mouth. He closed his eyes and savored the exhilaration brought on by the swirling vortex within him. This power was even stronger than during the battle at Huang Mansion. At the same time, a refreshing chill spread from his core through his veins, soaking every inch of his skin, rapidly healing all hidden injuries and ailments. The exhaustion and wounds remaining from the Huang Mansion were visibly dissolved under this cool energy. 2 abilities within his body harmonized perfectly. Bloodthirst allowed him to recover quickly by devouring fresh flesh, while digestion greatly enhanced his internal metabolism and repair. The flesh and blood of demons had become his most precious resource. But that wasn't all in the process of consumption. He absorbed the very essence of each demon, squeezing them until they were barely clinging to life. He didn't just eat the drank blood and absorbed marrow, wringing every ounce of value out of every shape-shifting demon. All the lingering aftereffects from the Huang Mansion battle were completely wiped away, and his vitality grew even stronger than before. Wang Shouyong felt his chest an abdomen blazed like a furnace, burning fiercely. Seeing countless status entries flood his interface, he couldn't help but exhale a rush of scorching breath. It was precisely this sensation that thrilled him. Rubbing his now empty stomach, he wasted no time and headed toward the third underground floor. Although half an hour of open time remained, Wang Shouyong's hunger was insatiable, and he satisfied all his cravings within minutes. The passage was deep and cold. As he moved further down, the chill grew increasingly dense and heavy until the ground beneath him was firm and even. He felt as if his shoulders bore the weight of heavy dew, wet and cold, soaking his clothes and chilling him to the bone. But what ordinary people would find unbearable, the dampness and cold could not suppress the fiery heat boiling within his soul, fueled by his 9 constitution. He looked up and around. Although the darkness was thick, it lacked the oppressive, stifling weight of the second floor. Faint shapes moved slightly inside 5 nearby cells. There were still 16 shape-shifting demons locked on the second floor, but here on the third, only 5 Gongxian demons remained. Wang Shouyong shook his head, feeling neither sadness nor joy. It struck him as only reasonable. If Gongxian demons were cast into the mortal realm, they would inevitably wreak havoc wherever they roamed. For a small place like Linshui County to imprison 5 was already quite a feat. He habitually opened his interface to scan the area, but suddenly froze in the darkness, his breath catching. His body trembled slightly, like a starving man spotting a sumptuous feast. His eyes glinted with a captivating light amid the blackness. "Boy, come here quickly. I have something to tell you," came an aged male voice from the deepest cell, gentle and kind, like an elder inviting a junior for a quiet talk. Wang Shouyong swallowed, his voice trembling slightly. I'm coming. Don't worry, I'll be there right away." At that moment, a pale blue panel that only he could perceive fluttered into view, displaying a few lines of text. Ding. Entry detected nearby. Can loot entries. Purple entries 19, gold entries 1. Among all the word entries he had ever seen, the only golden one was the demon-suppressing stone owned by Lord Liao. The dazzling illusion god gold still lingered vividly in his memory. Yet here, on the third underground level of this demon prison, he actually saw a golden light again. This was the second golden word entry he had ever encountered in his life. According to the guards, this level held only demons of the Gongxian rank, which normally couldn't produce golden word entries. What mistake had occurred, Wang Shouyong couldn't tell for now, but he understood this might be the highest tier within his reach so far. Excitement and desire almost made his breath quicken. He couldn't help but quicken his pace toward the cell deepest inside. Just as he took a step forward, a chill ran down his spine. Wait. He swiftly summoned his personal panel and locked his gaze on the glaring purple light at the top. Celestial Calamity Lone Star Purple. Let me get rid of this source of disaster first. He ground his teeth inwardly. Ever since acquiring this entry, misfortune had struck one after another, ringing alarm bells in his head. If anything went wrong later and that golden word entry slipped through his fingers, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The panel prompt appeared. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesis candidates. Celestial Calamity Lone Star, photosynthesis, gentle willow in the breeze, incomplete 2. Choose synthesis direction. Enhance entry, generate random entry. This time he didn't hesitate to give up enhance. With 5 useless purples in hand, no one would bother to hold on to any of them. Celestial Calamity Lone Star completely worthless. Photosynthesize is a cultivator traveling thousands of miles a day who needs food. Gentle willow in the breeze weakens constitution, a pure liability. As for the 2 incomplete entries, they made him a pitiful man missing 2 of his 6 roots. This will be my first golden word entry. Without the Celestial Calamity Lone Star, let's see what fate has in store for me today. He muttered under his breath and decisively chose generate random entry. Random entry generating. Words flashed, and the panel's pointer spun rapidly at the center. Streams of purple light converged and swirled into a vortex. The glow grew dense, gradually darkening. Suddenly, a streak of golden light quietly pierced through the black veil like dawn breaking. Within breaths, it spread across the entire area, completely swallowing the darkness. Finally, a shining golden orb slowly rose on the panel, and within its glow, a new word entry appeared. Wang Shouyong narrowed his eyes, focused, and read steadily. God's Dice Gold. When facing a critical choice, you may roll the dice to seek divine guidance. The dice will show you the way. God's dice? He was momentarily stunned. At the end of the word entry floated a fist-sized crimson dice, slowly rotating. Each of its 6 sides was inscribed with pure white characters. Great blessing. Good blessing. Medium blessing. Neutral. Minor disaster. Great disaster. As long as you're not foolish, you can grasp the meaning of each choice. This new ability was completely different from Wang Shouyong's previous power-ups that only enhanced himself. It was more like a mystical tool for divination. In other words, whenever he faced a decision, he could use it to pick the safest, most advantageous path. Thinking this, he licked his lips, feeling a fiery anticipation swell in his chest for the first time. The God's Dice gained from the Celestial Lone Star is truly worth it. Amid that burning excitement, a hoarse, aged voice drifted out from the depths of the dim corridor's prison cell. Young one, why do you hesitate? This old man only wishes to talk. Why linger and not move forward? Wang Shouyong looked up, the flickering light dancing in his eyes, and smiled faintly. Old man, don't be impatient. Let me roll the dice first. What? Before the ancient demon could finish speaking, Wang Shouyong moved his mind. The blood-red dice slid out from the abilities page, hovering before his eyes as it slowly spun. He silently asked himself, I want to go deep into the third level of the demon prison, entering the last cell. How is this choice? The dice fell. The bright red six sides whirled in the air, swirling into a thick mist that blurred the inscriptions like shadows. After a moment, the fog withdrew, revealing identical words on all six sides. Moderate. It's not excellent or very auspicious. Wang Shouyong raised an eyebrow, feeling a hollow sinking in his heart. It seemed this journey would be perilous but not rewarding. He reconsidered and quickly asked something else. I want to go deep into the third level of the demon prison, entering the first cell. How is this choice? He rolled again. The blood-red dice weaved through mist, finally slowing and stopping. A flash of red light revealed 3 gleaming golden characters. Very auspicious. Seeing this, surprise finally surfaced on his face. The first cell was pure benefit, without a hint of danger. In contrast, the last cell was probably not as sweet as imagined and might hide deadly traps. Having made up his mind, Wang Shouyong turned without hesitation and headed toward the first cell on the 3rd floor. As if noticing his choice, the most distant prison suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then that aged voice grew agitated and restless. Young one, why don't you come to me? I'm willing to reveal the greatest secret of my life. You don't want to hear it? After years of imprisonment, this old man is sick of it. If you don't trust me, bring a few captains to accompany you. I know you're only at the mediocre chi stage, but my demonic power is sealed. I have no strength to resist. What are you afraid of? If you're really scared, bring 2 captains along. Young one. Stopping at the iron bars, Wang Shouyong glanced at the first cell at his feet. The emaciated bull demon lay slumped in the corner, thick black blood congealed around it. The youth frowned, eyes flicking toward the darkest iron door, and said coldly, quiet. Your turn will come soon. What's the rush? The ancient demon's breath faltered, anger smoldering yet silenced. Wang Shouyong strode into the first cell. A chilling cold swept over him, strangely refreshing. Broken thunder punishment chains and blood-red iron shackles lay on the floor, illuminated coldly by pure white moonlight. As he stepped in halfway, the bull demon in the corner flashed a cold gleam in its eyes, its once dying body suddenly breaking into a cunning smile. Whoosh! A violent suction suddenly roared up like a vortex, sucking the wind and dust toward the bull demon's gaping mouth. Wang Shouyong's body pitched forward abruptly, the force pushing his feet to sprint. The bull demon bared its fangs, its voice a muffled thunder. Where did this insolent brat come from? You deserve to be devoured by me, huh? The bull demon suddenly launched an attack, but Wang Shouyong showed not the slightest worry. So far, the panel he relied on had never once been wrong. If it rated something as extremely auspicious, there was absolutely no chance of error. Confident in his heart, he didn't try to resist the bull demon's tornado-like suction. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and slammed his fist hard into that blood-red maw. Ha 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 ha, little runt, inviting death. The bull demon roared hoarsely, saliva dripping from its fangs, seemingly eager to chew its prey into pieces right then and there. Boom. The punch landed abruptly, a deafening thud that seemed capable of splitting the entire underground 3rd level apart. Demons in the other cells looked up, feeling the iron bars tremble and the rock walls shedding dust as if the mountain itself was shaking. Moo! With a brutal scream and the sound of flesh tearing, a thick metallic sweet smell quickly filled the air. Inside the first cell, blood splattered everywhere as the bull demon staggered backward, heavy chains scraping harshly against the ground and leaving deep grooves. A large chunk of flesh was ripped clean off its shoulder, exposing stark, white bony, a gruesome sight. Wang Shouyong glanced down at the bloody chunk of meat in his palm with cold eyes. Actually, I don't like beef. Before he finished speaking, he tore off a strip of muscle fiber, slurped it into his mouth like noodles, casually chewed twice, then swallowed. But if we're talking monster meat, bull demon's not bad at all. Consider yourself lucky you get to see me smiling as I eat your flesh. He closed his eyes slightly, a faint smile curving at his lips. Behind that smile, the familiar panel data quietly surfaced. Entry acquired. King of Endurance Purple. In the domain of endurance, you are unrivaled. When using demonic power, consumption is halved. Unfortunately, he was still just a mortal, harnessing the chi of heaven and earth along with Inshin chi, and hadn't yet touched demonic power. This attribute wasn't much use to him now, but it was valuable foundation for future synthesis and too precious to discard. In the darkness, the gravely wounded mystical bull demon stared at Wang Shouyong's calm smile and felt a chill shoot down its spine and into its brain. For the first time, It experienced genuine fear. The man standing before it was more demon than demon itself. The chunk of meat fell to the ground, splattering blood. Wang Shouyong took a step forward. The bull demon struggled wildly, retreating as chains clanged and rattled, but it was ultimately pinned in the corner. Wang Shouyong's gaze roamed over its body before settling on the spine. His 5 fingers, like iron nails, instantly pierced into the flesh. Shhrrk. The sound of vertebrae snapping echoed as blood sprayed out. He tore off a piece of spine-attached meat while activating his absorb technique. A tingling warmth surged from his palm into every limb and bone, an exhilarating pleasure that nearly made him hiss quietly. To prolong the sensation, he narrowed his eyes and kept pulling life force with his left hand while stuffing fresh bloody meat into his mouth with his right. Second bite, third bite, fourth bite, fifth bite. Thanks to the absorption, the metallic bloodiness in his mouth was diluted and no longer offensive. The flame of life inside him erupted like gasoline poured on a fire. He remembered the demon head absorbed on the second level was only a mere transformed spirit, yet the vitality of this mystical bull demon before him was more than 100 times that of the transformed spirits. At that moment, the panel appeared, displaying the successful plundered attributes: drunken bull purple, inexhaustible purple, earth-crushing trample purple, long-distance purple. A moment later, Wang Shouyong casually tossed the demon bull who couldn't even manage a roar onto the ground. He then tore off a fresh patch of its hide and calmly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After confirming the panel's entries were correct, he stepped out of the cell and headed straight for the second one. The demons on the third underground level were already trembling in fear. When Wang Shouyong appeared, they shivered uncontrollably. No one could understand how a mere human at the Qi transformation stage could radiate such a terrifying aura that even demons feared. Even less understood why he would consume demons. What do you want? Yeah. The piercing scream shattered the silence. In the second and third cells, Wang Shouyong moved like a ghost among the lifeless. His internal digestion constantly drove the process. The scalding demon flesh he swallowed seemed to melt instantly in 1,000-degree magma before it transformed into viscous spiritual liquid, greedily absorbed by his bones and blood. His cheeks flushed crimson, muscles bulged with each bite, as the combined effects of absorption and bloodlust steadily strengthened his foundation into something unbreakable. The plundered attributes kept stacking: Overlord purple, spiritual awareness purple, blood-thieving fangs purple. Line after line of purple words blinked on the panel. By the time he emerged from the third cell, his presence had transformed completely compared to when he first entered the dungeon. The remaining demons stood frozen in their iron cages, eyes filled with disbelief. This human was more monstrous than the monsters themselves. Counting the panel entries, 15 purple attributes flashed before him. Wang Shouyong nodded with satisfaction. Pushing open the door to the fourth cell, he found a fat rat demon lying on the ground, its flesh and blood intact, but already breathless. He had sensed something was off earlier: 5 demons, but only 19 purple attributes and 1 golden attribute displayed on the panel. Except for the old demon at the deepest cell, someone had made a mistake. Now the answer was revealed. What a pity, he murmured softly. TSK, youngster, I thought you had a heart, pitying a Genshin demon? Ha ha ha. From the darkness at the end of the corridor, the old demon's laughter resonated, bouncing off the iron bars with strange excitement. Wang Shouyong shook his head and stepped out of the cell, stopping in the corridor. The only thing I pity is that this fine meat didn't make it into my stomach. With that, a faint, ambiguous smile curled the corner of his lips. A murderous aura exploded, his jet black hair flowing wildly though no wind blew, his eyes dark and piercing. Are you human or demon? The old demon's voice trembled. Wang Shouyong ignored him and flicked his thoughts. The dice on the panel clouded by mist. Once again he chose: be prepared for battle. Strike the moment I enter the cell and subdue the old demon. The dice spun and stopped. Extremely fortunate. The answer appeared, and finally a relaxed smile crossed his face. Youngster, come closer and listen. The old demon's voice came again, his intent unclear. Wang Shouyong hesitated no longer. The murderous energy inside him surged like a tide, racing wildly through his meridians. Every inch of his flesh and blood yearned for release. With a stomp, his figure flashed like lightning into the third cell. Looking up, he faced a giant 3-meter-wide bat spreading its wing membranes, white fangs gleaming, black eyes cold as an icy abyss, staring down a corpse about to die. Yet in the next instant, the old demon felt the world spin before he could blink. He was hoisted into the air. Looking down, he saw the young Kistage human locking eyes with him, a faint teasing smile on his lips. Wang Shouyong's eyes curved slightly, half-smile lingering. His fist gathered power like a collapsing mountain and roaring ocean as it crashed down on the old demon's chest and abdomen. Boom! Blood and flesh splattered, bursting open deep within the third level of the demon prison's innermost cell. The bad old demon stared down in shock, eyes locking onto the massive bloodied hole torn across his chest and abdomen. Strands of torn flesh hung, exposing the quivering organs within. In the next instant, a silent roar exploded from his mouth. "Shut up!" Wang Shouyong shouted angrily, cutting off the demon's scream. The bat-old demon froze for a moment, his gaze flickering before the steel palm pressing down on his neck pinned him, firm no chance to resist. A fierce light flashed in Wang Shouyong's eyes. Without hesitation, he pressed one palm hard against the demon's throat, sharp and searing like a blade. "Absorb." His voice was icy and resolute. In that instant, countless streams of vital energy surged into Wang Shouyong's body like an unstoppable flood, overflowing in endless torrents. This wellspring of life force was so abundant it surpassed the combined vitality of all the demons on the third level. Wang Shouyong's eyes half closed, nearly intoxicated by an unprecedented wave of pure exhilaration. What kind of technique is this? The bat-old demon was struck as if by lightning, howling in terror. He tried to curl up and bite Wang Shouyong's arm just inches away, but his neck was firmly clamped and he was unable to move an inch. Desperately flapping his wings, he found them pierced by chains. 9 holes ran through the wings, locking limbs securely between the ground and the wall. The dark, evil aura he once commanded was now severely restrained and almost impossible to unleash. He could not understand why this mere junior officer only at the chi refinement stage had attacked so ruthlessly at the first moment. Even less could he grasp how all his former power had vanished the moment he was captured. The only certainty left was that if this continued, his lifespan would be exhausted within half an incense stick's time. "Spare me. I have something to say. Don't you want to hear it?" The bat-old demon begged hoarsely. Wang Shouyong gave no reply. The rush of absorbing life force elevated him to a peak of bliss, sucking him in completely. Who, upon reaching the summit of a roller coaster, would willingly reject the thrilling rush of that final crest? Unwavering, he squeezed the demon's throat tighter, his palms seeming ready to crush the spine at any moment. His strength grew fiercer, already out of control. "Spare my life, young one. I have a secret about prolonging life, a secret that could open the path to immortality." The bat-old demon, gasping for breath and weakening, offered this final desperate gamble. That words finally broke through Wang Shouyong's trance. He opened his eyes. "I've heard that once before." His voice was calm but sharp as a blade. The bat-old demon writhed frantically, struggling wildly without grasping Wang Shouyong's true meaning. Indeed, he had heard that secret clearly last time. When Wang Shouyong hunted the unstoppable force attribute, a giant leech had pleaded for its life, claiming to possess the same secret to entering the profound perception realm's path to longevity. Now this bat-old demon repeated the same tired gambit, using the immortality path as a bargaining chip to beg for mercy. "Since you say so, I won't hold back." At that moment, the dying bat-old demon suddenly sensed the steel palm crushing his neck no longer emitted that terrifying aura. What followed was the eerie stillness, as if his life essence had stopped leaking altogether. The old bat demon's face lit up with a pleased expression, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes, though he outwardly smiled happily. "Very well, lean in close, and he'll share a secret with you," he coaxed gently, his voice dropping lower. "Once you know this secret, you will rise above all others, no longer just a bullied subordinate within the Demon Suppression Bureau. You will soar to new heights. Your talent will no longer be mediocre. You will be a rare, God-given prodigy unmatched in both heaven and earth. Those who once looked down on you will be forced to look up. The woman you adore will never again appear in another's arms. They will." His voice trailed off, becoming quieter still, as if a mysterious enchantment wove through his words, drawing in anyone who heard them. Most people would have been slowly ensnared by such tempting promises and leaned in to listen to the old demon's alluring vision of grandeur. But Wang Shouyong was no ordinary man. Raising a brow, he quickly sensed the dark, sinister energy swirling in the air, and his own necrotic constitution began to glow faintly on the status panel. "You talk too much," Wang Shouyong said with a smile. In the next instant, his right hand plunged into the wide, gaping wound in the bat demon's chest and abdomen. Seizing the demon's stunned moment, he tore off a large chunk of flesh and stuffed it into his mouth. His movements were fluid and practiced, as if he had done this countless times before. In a flash, with a ripple in his throat, he swallowed the bloody meat, the foul taste filling his senses. "WWHY?" The bat demon's eyes bulged in shock, searing pain radiating from his entrails. "Why weren't you deceived by my spell?" Wang Shouyong said, slick-tongued, tearing off another strip of flesh and putting it in his mouth. "I won't tell you. Just stay ignorant while I finish devouring your body. Then he'll leave, and you can watch me go." As the blood and meat slid down, his body seemed to grow stronger by several degrees. Obtained attribute, mesmerizing charm purple. You are born a master of enchantment. Your words confuse and disorient others. Obtained attribute, silent strength purple. Your voice is both your sense and your weapon. Although subtle, its power is enough to remain covert. Wang Shouyong glanced at his status panel again, ripped off 2 more chunks of flesh, and swallowed them whole. Obtained attribute, Daytime hiding purple. You dislike the daylight. In the sun, all your powers weaken considerably. Obtained attribute. Night killing purple. You are the king of darkness. When night falls, your necrotic energy doubles. With that, Wang Shouyong absorbed all the purple attributes from the old bat demon's body. From inside the cell came anguished wails and screams of disbelief. What have you done? Give it back. Give it back to me. The bat demon's eyes wept blood. His gaze held nothing but unbearable pain, profound hatred, and terror. Underneath these cries, Wang Shouyong's impassive face finally flickered with a subtle change. He gripped the bat demon's neck, bowed slightly, and whispered softly into his ear. Shoo. His voice was low and lingering, as if summoning a hazy dream. Suddenly, as if frozen by an unseen force, the bat demon's entire body went rigid. Abundant necrotic energy violently surged through the cell, crashing like waves and almost taking solid form. Don't rush. You still owe me one last gift, Wang Shouyong said gently, like a close friend sharing a secret, a faint smile touching his lips. Yes, the last gift. The old demon struggled weakly, repeating the words in a hoarse whisper. Then, murmuring softly, he ceased struggling, seeming to ignore the agony coursing through his body. He straightened his chest slightly, fully exposing the bloody hole in his abdomen before Wang Shouyong. Thick, sticky blood trickled down, pooling on the cell floor like a mirror's reflection. Wang Shouyong plucked a small piece of the bat demon's heart and liver, curled out his tongue, and gently swallowed the flesh. Ding. Obtained attribute. Immortality golden. Eternal longevity gold. Hidden within your bloodline lies the secret of immortality, allowing you to extend your lifespan by drawing on the divine souls of others. The sharp, chiseled characters on the panel caught Wang Shouyong's eye like blades cutting into stone. At that moment, the bat demon seemed to sense something. It abruptly snapped back to full awareness. Its previously hazy pupils suddenly cleared. Then, an overwhelming emptiness surged up from the deepest core of its being, like an unfathomable abyss that hollowed out its entire body. What have you done? The bat demon lowered its head, staring into the void as if witnessing the shattered remnants of its own broken form. Its voice trembled as it repeated this impossible question. Take a guess. Wang Shouyong spread his arms wide as if bidding farewell, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Slowly, he stepped backward, distancing himself from the prison cell. Outside the cell door, the bat demon's desperate, agonized roar tore the air, each sound like a blade slicing through flesh and soul, shaking the spirit to its core and threatening to drag it into madness. I've killed you. I've killed you. Don't leave. Beast, I will kill you. Give it back to me. Wang Shouyong descended to the first underground level, then suddenly looked back. A magic array was slowly sealing shut behind him, cutting off the bat demon's piercing cries, swallowed by cold damp air until they vanished completely. Passing through row after row of prison cells, the demons inside shrank away at the sight of him. Fear clung to their decayed, mutilated forms. These twisted shapes were nothing more than empty shells drained of all power, living bodies stripped of soul and spirit. Ignoring them, Wang Shouyong's steady steps led him out of the second underground floor. The magic array abruptly sealed behind him as he climbed up the stairs. Soon, he returned to the main gate. A flash of dazzling white light burst forth. Sunlight pierced his face, causing him to squint involuntarily. A strong, youthful voice sounded nearby. Did you get the job done? Turning, Wang saw the captain who had escorted him into the prison just half an hour earlier, yet it felt like a lifetime ago. Yes, Wang Shouyong replied succinctly. The captain appraised him from head to toe and finally relaxed. Good to see you're fine. Even with Lord Liao's personal seal, I worried about you being alone down there. Now you're out. I can finally rest easy. His expression unchanged, Wang Shouyong replied politely. Thank you for your concern. Back on the surface, his demeanor returned to calm warmth and steadiness. After exchanging a few words, Wang Shouyong left the demon prison. The captain watched him disappear around the corner but frowned, his expression troubled. Another captain tapped him on the shoulder, snapping him back to reality. What's wrong? The other asked. Nothing, it's just the first captain hesitated, searching for the right words. Don't you feel like he looked different coming out than he did going in? Surprised, the second captain scoffed. How could that be? He was in the demon prison less than half an hour. You don't believe people change that fast, do you? If so, would all look different every day? Hearing his colleague's laughter, the first captain's cheeks flushed. The strange feeling lingering in his heart slowly faded. He shook his head with a self-mocking smile. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Just jokes, nothing more. Their laughter echoed as they went on. Returning to the small cabin in District 23, Wang Shouyong closed the door behind him and settled quietly onto the bed. At last, he exhaled a long breath. In that moment, the tension that had gripped his nerves loosened for the first time. After traveling all that way, he finally understood the brutal power of the blazing sun. The scorching sunlight pressed against his skin like an invisible branding iron. What once felt like gentle warmth now burned so fiercely that he couldn't keep his eyes open, his mind restless. He instinctively sought refuge in every shadow cast by the eaves along the way. At last, he pushed open the wooden door of his small house, locked it behind him, checked carefully to ensure no one was around, then sat down on the edge of his bed. Taking a deep breath of the dusty air, he summoned up the familiar interface in his mind. Golden light, purple glimmers, and blue radiance intertwined across the panel. Boundless longevity gold. Divine dice gold. Yin-yang infinity purple. Earthfall purple. Better to shatter, like jade blue. Having just fought his way out of the demon prison, he reviewed every entry again. Golden entries, 2. Purple entries, 29. Blue entries, 86. Green entries, 2. Only those 2 green entries in spirit body and master mimic stood out as glaringly dull amid the dazzling colors. Wealth had made green look shabby. He shook his head to dispel the snobbish thought, clenched his fists, and let his gaze roam the list once more before restarting the fusion interface. Do you want to proceed with fusion? Choose fusion direction. Enhance entries generate random entries. Without hesitation, he tapped enhance entries and selected power of 100 bears blue, moon hell blue, blood nourishment blue, cotton candy blue, better to shatter like jade blue. Of these, blood nourishment and cotton candy were his greatest gains from the demon prison. Blood nourishment, combining bloodthirsty blue and digestion blue. This entry allowed him to devour flesh to grow stronger while rapidly digesting any residue, completely truly, making one entry more powerful than 2. Cotton candy, replacing the old cushion blue, it let him absorb heavy blows as if falling into soft clouds, greatly reducing the impact and evolving him from a mere meat shield into a master of absorb, transform, and strike tactics. If enemies pushed past his limits, they'd still face his secondary mirage defense. As for the other 80+ blue entries, most simply enhanced his body or senses and weren't as efficient as upgrading these core entries. The road to power always demands tough choice. Gritting his teeth, he pressed confirm. Enhancing. Enhancement successful. New entries appeared. Power of a flood dragon purple. Moon howl purple. Blood nourishment purple. Cotton candy purple. Better to shatter like jade purple. 20 blue entries turned into nourishment as 5 main entries underwent comprehensive upgrades. The most striking was power of 100 bears, which had surged from strength of 9 bulls to now power of a flood dragon, increasing not just 1,000-fold but beyond. Wang Shouyong clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, feeling as if a miniature volcano lay coiled inside him, ready to erupt at any moment. He even suspected that with a mere snap of his fingers, this wooden house beneath him would be pulverized. But this was still far from enough. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his gaze burning fiercely. The warlike spirit in his chest rumbled like distant thunder. If purple was the power of a flood dragon, then what would gold be? Wang Shouyong's eyes were bloodshot, his mind exhausted yet strangely exhilarated. Perhaps it was the excitement, or something else, but he could distinctly feel his blood heating up, as if slowly boiling over a fire. He fixed his gaze on the lines of text on the panel. Power of a flood dragon, purple, then noticed 2 more purple entries. Heaven and Earth's living spirits purple and night kill purple. Without hesitation, he dragged these 2 into the list for enhancement as well. Heaven and Earth's living spirits purple came from the stone demon, with only one note. You are favored by heaven and earth. All cultivation will naturally follow. To ensure smooth future progress, he locked all 3 entries together and mentally commanded enhance. Enhancing. Enhancement successful. The new entries power of the wandering dragon gold, sacred spirit of heaven and earth gold, and night kill gold appeared simultaneously. His joy lasted less than a breath. Suddenly, a pain that felt like his bones were being torn apart exploded through him unexpectedly. He curled up, clutching his knees, nails digging deeply into his palms. Veins bulged one by one. His internal organs twisted and shifted as if grasped by unseen hands. Uffed. A mouthful of blood shot from his throat, splattering the hovering panel projection. Flesh and blood churned inside him, twisting unbearably like countless knives slicing through. If someone had skinned him alive right then, it could not have been more agonizing. Even his vocal cords were shredded. He couldn't scream, only trembled stiffly. Every heartbeat hammered like a red-hot iron hammer inside, his blood boiling as though ready to burst through his veins. Sweat mixed with droplets of blood oozed from his skin, collecting on his neck and falling onto the muddy floor of Hut 23 in the dog ward, releasing a strong, acrid metallic scent. No one noticed that deep inside those drops of blood, faint golden sparks flickered. On the panel, the entries longevity without end, 9 body, and shadow death body flashed simultaneously, as if resonating secretly with each other. 15 minutes passed. Half an hour. A whole hour. Time felt thick and distorted, nearly imperceptible. At last, unbearable pain pushed his consciousness to the brink. Black mist swirled before his eyes, and he tumbled off the bed. His shin barely brushed the bedpost, yet the entire wooden bed shattered into dust. Palm hitting the ground left a clear handprint in the mud. By now, he was disoriented, pupils unfocused, eyelids heavy as if weighed down by the chaos before the creation of the world. Yet, just at this moment, the entry's 19 body purple and day concealment purple began flashing again, their light pulling toward each other, clearly signaling a new mutation. Had Wang Shouyong been fully conscious, he would have noticed that both entries shared a common trait, overlapping and combining to create an effect greater than the sum of their parts. The 19 body 1 in 10,000 with such a rare constitution. But during the day, you suffer weakness. You dislike sunlight. Under its glare, all your abilities falter and grow feeble. These two daytime drawbacks left Wang Shouyong nearly defenseless. After single-handedly battling the two demons at the Huang residence, he barely had time to catch his breath before rushing to report to Lord Liao. Then he stormed into the demon prison to plunder new abilities, never pausing for a moment. The relentless pace was draining every ounce of his energy. Meanwhile, he had just completed an enhancement of his abilities, multiplying his physical strength several-fold. Mentally, he was pushed to the brink of exhaustion, yet his body had grown stronger than ever, a violent contradiction raging within him. Outside the window, golden sunlight blanketed the lodging area. His small room in District 23 was bathed in warm light. Dust motes floated like tiny mayflies caught in the air, turning into a shimmering field of stars in his dizzying vision. Pain surged to its peak throughout his body, but suddenly his heart slackened. Maybe it would be better to die. The thought flashed through his mind. Darkness overtook his sight, and his body suddenly lost all sensation as he collapsed heavily onto the bed. That sleep became the deepest, most dream-filled slumber since arriving in this world. Dusk faded, fiery clouds dimmed, and cool moonlight took over the night sky. Silence fell except for faint insect chirps. The dream stretched long and deep, time slipping by without a sound. In that dream he forgot the demons, forgot the looming dangers barely kept at bay, forgot the heavy burden of this world. All his weariness dissolved like wisps of smoke into the boundless darkness. Dreams are a powerful force. Countless masters throughout history have attained enlightenment through them. The boundary between reality and illusion blurs, spawning infinite possibilities. Shut up. At a village nestled against the mountain's base, on a muddy path slick from recent rain, a boy trudged forward unevenly, bearing a tattered knapsack. Mud splashed over his straw sandals and pant legs, even smearing half his face. He looked like a bedraggled beggar crawling out of a mire. Yet his dark eyes held a resilience and clarity far beyond his years. He was speaking to the empty air, arguing with some invisible presence. A while back I listened to your trickery, practiced the method you revealed in a dream, and nearly shattered all my cultivation. From now on, don't fool me again, the boy said through gritted teeth. The ring on his finger glowed faintly, trembling slightly in response. Kid, you're truly ungrateful. How magnificent the realm inside dream's truth hides within the illusion. Shut up, the boy interrupted again, halting his steps. The old voice from within the ring pressed on unwillingly. That method I revealed is meant only for the truly wise. Since you cannot comprehend it, you still have a long path ahead. No need to walk any further. The boy looked up calmly. The voice faltered. We've arrived at Linshui County. The boy gazed ahead at the boundary where a stone tablet stood, its surface carved with the characters Lin Shui in iron and silver script. Ing Banqing walked along the dirt path through the fields. The nearby farmers and field women glanced at him curiously as they worked, but said nothing. It was common for beggars to pass through the ridges between the fields, but someone so young and carrying a kind of otherworldly grace, a little beggar like him, was truly rare. Like a firefly suddenly lighting up the night, no matter how dirty his clothes were, he couldn't hide the innate clarity about him. Since I've arrived in Linshui County, the road ahead should be much easier, he murmured to himself, his footsteps steady and unceasing. Inside his mind, the ghostly figure of an old man with white hair and beard appeared, his voice laced with frustrated reproach. It should have taken you long enough by now. If you had traveled swiftly with your chi transformation cultivation, why suffer so much hardship and travel so many days on foot? Follow my instructions. Break into the perception realm in one step, and you could reach Linshui County from the capital in 3 days. The villagers around couldn't see the old man and showed no reaction. Ing Banqing, however, was used to this. He raised a hand and made a faint gesture toward the ring on his finger in response to a ring left to him by his mother, which had begun glowing gold 3 years ago, allowing the old man to manifest. The old man claimed his soul had long since left his body, forcing him to inhabit a spiritual object. He said he had once been an important figure in life, but had forgotten his name and origins, only recovering fragments in dreams. Most of the secret martial techniques Ing Banqing learned came from these dreams. They had notable effects, but also flaws, sometimes seriously destabilizing his powers. A while back, if he hadn't been careful, he would have either lost all his cultivation or fallen into madness. So when the old man pushed him, he only nodded perfunctorily. I know. You're right. The old man glared and sighed heavily. Useless old wood, impossible to carve. Before the words fell, hurried footsteps sounded from the other side of the ridge. Someone broke through the villagers' protests and lunged at Ing Banshing, shoving something into his hand. Looking down, he saw a steamed bun, covered in smeared black fingerprints and still warm. Raising his eyes, he scrutinized the woman before him. Her hair was wild and unkempt. Drool trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her tattered clothes were as dirty as his own. Yet her eyes curved in a crazed smile, like a mother looking at her child. Eat, eat, she urged. Ing Banshing instinctively stepped back, eyes wary. The old man drifted around the woman, scanning her solemnly. Don't worry, this person has no cultivation. Just a mortal. Another person hurried over, bowing repeatedly and apologizing. Then he turned and grasped the woman's shoulders, speaking in a low voice. Mengyu, why are you being foolish again? Look carefully, this isn't your son. Lies. He is. He is. My son is just this size. Mengyu's eyes widened, voice hoarse but stubborn. The man sighed resignedly and waved his hand helplessly. Mengyu, your son, never mind. Just don't disturb others. I just wanted to give my son a steamed bun, but everyone tries to stop me. Maybe he's hungry. He loves the buns I make the most. By the path at the village entrance, a woman named Mengyu clutched an empty bamboo basket, her frantic, tangled words spilling out in a hoarse voice. Her emotions grew more intense. Then suddenly, as if something choked her throat, her face turned blank. Her lips moved, but no coherent words came forth. The cries drew a crowd of villagers. Several women hurried forward, pulling Mengyu aside, whispering soothing words while casting uneasy glances at the newcomer. Some stiffened, biting their lips tight, their eyes betraying hidden sorrow. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a coarse linen jacket sighed and approached the outsider, Ing Banshing, lowering his voice to explain, I'm sorry, sir. Our village was stricken by a monster's curse recently. Her own son was taken and eaten by the creature. Since then, she's been struck with madness. Sorry to trouble you. Understanding the situation, Ing Banshing exhaled softly and waved it off. It's all right. The middle-aged man studied him. You don't seem local. Are you here on some business? Where are you headed? I'm going to the demon department in Linshui County. Do you know the way? Ing Banshing replied honestly. At this, the village quieted somewhat, many villagers lifting their heads to look at him. Oh, yes, of course, I know the way. The man pointed outside the village. Just follow that narrow path. There's a signpost at the fork. Follow it straight through. Following the indicated direction, Ing Banshing saw a thin, winding path with a crooked wooden sign carved with travel instructions. Thank you, he said, bowing slightly. Not wanting to linger in the oppressive atmosphere, he turned to leave. Though no danger had yet come his way since entering Sangzi village, he still felt the air thick with an unspoken heaviness. But after a few steps, someone called out from behind, wait. Ing Banshing turned to see a stumbling old man hurrying over, clutching several grass paper-wrapped flatbreads, which he almost shoved into Ing Banking's hands. He looked down at the breads, then back at the middle-aged man, smiling helplessly. Seems this old fellow is affected by the curse too? Before the middle-aged man could speak, the old man gasped and waved him off. In this village, some are afflicted by monsters, some gone mad. Only old folks like me stay clear. You're traveling alone, and the demon department is far. Worried you'd go hungry, so I made some breads for you. Ing Banshing frowned, the weird feeling tightening inside him, but kept his tone calm. Thank you, but I'm just passing through. We don't know each other. Why help me? The old man awkwardly scratched his gray beard and lowered his voice. To be honest, I have a small favor to ask. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. A few years back, a boy from Sangzi village, about your age, entered the demon department. We never heard from him again. I want to ask you, if you go there, please find out how he's doing. If he's still alive, send a message back, or even a letter. It would ease the village's worries. Oh, then why don't you go yourself? Ing Banshing asked casually. The old man was silent for a moment, eyes downcast. The demon department is a noble place. Cutting down demons is a great deed, but it's very dangerous. He went alone, chasing glory, and took big risks. If his voice dropped so low it was almost a whisper, if I went, I fear I'd hear bad news. He sighed deeply, his back seeming to fold in on itself. So I ask you to do it. If he's alive, please bring back a message. If not, just pretend I never asked. All right. If he's still alive, I'll make sure to pass on your words. Ing Banshing nodded, placing the heavy breads in his pack. What's his name? Gowa. Got it. Inside a bustling inn in Linshui County, the room was filled with guests engaged in lively conversation. I heard some doctors have been to the Huang residence these past few days, but they're still powerless. Who knows what kind of illness it really is? Are you talking about that notice Huang residence posted a few days ago? I think ordinary doctors can't treat a cultivator's strange illness. Huang residence is just grasping at straws. Exactly. And of all people, it's that demon exterminator from the demon expelling office who fell ill after saving Huang residence recently. That's why the Huang family posted the notice everywhere and spent a fortune inviting renowned physicians from neighboring counties. And the result? Nothing. Those so-called famous doctors went into the demon-expelling office full of confidence, but came out with their heads hung low. They said it's hard to diagnose a cultivator's ailment. The funniest was one called Li Huich and couldn't find the cause, and even said this person has no disease at all. He's just asleep, ha ha ha. Loud laughter echoed beneath the eaves of the second floor. The warm scent of wine, aroma of meat on iron plates, and the clamor of voices blended together, making the teacup in Banking's hand tremble slightly. He sat by the window at a small square table, quietly chewing preserved meat, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd. But his mind had already drifted to the demon-expelling office at the far end of Chongqing Street. Chongqing Street was the very destination of his journey. After arriving in Lincian County yesterday, he hadn't rushed to act, choosing instead to rest and prepare his gear at an inn overnight. After washing and dressing early this morning, he came to the inn reputed to have the most reliable news to inquire. After half a day of listening and observing, the rumors he collected matched the conversations of the diners. 1. A few days back, the Huang residence was attacked by demons. A disciple of the demon-expelling office at the Qi transformation realm slew the demon, but then fell into a coma. 2. It's now been 3 full days, and all medical methods from the demon-expelling office's clinic have been tried with no result. 3. Seeing no improvement, Huang residents posted a high reward notice at their gate and spent heavily to invite several esteemed doctors from neighboring counties, but still no cure. The news was useful and just what he expected. Banqing tapped the rim of his cup, recalling the assignment from the Sidhu family to find a way to infiltrate the demon-expelling office, preferably to stay close to the Sidhu siblings for a long time, and if the opportunity arose, to eliminate that disciple at the body refinement realm. With his mastery of the Qi transformation realm, killing a body refinement opponent would be easy. It was getting inside that mattered. Before arriving in Lincian County, he had intended to present himself as a wandering cultivator seeking to join the demon-expelling office, but now he had found a better angle. Old Fong, do you understand medicine? He silently called the old man, dwelling in his mind. Medicine? Humph, just some minor tricks. I have traveled the entire realm and seen countless cultivator ailments, came the arrogant reply. That's good. Resolute, Banqing set down his cup and rose. Leaving, he spilled some coin on the table for the wine and casually asked the way to his destination. Soon the majestic Huang residence appeared ahead with its elegant vermilion gates and jade-colored tiles. On the high white wall, a notice was boldly written in neat black characters. High reward for curing the demon-expelling office's Qi transformation disciple's mysterious illness. Banqing glanced over it briefly, then reached out and tore the paper off the wall. The instant the sheet peeled away, passers-by gasped, whispering in surprise and confusion. What are you doing? A shout rang out sharply. A newly hired guard at the gate's edge flinched, leveled his spear, and rushed forward a few steps. Banqing flicked his sleeve as he faced him calmly. I am a physician from Huangya Commandery. I heard your residence has a strange illness no one can treat. I have come to diagnose it. Please lead me inside. You? The guard sized him up again, nearly swinging his spear at Banqing. Not very old, but quite full of himself. Before his words had even faded, an invisible yet heavy pressure descended from above, instantly enveloping the head guard. The passers-by around them continued chatting and walking as if this oppressive aura belonged to him alone. The head guard looked up in shock and saw the young Banqing standing with his hands behind his back, looking down at him with a faint, almost mocking smile. Qi transformation. The head guard's mind shook violently. His fingers loosened, and the long spear clattered to the ground. Do you believe me now? Banqing's voice was gentle, but carried an unshakable confidence. Yes, I believe you. The head guard nodded quickly, voice urgent. They'll take you there right away. He dared not delay, but inside, he was in turmoil. Someone so young already reaching Qi transformation level. Even if his medical skills were mediocre, his family background and abilities must be extraordinary. If he really could cure the master's strange illness, it would ease a major concern for the Huang family. Following the head guard's lead, the two passed through the layered shadows of the flowered front yard, wound around the twisting corridors, and finally reached the Huang mansion's reception hall. Upon entering, a faint herbal scent greeted them. Inside, Huang Xiao, head of the Huang family, leaned against a grand chair, pale and frowning, coughing incessantly but still forcing himself to rise and greet them with folded hands. Such a young physician, yet so confident. I expect your medical skills are indeed remarkable. Banqing returned the greeting calmly. I come from the Medicine Valley of Huangya County. I heard that a mysterious disease is spreading in Linshui County with generous rewards. Passing through here, if Master Huang trusts me, please lead the way. No rush. Huang Qiao coughed lightly, hiding disbelief behind his eyes as he appraised the boy. Barely 17 or 18. Nearly the same age as Wang Shouyong in the mansion. Could he really be capable at such an age? What is your name, doctor? Banqing. Dr. Huang Qiao coughed again. Since you claim mastery, could you first take my pulse? My health has been declining recently with no clear cause, causing me great distress. Banqing's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly understanding. Indeed, not every baffling case posted by the Exorcism Bureau could be handled casually. Simply making it past the announcement was not enough. True skill was required. A flash of thought crossed his mind as he quietly called, "Old Fong, what do you make of this?" The ring under his sleeve trembled, and a translucent figure materialized from the air. Old Fong appeared, circling Huang Qiao 3 or 5 times with hands behind his back and furrowed brows, then let out a soft strange. Ing Banking's chest tightened. If even Old Fong saw no clues, not only could he not join the Exorcism Bureau, he wouldn't even get through its doors. Yet his face showed no sign of panic. He rose, approached Huang Qiao, and gently placed his fingers on his pulse, eyes half closed, movements composed as if decades of experience. "How is it, Dr. Ing?" Huang Qiao's patience was thinning, his voice low but urgent. Ing Banqing furrowed his brow slightly and whispered almost inaudibly, "Old Fong, what do you see?" Old Fong hovered midair, clicking his tongue with wonder, his voice hoarse and ethereal. This man's 5 viscera are weak, his internal spiritual fire overactive yet waning, indicating frail meridians. His complexion is dull, like a candle flickering in wind, his life barely holding on. Lips are gray-black, skin emaciated, his fate seems flawed. This is no natural calamity, but a human-made harm? Though Ing Banqing did not fully grasp the meaning, he carefully noted everything Old Fong said. Master Huang swayed slightly, repeating Elder Fang's words in a daze. Huang Qiao froze in place, blinking after a long moment. "Did I get that right?" Ing Banqing raised an eyebrow, his tone gentle but resolute. "I've heard that your residence was once occupied by demons. I suspect the deficiency in your energy is because those demons drained your vital essence. Am I correct?" Huang Qiao nodded, finally recognizing the young doctor's skill, and exhaled deeply. "What you say is absolutely right. In your opinion, how should I restore my depleted essence so I won't fall victim to these demonic afflictions?" Behind Ing Banqing, Elder Fang's ghostly form appeared, chuckling as he interjected, "This is simple. Teach him the health-preserving method I revealed to you in a dream half a month ago. Longevity will be assured." As these words fell, Ing Banking's mouth twitched sharply before he looked at Huang Qiao and said, "No hope." The color drained from Huang Qiao's face as if plunged into an icy abyss. After a pause, Ing Banqing softened the grim demeanor of a judge from the underworld. "If it were anyone else, that might be the only option. But I do have one path you can try, Master Huang." "What method?" Huang Qiao, like a drowning man clutching his last straw, asked eagerly. Ing Banqing withdrew his hand from Huang's wrist and took a step back, a restrained smile on his lips. "They'll explain once I return from the Exorcism Bureau." Only then did Huang Qiao remember the 2 officers lying, or rather, unconscious at the Exorcism Bureau, Sun Jiming and Wang Shouyong. Sun could wait a bit, but Wang needed urgent care. He immediately rose and called his servants. "You know, they'll personally escort Dr. Ing to the Exorcism Bureau. Prepare the carriage." An hour later, the carriage slowly came to a stop in front of the Exorcism Bureau's gate. Huang Qiao stated the purpose clearly and smoothly, brought Ing Banqing inside. Because the Situ siblings had been persistently working behind the scenes, Huang's frequent visits carrying doctors had not been obstructed. On the contrary, entry was granted freely. Unfortunately, each visitor arrived full of hope, but left with heavy expressions and vanished the next day. The medical hall was helpless and could only move Sun and Wang into the same ward for easier treatment. As Ing Banqing stepped through the courtyard gate, a sharp shout rang out. "Watch out, boy!" His heart jolted, instinctively halting as his internal energy surged. Huang Qiao was startled and looked around, but found nothing unusual. "What's wrong?" Ing Banqing frowned, lowering his voice. Elder Fang's figure suddenly became solid, his face pale as death, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the direction of the medical hall. His voice trembled. "That way you must never go that way. Make yourself clear," Ing Banqing said under his breath. Huang Qiao saw him staring far ahead and guessed he had found the problem, quickly explaining, "That direction is the medical hall. The patients have been treated there these past few days." Ing Banqing paused briefly, suspicion only deepening. At his ear, Elder Fang's voice was grave beyond words. "There is an immensely powerful demon there, nearly reaching total spiritual cultivation." "What did you say?" Ing Banqing blurted out. Huang Qiao believed he was just asking for clarification of the location and sighed wryly. "I'm telling you, that's exactly the medical hall." "I know." Ing Banqing interrupted hastily, quickening his steps as he moved away from Huang Qiao before lowering his voice to continue. "Don't get it wrong. How could the exorcism department possibly keep a great demon? You think it's in the demon prison? No, that place is to the far southwest. I do sense a chaotic mass of demons there, but the great demon I mentioned is in that so-called medical hall. Its vitality is terrifying. I've lived 2 lifetimes and never seen power like this. If its aura weren't so faint, I'd almost be convinced it's already reached the Jinchuan realm in any case. This place is extremely dangerous. Under no circumstances get close." Those words stunned Ing Banqing. Since receiving the ring, he had almost always acted according to Old Fang's guidance, narrowly avoiding countless deadly traps and relying on Old Fang's instructions to enter cultivation. In just 3 years, he had advanced from an ordinary person to complete Huaji level. Although Old Fang's methods sometimes involved pitfalls, his discernment had never failed. If he said there was a great demon, it was unlikely to be mistaken. Could the exorcism department really be harboring a great demon no one has noticed? Ing Banking's heart sank. That demon's life, fate shines like golden light piercing the sky, its foundation like a trapped dragon coiled, its energy pure to the extreme it truly exists. It spells a shocking conspiracy. Boy, your innate constitution is rare. Don't go offering yourself as demon fodder. Old Fong spoke rapidly, every word laced with urgency. Ing Banqing took a deep breath, but still couldn't fully believe it. Hiding a demon inside the exorcism department without detection, it just doesn't make sense. Whatever you do, don't go. Do you think I want to harm you? Hurry away, Old Fong urged. To turn back, just steps into the exorcism department? Ing Banqing frowned. I won't be satisfied without seeing it myself. Maybe your eyes are failing, and you're mistaken, things like this have happened before. Saying that, he strode forward. Old Fong blew his nose and spun around in the air in frustration. Fine. If you insist on courting death, who can stop you? Muttering angrily, he retreated into the ring and fell silent. At that moment, Huang Xiao caught up, panting. Young healer Ing, what's going on? Nothing important. Let's go. Ing Banqing waved him off, but silently tightened his nerves. If he sensed even the slightest danger, he would withdraw immediately. The priority was survival. The two of them passed through crowded corridors, avoiding noisy martial training grounds and storage rooms, heading straight for the medical hall. The physicians entering and leaving wore worried frowns, shaking their heads with sighs. Patrol captains glanced in, whispered briefly, then left. For days, the medical hall had been shrouded in this oppressive atmosphere. Inside, the unchanging scene was the Situ siblings guarding the bedside, with Sun Jiming and Wang Shouyong lying in a coma. When Ing Banqing and Huang Xiao entered, the Situ siblings looked up hopefully, expecting good news, but seeing only Huang Xiao, they lowered their heads silently again. Returning from the Situ manor, they thought everything was resolved. Yet the next day, Wang Shouyong collapsed unconscious. Taken to the medical hall, no symptoms could be found. Even stranger, the dispatched messenger bird, Duanhong Eagle, had yet to return to the capital, leaving the household without a word. One misfortune after another seemed deliberately targeting them. Situ Wenfeng gazed at Wang Shouyong on the bed, his face pale and worn. He whispered, Shouyong, if you don't wake soon, we'll have no choice but to bring you back to the capital. Just then, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head, only to see a youth with glossy black eyes staring fixedly at the person lying on the bed. To outsiders, Ing Banqing seemed utterly stunned, his gaze sharp yet silent. In truth, only he knew that the ring on his chest was burning fiercely hot, so intense that the faint image of an old man with white hair flickered out like a wisp. Burning me to death. This ring. You brat, you actually made it here? This place clearly has AUH. Master Fang's voice shifted rapidly from exasperation to fear, then to astonishment, his expression changing 3 times in one short sentence. If Wang Shouyong were awake, had probably joked that Fong was a master of changing faces, but unfortunately Wang still lay unconscious, and only Master Fang's figure drifted back and forth in the medical hall. This is impossible. Master Fang's eyes widened, as if witnessing the most absurd sight of his life. Situ Wenfeng didn't hear the outcry. He only saw Huang Xiao bringing Banqing inside. Seeing the young man standing there speechless, he asked with curiosity, who is this young brother? Huang Xiao, looking worn out, gave the usual introduction. This is Ing, a young healer from Physician's Valley. I heard there's a rare and difficult illness here. Maybe he can help. Oh, Situ Wenfeng nodded, but his tone was flat. Over the past few days, every medical master Huang Xiao brought had been praised to the skies, yet none could cure Wang Shouyong. Not even Sun Ziming's disease was diagnosed properly. On top of that, the newcomer was just a boy their age. He had long since lost hope, and was only thinking about sending Wang back to the capital as soon as possible. Situ Wenfeng withdrew his gaze and shook his head lightly. Situ Yun sighed softly and stepped aside. Healering, please have a try. From our cultivation perspective, Big Brother Wang's qi and blood are abundant, but a lingering weakness clings to him. There's been no improvement for days. Ing Banqing said nothing, only the corners of his lips twitching slightly. He stepped forward and grasped Wang Shouyong's wrist. This was the secret sound method Master Fong had taught him, imperceptible to others. Master Fong, this is the very person I must deal with on this trip. Dark energy surged from his fingertips as Ing continued silently in his mind. If I quietly sever his life force with the Lingshu technique, I can return to the capital by tomorrow. No, Master Fong suddenly shouted. Why? Ing frowned slightly. Because I'll explain when we have time. For now, you absolutely can't act. Even if you must, it must be done slowly and carefully. and that Situ Tianyuan isn't necessarily trustworthy. The orders he gave you might not all be good. Ing Banqing closed his eyes. To outsiders, it looked like he was carefully feeling the pulse, but his lips continued to tremble faintly. Fine, he'll find an excuse to withdraw for now. He'll memorize his face and wait for him to be alone. Then you don't have to leave just yet. Ing Banqing froze. Why? Because this patient's condition is actually very simple. If you want to join the Demon Exorcism Bureau, now would be a good opportunity. Ing Banqing had been sitting with eyes closed, lost in thought, but at this whispered sentence he abruptly opened his eyes. His dark pupils blazed like torches. Beside the bed, Situ Wenfeng stared intently at his reaction and quickly asked, Dr. Ing, what's the diagnosis? The young man nodded vaguely and muttered under his breath, Well, Fong Lao, tell me. As he finished speaking, only he could see the faint shadow of Fong Lao materialize in the air, hands folded behind his back, gazing down at the figure on the bed. Wang Shouyong. Fong Lao's eyes were sharp as knives, seeming ready to cut through flesh. This person's condition is not really a disease. At its core, it's very simple. He's asleep. Ing Banqing had intended to repeat Fong Lao's diagnosis word for word, but upon hearing asleep, he couldn't suppress a smile. Situ Wenfeng spoke again, Dr. Ing, well? Wait, let me think. The boy hurriedly shut his eyes to stall, heart shouting. Fong Lao, clarify that. Asleep? Can it really be that simple? The truth is he's asleep, Fong Lao said calmly. His pulse is irregular, his chi surging to the top of his head, yet his body is weak as ice. This confused those great doctors before. If he were just asleep, after all the fuss he'd have woken up by now. Who sleeps that deeply in this world? Don't rush, Fong Lao spoke leisurely. I said he's asleep, but that doesn't mean he's unharmed. His internal vitality is abundant, yet the 8 principles of yin, yang, exterior, interior, cold, heat, deficiency, and excess are all out of order. It seems he's afflicted by cold, but really the excess fire is trapped inside. Yin demons oppress the liver, heart, and spleen. He's undergoing a transformation and so remains in deep sleep. Though Ing Banqing was still confused, he caught the key point. Then how do we wake him? Stab him, Fong Lao replied bluntly. The boy's eyes snapped open. Situ Wenfeng frowned, seeing his expression was odd. Dr. Ing, after all this time feeling the pulse, do you have a conclusion? Ing Banqing twitched nervously and forced himself to answer. Well, there are some clues. Seeing his hesitation, Situ Wenfeng reassured him, it's okay if you have no clear idea. The respected doctors before also had no success. Dr. Ing, don't push yourself. Unable to hide it any longer, Ing Banqing revealed Fong Lao's words word for word. This man's vitality is vigorous, but yin, yang, exterior, interior, cold, heat, deficiency, and excess, all the 8 principles are in chaos. The excess fire cannot be released, so he remains asleep. Strictly speaking, this is not a disease, so it's normal that no one could diagnose him. The 3 in the medical hall all blinked wide-eyed. For the first time, they focused their attention on this unassuming young man. Really some clue? Huang Qiao's voice trembled with excitement. Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun exchanged glances, and both rose as if about to speak. Taking advantage of their surprise, Ing Banqing silently called to Fong Lao in his mind. Fong Lao, what now? Didn't I say? Find someone to stab him. Any spot. 1 stab, and he'll wake up. But remember, this man is extremely dangerous. It's best to have someone versed in the mystical arts perform it, otherwise it could be risky. Just then, Situ Wenfeng hurried forward and grabbed Ing Banqing's sleeve, lowering his voice with urgency. Doctor, how can we wake him up? Do you have a way? Ing Banqing was silent for a moment, a vein twitching at his temple, then reluctantly nodded. There is a method, but it depends on whether you trust me. Of course we trust you, Situ Wenfeng said without hesitation. If there are herbs from Linshui County, we'll fetch them immediately. If not, we'll find a way to get them. Ing Banqing fell silent again. His gaze swept over the nearly breathless Wang Shouyong lying on the bed. Swallowing hard, he finally forced out the words, find a knife and a Xiao Wei who has fully mastered Gongxian energy. Situ Wenfeng froze, instinctively asking, a knife and a Xiao Wei what for? To stab him. The room fell deathly silent at once. A pin could have dropped and been heard. The 3 guards beside Wang Shouyong exchanged stunned looks, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. Even the doctors in the back who were brewing potions glanced over in disbelief. A method? The method is to stab him? It seemed absurd, yet thinking about the stimulative therapies used for difficult illnesses, it somehow made a strange kind of sense. Ing Banqing knew it sounded ridiculous, but stuck to his explanation in a steady voice. He's not gravely wounded. He's fallen into an extremely deep sleep. Yin Sha Qi is suffusing his 5 organs, especially suppressing his heart, liver, and spleen, making it impossible for him to awaken on his own. If a Xiao Wei who has fully mastered Gongxian can pierce him with a knife, using true energy to forcibly disperse the Yin Sha, he can wake. Gongxian mastered Situ Wenfeng, and Situ Yin almost simultaneously recalled that stern, sharp-eyed Xiao Wei who stood like a sword. Are we really going to stab Wang Shouyong? The two exchanged a look, both silently feeling the impulse to try it if this could wake him. Then using a few more healing pills was a risk worth taking. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Situ Wenfeng finally spoke. So, can we stab him? No. Ing Banqing shook his head. It must be someone with Ganxian mastery, or it will be dangerous. Though he didn't fully understand the risks of not choosing an expert, he could only follow Fong Lao's instruction. After hesitating briefly, Situ Wenfeng cupped his fists. Then just a moment. With that, he hurried out of the medical hall. Shortly after, he returned to the doorway, accompanied by the Xiao Wei with the gaze like a blade and a posture like a sword. Why me? Hu Chengping frowned as they walked. I don't know. That's what the doctor said. Situ Wenfeng replied plainly. They entered the medical hall. Hu Chengping's eyes locked on Ing Banqing the instant he saw him. In that moment, Ing Banqing felt like a wild beast was staring him down. A chill ran down his spine, and he almost instinctively began to prepare his magic for defense. But Hu Chengping only glanced at him coldly before fixing his gaze on Wang Shouyong on the bed. In the past few days, he had come to see Wang Shouyong too. But after all, he was a warrior skilled in fighting and killing. Healing and saving lives was not his specialty. However, after examining Wang Shouyong's physical condition, he felt there was nothing seriously wrong. The man was robust and strong, with a sturdy build. Apart from feeling cold to the touch, there seemed to be no other injury. So unlike the worried Sita siblings, he was confident Wang would eventually wake up. Yet now, having been summoned only to be told that stabbing him is the only way to wake him, Hu Chengping silently drew the long knife at his waist. A cold glint flashed from the blade without a hint of hesitation. He stepped up to the bedside, inhaled deeply, muscles tensed in his arms, raising the knife high. The air itself seemed to crack as if sliced by the razor-sharp edge. Wait! Everyone turned in unison. Ing Banqing, hiding behind a tree outside the infirmary, showed half his face and called out from afar, "Everyone out, only leave the commandant inside to treat him." The physicians exchanged wary glances and frowned, one even shaking his head angrily. That reckless youth babbled nonsense before, and now speaks even stranger things. I want leave. Ing Banqing opened his mouth but gave up arguing, turning away to the doorway. Situ Wenfeng and Situ Wenshuang exchanged looks, then pulled Huang Qiao along to withdraw, leaving the space inside the infirmary solely to Hu Chengping and the bedridden Wang Shouyong. Commandant, just stab him carefully, his abdomen will do. Ing Banqing called out over the threshold. As the words fell, a faint chill flickered in Hu Chengping's eyes. His wrist suddenly pressed down hard. The knife's edge flashed cold, targeting Wang Shouyong's lower belly. In the blink of an eye before the blade touched skin, Wang Shouyong's fingertip twitched, and his eyes snapped open wide. They were filled with confusion, the cold gleam reflecting the swift knife shadow like a mirror. He extended one finger and lightly flicked. Shing! A piercing screech exploded as the blade shattered instantly into countless shards, scattering like stars bursting in the night sky, the cosmos folding inward. The shards, swirling with deadly force, surged toward the onlookers' foreheads as if each had become a knife. Watch out! Someone shouted, quickly activating a protective spell array. A pale glow appeared but was immediately blasted into fragments by the crushing knife energy. Wang Shouyong's expression remained vacant as he flexed his fingers and grabbed hold of Hu Chengping's broken blade. Gritting his teeth, Hu Chengping channeled every ounce of his cultivation in the Ganxian realm and forced the long knife down onto Wang's abdomen. But the blade couldn't advance even an inch. Looking down, he saw Wang Shouyong's long palm gripping the blade tightly, stopping it cold. Then came a crisp crack sound as the iron blade twisted and bent like a child's crumpled tinfoil. Hu Chengping opened his mouth to speak, but Wang Shouyong already raised his other hand and, expressionless, struck out with an open palm. No obvious magical mark appeared. Only a fierce aura of killing energy surged forth like a powerful Ganxian demon launching a deadly attack. Alarm bells rang in Hu Chengping's mind as he quickly withdrew, crossing his arms to shield his chest, while magic force raced into his forearms. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the infirmary, releasing a wild shockwave. Dirt, stone, and debris instantly turned to dust. The entire roof was blown off at once. Walls crumbled into clouds of smoke, and floor tiles ripped up in layers, like the epicenter of a bomb. The force surged again, blasting a figure out and away into the swirling dust, hurtling straight up into the sky. Outside, everyone's faces paled as they activated defensive spell arrays, eyes tracking the figure ascending through the haze. Though battered, the figure still hovered in the air, eyes sharp as blades, body poised like a sword. Broken blade, bending sword. The figure of Captain Hu flying backward through the air created a striking and powerful image, seared deeply into the pupils of everyone who looked up. A sharp, piercing whistle followed, like a blade slicing through the eardrums. Some instinctively covered their ears, only to realize the sound penetrated everywhere. Others looked up in confusion, blood streaming down from their ears, and when they opened their mouths, fresh blood gushed out. Dust and smoke billowed across the sky as a figure slowly rose from the shattered ground. The silhouette staggered unsteadily. Each step labored like a baby learning to walk for the first time, yet also like a puppet struggling to move under invisible strings. The medical hall had long since become rubble, buried beneath broken tiles and dust. From the ruined walls came low coughs and painful groans. The doctors and captains who had refused to leave earlier were now all lying amidst the debris, faces smeared with dust, gazing up at the stumbling figure. The sharp whistle still echoed in everyone's ears until a puzzled voice suddenly cut through, abruptly ending the piercing sound. What is this? What happened? Everyone turned toward the voice, seeing through the thick, dusty young boy raising both hands, palms facing down, pressing lightly. The stones and dust scattered in midair suddenly froze, as if time itself had been paused. Then, as his palms lowered, the dust cascaded down like rain, falling silently to the ground without stirring even a spark. In an instant, the view cleared. Only the staggering figure remained, looking around dazedly. Shouyong! The Situ Wenfeng shouted from afar in alarm. The boy slowly turned his gaze with a look of surprised delight. Wenfeng! What happened to you all? Silence fell suddenly. The culprit's tone was innocent, but the victims were covered head to toe in dust. Situ Wenfeng opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Before he could say anything, the whistle erupted again. Everyone looked up as a cold gleam descended like a blade slicing through the air, fierce and merciless, making hairs stand on end. Hu Changping stepped forward, each stride stirring clouds of anger, gripping his new long sword with the blade aimed directly at the boy. What demon dares wreak havoc within the exorcism bureau? On the ground, Wang Shouyong looked up. The cold blade was closing in, radiating even greater pressure than the strike once aimed at Tang Ying and Sun Jiming before the temple gate. The sword's spirit carried profound arcane power, suspending the surrounding space, and pressing so heavily that the onlookers felt their chests tighten. Yet, despite the cold light reflecting in his eyes, and even the hair falling from his head being sliced by the air's force, Wang Shouyong showed not a hint of fear. Clumsily raising his hand, he spread his fingers and lightly pinched, holding that razor-sharp blade trapped between his fingertips. The movement was unbelievably gentle, as if grasping a single crisp yellow leaf floating down from the sky, or like the Buddha plucking a flower with delicate reverence. At the same moment, a calm voice rang out. "Captain Hu, it's me." As the words fell, the fierce blade in Wang Shouyong's hand shattered silently like soft tofu and snapped in two. The remaining edge skimmed past his side, whipping up a strong gust that lifted the hem of his garment high before crashing to the ground. Mud and rock splattered as the earth was gouged on both sides, carving out two deep, blackened furrows. The 100-odd square meters of land trembled, and the ground beneath the medical hall seemed to sink slightly. Wang Shouyong stood with hands behind his back at the edge of the ravine, lifting his eyes toward the cold-faced figure still poised in midair, about to strike with full force. He slowly uttered 5 words. "Captain Hu, spare my life." The words hung in the air. The world fell into a sudden, dead silence. People were dazed, almost thinking they had misheard. Had a once fearsome warrior just publicly admitted defeat? What? Situ Wenfeng blurted out. No one answered, but everyone felt the same shock. Such a phrase was not one Wang Shouyong would ever say. The stark contrast left them momentarily stunned. Hu Qingping paused midair at the sound. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of Wang Shouyong's clear, serene eyes and the faint curl of a smile on his lips. Those bright black eyes blinked gently, just as casually as when Wang teased, "Captain Hu, stop laughing. It's not a good look." Outside the hut at cabin 23, neither servile nor arrogant. After a brief exchange of glances, Hu Changping shook his head with a sigh, silently sheathing his blade. "Next time this happens, wake up sooner. The exorcism department doesn't have endless medical halls for you to wreck." "Understood. I will heed your advice." Wang Shouyong nodded respectfully. Only then did the dust truly settle. Hu Changping drifted down from the sky, his gaze casually sweeping the battered scene until it suddenly froze at the medical hall's entrance. The place was utterly devastated. Not a whole brick remained, let alone an upright injured person. Inside, dozens cried out in pain, all wounded. Seeing this, Wang Shouyong quickly forced an awkward smile. He stooped to scoop aside bricks, tiles, and boulders, pulling out buried survivors and tending to their safety. Fortunately, no one's life was lost, only injuries. He scratched his head sheepishly. "You." Someone glared angrily, but when met with his innocent eyes, the anger caught in their throat. After all, this disaster wasn't his fault. Had been unconscious, only jolted awake by a secret medical technique, causing him to strike suddenly with far more force than anyone expected. Though only a Qi transformation stage practitioner, his outburst carried the oppressive force of a ferocious beast unleashed. Apart from Hu Changping's exorcism captain, with near-perfect spiritual cultivation, no one could withstand it. Even the infamous Hu Calamity Star. At the thought, everyone turned in unison to Hu Qingping, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Hu Chengping sensed their gazes but remained expressionless. His hand tightened subtly on the hilt of his blade. This place is already ruined. Do you realize how grave this disaster is? His voice stayed icy. Faced with the reprimand, Wang Shouyong bowed his head, guilt plain on his face. I know. But putting aside the facts, isn't Captain Hu at fault too in this matter? Captain Hu raised an eyebrow and said coldly, what mistake have I made? Wang Shouyong yawned, straightened up, and rubbed his still dazed head. He forced a bitter smile and replied, of course, you shouldn't have stabbed me with your knife. I was just sleeping soundly, finally having a sweet dream, when Captain Hu suddenly plunged his blade in, not only waking me abruptly, but forcing me to fight back. Ahem. As for knocking you flying. All right, don't look at me like that, I won't bring it up again, okay? He waved his hand sheepishly, then shifted tone to something firmer. But no matter what, if you hadn't drawn your knife first, none of this would have happened. He expected everyone to roll their eyes at him, but instead, every gaze inside and outside the infirmary snapped to another person in Banshee. He was the one who suggested that ridiculous cure, stirring up a total mess. Feeling a dozen scorching eyes burning into him, Ing Banking's chest tightened as his eyes darted around the chaotic infirmary, the door hanging crooked, medicine cabinets toppled, even the beams creaking under the strain. Usually calm and composed, he now looked a little flustered. Thighs he forced himself to speak. I only came with the head of the Huangxiao family because I heard there were difficult cases to treat here. This huge exorcism department, is it really the place for a well-meaning healer to be held responsible for this mess? Emphasizing head of the Huangxiao family, he deliberately approached Huang Qiao and slapped a palm loudly on his shoulder. Huang family head, tell them isn't that right? Suddenly, a large black pot lid crashed down. Huang Qiao felt dizzy under a dozen staring eyes, good intentions gone wrong. Even the shrewd businessman almost got knocked out by the flying pot lid. He was about to shift the blame, but then felt Ing Banking's faintly amused grip and heard his gentle whisper. By the way, when we get back, I still have to teach you that strengthening method. Startled, Huang Qiao straightened up, puffed out his chest, and declared with solemn authority, exactly. This little healer Ing is someone I sought out from all the top doctors. Then he turned to Wang Shouyong, face serious. My intentions are sincere, I just want to repay Lord Wang's life-saving grace. If not for Lord Wang's valiant stand against the demons back then, I would have been dead long ago. I thank Lord Wang again, now truly grateful beyond words. Between the lines, Huang Qiao deftly shifted the blame back, and the black pot lid zipped right over to land atop Wang Shouyong's head. Wang was stunned, then angrily slapped his thigh. Why does it always end up being me? Huang family head, if I'd known this, I wouldn't have saved you in the first place. A Huang Qiao smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Hu Chengping twitched at the corner of his mouth, raised his hand, and waved it dismissively to cut off the squabble. All right, that's enough. Compensation for damage to the medical hall would be deducted from your merits. Over the past few days, you've been given countless rare herbs and treasures. This compensation is only fair. Well, tally it up and go find Officer Liao to assign responsibility. With that, Hu Chengping firmly pinned the blame. Wang Shouyong's heart tightened at the words, and he winced, asking painfully, how many merits will the medical hall's repairs cost roughly? 3 to 5 merits, the equivalent of slaying a few mid-level shape-shifting demons, Hu Chengping said, casually gesturing with his hand. Oh, that's nothing then. Wang Shouyong breathed easier and nodded quickly. He still had merits from 2 Ganxian demons saved up, so worst case, he could sacrifice one to cover the cost. Luckily, the exorcism department's buildings weren't overly expensive otherwise. At his age, he'd be drowning under a mortgage and stuck there forever. Just thinking about it was a nightmare. Hu Chengping said no more and scanned the room before continuing. As for those injured in the medical hall, before he could finish, several medical officers' eyes lit up. If they could really earn merits from these injuries, it would be worthwhile. Since most of them were clerks without chances to slay demons, they usually had to earn merits from healing, but injuries among colleagues were rare, so merits were always short. Seeing this opportunity stirred their interest. However, just as Hu Chengping was about to finalize the compensation, Ing Banqing suddenly spoke, his voice icy cold. I warned them before. This method is dangerous. They ignored me and even mocked the idea. Now look at the results. They've only got themselves to blame. He clearly remembered their sarcastic expressions when he had proposed the treatment. Hu Chengping glanced at Ing Banqing and nodded in agreement. Exactly. The medical staff lacked skill and refused advice, so they've brought this on themselves. Nobody else is to blame. Besides, they couldn't even diagnose the illness properly these days, so there's no merit to be gained. You don't owe them any compensation. Wang Shouyong was stunned. The medical staff exchanged glances, then erupted with furious objections. Nonsense. Hu Chengping, who made you our judge? We want to see Officer Liao for a fair ruling. You're not even in charge here. How dare you assign blame? You're involved too. Shouts of anger rose one after another. Someone tried to slam the table and stand but collapsed in pain, gasping sharply. Whether you want to see Officer Liao or not is your choice. I'm not your parent, Hu Chengping said flatly, his tone cold and resolute. Wang Shouyong stared at him for a long moment, then smiled faintly. I think I understand why you don't have many friends, Officer Hu. Oh, not pleased? Hu Qingping raised an eyebrow. Pleased, very pleased. Wang Shouyong chuckled. You're fair and just. I'm satisfied. Earlier, Hu Qingping had given him a cold glare and demanded compensation. But now he was elevating and easing the issue, even taking on the resentment himself. It reminded Wang Shouyong of the scene outside the temple when Hu had fiercely defended the others. All right, Hu Qingping withdrew his gaze. This matter is settled. Come with me to see Officer Liao. There's an urgent matter that can't be delayed. You have work for me already, right after waking up? Wang Shouyong froze, about to speak further, but caught Hu Qingping's meaningful look and shivered inwardly. This is bad. The concealment technique hasn't been exchanged yet. Earlier, his actions were all instinctual, letting the Yin spirit's energy show freely. Not just Hu Qingping, but probably everyone in the medical hall saw it. Fortunately, because of the earlier chaos and the blame shifting, nobody pursued it. Otherwise, the secret would have been exposed instantly. Thinking this, he secretly admired Hu Qingping, cold-faced, but warm-hearted and sharp-minded. Probably no worse than those so-called seven-orifice cunning minds. Let's go, Hu Qingping said simply, turning and walking away. The medical hall erupted with curses immediately. Wang Shouyong dared not hesitate. He took off too and waved to Situ and the others. Wait for me here. With that, he followed Hu Qingping toward the department office. During these past days of sleep, Wang Shouyong was not completely unconscious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened upon sensing danger. To outsiders, he appeared merely to lie with his eyes closed, carried about, given medicine, and called to. But deep within his consciousness, all of this had already transformed into a magnificent dream. When they lifted him, in his dream he became a soaring azure dragon riding the clouds and mist, its vast wings shattering the clouds, scales gleaming in the sunlight. A bitter spoonful of medicine poured down his throat, instantly turning the dream into milky divine dew falling from the vault of the sky. He transformed into a young beast on the grasslands, tilting his head to await the first drop of sweet rain. Whispers rang softly in his ears, but in his dream, they became countless Buddhist chants, vast and sweeping, surging from all directions. As for the vague murmur of Situ Iyun, the enchanting scene it evoked in the dream was so delicate and beautiful that he found it hard to even speak of. The dream world was vast and vibrant. Towering verdant trees 100 feet tall rose from the earth, birds and beasts glittering faintly, with golden light flitted through the air, shining spirit jade, and spring pools scattered among mountains and flowing clouds. The energy of heaven and earth there was 100 times richer than in reality, so abundant it felt as if one could pluck stars or grasp the moon with a single hand. But in the end, it was just a dream. When he opened his eyes, what hit him was a dark, thin energy of the world and the pervasive shadowy evil threads everywhere. This was an age plagued by demons and monsters. The fall from the clouds to dust took only an instant. The long dream swept away the exhaustion deep inside him and gave him nearly perfect control over his new body. He instinctively raised his hand. The subtle movements of his palm were precise and measured, as if holding a soft tofu without leaving a mark. Yet, if he wished, he could unleash brute force enough to toss Hu Qingping flying effortlessly, alternating between restraint and power. His status panel appeared. The newly gained flowing dragon power trait glowing brilliantly, no longer clumsy, as when first obtained. What fascinated him more was a faint, mysterious energy within him. It was not true qi, but pulsed deep in his flesh and blood, quietly transforming his bones and meridians like spring rain nurturing growth, as if carving him into a higher-level being. This vitality was vigorous yet elusive, intangible except for vague perception. At the same time, the boundless longevity gold trait pulsed with golden light. Your bloodline hides the secret of immortality. You may extend your lifespan by drawing on the souls of others. Wang Shouyong thought to himself, perhaps this was the source of that hidden power. With his thoughts settled, Hu Qingping landed ahead, and Wang Shouyong followed close behind. Within 3 steps, they entered the spacious affairs hall. Inside, stacks of documents littered the desk, the scent of ink mingled with dust. Lord Liao was bent over, reviewing papers, no doubt for countless hours. Hearing their footsteps, he put down his brush and looked up, eyes wide with surprise. You've woken? Yes, Wang Shouyong nodded in reply. Known for his straightforwardness, Hu Qingping immediately reported everything without omission: the clash in the medical hall, the collapsed rafters, the broken medicine cabinets. The rosewood desk was buried under piled files. Yet Liao Yuanqing's gaze suddenly tightened, and when he heard that the fight had damaged the entire medical hall, his eyes widened even further. So it was you guys causing all that commotion just now, and you even wrecked the entire infirmary? Liao Yuanqing pushed open the door and gasped sharply. He had been buried in paperwork earlier and heard a loud rumble outside. He thought it was a fight on the training grounds, but to his shock, the infirmary had been completely destroyed. No wonder a group of officers were shouting and panicking in the hallway. The source of the trouble was right in front of him. Hu Changping clasped his fists helplessly. Yes, that's right. But that kid took credit for defeating 2 Ganxian demons, so I. He repeated word for word the report he had given earlier beside the ruins, assigning responsibility. Liao Yuanqing listened, initially stunned, then nodded as if he wasn't too concerned. None of that matters. We'll just deduct points from him in the merit hall later. The infirmary will be repaired by someone else. Then his tone shifted, eyes darkening. But you said in the fight this kid knocked you flying with a single palm strike, really? Of course it's true, Hu Chengping replied grimly. That palm strike carried a deathly chill, violent beyond words, exactly like a Ganxian great demon. I was careless and got taken in. Wang Shouyong leaned in the doorway, interrupting. If you were prepared earlier, how far apart would we still be? Hu Changping shot him a cold look, eyebrows rising. Like a flicker of fire versus the bright moon. If I'm fully guarded, you wouldn't even touch me. Really? Wang Shouyong sounded doubtful. If you don't believe me, we can settle this later out in the wilderness. Enough. Liao Yuanqing raised his hand to cut him off. His authority weighed heavily as his wrinkles deepened. What's the point in bickering here? He surveyed Wang Shouyong with complex eyes. When I recruited you to the demon-removing division, I never imagined you'd grow so quickly, refining your body to cut through qi, cutting qi to slash the Ganxian, now even surpassing Lieutenant Hu who's mastered Ganxian. Okay, all right, Qingping, stop glaring at me, won't say more. He paused, glancing at the ruined infirmary through the window before looking away, his expression growing grave. Your cultivation speed is absurd. You've defied all expectations, and as an old man, I have to understand why. His gaze deepened. Wang Qinshe, that shadowy death energy you carry, could that be the source of your rapid progress? How could a cultivator bear the yin qi of demons? If you can control this yin energy, then what exactly are you? Human or some demon undetectable even by the demon sealing stones? If others find out, how could I prove your true nature is pure and you won't bring disaster to the world? Especially after you attacked your comrades today, how could anyone trust you? Can you answer these questions for me? His voice fell, and the atmosphere in the office turned suddenly cold and tense. Wang Shouyong put away his casual smirk, looking straight at Liao Yuanqing, then at the stern Hu Chengping beside him. I hate demons with hatred beyond life and death. I kill them on sight. Are these questions really that important? Of course they are. Liao Yuanqing shook his head slowly. 100 years ago, the human-demon hybrids were born. Their meridians and acupoints differed from normal people, yet they forcefully practiced demonic arts, possessing extraordinary talent, but vicious beyond measure. Their path left destruction worse than demons. Countless predecessors sacrificed themselves to wipe them out, but at great cost. Since then, the Celestial Dynasty decreed an iron law: those who practice demonic cultivation have their meridians destroyed. Those who injure others while practicing demonic arts shall be executed without mercy. He fixed Wang Shouyong with a piercing gaze. So, you tell me, are these questions important? Wang Shouyong fell silent, unable to reply. The eyes of Liao Yuanqing and Hu Qingping were like blades, cutting into him as if carving 2 wounds called the truth. Wang Shouyong had long suspected that the dark, sinister energy enveloping him might one day be discovered, possibly bringing serious consequences. Yet he never imagined the matter would escalate so quickly, forcing him to confront it head-on. The wooden window stood half open, the setting sun slanting its rays through the crack and casting dust motes dancing in the beam inside the Demon Extermination Bureau's side hall. Wang Shouyong stood silently in the room, acutely aware of the tense, almost sharp edge beneath Liao Yuanqing's restrained tone. After a long silence, Wang cupped his hands together in salute and lowered his voice. I don't quite know how to answer. Liao Yuanqing knitted his brows and retorted coldly. What if someone questions you in the future? Would you still respond so evasively? The words struck like thunder, causing Wang's heart to tighten with fear. Almost instinctively, he bowed deeply. Please, Lord Liao, teach me. But Liao wasn't truly expecting an answer. He raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, voice grave. I've taught you this many times before, yet you still haven't exchanged that Xian-suppressing talisman. Ashamed, Wang lowered his gaze and confessed, I was busy and forgot. Forgot? Liao snorted coldly, flicking his sleeve as a few droplets splashed from his teacup. You didn't forget. You just assumed that since I haven't pressed the matter, it wasn't important. Have you considered how terrifying this looks in the eyes of others? He paused, then his tone deepened abruptly. What's worse, the Imperial Inspector will soon arrive, overseeing the assessment of these 2 counties. With that, he slapped his palm, and a piece of forged cloth still warm with metal dropped into Wang's hand. The 4 gilded characters emblazoned on it read, Imperial Inspector. Once the inspector arrives, how am I to explain to him that in Linshui County's Demon Extermination Bureau, there's a subordinate officer riddled with sinister energy who once struck a colleague? How is Captain Hu to judge this? Don't think the inspector will turn a blind eye like Captain Hu. If he notices, you'll be executed on the spot. There will be no escape. Liao's heavy words echoed in the hall, forcing Wang to face the cruel reality. Indeed, this world was far from just and fair. Within Linshui's bureau lurked ambitious and ruthless men like Sun Jiming and Tang Yingji. In Jishan County's bureau, some even colluded with demons. Outside, who knew what filth and corruption waited hidden beneath the surface? Along the way, Wang had only known upright men like Liao Yuanqing and Hu Qingping, and had subconsciously overlooked the undercurrents, assuming such matters wouldn't escalate. Now with the Imperial Inspector imminent, the danger had become urgent as a blazing fire. Wang frowned, deep in thought, until a lightning flash of realization lit up his mind. He looked up and spoke decisively. I know what to do. Liao's heart finally eased, and he nodded gently. At last some sense. You do? Tell me. As long as I quit the Demon Bureau, Wang said seriously, no matter how skilled the Imperial Inspector is, there's no way he can search all of Linshui County. Once he leaves. Nonsense. Liao nearly overturned the table in anger. The fire he had just suppressed flared up fiercely. After all I've said, this is the absurd conclusion you draw? The Demon Bureau is not some place you can just enter or leave at will. If I don't allow it, you don't go? And Captain Hu won't allow it either. Wang froze in place, a buzzing noise filling his ears. The esteemed Demon Bureau is really this unreasonable and tyrannical? To him, this was obviously the best plan if you can't fight it. Why not just avoid it? Why couldn't he simply hide? Then he seemed to notice something and asked, besides, what does this have to do with Captain Hu? Before he finished speaking, Hu Qingping, who had been quietly listening all along, twitched at the corner of his eye and lowered his voice, grinding his teeth as he explained, the inspection between the two counties isn't just about patrolling and casually hunting demons. Every Imperial Commissioner holds 100 orders booklets with 100 inspection items. He raised his hand to indicate the thickness of the volume. One of the entries is Captain. It's spelled out clearly. Only the best get selected to serve in the capital. But once you enter the capital, the captain and his personal entourage must undergo assessments. First for leadership and command skills, then for demon-slaying prowess. Anyone who fails even one item is flatly denied entry through the city gates. I hit a bottleneck 3 years ago at the completion of the Mystic Essence stage. I was just one step away from advancing to the town mystic level in the capital, but I missed that opportunity. Now, with the right people, the right terrain, and the right timing, there's no way I'm letting that chance slip away again. His face darkened as he stared at Wang Shouyong, enunciating each word carefully. Do you understand now? Whether you go or not has nothing to do with me. Wang Shouyong was stunned silent. No wonder he had always felt that Liao Yuanqing and Hu Qingping were a bit too nice to him. He had thought it was just because of his talent, but now he realized there was a layer of calculation beneath it. Fortunately, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Had worried earlier that Hu Qingping's attention might come off as a little too affectionate. Now it was clear it was all strictly professional, and that relaxed him completely. He patted his chest and said, all right, you've done me a favor. I'll stay with the Demon Extermination Bureau and practice this essence drawing technique to bluff the Imperial Commissioner. But does it actually work? Nonsense. Liao Yuanqing's fiery temper flared up instantly. The Commissioner won't arrive for more than a month. Don't go anywhere during that time. Lock yourself away with Captain Hu. Practice the essence drawing technique until you master it until even I can't detect any trace of Insha on you. His voice turned low and stern. Remember, this isn't a game. Do you truly understand? Wang Shouyong dropped his smile and nodded seriously. I understand. I will practice diligently. Seeing his earnest response, Liao's expression softened. Your talent is exceptional. Mastering it within a month is doable. He'll breathe easier then. Wang Shouyong opened his mouth to explain that he wasn't really so gifted at martial arts or cultivation, but seeing Liao's rare relaxed face, he swallowed the words and thought instead, we'll just give it a try. Liao suddenly changed the subject. You fainted early heiress that related to your cultivation secrets? Wang Shouyong hesitated for a moment. In a way, yes. It's connected. Did it harm your body? No harm. It actually helped a lot. Except that sometimes I'm so weak I can't receive supplements properly, which is why I slept for so long. Such a strange thing. Well, as long as it doesn't damage your body. Remember, don't rush your cultivation. From what I've seen, your talent is among the very best. Take your time. Liao showed a rare warmth, like a nagging elder. Wang Shouyong felt a warmth inside, and replied seriously, got it. He'll remember. Then what are you waiting for? Go change your cultivation method. Already restless, Wang Shouyong hurriedly cupped his fists. Your servant takes his leave. He immediately slipped out of the chamber and vanished within moments. Liao Yuanqing shook his head with a wry smile, staring after the doorway. That brat. Just then he suddenly remembered something and turned around. Oh right, there's one more thing I'm quite concerned about. You said earlier it was a physician who decisively proposed the treatment that brought Shouyong back to consciousness? Wang Shouyong returned to the medical hall, but as expected, the Sitong siblings were nowhere to be seen. Only the doctors who had struggled to get up from the ground remained, along with a growing number of curious military officers gathering nearby. A mix of blood, medicine, and dust hung heavy in the air at the doorway. Wang furrowed his brow and casually flicked the dirt off his sleeve, about to turn and head to the side chamber where the Sitong siblings were staying. Just as he took 2 steps forward, a clear, youthful voice called out from behind him, "Wait." Wang stopped and looked back to see the young Dr. Ing Banqing standing calmly at the threshold. His white coat was splattered with mud, but he looked composed, not at all disheveled. "Oh, what is it?" Wang raised an eyebrow with mild curiosity, casually saying, "If it's about payment, you can talk to Master Huang, or have him take you to the Demon Extermination Division for a reward." "I'm not here for a reward," Ing Banqing said with a strange expression, scanning Wang up and down carefully, but maintaining a steady tone. "Then what brings you here?" "I want to ask Lord Wang to help me fulfill a small wish, as compensation for treating you." Treating me, Wang thought to himself with some skepticism. Others might not know, but he understood perfectly that deep sleep wasn't an illness, but a kind of loading pause in the body modification process. Once enough time passed, the person would naturally wake. The sleep was just one minor cost of many. Treatment had nothing to do with him. After a moment's consideration, Wang chose not to reveal the truth. Instead, he said calmly, "Go ahead and speak. As long as it's within my capability, I'll see what I can do. I want to join the Demon Extermination Division. Please recommend me to the Chief Commander," Ing Banqing said. "You want to join the division?" Wang was somewhat surprised, then shrugged helplessly. "You've come to the wrong man. I'm just a lieutenant's aide, hardly qualified to recommend anyone. I don't even know what exams they require." Ing Banqing remained composed. "My medical skills are extraordinary. Though young, I've already mastered Qi transformation. Why would the division reject someone like me? I already said, I'm insignificant. Whether you get in isn't up to me. At best, I can take you to see Lord Liao. Beyond that, I can't help." Lord Ing Banqing was about to speak again when hurried footsteps sounded from afar. A military aide came running up and stopped him. "Dr. Ing, Lord Liao wishes to see you." "Me?" Ing Banqing was stunned. Since arriving in Linshui County, he hadn't had a chance to prove himself. How could he have caught the attention of the chief commander? The only thing had done was suggest a healing method that awakened the sleeping Wang Shouyong. His gaze flicked toward Wang, who watched with interest. Saving a mere lieutenant's aide and being summoned personally by the chief commander? What kind of background does this guy have? Wang chuckled at the intense stare and shrugged casually. "See? Gold shines wherever it goes. You don't even need me to speak for you. You got a direct audience with Lord Liao. Take the chance. Some opportunities don't open through connections. In the end, you have to earn them yourself." With that, he gave Ing Banqing a sincere pat on the shoulder before turning and walking away, leaving the young doctor stunned. Night had fallen, and the moon hung just above the tips of the willow branches. Mottled moonlight cast shadows across the courtyard walls, stretching all the way into the house. Wang Shouyong pushed open the door, then swung it shut behind him, latching it firmly before settling cross-legged onto the sturdy hardwood bed the exorcism department had recently provided. At last, the surroundings were quiet. Only then did he take the opportunity to summon up his interface again. It was as if he had awoken from a long, endless dream. Seeing the familiar glowing panel again filled him with a sudden, otherworldly detachment. Golden radiance flickered and danced across the words and lines. A long-missed restlessness stirred deep inside his heart. He licked his dry lips, his eyes shining like cold stars against the night sky. Before he fell unconscious, he had deliberately left behind 61 blue skill entries uncombined. After counting carefully, only 4 trivial purple entries remained. By theoretical calculation, he had enough resources to forge 3 brand new golden entries. Should he fuse them right now? The dense entries shimmered and twinkled like countless tempting jewels in his vision. Wang Shouyong's fingertips trembled slightly, but in the end, he only selected the entry labeled Juin Badato be safe. He would strengthen this one first. The materials were just right. 3 purple entries obtained from the demon prison's 3rd floor, plus a day recluse entry stripped from the bat demon. For altogether, all loaded into the enhancement slot. Select entry to enhance. Juin body purple enhancement in progress. Beep. Enhancement successful. New entry acquired. Juin body golden. The instant his original entry vanished, he clearly felt a cold impurity inside him being rapidly sucked out, then dissolving like snow melting into spring water. Immediately afterwards, a refreshing clarity rose from his dantian, spreading along his meridians to fill every limb and bone. He eagerly reopened the panel. The updated entry now gleamed brightly with golden light. Juin body golden. You possess the 1 in 10th Juin body, capable of cultivating using the Yin energy of heaven and earth. Nighttime training grants double amplification. The most troublesome side effect, daytime weakness, had been completely erased. The lingering day recluse entry that constantly dragged him down also disappeared. Clenching his fist, Wang Shouyong felt a surge of power flood his body like a rising tide. He knew that if he met Hu Changping Heaton now, even that opponent would have to tread carefully. He almost went ahead and selected Enhance again, but paused at the last moment. Going Allen felt satisfying, but if another sudden change came, it would help to keep some useless entries on hand to combine and save himself in a pinch. The desperate memories of that battle outside the Taoist temple burning precious materials just to survive were still fresh in his mind. If a man couldn't even control an impulse like this, what sort of skill did he really have? Taking a deep breath, he closed the panel and forced his attention elsewhere. Reaching into his sleeve, he pulled out an old, well-worn manual. 3 black calligraphy characters marked the cover Lian Xian FA concealment technique. After leaving the administrative office, he headed straight to the skill hall, where he had traded with Elder Shang to obtain the book, almost exhausting half of his accumulated merits from killing mid-level demons. The single remaining merit point he exchanged for a whole box of newly refined precious potions, now piled in the corner exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. While the potions could be consumed gradually, this cultivation method specialized in suppressing breath and hiding tracks, and had to be learned immediately. Liao Yuanqing had said with certainty that the imperial inspector would arrive within the month to inspect the 2 counties. At that time, Wang would be required to undergo assessment alongside Hu Qingping. If he couldn't master this method to hide his qi by then, he feared he would have no choice but to pack up and flee the exorcism department. Yet all his life, he had admitted himself mediocre in both cultivation technique and martial arts aptitude. Wang Shouyong's face grew heavy as he opened the manual. 100,000 years ago, divine dew descended from the heavens, awakening demons' intelligence and enabling mortals to cultivate. However, demons possessed extraordinarily keen senses. When humans fought them, they faced annihilation, and fleeing was impossible, resulting in the total loss of their territories. At that time, a great power rose from a bitterly cold land, achieving enlightenment between heaven and earth. This figure created thousands of cultivation methods, ushering in a new era of human prosperity. Among these countless techniques, the most unique was the 35+3 methods, known as the Lianquan technique. Wang Shouyong held an ancient, yellowed manual, his fingertips still sensing the rough texture of the paper. He felt dazed. This cultivation method was truly formidable, tracing back all the way to events from 100,000 years ago. It was a genuine inheritance from primeval times. Gathering his focus, he prepared to continue reading but caught a small line beneath the title Lianquan technique. However, as the original technique was lost, I, unworthy, have only imitated it. He rolled his eyes but opened the book anyway. After all his time practicing cultivation, he hadn't encountered many martial arts. Yet he understood a fundamental truth. Every cultivation method had its own fixed flow of energy. The precise timing and location for guiding qi through acupoints followed strict steps. Only by rigorously adhering to the manual and coupling it with years of diligent practice could one hope to master it. Talents like Situ Wenfeng, who seemed almost divinely gifted in understanding techniques, could likely operate them fluently in an instant. As for Wang Shouyong, this time of grinding had made him realize the truth. He wasn't slow, but he was far from a genius, was merely average at best. So as he read on, he held no illusions, hoping only that his cultivation wouldn't be limited to yin and yang-related methods for his whole life. Yet the moment his eyes landed on the first line of the main text, he immediately sensed something unusual. It was as if something quietly shifted. As he read and comprehended the words, the energy inside his body suddenly smoothed out. Invisible spirits in the world seemed drawn toward him, like flickering fireflies swirling around. He instinctively released the dark yin energy within, allowing it to flow through his meridians and acupoints. The normally wild and violent yin energy now behaved like a gentle lamb, twisting along newly revealed pathways, moving sometimes fast, sometimes slow, but always in perfect order. Wang Shouyong raised his hand in confusion, suddenly unable to feel the palm's presence. Looking down, the awareness of his feet also faded. His right hand, his whole body, head, and hair, all parts of him, seemed to enter a strange state under the guidance of these invisible spirits, both stable and harmonious, as if this outlier was being assimilated into something of the same essence as heaven and earth. Within his perception, the person Wang Shouyong completely vanished. To the naked eye, he still sat motionless, but on the energy level, his presence was almost imperceptible, like a stone, a tree, or a blade of grass. He was nature itself, and nature was him. At the same time, all the yin dark energy he had unleashed converged silently, its trace disappearing in perfect resonance. What was happening? Wang Shouyong felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. His martial aptitude had always been clearly clumsy and difficult. So how could he now have entered the realm so effortlessly merely by reading through the entire cultivation method in just a quarter of an hour? As the book's pages closed, the candlelight flickered inside the room. Wang Shouyong closed his eyes, circulating his energy. The true qi in his dantian flowed like fine threads, perfectly suppressing all outward signs of breath. Amid his astonishment, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He lifted his hand and opened the interface panel. A golden light screen swept across, and his gaze instantly fixed on a single line of text. Heaven and earth, sacred spirit gold. You are the favored child of heaven and earth. All cultivation will come naturally to you. Just as expected. He nodded silently, thinking, what's this? A stroke of accidental luck? Ever since becoming a heavenly calamity lone star, life keeps sending surprises from the shadows. Perhaps this imitation cultivation method resonated with his current realm, or maybe his aptitude had truly changed. Either way, in less than 15 minutes, he had brought the Lianchuan method to full mastery. What's the point of taking over a month now? Wang Shouyong looked up, suddenly smiling as he remembered that tomorrow he was to meet Lord Liao. I might just end up startling him. Knock knock knock. The wooden door was struck with firm, steady knocks, causing the candle flame to quiver. Wang Shouyong finished his practice, stood, and unlatched the door. A cold, stern face instantly filled the doorway. Hu Chengping spoke in a chilly tone. Have you redeemed the Lianchuan method that Lord Liao mentioned? I have. I'm just pondering it now, Wang Shouyong answered truthfully. Good. Hu Chengping nodded. Then tomorrow you come with me to slay demons. Rise early, or the demons will escape. Wang Shouyong was momentarily taken aback. I can do that, but wasn't I supposed to be practicing the Lianchuan method to finish it as soon as possible? I don't care about all that. Hu Changping cut him off, eyes sharp as blades. All I know is how to slay demons. Since Lord Liao told you to come with me, he understands this. He won't be wrong. What's the connection between demon slaying and the Lianchuan method? Wang Shouyong frowned. Hu Chengping pondered for a moment. The more you slay, the better you become at the technique. That's always how I practiced. Tomorrow, I'll seal 80% of your magic power, then throw you near the demons. If you can learn the Lianchuan method, you won't be in danger. Wang Shouyong's eyebrows twitched toward a rude warrior. If he hadn't just reached mastery, wouldn't tomorrow make him a sitting duck? He was about to protest when Hu Changping stopped him with another sentence. If one demon doesn't work, they'll find you a second. If two don't work, a third eventually you'll master it. At this, Wang Shouyong swallowed the explanation he was about to give. There was such a good thing. He had been worried about lacking materials to synthesize and reluctant to use them. Now Hu Changping was bringing him a great gift outright. Strangely, he felt somewhat moved. Captain Hu, my thanks are in my heart, so I won't say more. When the two-county assessment comes, I will gladly risk fire and water for you. I will pave the way for your rapid rise all the way to the capital. Tomorrow, please find more demons. I want to master the Lianchuan method as soon as possible. Hu Chengping stared at him intently, then slowly nodded. It won't just be tomorrow, there's always the day after, and the day after that. But with such persistence and willpower, I can rest assured. Cultivators prize the courage to persevere in loneliness above all. I truly did not misjudge you. With that said, get some rest early. With that, he turned and stepped into the night, still glancing back to remind him, remember to rise early tomorrow. The journey is long, don't oversleep. His words faded as his figure blended into the dark alley, leaving Wang Shouyong standing alone in the night, deeply moved. The next day, just at dawn, Wang Shouyong squatted by the water jar in the small courtyard, rinsing his mouth with clear well water using a toothbrush made from wild boar bristles. Just as the cool water swirled in his mouth, two pairs of boots suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. With a splash, he couldn't hold back the stream of water, spraying droplets all over the ground. He looked up to see a young man pulling at the corners of his mouth in a stiff greeting. Lord Wang, we meet again. It was none other than Ing Binqing, a physician close to his own age. Wang Shouyong was taken aback, had thought the man only wanted a casual recommendation yesterday, but now he was really standing here in person. He shifted his gaze to Hu Chengping, whose face was as cold and expressionless as a corpse. Hu Chengping said calmly, from today on, you don't need to call him Lord Wang. You are colleagues now, no need for formalities. Then he introduced, this is the doctor who treated you yesterday, Ing Binqing. I spoke with Lord Liao and brought him here. Why? Wang Shouyong wiped the water from his mouth and asked, curious. The journey ahead is long. If you get injured, you may not make it back to the exorcism department in time. It's safer to have a doctor familiar with your wounds along. Hu Chengping's tone was steady and even. That single sentence made Wang Shouyong's heart skip a beat. Was today's trial really this dangerous? As he frowned, Ing Binqing bent down and shook off the rinsing water from his boots. If it weren't for the special quick-drying material of the exorcism department's uniform, his feet would be soaked. Holding back a surge of irritation and recalling what Elder Fong said last night, he forced out a seemingly friendly smile. Don't worry, Captain Hu. As long as Brother Wang still has a breath in him, he'll keep it alive until we return to the exorcism department. Good. Hu Chengping nodded, but before either could react, his hands were already on their shoulders. Then let's go. Brace yourselves. Before the words finished, an immense force surged from his shoulders, stronger than when they touched in the infirmary yesterday. It pressed heavily on Wang Shouyong's chest. The roar of wind filled his ears, and the scenery before his eyes reversed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the exorcism department beneath their feet shrank to the size of a blact, and the surrounding mountains and rivers blurred past like a rushing gale, too fast to grasp. This is the speed of the Ganqian realm. In mere seconds, all the confidence Wang Shouyong had built up over the last 2 days was swept away. Hu Chengping had said, as long as you are prepared, you won't harm me even a bit. Now Wang understood it was no exaggeration. If the enemy also possessed such speed, all his schemes would be mere empty talk, let alone trying to take a piece out of them. His expression hardened immediately. A cultivation technique that made Captain Hu this cautious was surely no easy path. If he still held a mentality of luck and shortcuts, he risked suffering a great loss. At this moment, Ing Binqing narrowed his eyes, observing Wang Shouyong's expression as the wind screamed around them. Silently in his heart, he wondered, Elder Fong, is he really as extraordinary as you said? I won't be mistaken, this person's bloodline is extraordinary, his body brimming with a vitality far beyond ordinary. For me, the hope of reshaping my flesh and coming back to life lies within him. Reshaping your flesh and coming back to life? Fong Lao, at best you're just a soul separated from your body, you're not yet completely gone. Ing Banqing looked up to refute him, but Fong Lao shook his head. I've lost all my memories now, only brief flashes remain. I cannot eat or drink, my limbs are weak, and I survive only by clinging to spiritual relics. How is this any different from true death? After leaving the healer's hall yesterday, Fong Lao explained to Ing Banqing why he forbade him from striking in the chaos. That young disciple barely at the chi transformation stage hid a terrifying vitality within. If normal mortal vitality is a flickering flame, this one is a blazing furnace with roaring tongues of fire. Such vitality is rare not only among humans, but even among demons. It is as if several dragons' life essences have been packed into his body. Because of this, Fong Lao's expression had changed drastically. Certain the youth harbored a world-shattering secret one that could allow him to reclaim his body and return from death. Ing Banqing was silent for a moment, then suddenly recalled something else. You didn't say yesterday, why did my ring suddenly heat up? Could it be connected to him? I do not know either, Fong Lao frowned. The ring still burns unbearably hot. I can't stay inside it for long and have to come out for fresh air every now and then. It may be linked to the vitality within that boy. Hearing this vague answer, Ing Banqing sighed faintly in his heart. The ring had been given to him by his mother on her deathbed, with instructions to wear it close at all times. For 10 years it never showed any signs, and now suddenly it sparked to life with this old man appearing from nowhere. How could he not suspect? Could this old man named Fong be the secret his mother had hidden all these years? He glanced at Fong Lao, who was now floating around Wang Shouyong, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Some secrets are destined to remain unsolved. Best to leave it to fate. After a breathless sprint lasting an hour, the howling wind cut like blades in their ears. With Hu Chengping's cold weave arrived, the two men and a soul dropped to the ground. Wang Shouyong's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming not from emotion, but from the harsh upper atmosphere turbulence and the direct assault of primal energy on his eyes. He looked down at the ground beneath him. The soil was so soft it nearly swallowed his feet. Ahead lay a black water swamp. Twisted, blackened trees surrounded it, their branches resembling claws. Occasionally a crow perched on them, adding to the grim atmosphere. Thick fog churned above the swamp like a curtain, dividing the world in two. Wang's divine sight reached into the mist, only to be cut as if by a blade, unable to perceive anything beyond. Where's this place? Wang Shouyong rubbed his eyes and asked. This place, Xiluanyuan, lies at the border between Linshui County and Weha County. It is rife with demons and monsters, with treacherous terrain and thick, lingering fog. Only these fiends dare roam freely here, making it an ideal place for cultivation and training. The dense aura of evil energy accumulates here, and if it seeps into a cultivator's yang meridians, their strength instantly drops from full power to just a fraction, making it extraordinarily dangerous. There's a place like that? Wang Shouyong raised his eyebrows in surprise. Lately, had been stationed at the Demon Extermination Bureau, where everything had been calm and quiet. He hadn't expected such a hotspot of chaos lurking just next door. Linshui County was always peaceful. Most of the demons spilling out of Xiluanyuan tended to move toward Weha County instead. Linshui was poor and small with scarce resources so insignificant that even demons wouldn't bother stopping there. Thinking this over, Wang Shouyong couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He knew Linshui was unremarkable, but to be looked down upon even by demons as bottom tier was humbling. Hu Chengping closed the case file and said lightly, "We'll save the questions for 3 days later. For now, I'll take you to meet the demons." Meet the demons? Wang Shouyong nodded instinctively, about to respond, when he suddenly sensed something wrong. Shouldn't the demons be brought to meet him? He looked up and caught sight of Hu Chengping's outstretched palm. It pressed gently but firmly on his lower abdomen, sealing off his spiritual power. His dantian instantly felt empty. The kind face he had known turned especially sinister in that moment. Stand firm. If you fall, remember to escape. Hu Chengping's voice was low but carried no room for argument. Before he finished speaking, Hu Chengping grabbed Wang Shouyong's collar and yanked forcefully. A wild wind suddenly whipped up over the marsh, rippling the muddy ground in waves. Hu Chengping stomped with both feet, scattering stones and debris, and his arm lashed out like a long whip, swinging Wang Shouyong forward. The force was so great that the moment Hu Changping let go, a blast of white energy exploded outward. Boom. Hu Changping, I. The voice howled, fading into the distance. Within a secluded valley of the Shaowan abyss, sheer cliffs rose like walls, vines entwining the rocks, and dense green foliage spilling over the mountain path. A lazy black tiger curled amid the rubble, half closing its eyes as it basked in the weak sunlight. Suddenly, as if catching an unfamiliar scent, it lifted its head alertly. Rising to its feet, muscles rippling beneath its dark fur, the tiger narrowed its eyes toward the mist-shrouded heights. From far off, faint human voices drifted on the wind, mingled with an intense aura of malevolence that seeped into its nostrils. It twitched its nostrils, sniffing carefully as a sense of unease stirred deep inside, its tail silently brushing against loose stones. Senior sister, this is a minor demon zone called Shaowan Abyss by the locals. Shaowan Abyss. I wonder where that name comes from. Could there be a greater Luan Abyss somewhere? Most likely a reference to Naiha Abyss. Naiha Abyss is the true demonic domain. This place merely gathers demons naturally thanks to its terrain barrier. In that sense, the name Shaowan Abyss fits well enough. Let's put that aside. Within our sect, it's rumored that this place grows a rare yin-yang flower, capable of breaking through cultivation bottlenecks and enlightening the Tao. If we truly obtain it, this journey will be worthwhile. Senior sister. The voice trailed off with a playful lilt. At that moment, the mist stirred, and two figures gradually materialized. One wore a flowing white dress, appearing about 23 or 24 years old, standing with hands behind her back, levitating halfway in the air. An ancient, rugged Taoist talisman rotated around her, sheer silk brushing her face, exuding an ethereal, transcendent air. The other looked younger, more delicate, hovering sideways in midair with nothing visible nearby, except a soft sword held lightly in her hand. The sword flicked and twirled at her fingertips, as if guided by invisible forces. Both wore a small vermilion mark on their brows, lending a familial resemblance between them like close sisters. They smiled subtly but exercised silent accord, speaking no further. Suddenly, a strange breeze swept by. From the depths of the mist, a black claw silently snaked out, swiftly aiming for the two from behind. Its razor-sharp nails gleamed with a fierce scarlet aura, seeming capable of ripping through any obstacle. So it's just a big black cat, playing at being supernatural. The younger girl stuck out her tongue playfully, then in a flash turned to smile at her senior sister. Senior sister, don't intervene yet. I recently mastered a sword technique and want to try it out. Before her words finished, the soft sword transformed into a streak of silver-white light shooting from her palm, instantly weaving a dense web of sword energy in the air. In an instant, countless sparkling sword shards cut through the surrounding 5 yards of mist. The wind roared as the owner of the black claw revealed itself, a black tiger leaping through the air, its eyes blazing with ferocity. Yet the claw was undeterred by the sword net and moved even faster, tearing through the light to strike at the girl. Turning gracefully with a charming smile, she sheathed her sword in her sleeve, extending just a slender finger calmly to tap the incoming claw. The tiger's paw sliced through the fog, stopping inches away. The girl's snowy fingertip lightly touched the sharpest claw. For a moment, tiny sparks flickered like distant stars. In the next moment, the black tiger's fierce face suddenly froze. Drool spilled from its mouth, hanging in midair before bursting apart. Along with that droplet, a rain of blood scattered everywhere. Just like that drool, the flesh on its claws lost all support, and with a subtle pry from the girl's fingertip, the meat peeled away from the bones, gradually breaking into countless fragments. Chunk by chunk, drop by drop, they fell from the resilient bones, tumbling down into the depths of the valley. Blood poured like rain, and an intense metallic scent of iron filled the air instantly. The black tiger's eyes shot wide open, its pupils reflecting the girl's delicate face, skin smooth as porcelain, a faint smile at her lips, black hair flowing like a waterfall, and 2 pristine white tiger fangs strikingly visible. A last faint whisper came to its ears. Senior sister, this sword technique isn't too bad, right? Before the words had even faded, its world plunged into endless darkness, along with all the fallen flesh. After the black tiger's body hit the ground with a heavy thud, dust billowed up across the valley. At that moment, a slightly older woman frowned, showing a hint of disdain before turning her gaze away. She murmured, "You only learn warriors' moves and neglect the profound Taoist arts. If Master saw this, she would scold you again." The girl smiled in reply, "Then I simply won't let her see." Their voices faded as the mist quietly gathered once more, concealing their figures completely, and the valley fell silent again. 15 minutes later, dozens of demons cautiously approached, their sharp noses twitching at the strong, pungent stench of blood in the air. They began tearing at the scattered chunks of flesh, devouring them greedily. Countless creatures thrived in the little chaos abyss. It would never be peaceful just because a few demons died. The black tiger's fall marked the sudden end of this valley's dominant ruler. Countless low-level demons would battle ceaselessly through brutal survival instincts over long years, until eventually one would ascend to rule this territory outright. With the flesh completely eaten and even the tainted blood traces on the ground licked clean, a sudden roar of wind thundered from above. Mixed in were the sounds of rustling robes and a bitter shout. "Wait for me, Jin Xian, I will avenge this." Before the voice faded, a figure slammed hard deep into the valley, sending rolling boulders and flying debris everywhere. The once desolate ground exploded into a deep crater. Dozens of demons lifted their heads, their eyes shifting from greed to alertness. The air thickened with the scent of a fresh meal, and the demons silently encircled from all directions. From above, they looked like ants drawn irresistibly to sweet nectar. The shattered figure was none other than Wang Shouyong, who had been ruthlessly thrown aside by Hu Qingping. He clawed his way out from the edge of the pit, face smeared with dirt, hair disheveled, clothes torn. Spitting out a mixture of soil and grit, Wang's lips twitched as curses spilled, but anxiety shone in his eyes as he assessed his condition. Nearly 90% of the Insha energy within him had been sealed by Hu Qingping's secret technique, leaving only a faint residual power barely enough to keep him aloft. Still, Wang's robust body allowed him to endure, though this remnant Insha energy flowed unusually active inside his more than 300 acupuncture points, stirring his meridians like fish swimming in fresh water. He took a deep breath, the surrounding air filled with an all-too-familiar scent, and that familiarity brought a genuine smile to his face. According to Hu Qingping, the malevolent Yin energy and lingering resentment within the Shaowan abyss would gradually erode the magical power of ordinary cultivators, severely suppressing their former strength. But Wang Shouyong was different, cultivated this very Yin energy. At this moment, that chilling force surged through every limb and bone in his body. One portion of his true qi was awakened, and his pores seemed to open simultaneously, bringing a tingling, pleasant sensation. The humiliation Hu Qingping casually cast upon him moments ago instantly dissolved in this feeling of comfort. "Captain, who really found a good spot," Wang Shouyong murmured thoughtfully, staring into the dense fog ahead. The mist was as deep as an ocean. Suddenly, two lantern-sized points of light appeared within it. Along with them came the rustling sounds from all directions. Using his sharp senses, he easily distinguished the heavy breathing and swallowing noises of demons and monsters, along with the crackling of crushed vegetation. Straight ahead, behind a towering ancient tree, a figure slowly emerged from the fog. The person's face was haggard, dressed in the long robes of a scholar, carrying a heavy book chest on his back. Upon seeing Wang Shouyong, he cried out as if grasping a lifeline. "Are you human? Thank goodness. I'm a native of Weha County who wandered here by mistake. Please help me escape." Wang Shouyong smiled brightly, revealing white teeth. "You're from Weha County?" "Yes. A few days ago, I accidentally entered the Shaowan abyss. Please save me." The scholar's voice trembled as the rustling sounds behind him quickened, as if something was relentlessly pursuing him. Waist-high bushes swallowed his calves, forcing him to stumble forward. Blood trickled from his palms, scratches streaked his cheeks from branches. His clothes were filthy, and his hair disheveled. Wang Shouyong opened his arms, palms facing outward, and stepped forward gently. "How did you mistakenly enter Shaowan abyss?" "I don't know, I just woke up and found this wasn't Weha County anymore." "You must know how to get out, right? Save me. I want to leave." As he spoke, the distance between them shrank from more than 30 feet to less than 10. The fear in the scholar's eyes grew clearer in the nearby flicker of firelight. Wang Shouyong, despite his own tousled hair, appeared calm and composed. After a few more steps, they were face to face. The scholar quickened his pace, panic etched in every move. But suddenly, Wang Shouyong stopped, his smile never fading. "I wonder if you know something." The scholar paused but pressed forward, bloodied hand reaching eagerly toward Wang Shouyong. "What?" "The stench on you." The words were soft, but the youth suddenly vanished. The next moment, his robe fluttered as he reappeared at the scholar's side and behind him. A hand, like a feather brushing the skin, lightly touched the scholar's cheek as if wiping away grime. Lowering his head, Wang Shouyong's lips neared the scholar's ear, finishing the sentence in a whisper. "I can smell it from 800 meters away." Only then did the scholar's vertical pupils suddenly contract. With a muffled crack, two needle-like fingers abruptly pierced into his eye sockets, causing blood to spurt out instantly. The scholar had no time to react. A sharp, searing pain tore through him as his eyes were forcibly ripped out, the severed blood vessels twitching wildly. His vision plunged into absolute, suffocating darkness. "Ah!" The scholar screamed wildly, suddenly jerking upright. The lower half of his body, hidden moments before in the grass, now revealed itself a writhing snake tail. "He'll kill you." With a piercing shout that cut through the air, Wang Shouyong flung the scholar's eyes into his mouth. Without hesitation, his tongue curled to roll the eyes gently before swallowing them down. A bitter flavor quickly spread through his mouth. Faced with the snake tail still thrashing, Wang Shouyong sneered disdainfully and thrust out his palm like a sharp blade. Splurt! Blood splattered everywhere as the snake tail was severed in one powerful blow, snapping upward. Wang Shouyong stomped on the broken stones, leapt into the air, and firmly grabbed the severed tail, biting down hard. As his body dropped, the top of his foot struck the scholar's head with fierce force. Boom! The heavy strike exploded like a thunderclap, shaking the earth. The snake demon, unable to recover its form, was slammed violently to the ground. The earth cracked open in a deep chasm, blood and shredded flesh swirling together inside. Wang Shouyong's robes billowed as he landed steadily, biting into the flesh 4 times in quick succession and swallowing it down. He sensed a pulse of soul energy, the stolen blue attributes: earth evil blue, molting blue, steel helmet blue, hibernation blue, digestion blue, and several other blue entries. Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow slightly, recalling that when he had slain a shape-shifting demon on Evil Blood Mountain before, he had received green entries instead. So even those who had reached shape-shifting level had differing attribute colors. Perhaps these demons from Shao Wanyuan were of higher quality. While pondering, he casually strolled to the edge of the pit and slipped down a few steps, arriving beside the dying snake demon. He stretched out his palm. The snake demon's empty eyes and contorted face betrayed faint fear. It knew it had provoked the wrong adversary. "Spare me. I have never eaten people." It trembled, begging for mercy. "Don't worry. It'll be over soon," Wang Shouyong replied coldly, placing his icy palm on its head. A purple attribute glow radiated outward, life force slowly draining into Wang Shouyong's body, causing him to squint slightly. After just a few breaths, the life force faded and finally severed. The snake demon completely lost its breath. Once having seen the vast ocean, ordinary waters no longer satisfy, Wang Shouyong mused inwardly. Ever since absorbing the stone demon and flower demon's life force, he rarely felt such surging vitality. Even those ancient sect demons imprisoned many years, like Zhang Xian, were far diminished and yielded little. Now these shape-shifting demons yielded even less valuable essence. He sighed and looked upward in helpless resignation. His gaze then caught a dozen fierce demons peering from the pit's edge, drooling at the sight. Snarl! Snarl! In the thick fog, their blood-red eyes glimmered with greed. Waves of ravenous hunger churned in their bellies, making their mouths water and tongues ache. Eat him! Eat him! Their single obsessive thought. Black sinister energy condensed into solid form, entwining each demon. Wang Shouyong smiled faintly and softly asked, "Want to eat?" No demon answered, but suddenly dozens of black scarlet winds shredded the air, surging toward him like a tidal wave with gaping maws. Just as Wang Shouyong squinted, ready to face this brutal onslaught of shape-shifting demons, a light tone sounded from above. "Oh, so there are still people here?" As the voice fell, a web woven from white light descended from the sky, followed by a nimble sword flash slicing through the demon shadows in the pit before returning to a teenage girl's hand, no more than 16 or 17 years old. Wang Shouyong had just raised his fist and sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a rain of blood poured from the sky, causing the attacking demon's life force to vanish instantly. Chunks of flesh-like droplets fell through the air, carrying a chilling, ominous killing intent. At the same time, the girl's elegant voice rang out with a playful laugh. "No need to thank me." A sudden warmth spread across Wang Shouyong's face. He reached out and felt something sticky, thick blood, along with fragments of shredded demon flesh. Blood dripped through his fingers as he glanced around. Within a radius of nearly 10 meters, dozens of demon corpses lay scattered and motionless on the ground. It was clear these demons had been brutally slain. Cutting off a man's livelihood is like killing his parents. Wang Shouyong's chest heaved with complex emotions. Just moments ago, he was on the verge of gaining the blue attributes and vast life energy of a dozen shape-shifting demons, but now it had all vanished like a bubble bursting. He looked up, voice trembling with disbelief, staring at the girl hovering in midair. You killed them all?" The girl tilted her head and nodded lightly, as if it were obvious. "Yes. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead by now. I know you want to thank me, but it's not necessary." Wang Shouyong clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked, forcing down his anger. At that moment, a calm female voice came from nearby. "Qing Shui." He turned toward the sound to see a graceful figure gliding on the wind. A spot of vermilion marked her forehead, her features cool and serene, eyes flickering faintly like candlelight through morning mist. Around her floated a Taoist seal, glowing softly. A chill ran down Wang Shouyong's spine. What kind of power is this? Immortal? The woman lowered her gaze to meet his calmly. Wang Shouyong emerged from the pit, scoffing and replying with a question instead. "Who are you? Why are you here in this Shaowan abyss?" Zhuang Jiha said nothing to his question, only withdrew her gaze with a slight frown. Shaowan abyss is dangerous. Mortals should not enter recklessly. One wrong step leads to madness. If caught by demons, survival chances are slim. You should leave quickly. Senior sister, you're mistaken. Bai Qingxue landed lightly and studied Wang Shouyong curiously from head to toe. He's no ordinary mortal, should be a body-refining warrior of the Tianqi dynasty. Zhuang Jia chuckled at her words. A mere body-refining warrior dares linger in a demon-infested place like this? Bai Qingsu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve. Wang Shouyong frowned, listening to their exchange. He noted silently to himself that these two didn't seem to be from the Tianqi imperial court, and they called him a warrior rather than anything else. Suddenly, Bai Qingxue stepped up to him, blinking playfully. Do you know martial arts? Swordplay, blade techniques, or boxing? I saved you, so you should show some gratitude like teaching me some of your skills. Wang Shouyong's expression darkened when she struck a nerve. He retorted bitterly. No, I don't. Pausing, he lowered his voice. Besides, I don't need to. Oh, goodbye then. The girl's hopeful expression vanished instantly. Cutting him off, she spread her arms and flew up, hovering in the air again, clearly disappointed. Zhuang Jia raised a hand and lightly tapped Bai Qingsu's head, scolding gently but firmly. Slaying demons is our duty. It's not something to be rewarded. I know. It's just that I didn't get anything back, is all. Without looking too pleased, Bai Qingxue pursed her lips. She wasn't sure if the other person just didn't want to teach her or simply couldn't. Zhuang Jia sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. You don't even get to complain. Bai Qingxue quickly waved her hand. All right, I'm just joking. As they chatted back and forth, their gazes fell again on the boy at the bottom of the pit, who had only managed to spit out a half-hearted threat. Hey, do you really want to stay in this small chaos abyss? Want us to escort you out? Bai Qingxue leaned over and asked. To have these two people escort him out? Wang Shouyong couldn't accept leaving this treasure place empty-handed. He took a deep breath of the damp, earthy air, then flipped out of the pit. Brushing dust off his shoulder, he turned and started to walk away, leaving only one word behind. No. His unequivocal retreat caught the two women completely off guard. Zhuang Jia stared at his tattered sleeves and the bloodstains already dried on his clothes, unable to resist reminding him. Do you know this small chaos abyss is crawling with demons? You might run into shapeshifters or even incarnate demon spirits at any moment. Facing a powerful demon, your life won't be safe. I know, Wang Shouyong said without looking back, casually waving his hand. You still before she could finish, the boy had vanished into the thick mist, his figure rapidly dissolving into the gray-white haze, completely beyond their perception. Bai Qingxue rolled her eyes and muttered, all talk, no backbone. Whatever, since he wants to court death, why stop him? She reached for Zhuang Zi's arm. Senior sister, let's go. But Zhuang Jia hesitated, gazing at the fog. No rush. He might be stubborn, but losing his life just to save face would be a tragedy too great. With that, she flickered and darted into the mist, her voice drifting faintly on the wind. Young man, don't be reckless. Suddenly, as if a waterfowl had been caught by the throat, her voice cut off abruptly. Sensing something was wrong, Bai Qingxue followed closely. The two hovered above, looking down to see nothing but empty space below, muddy ground mottled with shrubs, no trace of human presence. The boy who had been in the mist moments ago had completely disappeared. An hour later, deep within the small chaos abyss, gray-white mist billowed turbulently as Wang Shouyong moved alone, steps as light as a breeze, careful not to disturb even shattered fallen leaves. Silently, he summoned his Xian energy, blending his aura with the decayed mud and dead branches around him. The two women had met earlier were clearly not locals from Weha or Linshui counties, but distant practitioners. Neither the younger girl's effortless strike nor the older woman's subtle Dao imprint visible around her gave him any clue. He couldn't sense any manipulation of heaven and earth energy from them, only an indistinct threat, like a hidden poison needle beneath a brocade sleeve. With his eyesight, he couldn't determine their cultivation level nor accurately judge their strength. Though he could rely on brute force of flesh and blood to fight incarnate demons, he was far from their calm ease. Moreover, his cultivation was now restricted. Even at his peak, he had to hold back a bit. Wang Shouyong knew well that human hearts were far more frightening than demons. Better to face clearly malicious demons of known strength than walk alongside mysterious kind-hearted strangers. When facing the latter, at least he had no yardstick to measure. Raising his gaze to the gloomy sky above looming mountains, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Is Captain Hu still watching from above in secret? But the sky was only roiling mist, and he could detect no aura uniquely belonging to that person. As he pondered, a rustling sound came from beneath his feet, small stones rolling. Thin pebbles had somehow covered the ground he was about to step on, causing him to halt abruptly. In the next moment, a faint floral fragrance drifted into his nose. After Wang Shouyong stopped, small stones rolled forward but suddenly fell downward, as if piercing through the ground and disappearing without a trace. What's going on? He felt a chill in his heart. He stepped forward cautiously, but as soon as he put his foot down, it seemed to step into thin air. The visible ground only reached just past his calf, but beneath his foot was emptiness, offering no support whatsoever. He raised an eyebrow, squatted down, and slowly reached his hand into the surface, only to grasp at nothing again. The mist-shrouded scene ahead was full of bushes and realistic soil and rocks, yet now it felt like an illusion, beautiful but intangible. Frowning, Wang Shouyong thought for a moment and summoned the familiar panel. God's dice, if I dip my head down to check, how will this journey fare? With a thought, the dice spun in the misty light, then came to a stop. All 6 sides simultaneously showed the character's top luck. The answer was clear. Without hesitation, he leaned forward, lifting his rear, and cautiously pushed his head beneath the ground. After all, no one was around, so he cared little for appearances. The moment his head submerged, a blindingly white light burst forth, dissolving the surroundings as if he had plunged into a chaotic immortal realm. After 3 or 4 breaths, the light faded, revealing what lay beneath his feet. Cold sweat trickled from his temple. Only now did he realize what Hu Xiaowei meant by the steep terrain when they first arrived at Little Chaos Abyss. The ground beneath was actually a bottomless cliff. The sheer cliff was pitch black, falling into endless darkness. Its surface was studded with sharp spikes, soaked in sinister energy, clearly harder than refined iron. The smooth path he saw just now was merely a type of illusionary barrier, visible but untouchable. Had he stepped down recklessly, he'd have surely fallen, bruised and battered. Wiping the cold sweat away, his mind calmed. Wherever abnormalities exist, there must be a reason, and the dice had given him top luck. So where did that luck lie? His eyes scanned the cold stone spikes, finding no sign of good fortune. Just as he was about to look away, his nose suddenly caught a faint, subtle floral scent identical to before, light as a whisper, yet unmistakably real. Squinting slightly, Wang Shouyong followed the scent. Amid the fierce gale, a tiny flower, no bigger than a palm, swayed gently. 2 buds, one black, one white, blossomed in full glory, while the leaves and stem were pure black, hidden among blackened white crag crevices, perfectly camouflaged. Well, so it's you, he thought, his target locked in mind. Suddenly, he flipped up, planted a hand, and began climbing down the cliff face. His body moved with the agility of a gecko, gripping one protruding stone after another, clutching the sharp thorns jutting out of the cliff face. With swift, twisting motions, it took him only a dozen breaths or so to reach the strange flower. Approaching closer, he was shocked to find its fragrance far richer and more potent than the faint scent he had caught atop the cliff there. The howling gale had nearly washed away the aroma completely. Yet the fierce wind, capable of ripping apart the rocky wall, had somehow left the petals unmarred, revealing the flower's extraordinary nature. He pinched the stem between his fingers, which snapped crisply. Bringing the blossom to his nose, the fresh, pure scent instantly dissolved the exhaustion accumulated over many days, as if a clear spring had flowed over his limbs, leaving him so refreshed he nearly sighed aloud. If the tablet called this a supreme blessing, it was well-deserved and truly out of the ordinary. Wang Shouyong murmured quietly, narrowing his eyes to peer down into the dark abyss below, a chill running down his spine. Tucking the flower into his vest, he turned and began climbing deeper into the cliff face. But after only 100 feet or so downward, the brutal gale intensified so violently it stung his eyes shut and seared his breath. Within sight, there wasn't a single flower, nor any trace of grass. Worse still, a nameless, sinister presence seemed to emanate from the pit below, raising the hairs on his skin. Hesitating for a moment, he focused his mind. Tablet, assist me, divine dice. I wish to explore downward. How shall I proceed? The holographic dice spun, all 6 faces revealing the ominous phrase, great misfortune. The answer was unmistakable. Wang Shouyong decided instantly, igniting a burst of his fastest speed ever. His arms flew in powerful, springing motions as he scaled back up the wall like the wind. In a blink, he returned to where he had plucked the flower. Moments later, he landed safely on solid ground. But this time, as his toes touched down, there was no white light flicker, no supernatural sign. Looking back, the once flat path had transformed into a bottomless chasm that illusionary formation silently dissipated. So it was truly you, he whispered, pulling out the flower again, his pupils glinting with curiosity. Although unsure of its effect, since the tablet had deemed it of supreme blessing, it must hold great value. He played with the petals for a long time, detecting no abnormality, only an agreeable fragrance, then prepared to slip it back into his pocket. If he couldn't grasp its secret, perhaps the more knowledgeable Hu Qingping, Lord Liao, or even the Sidhu siblings might recognize its significance. At that moment, a voice full of surprise and delight came from the mist beside him. The Yin-Yang twin flower. I didn't expect such a treasure on this trip. Excellent, excellent. Before the words finished, a figure emerged from the fog. The man's handsome face was like a painting, sharp brows and delicate features framed by jet black hair tied high. A golden hairpin shaped like entwined sculpted branches fixed in place. His robes were embroidered with gilded cloud patterns, radiating an aura of refined luxury and otherworldly grace. Yet the cold, claiming look he gave Wang Shouyong sent a wave of revulsion running down the spine. You're a warrior of the Demon Extermination Bureau? Which county do you come from? The youth raised his golden hairpin, his tone indifferent but laced with possessiveness. Wang Shouyong gave no answer and turned to step into the thick fog. He sensed no cultivation aura from the man. Similar to the situation with the master's siblings, no flow of spiritual energy, no trace to analyze. Since he could not see through him, he chose not to take the risk. But no sooner had he taken one step than a cold, mocking laugh sounded behind him, like a venomous snake whispering in his ear. "Scum, who allowed you to leave?" The voice full of contempt echoed in the mist. Wang Shouyong froze, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Suddenly, he no longer wanted to leave. "Hand over the yin-yang twin flowers, and he'll let you go." The young man's voice exploded from behind like a cold, hard nail driven into Wang Shouyong's back. Wang Shouyong turned around, his expression calm, eyes unfathomably deep, without uttering a word. "If you want, hand them over, they'll take them off your corpse," the young man sneered, his tone sharp and threatening. Wang Shouyong stared at him as if peering through the air to inspect some invisible presence, his silence chilling to the bone. The young man's smile grew more dangerous. With a flick of his wrist, he raised a golden branch glowing faintly with a pale light, its tip aimed straight at Wang Shouyong. "So, you're saying you won't give it?" In that tense moment, Wang Shouyong seemed to snap out of a daze. Fixing his gaze back on the youth, he spoke calmly. "What are the yin-yang twin flowers? Do you even know how to use them?" As he spoke, he pulled from his sleeve a flower woven with black and white petals. The petals curled back, releasing a rich, mysterious fragrance that quickly enveloped them both, seeming to pierce their very bones. Greed openly flickered in the young man's eyes, and he laughed loudly. "This flower is precious, but a fighter like you can't use it. It's a spiritual treasure for ascending from the spirit master stage to the enlightenment stage. Forget it. Talking to you is pointless." Suddenly his laughter stopped, and his voice lowered. "I only ask once. Will you give me the flower, or not?" With those words, the golden branch locked completely onto Wang Shouyong. A profound and inexplicable aura surged from the young man's body like a wave crashing outward. Wang Shouyong studied him closely, then nodded gravely. "Fighting you is the best option. I won't give it." Greed and fury exploded in the young man's eyes. "Then die." Whoosh! The surrounding air abruptly contracted, as if an invisible giant hand gripped Wang Shouyong's limbs, instantly immobilizing him. Above his head, crackling blue arcs of electricity flashed wildly, coalescing into a human head-sized ball of electric energy, emitting a piercing howl as it streaked downward. The bushes along its path scorched and shattered from the heat, dust particles bursting in the heat wave. In mere moments, it closed the 10-meter gap and slammed toward Wang Shouyong's chest with a thunderous impact. The electric light reflected on Wang Shouyong's face, which remained unmoved. Then suddenly he shuddered sharply as if invisible shackles shattered on the spot. With a slight tiptoe, his body slid sideways half a step. The electric ball brushed past his shoulder, its scorching scent burning his nose. From behind came the young man's stunned shout. "Impossible, you were clearly immobilized." Before he could finish, the spot where Wang Shouyong had stood erupted into a deep crater, scattering rocks everywhere. Wang Shouyong's figure blurred into a shadow as his fist tore through the air like a thunderbolt, smashing straight into the young man's face. Boom! A spray of blood burst forth. Several talisman fragments shattered into glowing dust, drifting down gently. The young man reeled back, blood pouring from his nose, broken teeth flying with spittle. Though the strike landed, Wang Shouyong frowned slightly, evidently not satisfied. He dashed behind the young man and delivered a whip-like sideways sweep with his long leg. The compressed air exploded with a bang as his kick slammed into the back of the young man's head. Crash! Another talisman suddenly rose into the air and shattered into countless paper fragments. The young man, as if struck by a heavy blow, staggered forward in a daze. Terrified, he looked back and finally shouted, "What kind of monster are you? You're clearly just a mere martial artist." In response came a thunderous iron fist crashing down from above, pounding the ground with earth-shaking force. Boom! The cliff edge trembled as debris tumbled into the bottomless darkness below. A second punch followed immediately. Boom! The talisman once again turned to dust. The young man's abdomen was severely struck, his internal organs churning violently. He groaned, blood spraying from his mouth. Suppressing the intense pain, he raised the golden staff, aiming to strike Wang Shouyong down, but Wang caught his wrist with a palm strike that cracked the bones, causing the staff to fall to the ground. Turning to escape, he was met by an even more furious barrage of heavy punches. Boom! 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 Fists and feet battered him like a tidal wave, gusts of wind carrying shattered stones that slammed into his body, tossing him around like a broken sack. Wang Shouyong's whole body became a furious afterimage. Since gaining the power of the roaming dragon, his previously suppressed brute strength now erupted without restraint. Yet with every punch, talisman fragments exploded in midair, as if an invisible barrier absorbed most of the impact. Though the young man's flesh and bones were weak, the talisman shield protected him, leaving him only ragged and staggering, rather than mortally wounded. He snarled fiercely, Xiantian's secret technique. Before he finished speaking, Wang Shouyong sensed a warning and suddenly leapt off the ground, delivering a heavy punch into empty air. The air cracked loudly but struck no solid object. A smile flickered on the young man's lips as he forced the strange power within him even harder. Roaring, die! Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Wang Shouyong's expression remained calm, though he furrowed his brow. Did I allow you to speak? He said dryly. At his words, ripples suddenly spread in the air. The young man's eardrums felt as if pierced by sharp spikes, and an unbearably shrill, silent scream filled his mind. The spiritual energy was severed. His pupils instantly lost focus. The source of danger collapsed in an instant. Wang Shouyong no longer hesitated. He dove forward in midair and drove a punch toward the young man's chest and abdomen. The fist was wrapped in crimson, sinister energy, like the gaping mouth of a demon. This time, there was no talisman to protect him. The elegant Taoist robe touched the killing energy and burst apart inch by inch. The bloody aura pierced skin deeply, tearing through organs, sending bits of bone and droplets of blood flying. Wang Shouyong poured the last 10% of his dark energy into the young man's belly. Time seemed to slow. The young man stared down in shock, clearly seeing his waist and abdomen pierced through, blood and bone intertwined, and the scene beyond the gaping wound fully visible. Boom! The sound of air and flesh exploding rang out. Only then did he belatedly realize the magnitude of the blast. Phew! Wang Shouyong exhaled heavily, his voice low and steady. Not bad. You're harder to kill than a demon. The young man opened his mouth to speak, but only a waterfall of blood poured out. After a few moments, choked sounds gave way to silence. His body, like a shattered straw dummy, collapsed heavily onto the ground, utterly powerless. Inside the Shao Wan Yuan, beside the cliff, Wang Shouyong first tore off the young man's finely embroidered robe, then carefully wiped the blood splattered on his own arm until his skin was clean and showed no trace of it. Only then did he stop. After that, he searched the corpse thoroughly, pulling out a heavy metal plaque, a stack of talismans inscribed with strange ancient characters, and a smooth jade ring, nothing else. He couldn't read the plaque or the talismans, but he could tell the script was very old. Pocketing these items, he then pulled out a fire striker and deliberately set the body on fire. The youth's robe was soaked in grease, so the flames flared up instantly. Wang Shouyong cupped his hand, releasing a dark, sinister aura to fan the fire, and the blue-black tongues of flame grew fiercer in the night. 1/4 of an incense stick passed, then half, until a full incense stick's time was up and the body had been burned to charcoal. After the embers died out, he scooped up some stones and crushed the charred remains to powder, then flicked all the dust into the abyss below. When finished, he knelt beside the cliff to rest, his eyes darkening with thought. The robes and jade ornaments revealed the youth's noble origin. Whether from outside Linshui County or some other powerful faction, this was no ordinary person. Leaving any trace would surely bring disaster. Though Wang Shouyong wasn't exactly an expert at destroying evidence, he understood that the first attempt had to be flawless to prevent future trouble. Thick fog swirled around him as he looked up at the gray-white sky, but his mind replayed the two women had met that day. According to Hu Qingping, this Shao Wan Yuan should rarely see human footsteps and was a haunt for demons, yet he had encountered 3 mysterious figures in one day. Clearly, something else was stirring in the abyss. After a long moment of reflection, only one thought remained in his heart. Meet force with force, bury water with earth. Take it one step at a time. Just as the thought formed, something strange happened. A sudden burning heat and pain exploded in his chest, as if a fireball had ignited inside him. Within seconds, he gasped sharply, ripped open his shirt, and looked down beneath his collarbone. A blood-red lotus pattern swelled up from beneath the skin, each petal blooming vividly, eerie and fresh, as if branded in blood. The burning sensation quickly faded, but the pattern was now firmly embedded in his flesh, as though it had belonged to him from birth. At the exact moment the blood lotus took shape, he sensed a vast, frigid will probing toward him from the distant void, faintly connected to him. But the heavy fog blocked clear sight between them. A few breaths later, the probing presence abruptly vanished, as if it found nothing. What the hell was that? Wang Shouyong muttered under his breath. Apart from the initial pain, there were no other changes in his body, and silence fell over the land once more. He glanced sideways toward the abyss below, swallowed by the night, and seemed to gain some realization the blade head just wielded had likely cut into the head of a formidable power. Raising one eyebrow, he lingered in silence for a long while before finally forcing a wry smile, brushing off the dust, and turning back into the endless fog. If a kill had to be made, so be it. To him, such a person was no different from a demon. Night fell, the crescent moon a slender hook. The cold moonlight couldn't penetrate the thick fog, making the darkness inside Shao Wan Yuan feel even deeper and heavier than outside. In a canyon, 5 young men sat around a dying campfire, idly poking at the embers. Their Taoist robes, embroidered with silver threads, were spotless. One of them tossed a talisman into the smoldering fire, and suddenly the flames flared up. The firelight revealed their youthful faces, though all showed signs of fatigue. Behind them, a massive rock stood like a monument. A young man sat cross-legged atop it, spine straight and eyes closed in deep concentration. A faint mist swirled around him, and a jade-like lotus flower gently rotated encircling his body, pulsing softly with each breath. In respect for this senior brother meditating, the others lowered their voices until only the crackling fire echoed through the canyon. How long has Gong left? Why hasn't he come back yet? Someone peered into the depths, hesitance in his voice. It's been 3 hours since afternoon. Could he be lost? A junior brother scoffed. Do you think Gong is an idiot? I'm more worried something bad happened to him. Maybe demons. That's even less likely. A third played with a stick in his hands calmly. What realm is Gong at? A legitimate spirit master. Fighting dark demons is like chopping chickens to him. With the talismans Elder Kong gave him, who in this backwater could harm a single hair on his head? The others nodded in agreement. Yeah, Elder Kong dotes on Gong the most in the whole Tao Lotus sect. If Gong wasn't so stubborn about proving himself, Elder Kong wouldn't have let his precious grandson suffer hardships like this. As the flames flickered, someone whispered teasingly, "Huh, hardships? Since that great sect banquet where Gong met those two fairy maids from Qinghuan Palace, he's barely eaten or slept, scheming behind the scenes." Cough, cough. An older disciple cleared his throat, cutting off the jokes. Gong's decisions are not for you inner sect juniors to question. If you have time to gossip, better scout outside for clues and try to bring him back. The group exchanged awkward smiles, and the topic died down. Suddenly, the young man on the rock opened his eyes. The previously peaceful aura instantly stiffened, a flicker of doubt shining in his gaze. Tung, what's wrong? The disciple nearest the fire noticed, standing up quickly. After a pause, Tung Zixian's thin lips parted, voice low and grave. Gong Xian's aura has vanished. At his words, the firelight revealed the pale, tensely drawn faces. Someone's stick slipped, scattering with chips that fed the flames brighter, but the disciples' hearts felt like they dropped into an ice cellar. Gong, his aura disappeared? What does that mean? Tung rose, his robes billowing as invisible pressure radiated from him, causing the fire to flicker wildly. His brows furrowed, a deadly glint burning in his eyes like a cold star. Gong Xian is dead. Silence crushed the canyon instantly. The disciples felt as if struck by a muffled thunder, ringing in their ears. Everyone in Tao Lotus sect knew Gong Xian's identity, the only grandson of the law-enforcing Elder Kong Wenhua. Usually protected from the slightest hardship, now declared dead. Tung, are you sure you're not mistaken? Someone forced a shaky smile, lips trembling. The only reply was the sudden coldness from Tung Zixian. Without another word, he pushed off with his toe, shooting like an arrow into the thick mist, vanishing in an instant. As Tung Zixian departed, everyone dropped what they were doing and hurriedly followed his direction, their hearts filled with overwhelming panic. Gong Xian was dead. This truth weighed like a heavy stone on each person's chest. Along the way, their duties were not only to tend to Gong Xian's daily needs, but also to guard him closely. Yet he had died silently right under their watch. If Elder Kong found out, no punishment would be too severe to vent that fury. No one dared imagine the consequences. They just grit their teeth and trailed behind Tung Zixian, their minds blank with dread. After flying for an unknown length of time, a broken cliff suddenly appeared ahead. The night wind howled, moonlight cold and pale. Tung Zixian stood alone at the cliff's edge, his silhouette stark and resolute against the darkness. The group landed silently behind him, barely daring to breathe. Someone glanced around, noticing only scattered rubble, no sign of blood or bones. Finally, forcing themselves to speak, one said, "Senior brother Tung, are you sure? There's nothing here." "He died right here," Tung Zixian interrupted, voice emotionless. Squatting down, he pinched up a handful of damp earth, tone icy. The killer was not stupid. The traces were thoroughly cleaned up. If not for the blood mark of the Tao Lotus sect, I wouldn't have known. The blood mark required a strand of the killer's divine soul as a guide, combined with secret techniques to forge. Whenever a disciple of the Tao Lotus sect died, the mark would burn onto the murderer, and any sect member entering within 100 zhang immediately sensed the eerie aura and relentlessly hunted the killer. The mystical Heaven Peach Source sect was well aware of this. Because the blood mark appeared, it meant no body or soul remained. A disciple at the spirit control stage had no chance of escape. Confirmed that Gong Xian was truly dead, the last shred of hope among the Tao Lotus disciples shattered utterly. Beyond fear, a chilling question arose: who could have killed him beneath Elder Kong's protective talismans? Could it have been those two from Qinghuan Palace? Someone asked shakily. At the mention, silence fell. If it really was those two immortals, it made sense. Earlier that day, young Master Kong stubbornly explored the little chaotic abyss alone, forbidding anyone to follow, likely because he had discovered their trail and wanted to act, but ended up sealing his own fate. Apart from them, no one could reasonably kill Gong Xian in this perilous area protected by talismans. Hearing this, Tung Zixian rose slowly, a chilling gleam flashing in his eyes, like a deadly jade lotus trembling faintly around him. No need to guess further, just catch them and ask. He closed his eyes, sensing a direction. Then his form dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing at once into the night. The little chaotic abyss. Night hung low over jagged rocks. Bai Qingsu's long sword sliced through the air again, cutting down another shape-shifting demon of the morphing realm. The metallic stench drifted into the wind. She yawned, peering down into the abyss, finding nothing new beyond the gloomy night and rugged terrain. Senior sister, if we keep searching like this, when will there be an end? Another voice complained as she looked up. Zhuang Zhihe landed before a cave, giving it a brief glance before nodding faintly. We'll rest here for tonight. The night is too dark. Visibility isn't as good as daytime. What about tomorrow? No sooner had Bai Qingxue spoken than a cold gleam flashed from the long sword in her wrist. Sword chi shimmered like frost, slicing through the dimness at the cave entrance. With a swift slash, she sent forth a surge of sword intent, swirling with the lingering malicious wind inside. A fierce gale rose as if conjured from nowhere, whipping up the scattered demon corpses littering the ground. They were swept howling outside the cave, blood and stench trailing behind, only to be swallowed by the night moments later. We'll keep searching tomorrow, of course, Zhuang Zhihe said calmly, standing with her hands behind her back beside the sword's mark. Think about it, if something that breaks through realms and reveals enlightenment were so easy to find, why would it fall to us? She lifted her gaze to the sky. The night churned with sinister energy, a biting wind tossing stones against the cliff. Fortunately, the spiritual fluctuations of the yin-yang twin flowers are quite distinct. This convergence of dark energy actually acts like a natural beacon. It's not the hardest task. Bai Qingxue sheathed her sword and crouched at the cave mouth, kicking at the rubble. She muttered, but what if the rumors within the sect are false? Wouldn't that mean all this is for nothing? Don't worry, 3 days at most. Zhuang Zhi had turned, a finger tracing light that sealed the bloodstains on the cave wall. If we don't find it in 3 days, we retreat. I've heard there's another confirmed spiritual artifact within Xiantian Peach realm. Should the yin-yang twin flowers mission fail, we'll return immediately. She paused, a faint smile tugging at her lips. But then it will get lively. Talented prodigies roam all over. Danger along with them, you better not complain about the hassle. Bai Qingxue shrank her neck and hurriedly shook her head. In that case, they'll keep looking in this little chaotic abyss where hardly anyone ventures. Zhuang Zhihe chuckled at her expression, then suddenly perked up. Raising an eyebrow, she teased. This place isn't exactly deserted. What about that martial man? Forgot him already? Haha, that little brute. Maybe he's already part of some demon's stomach by now. Bai Qingxue chuckled softly. Laughing, the two stepped forward to enter the cave, planning to rest here overnight. But then, the situation changed abruptly. The sky seemed cleaved by a sharp blade, and a crushing pressure like the collapsing heavens suddenly fell. Violent spiritual energy wrapped around a pale golden lotus petal, crashing towards the cave entrance with a thunderous roar. Watch out. Zhuang Zi's pupils contracted. She summoned a Dao imprint from her sleeve. Runes glowed fiercely as a translucent barrier flashed up, shielding herself and Bai Qingxue from the incoming lotus petal. Right after, a piercing call of a Qinghuan bird cut through the night. Its spirit form descended from the sky, its sharp beak striking the lotus petal. The two phantoms clashed violently, spiritual energies exploding like thunder. Ancient trees snapped within a mile, branches scattering wildly amid roaring echoes. Who's there? Zhuang Zhihe pulled Bai Qingxue close and ascended with a flash of light, vigilant eyes scanning around. Bai Qingxue steadied herself, retracting her soft sword into a storage ring. Her spiritual power surged as a faint teal halo swirled protectively around her. At that moment, a young, cold voice came from the night. Have the two from Qinghuan Palace seen my fellow disciple from Dao Lotus Sect? Dao Lotus Sect? Zhuang Zi's heart skipped. She replied loudly, in this little chaotic abyss? We haven't encountered anyone. Why do you ask, fellow Taoist? The voice darkened slightly. My junior brother may be wayward, but he does not deserve death. Why do you two come after him? The spiritual pressure eased somewhat, and the two finally caught sight of the newcomer. A young man with sword-like brows and sharp features, radiating murderous intent, a jade lotus spinning beside him, petals aglow with flowing light. Zhuang Zi's brow furrowed sharply. Teng Zixian, it's you. The youth's lips pressed lightly, a smile half hidden. I don't know what you're talking about. Confirming his identity, Zhuang Zhihe gathered her energy silently. Teng Zixian stood, hands behind his back, calmly speaking. I have a request. If you comply, today's matter ends here. Zhuang Zhihe and Bai Qingxue exchanged a glance, weighing their options. Their master's parting words echoed clearly. Avoid conflict when possible. Keep a low profile to stay out of trouble. She looked up, softening her tone. Speak plainly, brother Taoist. As long as it's not too troublesome, Qinghuan Palace will grant you this courtesy. Teng Zixian's eyes chilled, lips parted slowly to utter 4 words. Take off your clothes. As Teng Zixian's words fell, the room instantly turned icy cold. Even someone as good-natured as Zhuang Zhihe flushed with anger, her eyes sharp and cold. Brother Dao, are you joking? She asked in a low, serious tone. I am not joking. Tang Zixian lowered his gaze, the jade lotus in his palms spinning with a faint glow. My junior brother was brutally murdered by villains, but he left a blood lotus mark on the killer. I only need you to remove your outer robes. If there is no mark, you will be allowed to leave. The Dao seal spun in the air and finally settled on Zhuang Zai's shoulder. Her expression was unreadable, but her aura surged sharply. Tang Zixian, if the blood lotus mark really exists on us, you should be able to sense it now. That's right. Tang Zixian nodded slightly, his gaze icy. But who knows if you've used some trick to hide the blood lotus mark. Besides, since you insist you haven't seen my junior brother, did you encounter anyone else in this little chaos abyss? As the words fell, the image of a desperate martial artist at the body refining stage flickered in the minds of Zhuang Zhihe, and by Kingsweath boy nearly devoured by demons last night. How could such a youth have killed a disciple of the Tao Lotus sect? No one, Zhuang Zhihe said, restraining her emotions as she replied with two simple words. I believe so too. Tang Zixian's expression did not change as he looked up calmly. Changing tack, Zhuang Zhihe sneered. So Brother Dao just wants us to strip? Tang Zixian neither confirmed nor denied. The jade lotus in his hand suddenly flared intensely, a deadly aura pressing forward. Bai Qingxue quietly summoned a cyan ring, mystical runes vibrating around her body. So what if I do? Tang Zixian returned coldly. The air tensed abruptly, the surrounding spiritual energy seeming to drain away, clash of battle intent rising. A fierce fight was on the brink of breaking out. The first pale gray light of dawn seeped into the little chaos abyss, chasing away the pitch-black night. Fog billowed like tides flooding the ravines. Deep in a cave, Wang Shouyong stirred awake, his yawn echoing off the stone walls. Cultivators do not need much sleep, but he kept a mortal's routine resting at sunset, moving at sunrise. Last night's darkness forced him to rely on his senses to navigate, so he had withdrawn early into the cave. Yet, for some reason, sharp crackling sounds thrummed through the night, like demons fighting or some other turmoil, jolting him awake several times. He cursed inwardly, little chaos abyss, definite minus points. Thankfully, yesterday was a fruitful day. After a full day of raids and kills, he captured many demons, all converted into experience. His life force swelled more robustly, and his attribute entries soared. He waved a hand, and a pale blue shimmer appeared in the void. The attribute panel cascaded down like a waterfall. Counting roughly on his fingers, a satisfied smile crept into his eyes. Gold entries, 6. Purple entries, 14. Blue entries, 100. Green entries, 25. The demons in Little Chaos Abyss were individually strong. Blue entries dominated, green followed. Occasionally, there were hybrids of blue and green, but scarcely any of the weakest white entries. Weak demons at the awakening stage struggled to survive here, often hiding or fleeing. As a result, Wang Shouyong hadn't encountered a single one. Seeing the abundant rewards displayed on the panel, Wang Shouyong sighed deeply. No wonder the monsters in the awakening realm only appeared outside. Turns out they all lived by venturing out from the lesser chaos abyss. His finger traced over the glowing screen, rows of loot and experience points quietly pulsing. Recalling that yesterday he hadn't even encountered a single sensory mystic demon, he clicked his tongue softly and closed the panel. Now wasn't the time to tally the gains. Perhaps by tomorrow or the day after, a sensory mystic demon would willingly walk into his trap. Once he left the lesser chaos abyss, he could strengthen himself again. That would make him far more confident when facing the 2 county assessments, and he could also take the opportunity to connect with Captain Hu of the Demon Exterminators in Linshui, County, a valuable contact in the capital. Stepping out of the cave, the morning's sinister vapor pressed cool and damp against his face like a chill fog. Wang Shouyong felt a surge of energy as he strode into the milky mist, pressing deeper to explore the secrets hidden at the bottom of the lesser chaos abyss. After only a few dozen steps, a sudden violent gale tore through the fog barrier, uprooting plants and trees. Then thunder roared like a wrathful sea crashing down, instantly smashing the surrounding rocks and vegetation. The cave where they had just taken shelter collapsed in the storm of lightning and thunder with an ear-shattering crash. Amid the roaring chaos, 2 battered figures staggered out of the mist, their robes torn and bodies bloodied. Tang Zixian, are you trying to drive us to death? Zhuang Zhihe grit her teeth angrily. Another surge of crackling lightning answered her words. Bai Qingxue waved her hand, summoning her blue ring artifact. Her life treasure flickered with runes as it swiftly expanded and absorbed the raging thunder sea. But the moment after came a muffled grunt as she spat blood. Her spiritual energy went haywire, causing the ring to suddenly spiral out of control and explode, scattering residual lightning that blasted both women away. Boom. A nearby hillock was flattened, stones and dirt flying everywhere. Using the dust as cover, Zhuang Zhihe and Bai Qingxue tumbled backwards deeper into the mist. Your life treasures aren't bad, but how long can you hold out? Tung Zixian stepped forth from the fog leisurely, hands behind his back. Lightning danced between his fingers as he steadily closed in. Within the mist, Zhuang Zhihe and Bai Qingxue stumbled forward bleeding. Blood dripped along their path. Zhuang's right arm hung useless with a broken bone. Fresh blood trickled down her fingers. The talisman hovering by her side dimmed, barely hanging on. Bai Qingxue was worse off. Blood stained her lips, her shoulder burned and festering black, and the blue ring was riddled with cracks, ready to shatter at any moment. Madman! Bai Qingxue swallowed a mouthful of bloody foam, whispering her curse. Zhuang Jie bit her lip, silent, but rapidly reviewing the situation in her mind. Kong Xian and his gang, notorious libertines within the Tao Lotus sect, had already insulted them with lewd words and lascivious eyes at the 100 sect banquet. Now they had followed her here to this remote place with clear premeditation, waiting to strike once they were isolated. Had someone not secretly killed Kong Xian that night, things might have turned even worse, but she also shouldn't have left Xiantian Peach Blossom Spring to take a step into the Tianqi Imperial Dynasty. Otherwise the Tao Lotus sect wouldn't have had this chance. As her thoughts raced, a flicker of movement caught her eye. The two women abruptly stopped. On the pitch-black muddy ground before them, a disheveled boy covered in blood was crouched over the corpse of a demon, biting off a piece of still warm flesh. At the moment he lifted his head, his pale eyes locked precisely with theirs. They all looked up at the same instant, their eyes meeting perfectly. In an instant, time seemed to slow down. Every detail in the hazy mist stretched infinitely. The scene was almost identical to the moment they first met yesterday. Wang Shouyong stood rooted, his eyes a mix of confusion and disbelief. He never expected to encounter Zhuang Zhihe and Bai Qingxue here again, let alone see the two ethereal girls, once as graceful as celestial beings, now tattered and disheveled. But with danger looming, there was no time for reunion. The two only glanced at him briefly, then without looking back, leapt forward and disappeared into the grayish fog. Wang Shouyong pressed the shape-shifted demon firmly onto the muddy ground with one hand, while with the other, he tore off a piece of its flesh and stuffed it into his mouth. The demon convulsed a few times before going silent as he swallowed the faint life force. The metallic sweetness lingered on his tongue, but he felt no pleasure. If such a great demon could chase those once immortal beauties to such a state in this chaotic abyss, what else awaited? His chewing suddenly faltered as a chilling premonition rose in his heart. The next moment, two sharp rips tore through the mist. The voices of Zhuang Zhihe and Bai Qingxue echoed as they suddenly turned back and lunged straight at him. Running into you is bad luck. Stop eating that, or you might lose your life. Bai Qingxue panted as she grabbed Wang Shouyong's shoulder. In a flash of hesitation, he chose not to resist. Bai Qingxue lifted him while Zhuang Zhihe flew alongside, plunging deeper into the fog and leaving only a blurred streak behind. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar exploded from behind him. Aishian broke through black thunderclouds, his sleeves billowing. With overwhelming spiritual power, he stirred the fog into a vortex. Raising one hand, he formed a seal and slammed it down, shaking the earth and mountains. He glanced down sharply, spotting the demon corpses lingering in the grass with blood still fresh. His eyes hardened like blades, radiating deadly intent. Is there someone here? Whether or not this person was connected to Kong Xian's death, once Tung Zixian found them, it meant death, without mercy. The various sects of Xuantian always maintained a facade of harmony, so if word spread that the Dalian sect had secretly massacred disciples of the Qinghuan Palace, they would be ridiculed. Unless he returned with the two bodies marked by the Blood Lotus seal, this matter would never end. With this resolve, Tung Zixian pushed aside all distractions. His spiritual power surged like a tidal wave, tearing the mist apart as three distant figures swiftly vanished. Flying alongside Bai Qingxue was a new and strange experience for Wang Shouyong. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally asked, "Who's hunting you?" Bai Qingxue rolled her eyes, too breathless to answer. But Zhuang Zhihe spoke softly, "It's Tung Zixian, a disciple from the Dalian sect of Xuantian Taoyuan. He's gone mad. If he spots you, he will kill you." Xuantian Taoyuan? What kind of place is that? Wang Shouyong's confusion deepened. You're from there too? Then why did you come to this chaotic abyss? We are disciples of Qinghuan Palace in Xuantian Taoyuan, originally here to seek the Yinyang dual life flower. Zhuang's words were brief, but carried urgent anxiety. Now consider this an unfortunate accident for both of us. This has nothing to do with you. They'll set you down soon. Run far away, and don't lose your life for nothing. Though her tone was rushed, the kindness beneath Zhuang's cool expression was unmistakable, something even Wang Shouyong could feel. At the same time, Wang Shouyong also noticed the Yinyang twin flower that Zhuang Zhihe mentioned. A shock ran through him as he instinctively touched the strange little flower in his chest pocket and blurted out, "What exactly is the Yinyang twin flower? Tell me in detail. I might have actually seen it before." Bai Qingxue nearly stomped her foot in frustration. "Now's not the time. We're barely hanging on to our lives, and you're still worried about some flower? Besides, what could that possibly have to do with a mere mortal warrior like you?" Her voice trailed off as she pressed her lips tightly, unwilling to argue further. But Zhuang Jia focused and replied, the yin-yang twin flower's branches, leaves, and petals are all black and white. It can help cultivators at the spirit control stage awaken to profound truths and break into the Tao understanding stage. It won't benefit your mortal warrior cultivation, but if you truly have seen this flower, perhaps we can escape to where it grows. Senior sister, why are you telling him all this? Bai Qingxue interrupted. Zhuang Jia pursed her lips, speaking quietly. If I can get that flower, I might seize the opportunity to break through and fight Teng Zixian. That's impossible, Bai Qingxue said urgently. Not to mention we don't even know where the flower is. Even if he knows, he'd have to take a detour and we can't afford the time to practice Tao now. Before she could finish, her eyes suddenly caught a natural cave concealed by vines ahead. The terrain was hidden, almost undetectable from above. Without hesitation, Bai Qingxue spun around, her expression cold as she stared at Wang Shouyong. Listen, this has nothing to do with you. I'm leaving you behind. If you want to run, run. If you want to hide, hide. Don't waste senior sister's efforts. If it weren't for her, you'd be dead already. With that, she grabbed Wang Shouyong and roughly lifted him as if to throw him to the ground. Wait, Wang Shouyong shouted urgently. Wait for what? At a life or death moment, you're still dawdling. Bai Qingxue barked angrily and with all her strength hurled him down. Run quickly. Before anyone could react, Bai Qingxue and Zhuang Ji had dashed into the thick fog, each heading in opposite directions. Wang Shouyong flipped midair and landed firmly. Suddenly, two muffled thuds sounded nearby. Bang! Bang! The impacts came almost back to back, followed by two startled cries and flying debris. Zhuang Jia and Bai Qingxue were blasted backward, crashing heavily before him, their faces filled with disbelief. Wang Shouyong sighed and shook his head. I told you to wait. The fog slowly cleared, revealing the source of the collision, a sheer cliff towering for miles and piercing the misty sky. Bai Qingxue had just turned when she and Zhuang Jia slammed into the cliff face, carving two deep dents into the rock. Seeing this, Wang Shouyong felt anew the terrifying nature of the rugged terrain Hu Qingping had warned about. One moment the path is smooth, the next, deadly cliffs appear. Watching the two immortals stagger to their feet and still trying to fly away despite their injuries, Wang Shouyong couldn't help but move closer. Are you alright? Neither Zhuang Jia nor Bai Qingxue responded, staggering as they took flight again. But Zhuang Jia whispered as she prepared to flee, go hide inside that cave quickly. This doesn't concern you. They'll draw those Lotus sect disciples away. Before she could finish, she suddenly froze. Reflected in her pupils was a black and white flower bud, its fragrance pure and refreshing, filling the air. This is. Wang Shouyong had quietly brought the flower he held before her and asked softly, you're just awakening to the Tao now, do you still have time? As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence fell. Zhuang Jia and Bai Qingxue looked at Wang Shouyong with eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The yin-yang double bloom was undoubtedly the goal of Zhuang Jia and Bai Qingxue's journey. They were indeed fleeing deep within the misty forest, that much was certain. Just moments ago, Zhuang Jia had explained to her companion that if, during their escape, they could use the yin-yang double bloom to attain enlightenment and break through their limits, she might stand a chance to face Teng Zixian in a life-or-death duel. All the logic fit. The only thing that didn't was who had allowed Wang Shouyong, after hearing this, to pull out that legendary, almost mythical flower from his bosom? Who permitted him, in such an absurd, completely unexpected, almost magical way, to present the yin-yang double bloom right before their eyes? Suddenly, a storm of emotions surged within Zhuang Jia and Bai Qingxue. They stared at the tiny swirling flower with its black and white petals as if their gazes were being sucked into it, their minds going blank, and even their footing becoming unsteady. Even more unbelievable, the boy before them, barely at the realm of physical refinement, scratched his head innocently and asked, is it still possible to cultivate and break through at this point? Damn it. Zhuang Jia bit her tongue hard, the bitter metallic taste instantly clearing her days. She swiftly took the flower she had long dreamed of clutching, pressing her lips together as she whispered, thank you. For this kindness, the Qingwan Palace. Save the formalities. Hurry, seize enlightenment. He's coming. Wang Shouyong cut her off, suddenly looking up, his eyes piercing into the gray-white fog. The mist was silent, yet it made his hair stand on end, sending a bone-chilling cold crawling up his spine. Lightning flickered erratically, faint thunder reverberated, but the aura was more terrifying than any demon from Ganxian had ever faced. Furrowing his brow, Wang Shouyong suddenly sighed. Forget it, there's no time left. No good. Zhuang's eyes' expression hardened as she snapped up the yin-yang double bloom into her bosom, her Tao imprint shimmering into being beside her. Bai Qingxue also tensed, circulating her cyan true qi in her palm, alert. In the next instant, the pursuers finally stepped out of the fog. Wang Shouyong caught a glimpse of their clothing in the brief flash of lightning. It was nearly identical to that young man he had previously slain. Just as I thought. He squinted. Still planning to run? The mist parted to reveal the pursuer's true face. It was Tung Zixian, his face cold, eyes indifferent. Upon seeing Wang Shouyong, he barely even glanced in his direction. They were nothing but a borderland nobody at the realm of physical refinement, hardly worth acknowledging. Despair blossomed in Zhuang's eyes for the first time, her spiritual energy spiraling out of control. Despite their desperate efforts, they had failed to shake him off. Even with the yin yang double bloom in hand, there was no time left to cultivate. Their final card was completely nullified. Bai Qingxue gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand. She wiped blood from the corner of her mouth and stepped forward to shield Zhuang Jia. A cyan ring hovered before her, spinning fiercely, radiating sharp energy, ready to meet Tung Zixian's attack heaten. Tung Zixian raised his hand, forming a hand seal. Boom, dark clouds roiled. A sea of thunder exploded in the air, surging down with overwhelming destructive force toward the two women. Bai Qingxue grunted, blood bursting from her chest. The cyan ring rapidly expanded, engulfing a large part of the thunderstorm, then violently contracted, condensing the raging electricity into a fist-sized lightning ball that crackled and dashed wildly inside the ring. Tung Zixian's expression remained utterly calm. Had chased these two many times before. Each time, this stubborn girl only ended up hurting herself worse. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Sure enough, after 3 breaths, the blue ring could no longer contain the surging sea of lightning. Cracks quickly spread, and with a thunderous roar, the bolts shattered their prison, coalescing into a vast thunderbird that filled the sky. As it flapped its wings, electric flashes exploded, screaming as it dove toward the three of them. The crackling sound of thunder rolled like a tide, while the scorching smell of burning hair filled the air, as if their fur was being instantly singed. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbird opened its beak, death's shadow looming over the three. At that moment, stop! Zhuang Jia staggered forward, face ashen, knees pounding against the rocky ground. Head bowed, she raised her arms to hold a strange flower in her palms. Tung Zixian, who had intended to stand aside, froze in surprise. The moment he recognized the flower, his pupils contracted sharply as he violently summoned his true energy. The furious thunderbird abruptly changed course, its electric feathers scattering as it skimmed past them and crashed heavily against a nearby cliff. Boom! The mountain wall shattered, rocks flying everywhere. Tung Zixian momentarily lost his voice, whispering, "The Yin-Yang twin bloom." Zhuang Jia remained kneeling, as if crushing all dignity into the dust beneath her. Yet with trembling hands, she solemnly held up the black and white spiritual flower, her voice quivering. "Please spare us. This flower is for you. I know you seek enlightenment from it. I only ask for mercy. The Qingluan Palace will never interfere again. Once we leave this small chaos abyss, we will never mention this again. Please let us go." Tung Zixian was entranced. Since their encounter the previous night, he had never seen Zhuang Jia so humbled, not to mention offering a treasure that stirred even his own desire. A crooked smile tugged at his lips. "So you came to this small chaos abyss just for this?" His words rumbled like distant thunder. Bai Qingxue snapped out of her shock, spinning to glare incredulously at their kneeling senior sister. But Zhuang Jia only lowered her eyes and shivered, her tightly pressed lips full of humiliation. "Senior sister, get up. Why kneel to this madman? If it comes to it, we can die fighting." Bai Qingxue shouted hoarsely, crimson veins spreading in her eyes. Her lips trembled, but Zhuang Jia did not move an inch. "Zhuang Jia, get up. Zhuang Jia," she screamed, desperate. Tung Zixian touched down and walked toward them, each step savoring the sight like a perfect sculpture. A surge of exhilaration nearly spilled from his lips. He had never cared about Kong Xian's death. If not for respect for Elder Kong, he wouldn't have bothered. But now, seeing Zhuang Jia kneel in such disgrace to offer the Yin-Yang twin bloom, his blood boiled and his fingers trembled with excitement. Especially when he slowed to a stop 2 meters from her, then smiled softly. "Why pretend like this just to lure me here? Your Tao imprint has been trembling nearby all along, ready to perish with me." As his words fell, Zhuang's eyes shot up in shock, and her body froze completely. Bai Qingxue was stunned in an instant. Her pupils constricted sharply as she looked blankly at Zhuang Jia. Only then did she notice the Tao seal that had silently accompanied Zhuang Jia for some time was now quietly floating beside her. The faintly glowing talisman moved without a sound, yet it pierced her heart like an icy needle, making her breath catch and falter. Tung Zixian saw the scene, and his eyes curved sharply, a wide grin splitting his face. He laughed heartily, even to the point of tears gleaming at the corners of his eyes. "Don't look at me like that," he sneered. "If anyone's to blame, it's your terrible acting. You might have fooled that naive girl, but you can't fool me." As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed his finger at Zhuang Jia. All the amusement immediately vanished from his expression, replaced by a bone-chilling murderous intent. A jade lotus floated silently in front of him, its petals emitting a piercing coldness that seemed to freeze the entire great hall. "Now, stop with all your little tricks. Strip off your clothes, kneel naked, and repeat those begging words you just said. His gaze shifted to Bai Qingxue, voice still icy and unforgiving. And you too. The air felt like it was being strangled, and the room was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Zhuang Zai's hand trembling as it held the flower, her knuckles whitening from the force of her grip. Despair rushed through her chest like a flood, her heart encased in thick ice, cold and lifeless. At that moment, a figure moved. He stepped over the trembling Bai Qingxue and passed by the kneeling Zhuang Jia. His pace was measured and unhurried, each step landing steadily, leather boots striking the ground with a crisp, steady echo. He stopped in front of Zhuang Jia, casting a shadow that fully covered her humiliated, pale face, shielding her from Tung Zixian's cruel, cold gaze. Then he lifted his hand, took the flower from Zhuang Zai's halfway raised hand. Pressing his fingertips against her temple, he tucked the flower into her hair, smoothing the stray strands gently, a tenderness almost at odds with the deadly tension in the air. Finally, he wiped away a tear that slid down her cheek in fright. His voice was low but clear enough for everyone present to hear. Who told you to take the flower I gave you and give it to someone else? As Wang Shouyong's words fell, the room fell into a brief, heavy silence. Despair froze on the faces of Zhuang Jia and Bai Qingxue, their breaths caught and still. Tung Zixian's eyebrows twitched slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Only Wang Shouyong remained calm and composed as he turned steadily to face the arrogant young man. In his past life, Wang Shouyong often scoffed at the cliché hero rescues the beauty in stories, secretly wondering if the one being chased was an ordinary-looking passerby, would the so-called hero even show up? Now, as Zhuang Jia raised the Yinyang twin flowers but was instantly seen through by Tung Zixian, he finally understood the answer. A hero doesn't appear to rescue the beauty. They appear because no one else can save her but themselves. When trapped in a deadly situation, if you are the only one who can break the stalemate, then you are destined to step forward. Tung Zixian would never let him escape. Wang Shouyong refused to let this detestable opponent leave Xiluanyuan alive. So there was only one outcome, death. What's more, before striking, he had already found his own answer. Zhongping, you truly deserve to die. Zhongping, you truly deserve to die. Wang Shouyong's voice was steady, his breath instantly restrained, his entire being as quiet and unassuming as a small stone. A chill suddenly rose in Zhuang Zai's heart. Unable to control herself, she reached out to grasp the hem of his clothes, her fingertips trembling. Don't. You're no match for him. Please come back, we still have a chance. Her fear was not unfounded. How could a body-refining martial artist from the frontier stand against the most outstanding disciple of the Dalian sect? It was Tung Zixian who had driven her and Bai Qingxue into this desperate crisis. Her teary eyes only wished the young man wouldn't rush blindly to his doom. But Wang Shouyong gently brushed away her fragile hand, his voice low but resolute. Give me 15 minutes. I will kill him. With that, he lowered his eyelids and stepped forward. Bai Qingxue and Zhuang Jia froze in place, watching the lean figure draw closer to the opponent step by step. When Tung Zixian saw Wang Shouyong's calm gaze, he suddenly understood what this body-refining youth intended to do. A sense of absurdity surged within him, and he let out a low laugh. You insignificant ant dare to shake the tree? The jade lotus floated forward, crackling with thunderlight. Suddenly, a lotus-shaped thunderstorm expanded, surging out like a sea of lightning. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly closed the distancia 3-meter gap, crossed in a blink. A fierce heavy fist ripped through the air, roaring with the boom of thunder as it charged toward his face. Wang Shouyong's expression remained unshaken. Tung Zixian's pupils suddenly contracted. A deadly crisis previously unknown rose from his feet to his heart. Boom. One punch. A roaring shockwave reversed course, hurling rocks and debris through the air. An immense, unparalleled force seemed to shake the very core of the small chaotic abyss. The ground where Wang Shouyong once stood shattered violently, a deep crater erupting with explosive power. His fist struck without restraint, landing squarely on Tung Zixian's face. The strength of the soaring dragon exploded like a muffled thunderclap, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Blood sprayed from Tung Zixian's 7 orifices as if a mountain had crashed into him. His mind instantly went blank, stars bursting behind his skull. With a wet thud, Tung Zixian flew backward like a torn rag, the torrent of flying stones and earth unable to slow his momentum. Towering ancient trees were cleaved in half at the trunk, their thick pillars shattered into fragments before even hitting the ground. The earth was gouged with a straight fissure, dust billowing as one tree after another crashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The forest before the cliff turned into a chaotic ruin. Yet Wang Shouyong had no time to admire the outcome of his punch. His feet slammed onto the broken ground, sending stones flying. His figure blurred into a black streak in the smoke as he instantly closed the distance to the airborne Tung Zixian. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Tang Xixian's face with one hand, his fingers piercing like steel needles into flesh while his other fist was raised high. Kill! His fist smashed down like a falling meteor, striking Tang Xixian's abdomen with bone-crushing force. Shockwaves exploded outward. Flesh tore apart with a ripping sound, blood blasting skyward. A sharp, agonized scream erupted from Tang Xixian's throat as he crashed into the ground amid rubble and broken branches, the thunderous impact shaking the surroundings. At that moment, lightning split the sky. A thunderbird cloaked in Jade Lotus illusions dove toward Wang Shouyong. Tao Lotus Thunder Technique. There was nowhere to dodge. Wang Shouyong unleashed another punch. Bang! The air seemed to rupture as he was thrown back by the recoil, the Jade Lotus illusion shattering into countless sparkles midair. The crater trembled, dust and sand cascading down its walls. Tang Xixian coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering as he climbed from the pit. Covering his face with trembling hands, blood dripped between his fingers. Pain stabbed through his limbs and body like thousands of steel needles. I want you dead. His fierce roar echoed as more than a dozen talisman scrolls appeared, flickering with light before vanishing, then reappearing beside Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong's body arced backward through the air, hairs on end, icy dread washing over him like a flood. Die! Stars exploded with crackling energy, piercing screams filling the air, nearly overwhelming all sound. Blinding white light surged forward amid fiery orange flames that ignited the talisman slips, scorching the air with heat waves that billowed the robes of Zhuang Jihua and Bai Qingxue. The talismans linked into a formation and detonated in midair. Boom! The young man's figure was blasted back by the blaze, tracing an arc as he crashed toward Zhuang Jihua and Bai Qingxue. Only now, after those few intense seconds, did everything that had happened settle in Zhuang Zai's mind. Watch out! She stretched out her arms to catch Wang Shouyong. He steadied himself effortlessly, seemingly unharmed, nodding briefly at her before slipping something into her palm. In the next instant, the ground trembled beneath his feet as he vanished again, charging toward the staggering Tang Xixian. Zhuang Jihua looked down, seeing in her palm a twisted piece of face skin still clinging to bloodied flesh and sinew blood dripping wet, making her breath catch. When she looked up again, Tang Xixian was covering his face with one hand. Between his fingers, raw flesh red and white was starkly exposed beneath torn skin. The deafening roar filled the air as Tang Xixian looked up with a twisted grimace, just in time to see that absurd youth rushing straight toward him. The savage gust howled past his ears like a fierce beast charging headlong, causing his hair to stand on end and alarms to flood his mind like a breaking dam run. Get out of here! Instinctively, he took a half step back and abruptly raised his hand, holding the Jade Lotus horizontally in front of him. A veil of shimmering multicolored light materialized, forming a thin membrane suspended between them. The barrier was set, but it brought no comfort. Instead, a wave of nausea churned in his stomach, as if someone whispered close to his ear. Thunder magic. Before the voice finished, Wang Shouyong's palm pressed against the membrane. Wanlin. With a sizzle, the light shield shattered, yet the youth's figure still moved like lightning, striking in an instant. Terror and rage flashed in Tang Xixian's eyes, but he had no time to react before the punch's wind hit. The Jade Lotus erupted with the cry of a thunderbird, arcs of electricity bursting forth, instantly singeing the fabric on Wang Shouyong's arm to black ash. The scent of burning filled the air, and tremors of numbness prickled his flesh where the electric arcs bit. Still, his punch did not falter one bit. His lips parted slightly, emitting a piercing shriek that cut through Tang Xixian's eardrums like a blade tearing at his very soul. A silent strike sharper than sound. Howl of the moon. Tang Xixian's expression froze, stunned momentarily. The opportunity was therein that split second. Boom. His fist crashed into the suddenly visible Jade Lotus. Crack. Spiderweb cracks spread instantly across the lotus surface at the point of impact, as if ready to shatter. After the hit, Wang Shouyong's previously unreadable face finally twitched with tension, his brow furrowing slightly. Raising his arm to strike again, Tang Xixian snapped out of his daze. His face flushed deep red, twisted with rage like a chasm breaking open. 3,000 talismans burst. With a shout, countless talismans appeared around Wang Shouyong, as if spanning across space itself. Their intricate glyphs lit up one by one with brilliant white light, radiating an almost tangible aura of lethal threat. Wang Shouyong's brow tightened as he lifted his gaze to fix on the staggering Tang Xixian. This strange technique had seen it before on a Tao Lotus sect disciple who'd been slain earlier. No sign of natural energy fluctuations, yet delivering a full-force strike at the chi transformation stage. In a flash of insight, the talisman glow flared dazzlingly bright. Watch out! Suddenly, a frantic shout came from behind, and a pale green ring silently appeared, descending to encircle Wang Shouyong. The familiar membrane instantly sealed off the area around him. Turning, he saw Bai Qingxu's fingers spread wide, blood spurting wildly from her lips, her eyes resolute as if facing death heated. In the next moment, It seemed Wang Shouyong understood everything. His brow arched, and he reached out to grasp the cracked green ring. With a fierce swing of his arm, he hurled the cyan ring like a cannonball, shooting it over 100 feet toward Tung Zixian's face. I don't need this. At that instant, countless talismans erupted simultaneously. The thunderous blast sent shockwaves rippling through the air, swirling dust and smoke thickly obscuring the entire view. The ring struck Tung Zixian, brutally slicing a chunk of flesh away to reveal a large, exposed patch of skull. Yet the ring's force quickly waned, falling to the ground lifeless. In the distance, Bai Qingxue coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood that slowly rose into a misty plume. Her eyes, nearly bloodshot, burned with fury and pain as she watched the mushroom cloud billow up. She couldn't understand why that warrior would willingly give up such a precious treasurite, instinctively defended him from deadly blows. Even though she knew her own life gem would shatter from that strike, at least it would save his life. Facing the smoke and dust rising from the blast, Tung Zixian's twisted face contorted into a wild, uncontrolled grin. Even with half his flesh torn away, he couldn't hide the ecstasy in his expression. Ha ha ha, you're hit. You're hit. He laughed, deep wrinkles crawling across his cheeks as blood trickled down his distorted features. A mere warrior dares to defy my Dao Lianzong talisman formation, a powerless lowly mortal. Huh. Ha ha ha. I knew you were meant to die. Die. Pain, ecstasy, lucky survival, counterattack, and revenge all crashed in his heart like a turbulent storm, magnifying his madness. His scalp half exposed, his crazed glee only deepened. But none of that mattered. Was sure he had won. His 3,000 talisman array had not yet unleashed. No one would leave alive. These talismans were years of painstaking cultivation, the pinnacle of his spiritual power. Even if that youth was strange, hardly like a warrior, playing with bizarre tricks, he couldn't escape the deadly encirclement of this talisman formation. He was doomed. Ha, filthy beast. Tung Zixian's eyes began to tremble as he laughed uncontrollably. As the dust gradually settled and dirt rained down like a gray drizzle, it seemed everything was about to conclude. Yet at that moment, a chilly voice suddenly sounded beside him. What did I just get hit by? Tung Zixian's pupils contracted sharply. In disbelief, he turned to see a calm and scathed face before him, the same youth. An illusion? With a faint smirk, the youth's palm sliced through Tung's wound, and fresh blood immediately spurted out. Xiangang. Before he could finish, Tung Zixian tried to harness his spiritual energy to strike back, but suddenly felt woozy. This time it was different from the faint voice earlier, felt as if invisible strings were pulling him from the ground, slowly lifting him out of some cage, floating up into the sky. Suspended midair, he looked down to see Wang Shouyong's hand piercing through his chest. Like a spectator, he witnessed it all unfold. Wang Shouyong looked up, their eyes locked. One breath, two breaths, then Tung Zixian's body suddenly sank. When he opened his eyes again, a sharp, unprecedented pain tore through his chest, as if something brutal had forcefully invaded his body. Stunned and terrified, he looked down to see Wang Shouyong's blood-soaked half-arm. With one outward pull, the severed limb dragged out a beating heart. Blood poured like a waterfall from his chest, splashing heavily onto the ground. Tung Zixian slipped into a daze. The most despairing moment for a person is when all their hopes are shattered, and the most beautiful dreams in their heart slip away like flowing water. At this moment, Tung Zixian had fallen into such an abyss now. To be precise, he no longer even had a heart left to fall. His heart was being squeezed between Wang Shouyong's fingers, still stubbornly beating. Tung Zixian opened his mouth to speak, but a gush of hot blood burst out first, spilling onto the ground. He staggered forward, unable to take a steady step, his shattered chest and abdomen suddenly collapsing inward. His internal organs lost support and fell out, accompanied by wet, muffled sounds. Blood, viscera, and broken bones tangled in a mess at his feet, yet he fixed his gaze on the young man before him. In his bloodshot eyes churned the last fragments of consciousness. How could a mere body refinement stage warrior destroy the 3,000 talismans explosion? How could such a lowly scoundrel manage to leave his soul at the last moment? Why? Why? No one would answer him. His thoughts suddenly snapped apart. He reached forward into empty air as the world plunged into utter darkness. Before sinking completely, he heard Wang Shouyong's calm voice drifting to him. Not bad. You're harder to kill than the last one. A lightning-fast realization flashed through Tung Zixian's mind. He suddenly widened his eyes, but it was already too late for any rescue. His vision blackened completely, yet he strained his neck, lifting his head to glare one last time at the youth before life finally slipped away. Wang Shouyong shook his head slightly, stepping around the corpse. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and stomped hard. Cracked, the cervical vertebrae shattered, and Tung Zixian's head tumbled away. Only after confirming no lingering threat did Wang Shouyong relax and turn to leave. As the thick fog began to clear, Zhuang Zhihe and Bai Qingxue from Qinghuan Palace stood side by side, frozen like statues. Their mouths opened, but only weak, rasping breaths escaped. The young man emerged from the mist, bloodstains spotted across his collar, a shocking sight, yet his face remained calm and serene. A warrior, by Qingxue blurted out, but her words choked off midway. There was no such thing as a warrior like this in the world. Wang Shouyong nodded slightly at the two women, his tone flat. He's dead. You can rest assured now. Silence fell so deep around them it was as if a needle would drop and be heard. Zhuang's eyes, breathing, seemed to stop completely. Her body stiffened like a sculpture. Wang Shouyong showed no impatience. He stood quietly, waiting for them to regain their senses. After a long moment, Zhuang Zhihe finally spoke in a stiff voice. Who exactly are you? In the past, Wang Shouyong might have smiled and replied, just a hero acting on a whim. But he knew that no one in this world would understand such a joke. So he answered simply, Exorcism Department of Linshui County, Wang Shouyong. Zhuang's eyes voice trembled. Tu wasn't asking that. I wanted to ask, hesitating. She seemed to lose all ability to form words, not even knowing where to begin. He asked why. As a martial artist at the body refining stage, he could slaughter spirit commanders as easily as slaughtering chickens. He asked how, not long ago, he was struggling desperately among demons, yet now suddenly appeared so strong and fearsome. He asked why his pocket just happened to hold the very Inyang dual bloom flower they all yearned for. He asked what method he had used to survive under Tung Xixian's thunder talisman. He asked him. This barrage of questions churned wildly in Zhuang's eyes mind, like a series of heavy blows shaking the very foundation of everything she had ever believed in her cultivation. How could a mere martial artist be so powerful? Filled with restrained confusion, she finally spoke, asking the most crucial question, how did you do it? Wang Shouyong scratched his damp hair casually and replied flatly, just killed like that. You each have your strange little tricks, but your bodies are too weak. Killing you isn't that hard. Weak bodies? Zhuang Jia couldn't help but object. But you're only at the body refining stage yourself. Why would your body be? Wang Shouyong frowned slightly and interrupted. You're wrong. Huh. I've never been body refining. That single sentence struck both women simultaneously. Bai Qingxue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, hesitating before asking. Then, are you at the spirit perceiving stage? Wang Shouyong shook his head. I'm at the qi transformation stage. It's just that my magic was sealed by someone. Now I'm just tempering myself in the Shaowan abyss. A sudden realization froze the mood solid. Qi transformation and body refining were worlds apart. Common knowledge. The disciples of Xianyuan Taoyuan sect naturally outranked the martial artists of the Tianqi imperial dynasty, let alone a true Qi transformer. In their eyes, body refining warriors were like ants, but this ant before them had violently overturned every rule, almost tyrannically overpowering spirit command disciples. Even they struggled to stand against. Wang Shouyong. Zhuang Zhihe silently repeated the name, committing it to memory. Whatever happened in Shaowan abyss, she would remember it for life. She raised her hand to smooth her tangled side hair and felt something soft, flower petals. Suddenly realizing, she quickly took off the Inyang dual bloom flower and offered it back with both hands. Thigh's flower, it's yours. Her voice unexpectedly stumbled. Wang Shouyong took it and brought it to his nose to smell, frowning slightly. You just said it's useless for martial artists, right? Why keep it then? Useless, but it's still yours. I just got it by accident earlier. Before she could finish, he had already slipped the flower back into her hair. Wang Shouyong licked his lips, his voice low and hoarse. If it's useless, then give me something truly useful instead. Bai Qingxue instinctively asked, what kind of useful thing? Before he could answer, both Zhuang Zhihe and Bai Qingxue shivered simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, then looked back at the youth. His face, previously stern and upright, now scanned them both as if spotting a rare treasure. The light in his eyes was tinged with greed and desire. Both women widened their eyes in shock. Noticing Wang Shouyong's gaze, Bai Qingxue felt a flush rush to her cheeks, not from embarrassment, but anger. She clenched her teeth, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her heart trembling with cold fury. She had thought this man chivalrous, but it turned out he was just as shameless as Tung Zixian. Forced to steady her trembling voice, she said, Senior sister, would rather let this scum, but her words caught in her throat as she suddenly turned around, stunned by what she saw. Zhuang's eyes hair was disheveled and loose, her fingers trembling as she tried to tuck it behind her ears, only to freeze when they touched the Inyang twin bloom. The flower's icy petals shifted her expression, part shame, part anger, with a tangled emotion flickering deep in her eyes. You Zhuang Jia! Bai Qingxue shouted, her face flushed red. Her fierce cry struck Zhuang Jia like thunder, pulling her out of her daze. She shuddered all over, suddenly realizing she had just been pulled by some invisible force, nearly drowning in it. Wang Shouyong's earlier words echoed in her ears, planting a strange temptation. Meeting her junior sister's accusing gaze, Zhuang Jia abruptly bit her tongue. The metallic taste flooded her mouth, sharp pain clearing her mind completely. She spoke coldly. Junior sister, you're right. If you were as shameless as Tung Zixian, we would never let you succeed. At worst, they'll let you do as you please to me. if you will let my junior sister go." With that, she shut her eyes, shoulders stiffened, her hatred plain to see. "Senior sister," Bai Qingxue called out anxiously, but Wang Shouyong interrupted. "What nonsense," he frowned, folding away the light screen carrying the Master of Temptation spell, waving his hand with exasperation. "The useful ones I meant aren't you." The two women were momentarily stunned. Wang Shouyong went on, "I want demons. I came to Little Chaos Abyss for demons. If you can capture a large number of demons for me, this Inyang Twin Bloom will be yours." "What were you thinking just now?" Bai Qingxu's face, already flushed, now burned as if bleeding. Zhuang Jiha, for some reason, felt a sudden, inexplicable emptiness. Just as they prepared to respond, Wang Shouyong suddenly pricked up his ears, frowning sharply as his gaze pierced the thick mists rolling around them. Following his line of sight, they saw nothing unusual amid the swirling fog. "Are there still remnants of the Dao Lotus sect in Little Chaos Abyss?" Wang Shouyong murmured. Zhuang Zai's heart skipped a beat. She realized a critical oversight. No good. Dao Lotus disciples never travel alone there. Can't be only Kong Xian and Tung Zixian. Especially since Kong Xian came from the sect, he must have had escorts. Bai Qingxue quickly added, "That's right. I heard Kong Xian is the grandson of a Dao Lotus elder. His parents died young, and the elder treats him well. This time entering Little Chaos Abyss, he must have been accompanied by familiar people. Now that Kong Xian has mysteriously died, the Dao Lotus sect will be furious." Wang Shouyong's eyes shifted subtly, but he said nothing. The two women did not know that the mysterious death of Kong Xian was at his own hands. Even if they suspected, they instinctively avoided mentioning it now. "We must leave Little Chaos Abyss as soon as possible," Zhuang Jiha lowered her voice. Once back at Xintian Peach Spring, even if Dao Lotus tries to investigate Tung Zixian, we'll simply deny everything. Bai Qingxue immediately added, "And as for you, would you be willing to return to Xintian Peach Spring with us? The Qingluan Palace will surely protect you." Zhuang Jiha grabbed Wang Shouyong's sleeve. Before she could finish speaking, she saw the young man in front of her slowly shake his head. "I'm not willing." His eyes were calm like still water, but his voice was chillingly cold. She froze, her lips trembling slightly, before whispering, "Is it possible that the Dalian sect would spare me?" "That's naturally impossible." Wang Shouyong bent down and casually lifted both her and Bai Qingxue together, his tone still indifferent. "If they find out you killed Tung Zixian, they won't rest until you're dead. But for now, they don't know as long as you stay hidden." He paused, his gaze growing grave. "Without Tung Zixian, there's Kong Xian too. Since Tung Zixian is capable of killing people he knows, I don't expect the others in the Dalian sect to be any friendlier. Unless every last one of them is as hard to kill as he is, then after this chaos in the Shao Wan Yuan, the Dalian sect will have no survivors left." His words landed like ice. Both Zhuang Jiha and Bai Qingxue felt their chests tighten, as if a freezing wave surged through them. This man carries such a deadly will. With a slight push off his toes, Wang Shouyong moved like a shadow weaving through the trees, swiftly carrying the two girls over 100 yards before vanishing among the towering, dense ancient woods. He hooked Tung Zixian's corpse and kicked it into the underbrush with a crisp motion, as if discarding a piece of dead wood. As the mist rolled, a group landed in the forest like falling stars, cutting through the heavy air with rushing sounds. The leader looked around, frowning deeply. "Tung Senior Brother's aura ends here. Could something have happened?" A nearby disciple scoffed. "Do you even know what you're saying? Tung Senior Brother is a half step to enlightenment. How could something happen to him? But didn't young Master Kong also have an accident?" The leader frowned. "I can't shake the feeling that something unknown is going on that we haven't uncovered yet." Before he finished, another disciple suddenly gasped. "Wait, look at the marks on the ground." They all turned to see cracked soil and deep furrows, the freshly turned earth still moist. The more they examined, the darker their expressions grew. There was a fierce battle here just recently. Someone sniffed the air, detecting a faint coppery metallic scent. Their voice dropped sharply. "Be careful, there's blood here." Before the warning ended, a flash of green light suddenly descended from the sky. Through the mist, a glowing green ring whirred into existence, trapping everyone inside like a cage. "Damn, it's a life-bound treasure. A sealing formation, prepare for battle." Just as shouts erupted, a round black shadow tore through the mist like a cannonball, hurtling toward the group. "Who dares to play tricks like this?" A disciple shouted furiously, launching a bolt of lightning that scorched the attacker to the ground. The smell of burning flesh mixed with smoke. They glanced down. What lay before them was a charred, shining head. The skin was carbonized beyond recognition, but somehow every disciple from the Dao Yin sect shivered with fear, their limbs paralyzed. In the next instant, a silent breeze swept through, followed by a dull ripping sound of flesh tearing apart. "Don't recognize your senior brother Ting anymore? Senior brother Ting? Senior brother Tung?" Everyone turned around in shock. Before them stood a young man, drenched in blood, with blood still dripping from between his fingers. A thick red mist swirled around his chest. Nearby, a headless corpse slumped forward and thudded onto the muddy ground, its face strikingly calm, like a butcher who had just finished killing a chicken. Only 3 people remained in the clearing. You, who are you? How dare you? Damn it. With terrified shouts, the 3 hastily summoned their own magical weapon, strange and unfamiliar in appearance, which hovered before them. At the same time, talismans identical in origin to those of Tang Zixian suddenly lit up around their bodies. You're already doomed. Stop struggling. Wang Shouyong murmured softly as dust settled around him. In the next instant, stones exploded outward, and he vanished into thin air. Boom. The second headless corpse was blasted into a crimson mist by a powerful punch. The magical weapons never had time to emit light before the talismans disintegrated into scraps of paper. The remaining 2 constricted their pupils in horror. They looked like they had seen a dreadful ghost, and, without even thinking, they turned and fled wildly in opposite directions. Damn it. One unleashed spiritual power, quickly weaving a net of lightning from the talismans behind him. The other poured out a jade bottle, sending a tidal wave of spiritual water swirling around as a shield. Their escape routes diverged sharply, seemingly forcing Wang Shouyong to choose who would die first. At that moment, a glowing cyan ring flared to life, sending 2 beams of light snapping like chains around the 2 fugitives. Within moments, their movements stiffened. Wang Shouyong had already dashed to one side, fist raised high. At the other side, a Dao imprint appeared, depicting a Qingyuan bird tilting its head and screaming. On the ground, Zhuang Jia pressed a palm down, releasing a surge of spiritual energy. The punch landed. The imprint attack struck. Boom. 2 bodies exploded into shredded limbs, blood splattering the earth. The black-red soil darkened further, and the thick mist turned a deep crimson. The malevolent energy inside Wang Shouyong dissipated completely. He landed heavily, cracking the mud and stones beneath his feet. The Dao imprint floated back beside Zhuang Jia. The 2 glanced at each other calmly. You were timid before when facing Tang Zixian, but now you're striking hard, Wang Shouyong thought. Finally, you didn't hold me back, Zhuang Jia thought. What are those 2 looking at each other like that for? Bai Qingxue wondered silently. With the battle over, Zhuang Jia raised her hand, and a wave of flames swept through the clearing, turning every corpse into ashes, leaving no fragments of metal talismans behind. Bai Qingxue retreated to the trees, sitting cross-legged as she swallowed a healing pill and closed her eyes to regain her breath. Her injuries were the worst. Her innate magical weapon was nearly destroyed. When she had resisted Tang Zixian's thunder magic, she almost lost her foundation. If not for Wang Shouyong's sudden intervention, she would have had her spiritual power reverse and her body explode. Now that the dust had settled, she could finally stabilize her meridians and repair her root foundation. Once back at Qingyuan Palace, with some rest and recuperation, she would fully recover. Yet at this moment, a new problem presented itself, one even more serious than her current wounds, placing Wang Shouyong and Zhuang Jia in a difficult position. The misty morning light filtered through the leaves. Wang Shouyong pinched the edge of his garment, carefully lifting his outer robe slightly at the collarbone, casting a quick glance before letting it fall back into place. His sharp eyes immediately caught sight of a dark red mark on his chest, as clear as if freshly inked. Zhuang Jia turned slightly, lifting the hem of her dress just enough to reveal her fair skin, where a pale pink lotus flower seemed to bloom silently. Wang Shouyong nodded inwardly, his keen senses as a martial soldier were indeed useful now. At least the blood-colored mark appeared 3 shades darker to him than to a normal person. A blood lotus mark, Zhuang Jia said, buttoning up her collar with a grave expression. Yeah, this pink cough, blood lotus mark, what exactly is it? Wang Shouyong almost let something slip. You're a warrior from the Tianqi Imperial Dynasty. You might not be familiar with the methods of our Xiantian Peach Blossom realm, Zhuang Jia explained. The blood lotus mark is the most infamous secret pursuit technique of the Dao Lotus sect. Anyone who kills a disciple of the Dao Lotus sect will bear this mark on their body, allowing their fellows to pinpoint the culprit. Our Qingyuan Palace doesn't have the blood lotus mark, but when disciples join, they leave a thread of their soul in our sect's soul lamp. If they fall outside, the sect immediately senses it. As for the subsequent effects of the Dao Lotus sect's mark, I only know the basics. After hearing this, Wang Shouyong's mood grew complicated. Ever since he personally ended Kong Xian's life, he had vaguely guessed such a mark might appear. Now that this was confirmed, it seemed unsurprising. He thought for a moment and asked, but why is your blood lotus mark different from mine? Mine is darker and larger, with bolder lines. Your petals are narrower and pinker. I only killed 1 person, but you. Zhuang Jia hesitated. You took the lives of several Dao Lotus disciples. Naturally, it would be different. She suddenly stopped, puzzled. Wait, how do you know the 2 are different? Ahem. Wang Shouyong coughed lightly, diverting his gaze. That doesn't matter. By the way, we haven't finished discussing what happened earlier. Now that the crisis is temporarily over, you should honor your payment. You don't want the Yin-Yang twin blossoms to go to waste on a brute like me, do you? His change of subject wasn't particularly subtle, but it was very effective with someone as straightforward as Zhuang Jia. She composed herself and nodded seriously. How many demons do you want? 1,000. Wang Shouyong said firmly, holding up a finger. Far away, by Qing Xue, who was healing, coughed up a mouthful of blood, opening her eyes to glare at Wang Shouyong, as if he were crazy. Considering her injury, she could only seethe silently. Zhuang Jiha pursed her lips in a bitter smile. 1,000 demons won't be easy. Kong Xian is dead in the little chaos abyss. I fear we can't stay here much longer. Maybe someone will show up in 2 or 3 days. We'll do our best. 2 or 3 days, Wang Shouyong mused. Although their combat strength might not match his, they specialized in capturing demons and were far more efficient than he was alone. No problem. A smaller number will do, as long as you catch them for me. When we part ways, we'll call it even. But before he could finish, Zhuang Jiha shook her head. No. Wang Shouyong was slightly taken aback. The yin-yang twin blossoms are a debt of gratitude. Saving your life is another. We owe you 2 favors. With that, she took a smooth jade token from her bosom and placed it in his palm. The jade felt warm, as if still bearing her body heat and a faint fragrance. If you ever come to Xiantian Peach Blossom Realm, you must come find me, find Qingwan Palace. Her expression was more solemn than ever. Wang Shouyong examined the jade token, casually tied it to his waist, and nodded. All right, I've got it. Time is tight. No delays, catch as many as you can, everyone counts. I'm counting on you. Even now, Wang Shouyong's mind was still focused on the demons he wanted. Another day passed outside the chaotic abyss. Hu Changping sat cross-legged on a withered old elm branch, his back straight and steady as a rock, eyes closed in silent meditation. His whole figure seemed frozen by time, like a weathered statue in shades of gray and brown. The leaves had long since fallen, leaving only sharp, bone-like twigs that swayed gently in the breeze, yet not a trace of movement disturbed his stillness. Not far away, Ing Banqing, midway through his cultivation, exhaled and retracted his energy. Shielded partially from the fierce noon sun, he squinted skyward, the dazzling light flickering in his dark pupils. Master Fong, how many hours have passed now? He asked casually. In the air, a faint phantom of an elderly man sat cross-legged like a floating lantern, elusive as a dream. This was Master Fong. Twisting his long beard thoughtfully, he replied, more than 2 full days. In half an hour, the agreed 3-day limit will be reached. Ing Banqing gave a soft smile. So much time has passed already. I wonder how Wang Shouyong is faring now. Crossing his arms, his tone tinged with schadenfreude, he added, he's only at the transformation Qi realm, but inside the chaotic abyss, demons and fiends abound, mostly at the shape-shifting and profound perception stages. I imagine he's long since been overwhelmed, barely managing to survive. When he emerges, I want to see if he can still keep that calm facade of his. Master Fong shook his head with an amused smile. Oh, you're so sure he won't be in mortal danger? Ing Banqing, who had just been waiting for the spectacle, shook his head and explained seriously, it's not like you haven't seen a blasted captain who away purely with brute force. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if his injuries didn't heal well. It would save me from hesitating over whether to kill him or not. But with those shape-shifting demons around, he might be untouchable. You see right through it. Master Fang's smile faded, his expression suddenly grave. But I must warn you, I felt uneasy these past few days. Nightmares plague my sleep, most likely an omen that something strange is approaching. You need to stay vigilant. Ing Banqing sighed, unimpressed. Old man, you're a light sleeper. It's normal to have nightmares. You often say you gain enlightenment from dreams, but I haven't seen you produce any truly useful techniques. You Master Fong flung his sleeve, his beard trembling indignantly. Though I've forgotten many things from the past, my vision remains far beyond that of a brat like you. If you want heed an elder's advice, don't say I didn't warn you when you suffer the consequences. All right. I'll listen, Ing Banqing muttered dismissively. Before the conversation ended, a sudden movement stirred in the treetop. Hu Qingping abruptly opened his eyes. Ing Banqing looked up to see Hu's brow furrow deeply as he gazed into the vast sky. Slowly, Hu rose to his feet, balancing steadily on the branch, his entire body taut like a drawn longbow. His slender battle blade slipped silently from its sheath by half an inch, the cold gleam flashing between his fingers. Ing Banqing sprang up beside him, lowering his voice. Captain Hu, what's wrong? Just a minor matter, Hu Changping replied evenly, still gripping his blade firmly, his gaze as cold as iron. Ing Banqing was about to press further when a loud cry exploded behind them. Ah! Startled, he whipped around. Master Fong was spinning rapidly in midair, sleeves flailing wildly, his expression a mixture of terror and madness, his voice trembling yet stubborn. Could the old man have suddenly lost his mind? Ing Banqing's heart skipped a beat. Master Fang's face etched with panic as he shouted, these people. I've seen them before. They're so familiar, yet I can't recall who they are. Who? Ing Banqing's confusion deepened. Before Master Fong could speak again, the cloud layer above suddenly tore open like a rent curtain. Several figures descended swiftly from the clouds, moving as if made of flickering light and shadow. Each wore robes embroidered with shimmering gold patterns, their style both ancient and mysterious. Their sleeves fluttered ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Floating around them hovered various ancient relics, broken blades, copper lamps, cracked tripods, battered armor fragments as if controlled by some unfathomable secret arts, radiating a menacing pressure that unsettled the heart. In an instant, these dozens of terrifying presences sped across the expanse, passing directly overhead within moments. A few figures onlookers noticed the two people on the ground, but their gazes casually drifted away, as if they were just observing ordinary crowds, without casting an ounce of extra attention. In just a few seconds, those dozens of silhouettes surged into the chaotic ravine like a raging torrent, sweeping through the mist-covered swamp and leaving behind layers of rippling fog and an oppressive tension that tightened the chest. Only when the last person vanished into the thick mist did the terrifying aura they carried recede like a retreating tide. Banshee stood frozen in place. Although these people showed no sign of any flow of heavenly or earthly power, they seemed even more dangerous than Captain Hu. He had intended to ask Elder Fong, but found that Hu Chengping had already sheathed his sword, his brows furrowed as he spoke coldly. They are from Xiantian Taoyuan. Xiantian Taoyuan? Banshee couldn't react immediately. Elder Fong beside him, however, stiffened as if struck by lightning, his eyes flickering between confusion and fear. It looked as if he remembered something, and yet had forgotten even more, his face suddenly revealing a dazed, aged look. Hu Changping ignored him, his voice calm but heavy with history. Ancient texts record that a divine dew descended from the heavenly court 100,000 years ago. This enlightened demons, and humans began practicing magic. During the 50,000-year catastrophe, human prodigies emerged, creating countless magical paths. 50,000 years later, the demons fled far west to the Western Sea and retreated to the Nihao Abyss. Humans occupied the central continent, passing through hundreds of dynasties, leading to the current Tianqi dynasty that has lasted 5,000 years. But during that long time, some grew tired of fighting demons and warring among themselves. Led by a peerless hero, they journeyed east beyond the central continent to cultivate, separating from the mortal world. Those sects abandoned old human magical arts and developed cultivation paths vastly different from martial warriors, calling their homeland Xiantian Taoyuan. For thousands or tens of thousands of years, the Nihao Abyss, the Tianqi dynasty, and Xiantian Taoyuan have maintained a delicate balance. Few from Tianqi enter Taoyuan. Taoyuan cultivators disdain the secular world and rarely set foot in the empire's territory. Why they have appeared here now, I do not know. Banshee listened in stunned silence. Still young and orphaned, he had only seen such accounts in worn old books. Now it was as if another door to the world had opened before him. Driven by curiosity, he asked, "What cultivation level are those people just now?" Hu Chengping shook his head. "I know little about Xiantian Taoyuan's realm classifications. I can't answer." "Then let me ask differently." Banking's eyes flickered. "Captain Hu, who is stronger between you and them?" Hu Changping relaxed his grip on the long sword and stepped down, his tone void of any emotion. "In life and death combat, I am stronger." After they landed, he walked toward the swamp. Following Hu Changping's gaze, Banshee saw a figure slowly materialize from the mist. Waving across the swamp pit was Wang Shouyong. Seizing the moment, Banshee asked again, "What if it's just a normal fight? No life or death?" "Still, I'm stronger." Hu Changping stood tall, eyes narrowed as he watched ahead. "All right, so you're stronger no matter what." Banshee rolled his eyes, silently sighing at the stubbornness of martial warriors. With that, he stopped asking and stood shoulder to shoulder with Hu Chengping, staring into the thick fog. Through the thick fog, it seemed that two more figures appeared alongside Wang Shouyong. As he slowly reached the edge of the swamp, the scent of blood in the air was carried by the wind straight into Banking's nostrils. The smell was so heavy and sickening that even through the dense mist, it was unmistakable. Almost at the same moment, an overwhelming and chilling sense of danger seized his heart. His whole body shot up like a startled cat, his face instantly turning pale. Hu Chengping's eyes sharpened, his pupils flashing with a fierce cold light. "I'm back!" Wang Shouyong shouted loudly from across the bank. The moment his voice rang out, the soft earth and stones exploded as if struck by a hammer. The muddy water splashed, and a deep crater formed. Wang Shouyong's figure flashed briefly in the pit, then sliced through the fog and leapt high into the air like a great bird spreading its wings. A piercing scream tore through the air as he hurtled down like a meteor. The instant he landed, the bone-chilling aura of danger abruptly retracted. Amid swirling dust, he stood tall, like a beast awakened from slumber, and the murderous intent that had almost suffocated Banshee just moments before vanished as suddenly as it had come. Only then did everyone clearly see that Wang Shouyong was covered in bloodstains, as if he had just crawled out of a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Yet he radiated a fierce, blazing energy, as if capable of holding countless seas and stars within him. Banshee stared at him with a pounding heart. How many demons had this guy slaughtered? Only Wang Shouyong himself knew the answer had long since stopped counting. He only remembered that after days of fierce battle with Zhuang Zhihe and Bai Qingxue, his character sheet was overwhelmingly filled with new entries. Purple entries, 14. Blue entries, 300. Green entries, 150. White entries, 10. In the chaotic abyss, he had no chance to strengthen the purple entries or deal with the Ganyuan demons, so that number remained unchanged. But the blue and green entries skyrocketed thanks to the three of them fighting non-stop. As for the white entries, better not mention them. With just his current pool of blue and green entries, he could synthesize 13 brand new random golden entries. He had risen from a modest well-off level to a capitalist tier. Just the sheer quantity alone created a qualitative leap. His already terrifying physique had advanced even further, entering a wholly new realm. But now was not the time to tally spoils. The moment he landed, Wang Shouyong dashed up to Hu Qingping. Captain Hu, no time to explain, let's go? Hu Qingping was momentarily stunned, but without asking any questions, he placed a palm on Wang Shouyong's abdomen. In that case, talk on the way. Wang Shouyong grinned with relief. Hu said Hu Qingping was just a brute soldier? When it mattered most, he was straightforward and decisive. In the next instant, Hu Qingping grabbed one person with each hand, lifting Wang Shouyong and Banshing off the ground. With a stomp that shattered the muddy earth, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, they vanished beyond the borders of the chaotic abyss. At that moment, the scenery beside him blurred past, as if they had sped hundreds of zhang away from Shao Luan Yuan in an instant. And only then did Wang Shouyong finally breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Phew, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then glanced back to see Zhuang Zhihe and Bai Qingxue struggling to keep up. Both women's faces were flushed, their cultivation energy fluctuating wildly. They had clearly pushed themselves to the limit. Captain Hu, could you slow down a bit? The two fellow cultivators I met inside Shao Luan Yuan can't quite keep up. Wang Shouyong quickly called out. All right. Hu Qingping reined in his speed sharply. Zhuang Zhihe and Bai Qingxue finally caught up beside them and simultaneously exhaled with relief. Thank you, fellow cultivators. The two women bowed respectfully in gratitude. Banshing stood in the retreating light, his clothes fluttering wildly in the mountain wind, eyes nearly popping out of his head as he stared at the two disheveled but beautiful women. What the hell? How could this guy get so lucky just from a quick trip into Shao Luan Yuan? Hu Qingping ignored Banking's muttered complaint and calmly turned to Wang Shouyong. What happened? Why the sudden rush to leave? Were those Xianyuan peach blossom spring cultivators after you? Or after these two? Wang Shouyong thought about the blood lotus marks implanted in both his and Zhuang's eyes bodies, sighed, and recounted everything that had happened inside Shao Luan Yuan, except he omitted the part where he personally killed Kong Xian. His story grew grimmer by the minute. Banshing, listening nearby, felt his scalp tingle. What is the Yuling realm? How could the Xianyuan peach blossom spring cultivators have such mysterious techniques? How could Wang Shouyong kill his enemies, even when his cultivation was sealed? Questions piled up in his mind one after another. Elder Fong, who had been silent for some time, suddenly snapped out of his dazed state, his hoarse and unexpected voice breaking through. He carries the Blood Lotus sect's tracking imprint. If a powerful being uses refined blood to activate it, his exact location could be pinpointed instantly. Banking's heart jolted as he immediately sent a message. Really? How dangerous is it? Incredibly dangerous. The Blood Lotus mark comes in different grades 3, 6, and 9 tiers. The one on that girl is insignificant, but the mark on him was planted by a highly skilled cultivator. If that person sets their sights on him, even all of Lincian County could be reduced to ashes. Banking's expression darkened, then relaxed again. What does that have to do with me? When that powerful being acts, they will deal with him. I've already repaid Situ Tianyuan's favor. It's just regrettable the people of Lincian County have to suffer because of him, he said calmly. Elder Fong took over the conversation, voice low and grave. I want you to break the Blood Lotus mark from him. Banshing was stunned. Are you kidding? Me? Why should I? I say you can, so you can. Don't forget, your medical skills are unmatched. A mere Blood Lotus mark is nothing to you. Banshing frowned. Even if I can, why should I help him? Because I've recalled how to reconstruct the body and unleash the immense vitality hidden inside him. Elder Fang's eyes gleamed sharply. He cannot die, and he must owe you a favor. Banking's face instantly darkened, as if scorched. Again with this. Am only a martial cultivator at the Huaji realm. Where would I get such power? He forced down his anger. Old man Elder Fong, calm down. There's no rush. When I grow stronger, you'll figure it out. Don't lose your mind here. Elder Fong fumed, puffing his beard and glaring. I'm not losing my mind. I say you can, so you can. Why? Banshing nearly shouted. Because he's a genius in spiritual law cultivation. Elder Fang's voice was swept away by the strong wind, but still reached everyone clearly. Banshing could hardly believe his ears, his expression completely breaking down in shock as he stared at the figure of Elder Fong drifting like a mirage in the light. What did you say? I said, such a person with tremendous vitality is a 9 million spiritual law prodigy. You only need to break the blood lotus mark for him, and then tell him one thing. What thing? Ing Banqing asked blankly. Elder Fong stood proudly, the surroundings stretched into blurry lines by the retreating light as he declared, "Stop wasting time on martial cultivation. You should be studying spiritual law." Back at the Demon Suppression Department, after briefly settling the two fellow cultivators from Qingwan Palace, Wang Shouyong wasted no time and headed straight to the administration hall. Together with Hu Qingping, he found Magistrate Liao hunched over his work. The hall was brightly lit, with stacks of official documents piled on the desk like a small mountain. Liao Yuanqing kept his head down, writing furiously as if planning to fall asleep, clutching petitions at midnight. Wang Shouyong silently wondered if this magistrate ever slept without holding paperwork and chuckled to himself. Just as he was about to speak, their eyes met as Liao looked up. "You're back?" Liao set down his brush. "Yeah, some trouble happened," Wang answered vaguely. Hu Changping brusquely stepped aside, poured himself a full cup of tea, and drained it in one gulp. Liao put away the papers, massaged his temple, and nodded as if expecting news like this. He poured himself some tea too. "No rush. Sit down. Take your time telling me what's going on." His tone was calm, like discussing an everyday matter. Wang Shouyong steadied his nerves, pulled up a chair, and bluntly revealed, "I killed some people from Xiantian Taoyuan." PFT. Tea sprayed from Liao's mouth, soaking half a document. "What did you say?" Hu Changping sidestepped the splash, speaking matter-of-factly. Wang Shouyong encountered some people from the Dao Lian sect of Xiantian Taoyuan in Xiluanyuan and killed several. Many Xiantian Taoyuan practitioners have already entered Xiluanyuan today. It looks like it will be exposed soon. Silence fell over the hall. Liao's expression shifted from shock to confusion, then to inner conflict. "You were practicing the Lianchuan method. How did you get involved with the Dao Lian sect of Xiantian Taoyuan?" Wang sighed and quietly explained, "It was pure chance. I ran into them in Xiluanyuan. They tried to kill me, so I fought back." "They tried to kill you, and you killed them?" "Yes." Liao's eye twitched slightly. "There must have been a reason. Why did they want to kill you?" "Probably to silence me." At that time, a Dao Lian disciple was chasing a Qingwan Palace member. I happened to witness it, so he targeted me too. Luckily, I had enough strength to defend myself and survive. Wang Shouyong laid out the whole story clearly, omitting only Kong Xian's name. Liao was dumbfounded. So the two Qingwan Palace disciples were accomplices? He shook his head wryly. "Qingping told me before leaving that he'd take you to Xiluanyuan for training and to refine the Lianchuan technique. I thought Xiluanyuan was mostly monsters. Never expected this, sigh. Just an accident. Everything's an accident," Wang said sheepishly. Liao raised a hand to stop further explanation. After sipping tea, his tone returned to calm. "Forget it, self-defense only. Since you're back, as long as the aftermath is handled properly, even Xiantian Taoyuan probably can't trace this back to you. When he was young, his temper was fiery, and he had seen all kinds of situations. Xiantian Taoyuan was nothing. Without evidence, they couldn't lay blame." Yet just as Liao was thinking this, he heard Hu Changping's next sentence. "He bore the blood lotus mark of the Dao Lotus sect, and we had no idea how to remove it. Soon enough, they might discover it was the Demon Suppression Department who killed him." PFT. Liao Yuanqing spat out a mouthful of hot tea onto the table, looking up in utter disbelief. "Good grief. Not even bothering to cover your tracks." Hu Qingping on the other side dodged the splash, his face still expressionless. In the next moment, a cool breeze swept through the office. Wang Shouyong, who had been sitting upright, suddenly felt an invisible force lift him lightly, floating him over to Liao Yuanqing's side. Liao Yuanqing's eyes suddenly sharpened. Concentrating his spiritual power, he caught a faint dark red pulse beneath Wang Shouyong's skin, the unique soul imprint of Xiantian Taoyuan. He lowered his gaze with a long sigh. "This is a trick of Xiantian Taoyuan. Is there no way to remove it?" Wang Shouyong asked. "Do you think it's some street thug's tattoo?" Liao Yuanqing said, blowing his beard and glaring. "If there were a way, it wouldn't be left to some small county like Linshui. Maybe you could try in the capital. But with the two-county inspection coming up, if the imperial inspector sees the blood lotus mark on the spot, it'll only stir trouble." His brow twitched. "Headache. Then there's really nothing we can do?" Wang Shouyong pressed. "Not exactly." Liao Yuanqing stood and smacked his sleeve. "A martial man can't remove it, but it's not without remedy. If I use my Jinchuan realm cultivation to mask the secret, I can conceal it for a while." Wang Shouyong relaxed and bowed quickly. "Then I'll trouble you, sir." Liao Yuanqing scowled back. "Always thinking short-term. You killed a Dao Lotus disciple like this, and now you're the same. Haven't you considered an ancestral solution?" Wang Shouyong scratched his head. "But didn't you say there's no way? Why the contradiction? Just because martial men can't doesn't mean no one at Xiantian Taoyuan can." Liao Yuanqing walked a few steps, voice low with frustration. "Do you understand?" Wang Shouyong finally caught on. "You mean I should beseech those two disciples at Qingwan Palace?" "That's right." Liao Yuanqing folded his arms, deep in thought. "They'll give you 3 options: high, medium, and low. You choose. Please enlighten me, sir. From what you said, you weren't alone in killing that Dao Lotus disciple. You were implicated by them." I don't believe they'd want to carry the Blood Lotus mark their whole lives. Highest option, follow them back immediately to Xiantian Taoyuan and find their internal method to completely erase the mark. This is best for you personally. Wang Shouyong frowned and murmured, but for the Linshui Demon Suppression Department, this is the worst option. Exactly. The two-county inspection is near, and you're Captain Huss' greatest asset. If you go to Xiantian Taoyuan, who knows how long you'll be gone. The removal process could be extremely complicated. This option benefits you, but harms Captain Huss' inspection. Just then, Liao Yuanqing saw Wang Shouyong decisively shake his head. Then forget it, Liao Yuanqing shrugged. Besides, it's not clear if the Tao Lotus sect can even identify the culprit yet. There's no need to risk Captain Huss' future over this. Hu Qingping, who had been silent nearby until now, let out a cold snort and said, "My future won't be ruined over the loss of just one little attendant. Whatever choice you make, just put yourself first." Insolent, Wang Shouyong muttered to himself as he rubbed his forehead. Then he looked up and asked Liao Yuanqing, "What about the middle plan?" Liao Yuanqing folded his arms and paced twice across the narrow hall. The soft rustle of his gray-white robe stirred on the blue brick floor. He turned and said, "The middle plan, as I just explained, is to conceal your trail. We'll cover your tracks again every so often. If the Dalian sect can't find any clues after some time, they might just give up the chase." The dim yellow lantern light fell across Wang Shouyong's face, and he reflexively shook his head. Others might not understand, but he knew the Dalian sect's ways all too well. The victim wasn't just the rising star Tung Zixian, it was also Elder Kong's beloved grandson Kong Xian. If it were only Tung Zixian, perhaps the sect could swallow that loss. But with Kong Xian dead, Elder Kong would undoubtedly throw everything into hunting down the killer and wouldn't rest until he found them. Thinking of this, Wang let out a quiet sigh. This plan won't work. He didn't object right away, but calmly asked, "Then what's the worst-case plan?" The worst case, Liao Yuanqing stopped pacing, speaking steadily, "still starts with covering your trail for a while. Once we reach Kyoto, he'll call on some old friends to try and break the Blood Lotus mark. No guarantees of success, but at least there'll be a chance. More importantly, when you're in Kyoto thousands of miles away from this chaotic little Luan abyss, even if the Dalian sect comes looking, it'll be much harder for them to find you." His words hung in the air. Wang Shouyong was stunned for a moment before blurting out, "I can go to Kyoto too?" The flickering lantern light cast shifting shadows in the room. Both Liao Yuanqing and Hu Chengping looked at him, their eyes carrying encouragement. Hu Chengping slightly raised his head, his tone calm but approving. "If I get this opportunity to get promoted and serve in Kyoto, what's wrong with bringing one attendant along?" Liao Yuanqing nodded in agreement. "So, put in some effort. For this Blood Lotus mark, and for Captain Huss' future, lend a hand." Wang Shouyong rolled his eyes in response. By the time Wang Shouyong stepped out of the affairs hall, he was already cloaked in the veil of concealed secrets woven by Liao Yuanqing. The faint golden aura clung to his skin like a sheer, delicate curtain, pressing the Blood Lotus seal deep within so tightly that although outsiders could still see its mark, the faint and ever-present deadly aura was completely suppressed. In the end, he had chosen the lesser strategy. First, this approach was simpler: no need to cross vast oceans or escape to the mysterious Xiantian Peach Blossom Land in the East Continent, as the better plan demanded. Second, he had always harbored a longing to see the capital for himself, to witness firsthand the legendary bustling city. After exploring the capital enough, he could then journey to Xiantian Peach Blossom Land, thus fulfilling Liao Yuanqing's suggestion while also experiencing a foreign land's customs and scenery. Since arriving in this world, he had always seen himself as a stranger passing through. Mountains, cities, and extraordinary people were all novel. He wanted to see the myriad lights of the capital and also the misty peach groves of Xiantian Peach Blossom Land. Yet he did not intend to abandon the promise he made earlier if he had vowed to help Captain Hu rise swiftly. Then first he would assist Huss' ascent. Returning to the small hut in Su 23, he spotted Zhuang Zhihe and Bai Qingxue standing side by side in front of the firewood gate from afar. Their sleeves fluttered slightly, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Wang Shouyong kept walking without slowing until he was a few steps away before looking up. "We are leaving now," Zhuang Zhihe said first, her voice calm. Wang Shouyong nodded, expression cool. "Then I want to see you off." Zhuang's eyes gazed deepened, but she remained silent. Seeing this, Bai Qingxue rolled her eyes and voiced what her senior sister kept inside. "You're really not coming with us to Qinghuan Palace? Don't forget, the Blood Lotus seal is still with you. If you linger in Linshui County, it won't only bring disaster upon yourself. The entire demon extermination department may be implicated." "I'm not going." Wang Shouyong waved dismissively, tone casual. "He'll visit Xiantian Peach Blossom Land when I have the time in the future." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxue lightly tugged Zhuang's Zai's sleeve. "See, I told you he wouldn't come with us." Zhuang Zhihe sighed deeply, then quietly admonished, "Then we will leave. Thank you for your help with the Shao Wan Yuan matter. Stay careful while you remain here. Like I said, I want to see you off." "See you next time," Wang Shouyong said. Then then walked past the two women and entered the hut. Zhuang Zhihe watched his back, ultimately shaking her head. Gathering her true energy, she lifted her robes and rose into the air alongside Bai Qingxue. If anything happens, remember to bring the token and seek me out at Qingwan Palace. She called out loudly as she bent slightly. Got it. Wang Shouyong did not look back, merely raising a hand in farewell before closing the door. Seeing Wang Shouyong had disappeared from view below, Bai Qingxue sighed. Stop looking, senior sister. He clearly never planned on going to Xiantian Peach Blossom Land. Let's go. Zhuang Zhihe suppressed the worry in her eyes, then turned and flew up into the sky with Bai Qingxue. The two streaks of light soon vanished into the clouds. Inside the hut, the furnishings were simple and worn, an old solid wood table cracked from age. On the table lay a palm-sized piece of jade slip with 4 gilded characters etched on it: Heavenly Evolution, Sword Technique. Beneath the jade slip was a sheet of Xian paper. Wang Shouyong paused, then reached for the jade slip. Upon closer inspection of the densely etched tiny characters inside, he gave a wry smile and shook his head. Had he known they would gift him a martial art technique, he might have asked for a fist style instead. Still, he wondered where they had obtained such a profound black tortoise technique. Putting away the jade slip, Wang Shouyong picked up the sheet of paper on the desk. A few lines of elegant, finely penned small script were written on it, clearly the handiwork of Zhuang Zhihe. The letter began with brief pleasantries before mentioning the origin of the sword technique. She and her junior sister had come across it by chance in the Xuantian Peach Blossom Land. Wang Shouyong might recall that when they first met, her junior sister forcibly activated the technique with spiritual power. Although its force was impressive, it lacked the true essence. Zhuang Zhihe wrote that the yin-yang twin flowers had greatly benefited her, and she was grateful to Wang Shouyong for gifting them. As a token of appreciation, she offered this martial art and hoped he would visit Qingwan Palace when he had the chance. The letter closed with her signature left by Zhuang Zhihe. In just a few lines, restrained yet heartfelt emotions shone through. Wang Shouyong's lips curled into a faint smile as he thought, trading a flower for a martial art manual doesn't seem like a bad deal. Just as he was about to use the jade slip to study the sword technique's secrets and confirm whether it was as easy to cultivate as the Lian Xian technique, he suddenly heard a soft knock at the door. When he opened it, Ing Banqing stood in the corridor, hands behind his back, wearing an enigmatic expression and deep, piercing eyes. Wang Shouyong instinctively tensed, frowning as he asked, "What do you want? Here to break the Blood Lotus seal?" His eyes flicked over Ing Banqing warily. Ing Banqing looked like a dodgy street vendor peddling apple machines. Seeing Wang Shouyong silent, his expression grew even more mysterious as he whispered, "Stop practicing martial arts, you should be studying spiritual techniques instead." Bang! The door slammed shut suddenly, almost hitting his nose. Startled, Ing Banqing quickly stepped back, losing his mysterious demeanor. He hurriedly knocked and shouted, "I really can break the Blood Lotus seal. But we need to make a deal first, all right?" There was silence inside for several moments. With no reply, he added quickly, "Just hear me out, it won't hurt you." The door reopened reluctantly, and Wang Shouyong stood there, resigned. "I know your medical skills are exceptional, but even Lord Liao doesn't dare break the Blood Lotus seal lightly. You're only at the Qi transformation realm, how could you possibly?" Wang Shouyong paused, then continued, "Fine. If you're really so confident, go to that sesame cake shop at number 250 West Chongqing Street and get me 2 mustard-filled cakes." Ing Banqing was momentarily speechless, shaking with frustration as he argued, "How do you know I can't do it if you don't try me? If a powerful being finds out about the Blood Lotus seal, Linshui County will be doomed. And it's all your fault anyway." Seeing his sincerity, Wang Shouyong sighed softly and finally asked, "All right then, tell me, how do you break it?" "I said it's a deal." Ing Banqing shook his head firmly. "You have to agree to one condition first." "What condition?" Wang Shouyong raised an eyebrow. "Well, they'll give you a cultivation method. You have to practice it. Then, you do a favor for me." "You had exactly. We'll tell you after you master it." Ing Banqing spoke seriously. "A spiritual technique, not a martial art?" Wang Shouyong confirmed. "That's right." Ing Banqing nodded with confidence. "I've long seen your talent isn't really in martial arts, but rather in spiritual techniques, specifically those of Xuantian Peach Blossom Land. You've been on the wrong path. Now, I'm here to set you straight and help you walk the path of spiritual cultivation." Ing Banqing spoke with profound inscrutability, a faint smile playing on his lips. The morning breeze rustled through the courtyard, the bamboo leaves whispering softly. Wang Shouyong listened quietly to his grandiose discourse, then suddenly raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Ing Banqing's smile faded, his tone turning serious. "Nothing." Wang Shouyong looked up, smiling casually, "Just thought of something funny. Let me ask you." Wang Shouyong shifted the topic, his voice calm but probing. "How long has it taken you to reach the state of Hua Qi perfection in your cultivation?" At the question, a trace of pride lifted the corner of Ing Banqing's mouth. He remained composed. "I am but a humble cultivator. From the start of my practice until now, just over 3 years, I have reached Hua Qi perfection." "Oh, 3 years." Wang Shouyong nodded lightly, as if weighing the answer. That's quite fast. In his mind, he compared silently. Situ Wenfeng, who grew up with abundant resources, had only just reached Huaqi perfection. Situyun was still stuck at the mid-level Huaqi stage. Ing Banking's speed in catching up within just 3 years was indeed impressive. Seeing Wang Shouyong smile, Ing Banqing thought he had intimidated him and nodded confidently, a look of pride flashing in his eyes. He continued urging, "So you see, true talent is exactly like this. It's commendable that you've reached the mid-Huaqi stage at such a young age, but how long will you remain stuck there? The deeper one goes into martial cultivation, the more aptitude matters. Rather than getting stuck like Captain Hu at the Ganxian perfection stage later, it's better to turn back early and reconsider your cultivation path." No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Shouyong's face broke into a half-smile, half-smirk. Ing Banqing frowned. "I'm serious here, what exactly are you laughing at?" Wang Shouyong didn't answer directly, but reached out to tap his shoulder. "Huaqi perfection, huh? Hey, race the deal. Whether you want me to do something for you, or to help you break the Blood Lotus mark, hold that thought for now. As I said before, there's a sesame cake shop west of Chongqing Street. Buy me 2 sesame cakes, and then he'll seriously consider it." "How's that? Sesame cakes?" Ing Banking's brow furrowed deeply, completely puzzled about what sesame cakes had to do with anything serious. But seeing Wang Shouyong's earnest expression, he suppressed his irritation and asked again, "Are you really saying this?" "I am. I never go back on my word." Wang Shouyong nodded firmly, his tone resolute. "Fine, wait here." With that, Ing Banqing turned sharply and vanished through the air, disappearing beyond the horizon within moments. Before leaving, he silently vowed, no matter what tricks Wang Shouyong was playing, when he returned, he would make sure this man cultivated spirit magic. In front of cabin number 23 in the dog section, Wang Shouyong squinted his eyes, watching that figure shrink to a dot until it vanished entirely. After a long silence, he sighed softly and shook his head, muttering to himself, "Very well. Today I shall enter Huaqi perfection." Back inside the small cabin, Wang Shouyong reached into a storage pouch. With a surge of sinister energy, a round object appeared in his hand. It was a plump demon core, glowing with a deep crimson aura. Veins of dark energy rippled across its surface like a tidal wave, causing his palm to tremble slightly. Yet Wang Shouyong's expression remained calm as he lifted his hand and lightly tapped the bed. Smack! Suddenly, dozens of demon cores were piled atop the bed, varying in size and color. The internal layers of dark energy were clearly defined, yet each core was perfectly smooth, full, and freshly charged with demonic vitality. When he had journeyed deep into the chaotic abyss before, he had not only harvested numerous demon soul tokens, but also absorbed their life force. Now, his own vitality surged like an endless ocean, coursing through every limb and marrow. The demon cores before him were yet another heavy prize from those battles. Long ago, on Mount Evil Blood, he had found 5 demon cores inside the pouch of an officer who colluded with demons. That allowed him to open all 362 acupuncture points and complete his corporeal refinement. Now, with dozens of cores laid out before him, what further transformations could they bring to someone who had already reached the pinnacle of chi condensation? His thoughts flickered, and without hesitation, he grabbed one of the demon cores at random. On its surface, the terms Shadow Fiend Body and Sacred Spirit of Heaven and Earth faintly glowed. Thick, dark energy naturally seeped from the core's veins, flowing like water into his meridians, spreading rapidly throughout his body this time. There was none of the tearing, violent pain had experienced during physical refinement. Instead, a bone-chilling coolness spread, so pleasant it made him involuntarily narrow his eyes. He decisively seized another core, holding one in each hand. Twin torrents of shadow energy poured into his 72 yang and 290 yin acupuncture points. The dark energy penetrated through his pores into the flesh beneath, causing his muscles to subtly swell, as if breathing in a slow, steady rhythm. Exhale. Inhale. Everything felt natural and harmonious. His cultivation level visibly surged with the influx of the dark energy. An indescribable aura erupted from cabin number 23 in the Dog Earthly Branch compound, stirring the surrounding spirit energy of heaven and earth. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, rising, falling. The ambient energy swirled like a stirred-up flood, alive, yet elusive, playful yet tidal. The nearby disciples who had been concentrating on their cultivation were abruptly knocked out of their meditative states, blinking in confusion. They did not understand what was happening, only sensing that the spirit energy no longer responded to their summons. It drifted away from them, estranging itself like a foreign presence. It was as if an invisible giant hand was stirring the vast reservoir of heaven and earth energy, the rolling currents sweeping these fish far away, making it impossible to meditate or absorb the mischievous energies. At this moment, all the heaven and earth energy seemed to find a new home, surging rhythmically as if in worship, pulsing back and forth with a breath-like cadence. In the distance, inside the affairs office, Liao Yuanqing was approving a document. His hand holding the brush trembled slightly, and unconsciously, a drop of ink fell onto the rice paper. The blot quickly spread, forming a stained spot on the pristine white sheet, yet he seemed not to notice. He looked up toward the window, his gaze sharp, a smirk curling the corner of his mouth. Good, good, good. At the training ground, Hu Changping focused his mind, about to strike the wooden post before him with a sword. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. The officers around him all stopped, surprised as they sensed the overwhelming energy sweeping through the air. There's wind, someone whispered quietly. A cool breeze brushed across their clothes, stirring up dust and sand that shimmered in the sunlight. Hu Changping gripped his sword hilt and quietly turned to leave, no one noticing the faint smile appearing on his lips. In the small courtyard in the west of the city, Situ Wenfeng put down his brush and frowned at Situ Yun. By now, the family letter should have arrived long ago. Our people at Linshui County ought to have shown up. Why is there still no sign? Before he finished, the bell on the window frame was gently stirred by the breeze, jingling softly. They both looked up as the natural energy of heaven and earth surged through the air in an instant. So soon? Situ Wenfeng's throat went dry as he asked. Situ Yun was silent for a long moment, then whispered back, "Is it fast for him?" Situ Wenfeng said nothing. On Chongqing Street, the crowd and street vendors' calls mingled together. Ing Banqing wore the demon exorcising official's uniform, drawing curious glances from passers-by, though he paid no mind. A cold ring pressed against his chest, from which Elder Fong floated out, stroking his beard with a crooked grin. This old man can't tell what trick that kid is playing. Probably a diversion. When you return, he'll most likely be gone. I don't think he's that kind of person. Ing Banqing shook his head. Since meeting him, he found the young man's actions efficient and straightforward, like he had some backing yet was hard to predict. Elder Fong waved his hand dismissively. If you can't figure it out, don't bother. In the time it takes to buy 2 sesame pastries, you'll know for sure. That's true. Ing Banqing nodded, approaching the sesame pastry stall ahead. At noon, the sizzling sound of oil by the stove mixed with the golden brown aroma of the freshly baked pastries. His nostrils twitched and a smile appeared. No wonder Wang Shouyong favors this place. Then, he strode to the front of the line and slapped a few copper coins onto the table. "Boss, 2 pickled vegetable sesame pastries." "Hey you, this customer." Upon seeing his official uniform, the shopkeeper and waiting crowd fell silent and made way. Just as Ing Banqing was about to speak, the ring suddenly grew cold. A breath of wind swept through, scattering the rising steam and smoke from the pastries. Between heaven and earth, it seemed something was stirring. Someone is breaking through a realm? Sensing that unusual wind, Ing Banqing nearly made the judgment at once. Night was deep, and the oil lamp flickered outside the sesame cake shop on the street corner. Yet that fine thread-like airflow was caught by him, without the slightest error. Ordinary mortals were completely oblivious. Only martial artists in cultivation or rare talents highly attuned to the world's vital energy could perceive it. Ing Banqing was exactly such a person. Hearing his quiet words, Elder Fong gently stroked his graying beard, his gaze piercing through the dim alleys toward the demon suppression department. The wrinkles on his face barely hid his surprise as he clicked his tongue in admiration. What a rare talent of heaven and earth. Just from this stirring of the world's energy, I can tell how extraordinary their gift is. So close to the energy of heaven and earth, truly remarkable. Ing Banqing was moved by the praise, and a hint of bitterness crept into his tone. Someone breaking through a realm in the demon suppression department isn't unusual. Could it be Captain Hu? I heard he has unmatched talent there, but has been stuck perfecting the Ganxian stage for years. But Elder Fong shook his head, lightly tapping his toes as he floated gently into the air. In the moonlight, his sleeves billowed like a flowing mystic technique, standing silently among the clouds as if listening to the wind. After a long moment, he slowly descended back by the sesame cake cart. The one breaking through is not at Ganxian, Elder Fong said decisively. To break Ganxian, one must first grasp Wuxian and connect with Tongxian, eventually reaching Jinxian. The movement would be far more intense than this faint wind. As for Hu Changping's capable, but too fixated on perfection to rush a breakthrough. I believe he's waiting for the right time in the capital to seek enlightenment. So this person is not Hu Changping. Then who could it be? Ing Banqing began. But suddenly a young man's image flashed in his mind, his expression faltering as the relaxed furrow between his brows tightened again. Huaqi. Elder Fong snorted softly. Exactly. The fluctuations in heaven and earth's vital energy, the smallest detectable wave is at Huaqi level, stronger ones at Ganxian. I haven't seen such a commotion in a long time. Whoever caused this must be extraordinarily gifted. Ing Banqing shook the young man's image free from his thoughts and offered an analysis offhandedly. The demon suppression department is full of talent. Maybe a captain who has thoroughly grasped the secrets of Ganxian and is now breaking through Huaqi. Or perhaps Siduian. I heard she stayed long in the mid-level Huaqi stage, so breakthrough now would be normal. Or Situ Wenfeng. If he breaks through, that means stepping into Ganxian. Just then, Ing Banqing noticed Elder Fong was sizing him up with a strange look. He frowned and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Elder Fong shook his head and teased, "Why don't you guess could it be Wang Shouyong?" Ing Banqing snorted, "Didn't you say his cultivation talent is all in spiritual arts, and martial cultivation is just a waste of time for him?" "That's true." Elder Fong smiled knowingly. "His spiritual arts talent is unprecedented in my life. Just like your martial talent, they're both rare prodigies. He might enter the Spirit Master stage within 3 to 5 years. When that happens, I'll be counting on him to help me reshape my spiritual body." Hearing this, Ing Banqing laughed too. "Setting aside your plans for reshaping your body, just imagining how lost and defeated he looks when you return to see him is enough to be looking forward to." "Oh." Elder Fong raised an eyebrow. "How do you figure he's lost and defeated?" Ing Banqing's smile grew even warmer as he explained, "You really think he wouldn't notice such a major breakthrough? Earlier, I said his martial aptitude was average, and he didn't believe me. Though he never said it outright, I could tell he was somewhat prideful. It makes sense he's young but already at the mid-Chihuan stage, about the same as Situyun. In Lincian County, he's definitely considered a bright prospect. Everyone around says he's a once in a million talent. But in the end, he still can't compare to true geniuses like us. Now that someone inside the demonic exorcism department has broken through with exceptional talent, do you think he's happy?" He couldn't help chuckling, drawing wary glances from passers-by. "Oh, if that's the case, I'm quite looking forward to it," Elder Fong said with interest. Ing Banqing shook his head eagerly. He thought he was divinely gifted, but only has to watch others disrupt the status quo by breaking through. "TCH. Boss, are the sesame cakes ready yet?" "Ready, ready. Master Chi, enjoy." The vendor by the stove smiled as he used tongs to take out steaming sesame cakes, slipping them into paper bags and handing them over. Ing Banqing, unconcerned with the heat or dirt, grabbed 2 bags, one in each hand, and strolled off toward the demonic exorcism department, his face alight with anticipation. As he stepped inside, he saw many officers, servants, and attendants hurrying in the same direction, their chatter full of wonder. "Not sure who it is, but that breakthrough caused quite a stir. I heard Captain Huss' subordinate has a Kaihan stage attendant, very young. Could it be him? Do you know that person's background?" "No idea. Come on, let's go see." The crowd's voices faded as Ing Banqing nodded to himself, joy swelling in his chest. It really was Situ Wenfeng's prodigy of the prestigious Situ family in the capital. Had been worried about persuading Wang Shouyong to cultivate spirit arts, but now, once Wang saw his friend's breakthrough with his own eyes, his jealousy would make it impossible to refuse. Thinking this, Ing Banqing wound through the crowd and soon arrived near Hut 23. Outside the small house, people were already gathered densely, the most prominent figures being Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun, surrounded like stars around the moon. A weight lifted from his heart. Ing Banqing pushed through the crowd with purposeful steps and feigned curiosity. Why isn't Wang Shouyong coming out? He was sure Wang was too ashamed to show himself out of jealousy. Seeing him, Situ Wenfeng was momentarily surprised, then nodded in greeting. "Doctoring, you're here too?" "Oh, right. Captain who told me you've joined his command." "That's right," Ing Banqing said, uninterested in small talk, shaking the paper bags in his hands with a smile. "I was just discussing cultivation with Shouyong and stopped by number 250 Chongqing Street to buy these sesame cakes. No wonder I'm late. Why are there so many people here?" His voice deliberately rose, eyes fixed on the hut's door. "One person's breakthrough caused such a stir everyone can't focus on their cultivation," explained an attendant nearby. "Oh, who is it?" Ing Banqing laughed. Just then, the wooden door of Hut 23 swung open. Wang Shouyong stepped out of the house, his expression calm and his presence unassuming. The Xian suppression technique had thoroughly sealed away the demonic and Yin energies that had surged during his recent breakthrough. Although he had just relied on a demonic pill to advance, now he looked no different from an ordinary boy. Not even Situ Wenfeng, whose sharp gaze rarely missed anything, could help but squint to take a closer look at someone so familiar since his arrival in Lin County. Outside, the crowd had been noisy moments before, but fell silent the instant the wooden door opened. The residual echoes of the roaring spiritual energy still lingered in their minds. Some mighty force felt only in awe but utterly beyond their reach, sending a chill through their hearts. A breeze drifted through the distant woods, rustling the leaves as if urging everyone to lower their breaths. Wang Shouyong swept his eyes over the crowd, his expression no different than when he had been quietly drinking water and eating steamed buns just moments ago. Only Ing Banqing strode up swiftly, waving a steaming baked pancake in his hand, a confident smile creasing his lips. The boy narrowed his eyes in response. "You're back?" he said casually, as if this were just everyday small talk. Convinced he understood everything, Ing Banqing hurried over in 3 quick steps and offered the pancake. Yet his gaze kept flickering anxiously at Wang Shouyong's face, searching for a trace of disappointment to grasp. But he found none. Wang Shouyong merely thanked him quietly, took a pancake, and then passed by without hesitation, heading straight towards Situ Wenfeng in the distance. Ing Banqing froze for a moment. This wasn't how it should be. He hurried after him, lowering his voice. There are too many people around now. I don't want to be too blunt. But you need to seriously think about what you promised me. I'm thinking it over, Wang Shouyong said, glancing sideways with a faint smile. But you said my martial aptitude was mediocre, my spiritual talent far superior. I have my doubts. I don't think my martial cultivation is that bad. What do you think? His tone was calm, yet it felt like a solitary spectator watching a one-man show unfold on stage, fully aware of the silent drama below. Banqing remained completely oblivious to the undercurrents beneath the surface. Even as Elder Fong drifted out of the ring, his expression dazed as he surveyed the scene. It failed to clear Banqing's mind. Like a traveler lost in a labyrinth, he had firmly chosen the wrong path. Towering walls around him blocked out any outside expressions or warnings. So he pressed on, voice urgent but hushed. Don't you realize by now? There are always those who break through as easily as drinking water, reaching heights you can only barely grasp through sheer effort. If you cultivate spiritual arts, you'll become a genius admired by everyone. Like Mei completed chi refining in 3 years. Soon he'll be confident enough to enter the perception realm. But you? How long did it take you to reach mid-chi refining? When will you ever enter perception? These are things you need to understand clearly and make some decisions about. As long as you practice spirit cultivation, it won't take 3 years. Before the sentence was finished, Banqing stopped speaking, because at that moment Wang Shouyong had already approached Situ Wenfeng. The noisy street corner suddenly fell silent at the sight of the three of them. Situ Wenfeng smiled warmly at Wang Shouyong, while his companion Situ Yun gave a slight nod, also smiling. Congratulations. How do you feel? Situ Wenfeng asked straightforwardly. Not bad. Seems no different, Wang Shouyong replied casually. Banqing furrowed his brow, confused. What exactly were they congratulating? He mulled this over silently, but failed to find an answer. Just then, a low warning echoed in his mind from old Fong. Kid, something's off. Wang Shouyong turned around and smiled kindly at Banqing. By the way, what did you say about my martial aptitude earlier? Hearing the same question again irritated Banqing. Clutching the hot-baked flatbread in his hand, he no longer lowered his voice. I said your martial aptitude is average, so what? I'm trying to help you. If martial arts are a dead end, then start cultivating spirit techniques sooner. Some paths are hard to backtrack once you're on them. So what counts as decent martial aptitude? Wang Shouyong smiled gently. Seeing his indifference, Banqing's anger flared. His speech quickened. If your aptitude were good, you'd be the one who had already perfected your chi transformation, not someone else. You're right, Wang Shouyong nodded, then shook his head, but the smile on his lips grew wider. I say you're right because I have already perfected my chi transformation. Sometimes the middle stage of chi transformation isn't enough, so I took some time to break through. Banqing froze, his mind going blank. He repeated instinctively, what did you say? I have perfected my chi transformation, Wang Shouyong enunciated patiently, like he was explaining to a stubborn child, word by word. He looked calmly at this young man who claimed to mean well, but kept acting superior, as if watching a fascinating performance unfold. Old Fong sighed nearby. I wanted to say earlier, this guy has fully formed chi in essence, while the Situ siblings' levels haven't changed. The one who broke through must be him. Sigh. Cold sweat trickled down Banqing's back, oil from the flatbread slipping down his hand, yet he remained unaware. In the short time it took to buy the flatbread, the other had perfected his chi transformation. His mouth opened, about to argue, but all eyes around him were fixed on him, curious, mocking, barely concealing their smirks. Whispering ripples spread through the crowd, squeezing the circle tighter and tighter. Only then did he suddenly realize. Why had the crowd gathered around him as soon as he arrived? Why did everyone fall silent the moment Wang Shouyong appeared? Why did Situ Wenfeng openly congratulate him? All the missing pieces clicked together into a clear truth. He had perfected his chi transformation. Life is always full of surprises. Some are like when Banqing was a boy, finding a few coins on the street and exchanging them for a warm, fragrant sesame cake, simple joys that brought both surprise and comfort. Others are stranger, like a ring left behind by his mother suddenly glowing, releasing an old man rambling nonsense, making one's heart race in shock. But the unexpected moment now when Wang Shouyong quietly said, I've reached the peak of hitting Banqing like a blow, instantly blanking his mind. Soft laughter broke out around him, whispers and snickers rolling in like a tide into his ears. Some shook their heads, others covered their mouths, the jeers never ceasing. Haha, reached Chihua Peak. Doesn't he even know why we're gathered here? Wang's attendant only just broke through body tempering yesterday, and now he dares call others mediocre. Look at his face now, brother. The clamor rose like waves, and Banqing's face flushed scarlet, as if seared by red-hot tongs. Yet despite the shame burning inside him, he still couldn't comprehend it. Wang Shouyong clearly had only been at mid-level Chihua moments ago. How could he possibly have suddenly achieved perfection? He fixed his dry throat and stared hard at the other. How did you do it? Just now you were only mid-level Chihua. Wang Shouyong smiled, took a big bite from the sesame cake in his hand, and the warm aroma of baked wheat mixed with oil filled the air. Swallowing the last bite, he spoke calmly. Like you said, some breakthrough as naturally as drinking water and well, it's more like eating a sesame cake. For me, martial cultivation is not a difficult task. His plain words drifted on the breeze. At first the crowd froze, then erupted into laughter and applause. More people gathered around, buzzing with congratulations on his reaching Chihua Peak. The closest ring was made up of attendants stuck long at body tempering perfection, knowing their own dead ends. Then came the attendants at Chihua stage, unable to advance to captain for lack of achievement or means. The outermost circle was composed of some captains watching for their own entertainment, eyes gleaming with complex feelings. Some frowned secretly. They recognized Wang as under Captain Hu's command and weren't pleased by this breakthrough. 1,000 faces, with envy, suspicion, and detached observation all mixed. A few attendants tried to push past Ing Banqing, still frozen in place, but it was like hitting a stone wall. Looking closer, they realized he had also reached Chihua Peak. Yet this Chihua Peak had a hoarse voice, stumbling over his words. I don't believe it. How could you possibly have reached the Chihua Peak? This can't be real. Before he finished, a sudden, astonishing aura swept the placia. Sharp edge of Chihua Peak energy cut through the air and vanished instantly. Ing Banqing felt his chest tighten, and his voice dropped off. Wang Shouyong reigned in all intimidation, letting only that fleeting glimmer of mastery shine through his gaze as he looked up and smiled gently. Well, do you believe me now? I believe you. Ing Banqing nodded dazedly, staring at the boy in front of him, who felt more and more like a stranger. Quietly confirming his own guess, he said, so you sent me to buy the sesame cake just so you could break through to Chihua Peak? Wang Shouyong said nothing, only smiled and raised the half-eaten cake in his hand. Seeing that reaction, Ing Banqing's mind involuntarily went back to the embarrassing things he had said earlier. You're not cut out for martial arts, haven't you realized that yet? Some people can break through as easily as drinking water. These words echoed relentlessly in Ing Banqing's mind, feeling as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest. Only now did he realize how terribly wrong he had been. This boy before him was not mediocre at all. On the contrary, his talent shone like the brightest star in the night sky. While Ing Banqing had barely stepped away to buy a sesame flatbread, the boy had leapt from the early qi condensation stage to its completion. That was a gulf he had struggled an entire year to cross. Yet the boy did it as effortlessly as eating or drinking. He recalled how, when he finally achieved that breakthrough a year ago, Master Fong had praised him as a genius unlike any other, filling him with pride. But now, faced with the same path, the boy took only a quarter of an hour, maybe less than half an hour. Ing Banqing was so stunned he didn't even time it, because no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't fathom anyone compressing a year's worth of progress into mere moments and doing so with such ease and nonchalance, as if it were nothing. Situ Wenfeng noticed his dazed expression and whispered to Wang Shouyong, "What's wrong? Is something between you two?" Wang Shouyong, whose usual smile had faded seeing Ing Banqing's vacant stare, shook his head. "Nothing. It's too noisy here. Let's go to your courtyard to talk." "All right," Situ Wenfeng nodded. The two turned and left, and the crowd instinctively parted to let the figure of the genius who refined his body in a day and perfected qi condensation today, resonating with heaven and earth, walk away. Everyone knew a legend of the Exorcist Bureau was quietly being born. Ing Banqing gritted his teeth, pushed through the crowd, and called out loudly, "Hey, don't go yet. I need to ask you, how long have you been cultivating until now?" Wang Shouyong didn't look back, neither wanting to correct the hey nor to make an enemy. He just waved dismissively and walked toward a distant corner without turning around. Frustrated by the silence, Ing Banqing was about to chase after him when he heard a soft voice nearby answer, "Should be around 2 months?" He turned and saw a young deputy captain frowning in thought. Catching his gaze, the man smiled and raised his eyebrows. "I live next door to him at Watch Station 22. When he completed his body refinement in 1 day, I was there. It caused quite a stir. So counting back, it's about 2 months." After those words, Ing Banqing fell into a heavy silence. Someone else chimed in, "Come to think of it, he hasn't been with the Exorcist Bureau that long either." "Exactly," another whispered. "Master Liao brought him back from Sangzi Village." Nobody expected. Sangzi Village? The one nearly wiped out by demons. The sentence was cut off by hushing. "Don't spread tragedies like that. It makes the Exorcist Bureau look bad." Another voice added, "He changed his name after joining the Bureau. Used to be just a countryside kid." "What was his original name?" "I think it was Go Where." "Ha, that's it." The murmurs gradually faded as the onlookers dispersed, footsteps disappearing down the alley. Ing Banqing remained rooted in place, clutching the other sesame flatbread Wang Shouyong had left behind, statue still. Master Fang's translucent figure hovered silently beside him. Warm sunlight bathed them, yet could not dispel the bitterness and suffocation in his heart. After a long moment, Ing Banqing chuckled wryly. "So he's Go Where, and only joined the Exorcist Bureau 2 months ago, yet Situ Tianyuan never mentioned any of this to me." He looked up at Master Fong. You said he has extraordinary magical aptitude, but did you ever imagine his martial arts talent is more like a clear midday sun? Master Fong parted his lips, but found no words, only sighing deeply. Ing Banqing licked his cracked lips and bit into the long cold flatbread. The icy chill and bitter taste filled his mouth. He had once wondered how Wang Shouyong might feel meeting a genius their own level. Now that bitter taste was his own reality. And even the once crisp, fragrant flatbread now seemed utterly tasteless. The imperial palace in the capital city, the hall of heavenly harmony. The pristine white jade floor was spotless, and in the vast emptiness of the hall, only two remained: the young Emperor Xianyuan Yu and the kneeling elder minister Dai Tenghua. The emperor had just proposed the idea of traveling incognito as an imperial inspector outside the capital, and Dai Tenghua felt his throat dry up, trembling as he raised his voice to counsel firmly. Your Majesty, this cannot be. Please withdraw the order. Xianyuan Yu looked up calmly, his voice smooth and steady. Why not? The journey is long and uncertain. If your Majesty were to come to harm along the way, this old minister would be willing to die 1,000 deaths in repentance. If I change my name and disguise, who would be able to recognize that the inspector is me? The young emperor rose from his seat, walking steadily, step by step until he stood beside Dai Tenghua. Minister Dai, do you understand how deeply unsettled I have been since the disappearance of the Northwest Demon Suppressor General? Dai Tenghua bowed his head and trembled, but did not dare to speak. Every day, I wonder, was he captured by demons, or Xianyuan Yu paused, lowering his voice to a whisper. Is there someone whose heart is darker than any demon? Pacing back and forth in the hall, he continued. That man was my right hand, my closest aide. He offended countless powerful figures, and thus I have made many enemies too. Though I hold supreme power, I know there are those who wish to see me dead. Outside the hall, all was silent. Inside, the vast emptiness held only the two of them. When his father lay dying, he entrusted Dai Tenghua to him. Over the years, he had never kept anything from the old minister, even as the man now shook like a leaf. I suspect someone in court has seized the demon suppressor position to scheme, but since I am still alive, their moves are hindered. Minister Dai, do you know how many recommendations for a new demon suppressor have arrived today? This old minister does not know. Dai Tenghua's voice wavered. 115. Xianyuan Yu raised his hand toward the documents on the table. And those recommending are either nobles or elders. One can imagine how many have yet to reach me. Everyone is eyeing that post. I suspect the general's disappearance is tied to them. His words were like thunderclaps. Dai Tenghua scrambled forward, whispering desperately, Your Majesty, please be cautious. There is only you and me here. What is there to fear? Xianyuan Yu shook his head, his gaze resolute. I must go as the imperial inspector. Your Majesty, don't oppose yet. He raised a hand to interrupt. I have two plans. Close the doors, and I will tell you everything. Are you willing to listen? This old minister is eager to hear. The first plan, Xianyuan Yu's expression was calm, is to first visit the two counties of Jishan and Linshui. They are remote and relatively safe. More importantly, I wish to see someone. Since someone forbids him from returning to the capital, I will go see him myself. A shiver coursed through Dai Tenghua's heart as the image of the man in the Xianxian realm, the one who hated evil, who loved and hated, clearly appeared in his mind. The emperor could never truly let him go. Xianyuan Yu sighed softly. When I demoted him to Linshui, I have always blamed myself. This journey will give him a chance and give me some peace. The inspections I personally oversee in these two counties cannot be tampered with by certain factions in court. Your Majesty intends to reinstate Liao Yuanqing? Dai Tenghua thought to himself, but remained silent, listening carefully to the young emperor's second point. Xianyuan Yu stood with his hands behind his back before the imperial desk, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Secondly, I want to give certain people in the court a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Tenghua suddenly looked up. Since I am serving as the examiner for the assessment of the two counties, Tiana Hall cannot stay empty. By then, there will be a second Xianyuan Yu remaining in the capital. His tone was calm, but each word struck like thunder. On the 8th day of the 8th lunar month, I will go alone to hunt in the northern outskirts, the young emperor said, his gaze narrowing slightly. That place is infested with demons, perfect for setting up a stage. I want to see exactly who or what will emerge. Perhaps I can follow the trail and find the traces of the Northwest demon-quelling general. A chill ran down Dai Tenghua's spine. Though also at the Ganyuan realm, his body, now over 90 years old, trembled slightly, palms cold with sweat. Your Majesty, he suppressed his fear and managed only two words. Xianyuan Yu looked at the white-haired chancellor and suddenly smiled lightly. Chancellor Dai, since I have told you this openly, it means I do not think you are involved in this. If you really wished me harm, you would have had many chances since I took the throne. I trust you. Thank you for your trust, but this old servant remains uneasy at least. Please, Your Majesty, take the Grand Tutor with you. Dai Tenghua tried to bargain for one last concession. Grand Tutor Shui, the only openly recognized Enlightenment realm master in the Tianqi dynasty. Beyond Jinshuan lies enlightenment, almost the pinnacle of cultivation. he has cultivated for over 3 centuries, repeatedly pulling the realm back from chaos and unrivaled in defending the capital. With him by one side, not only the small counties of Linshui and Jishan, even traversing the Naiha abyss would be survivable. But Xianyuan Yu shook his head. Grand Tutor, Shui will not accompany me, nor will I allow him to go. The capital is more precious than my life. If I die, the worst that happens is a change of dynasty. But if the Dragon Soul seal in the capital falls, the entire realm will descend into chaos. Your Majesty, please be cautious. Dai Tunghua was shocked. Cold sweat ran down his spine. With Grand Tutor Shui in the Enlightenment realm and a network of spies across the city, this conversation was likely heard by him already. The young emperor smiled without changing expression. If I speak boldly, I do not fear his reprimand. Also, as you can see, he has not voiced opposition, which means he supports me. Chancellor Dai, what do you think? Having spoken, he stepped past Dai Tunghua, returned to the dragon throne, and slowly sat down. The hall was silent except for the old chancellor's sweat soaking his robes as he dared not speak, waiting only for Grand Tutor Shui's response, whether a scolding or a prohibition. An incense stick burned down in silence. Xianyuan Yu half closed his eyes, unclear if he was thinking or waiting. Another incense stick burned. Outside the hall finally came a frail, yet clear old voice. Agreed. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.